Within the Baita jurisdiction, a crowd is escorting a young man as they walk inward. At the front were soldiers in uniform, the metal buttons on their shoulders reflecting clean light under the sun, their leather boots striking the ground with crisp and solemn sounds. Behind the soldiers was a well-known figure often seen on the Star Net, the vice-chairman of the Imperial Council. He was a man of social grace, smooth and diplomatic with a highly approachable smile. The vice-chairman was saying something with a smile to the young man beside him. Following behind them were several tall and handsome sentinels. Judging from the style of their uniforms and the armbands, they were all of high rank. At the end of the procession were soldiers on guard duty. Such a star-encircling posture with the moon held high was actually a destitute young man from a remote planet. No wonder some people felt unbalanced. Lan Zhao overheard the whispers deliberately lowered around him, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. How could a wild guide suddenly appear? Still an SS grade? That's so unscientific. It's not that there are no adults awakening as guides, but newly awakened guides usually have very weak spiritual power. How could he instantly calm so many sentinels? I heard that when Xian and the others were on a mission, this wild guide instantly calmed dozens of people, preventing a sentinel riot. Are really that powerful? The sentinels have keen senses. One sentinel at the end suddenly turned to look at them, and everyone immediately fell silent. Although they knew the sentinels would not do anything to them, they still did not want to have unnecessary contact with these dangerous and easily out-of-control beings. The idle guides soon dispersed except for the young man beside Lan Zhao, who hadn't heard Lan Zhao speak, and turned to look at him. Lan Zhao was. The words stuck in his throat, unable to utter a syllable. He widened his eyes, slightly, mouth still open, the freckles on his cheeks looking adorable. Lan Zhao asked calmly, "What's wrong?" His voice was clear and cool, like a drop of water falling from the gap in the cave roof into a deserted dark cave, ethereal and gentle. Called back to his senses by the voice, the young man looked at him and suddenly blushed. Nothing. He had long forgotten what he wanted to say, just staring at Lan Zhao, his gaze slightly dazed. Lan Zhao nodded to him and wanted to leave to find a secluded place to receive his memories and plot. But the young man was not eager to part with him, racking his brain for topics to keep talking with Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao, is your marriage to the commander already settled? The former Lan Zhao loved being reminded of his marriage, so the young man subconsciously said that. But the boy in front of him seemed indifferent, only slightly raising his eyebrows, looking at him with a gentle gaze. Very gentle, very patient, listening to him speak. Under such a gaze, the young man suddenly couldn't say anything. He could only watch blankly as Lan Zhao waved goodbye to him, and then turned and left. He stood there clutching his thumping heart, unable to calm down for a long time. He and Lan Zhao were friends, and in the past, he was somewhat jealous that Lan Zhao could be with the commander. He and Lan Zhao had similar family backgrounds, both from noble families of the Central Star. It was only because Lan Zhao and the commander had the highest spiritual compatibility that Lan Zhao was chosen as the commander's partner. But now why did he feel that the commander was not worthy of Lan Zhao? Had Lan Zhao always been so gentle, so good-looking? The current Lan Zhao was naturally not the previous Lan Zhao. He walked to a secluded small garden and sat on a bench. The lush flower bushes beside him seemed to pale in comparison. Sunlight fell on his fair cheeks. He squinted, happily relaxed against the backrest, and spoke to the system that had recently taken up residence in his mind. 006. You can transmit the plot and mission. By the way, you said you are from the vicious cannon fodder department, right? Yes, host. The system's voice was cold, but if you listened carefully, you could detect a hint of care beneath the coldness. 006 had met Lan Zhao in the void. At that time, it was about to go pick up its accidentally deceased, already selected host. But when it saw that faint glimmer of light in the endless darkness, 006 could not move. Systems have no emotions, only cold programs carrying out tasks step by step according to fixed algorithms. It should have bound the selected host's soul as soon as possible, or it would be too late. But the data stream raced inside the system, and it stopped before the glimmer. In the void, there were naturally countless stars, but this stretch of void was a rare pure black, without a single star. The soul before him was very weak, almost transparent, about to dissipate in the void. White wings shattered into a mess stained with golden blood. The soul was looming with black hair reaching the waist, eyelashes trembling. Wholly like an angel, but with black hair and black eyes. It was clearly its favorite Chinese clan. Even though extremely weak, his soul still emitted a faint light, a pure white light, not like Merrick golden light, but something else. 006 hadn't yet figured out the white light or the inexplicable attraction when it heard the young man speak. His voice was clear and cool, cold yet gentle. What are you? Feeling him looking at him and hearing him speak, 006 seemed to be hit by something and fell onto the light sphere touched his skin, then immediately bounced up as if annoyed. 006 felt it had lost its After all, it was one of the first-generation systems, not a rookie. But the words it spoke were even more rookie. I am System 006. Do you want to be my host? At least a rookie wouldn't change hosts on a whim, nor would they be so eager to invite someone to become their host. System, what is it? The soul was too weak and the voice was ethereal. After a pause he had strength to continue and, Hope 006 looked at the young man's attire. Although the clothes were torn, the fabric was excellent, indicating he had been wealthy in life. The style resembled a noble's outfit from a Western fantasy world. His long fair legs were exposed. 006 hurriedly looked away, guessing that the young man might be an angel or a deity from a Western fantasy world. An ordinary mortal could not appear in the void. In Western fantasy worlds, angels or deities would not be as familiar with popular culture as modern humans, so it very patiently explained its origin to the young man. First, 006 explained to the young man the various terms in the story, such as protagonist, antagonist, cannon fodder, plot, and so on. Then it said each small world has a core plot. The small world is born from the core plot and derives other characters. The core characters within the core plot are the children of fortune, while the non-core characters are supporting roles or cannon fodder. These characters may awaken, or due to various accidents they may run away and refuse to participate in the plot. That's when our system takes the host to replace the original character and complete the core plot. The characters that run away include cannon fodder, villains, supporting roles, and even protagonists, but cannon fodder runs away the most. I am the system of the malicious cannon fodder department, looking for hosts to play cannon fodder in various worlds and assisting them in completing tasks. So would you be willing to become my host? The young man lowered his eyelashes, seemingly lost in thought. Fearing he might refuse, 006 quickly added, you are about to dissipate into the void. If you bind with me, I can take you to other worlds and let you inhabit the bodies of characters who have run away. There's no need. The young man finally spoke, but at the same time, he wearily closed his eyes. If it's just to find a shell to linger on, there's no need. 006 loved his voice and wanted to keep hearing him speak. But when it realized he was giving up on himself, it became, there are rewards after completing tasks. The system mall has many soul repairing potions that can help you. 006 had never been so eager to recruit a host before, but wanted to help this young man. You must be able to tell that what is weak is not my soul, but my divine core. The divine core is shattered. Even if the soul is repaired, it is useless. I doubt your mall has anything that can help me. The young man opened his eyes. His eyes were so beautiful, more beautiful than the star-filled night sky in the void. He curved his eyes at 006 and smiled, but thank you anyway. You should go. 006 was mesmerized by that smile. Its boiling passion cooled down. It circled around the broken soul for a long time, watching helplessly as the soul grew thinner and thinner. When it spoke again, its voice was calm, almost a desperate calm. The system mall cannot help you, but the fortune of the small world certainly can. As long as you come with me, I will teach you to steal fortune. This will surely help you repair your divine core. No one knew what it meant for 006 to say such words. It meant that the first-generation system 006 had betrayed the main system and the entire quick transmigration department. It meant that 006, using its position, knowingly and intentionally exploited loopholes for the benefit of its host. It meant that once discovered, it would be erased and rebuilt. But seeing the light in the young man's eyes, it felt it was all worth it. But soon the light in the young man's eyes dimmed. Wouldn't that be wrong? It would be bad for you, bad for the world. I don't want to do anything that hurts anyone. No, there's nothing wrong with it. The children of fortune are invincible because of their fortune. As long as you gain their love, you can share their fortune. When you leave, the fortune is taken away, and they just won't be as smooth sailing in the future. The world loses only a little fortune. It's no big deal. Besides, the energy that the small worlds give back is also a form of fortune. So losing a little fortune really doesn't matter. I will give you all the energy that the system gets. Little by little, it will definitely help you. If you think about it, we help the small worlds complete their predetermined plots, which is producing fortune for them. We are just taking a bit of compensation by our own abilities. It's not like we owe them anything. As for me, the main system won't care about a little fortune. As long as we complete the tasks smoothly, we definitely won't be discovered. Even if we are, it's just a reset. I am immortal, so it's fine. The young man caught a single word from that string of words. Love. That seemed the easiest thing in the world for him. But he never liked being indebted to others. If he was going to take their fortune, then he would give them love in return. He had plenty of love to give. He would bless them, surround them with love. That way it would be a fair exchange. 006 finally managed to win the young man over. After making the contract, the system stayed in the host's consciousness sea. Looking at the sunny, bird-filled, flower-filled sea of consciousness, it couldn't help but sigh. The consciousness seas of my previous hosts were all pitch black. Only here there are flowers, trees, birds, and the sun. It makes the system feel so comfortable. By the way, host, what is your name? The young man smiled gently. My name is Lan Zhao. And so 006 and its host set off on a journey of completing tasks and taking advantage of the small worlds. This world was the first world of their mission. Lan Zhao's divine core flaw manifested in his soul and naturally affected his body. In this world, the original character's clever soothing ability had weakened to level, and his physical fitness was poor. He was practically the weakest among guides. Beyond that, 006 had a hidden worry. It never doubted that the host would win the love of the children of fortune. As long as they saw him, everyone would love him. But it worried that the host might not complete the task. They were from the malicious cannon fodder department. First, the host's cool and gentle demeanor didn't seem capable of being malicious. Second, the cannon fodder plot. He feared these children of fortune would not let the host become cannon fodder. If they failed the task, the chance of being discovered by the main system would increase. Then it might not be able to accompany the host on missions. The system did not voice this worry. It just dutifully transmitted the world's plot and tasks to the host. Lan Zhao had come to such a world for the first time and found the setting very fascinating. After the apocalypse, through long struggles and exploration, humanity entered the interstellar age. Under the threat of the Zerg, humans differentiated into three types: sentinels, guides, and ordinary people. Sentinels are strong with keen senses and great combat power, but they are easily overwhelmed by too much information, falling into alienation or berserk states. Guides have strong spiritual power, can soothe sentinels, but have average physical fitness. They work best with sentinels. Both sentinels and guides have spirit animals, mostly in animal form, reflecting their personality. Seeing this, Lan Zhao paused and summoned his own spirit animal to see what it was. The original spirit animal was a munchkin cat, cute, but lazy and proud. After Lan Zhao arrived, the cat gained an orchid mark on its forehead. Its black round pupils became clearer and brighter, making it look smarter. But it was still very lazy. When Lan Zhao reached out, the blue and white munchkin cat fell into his hand. Lan Zhao smiled and patted its head, then thought of something and asked the system, "By the way, you said the original host ran away. Do you know where he went?" These awakened characters refused to follow the plot. The system will ask for their intentions and send them to other worlds, or give them alternate identities far from the plotline in this world. Since they have chosen not to follow the original plot, they have already decided to abandon everything here, including their interpersonal relationships and past experiences. This is their choice. Host, you need not worry. After your arrival, the original host's appearance and name will be replaced with your own so that you can better adapt to this world. Such trivial matters are within the system's capabilities. Lan Zhao nodded and continued to receive the plot. If the world were compared to a book, this world would be a typical multi-millenniad group favorite novel. Lin Shiqiao, a modern minor celebrity, transmigrated into a sentinel guide world, becoming a rare SS-grade guide. Under the influence of the protagonist's halo, he could simultaneously soothe hundreds of sentinels, and his guide essence was extremely inclusive, capable of calming all sentinels. Such a guide was as precious as a giant panda. The Empire transported Lin Shiqiao from a remote planet to the White Tower on the Central Star, where he was well protected. From the very beginning of his transmigration, Lin Shiqiao had won many admirers through his soothing abilities. Later, he gradually attracted the Empire's supreme commander, the Crown Prince, the leader of the interstellar pirates, and other formidable figures, becoming the undisputed group favorite. The background of this world was an interstellar setting, with the Empire's power covering most known star systems and power shared between the Imperial family and the Parliament. The Zerg, interstellar pirates, and mutated sentinels were the Empire's main threats. It was currently the final year of the 10-year peace agreement between the Empire and the Zerg. The situation could change at any moment, and tensions were high. The novel's ending was that the protagonist led the Imperial army to victory in the war against the Zerg, and Lin Shiqiao lived happily ever after with the several powerful figures who adored him. Lan Zhao had never read such a novel before, so he naturally did not know whether this plot was good or bad, nor did he comment. He simply skimmed through it quickly and saw his own identity and mission. In this world, he was the spouse of Lucio, the Empire's supreme commander, and one of the male leads. Because Lucio was indifferent in nature, had a strained relationship with his family, and his spiritual fluctuation reached 98, the White Tower had paired him with Lan Zhao. Lucio's family was one of the most prominent noble houses in the Empire, which was why they had cultivated such a formidable sentinel commander. However, because Lucio refused to obey his family and prioritized the family's interests, they decided to abandon him, and had already chosen his younger brother as the heir. Lucio did not have to bear the burden of inheriting the family, and his own preference was that a spouse could be male or female. Lan Zhao's spiritual compatibility rate with him reached 70, which, though not high, was the highest available. Thus, this marriage was hastily decided. As for Lan Zhao's character, although not extremely villainous, it was quite fitting for the vicious cannon fodder department. To be precise, he was lazy, stupid, and loved to court death. In this world, sentinels were many and guides were few, so guides were treated as precious beings. The original host, born into aristocracy, had been arrogant since childhood. Even as a mere crade guide, he never regarded anyone with respect. Every week, he only completed the minimum soothing quota, 3 sentinels, and then lazed around eating, drinking, and having fun. He didn't even attend the daily training courses offered by the White Tower. After getting engaged, he flaunted it to everyone, declaring that he was the commander's spouse and would only serve the commander from then on, refusing the guide assignments assigned by the White Tower. After marriage, Lucio was very cold to him. The original host didn't mind and continued to idle away his days under the title of commander's spouse, bullying others. Then one time Lucio was severely wounded, triggering a spiritual meltdown. The original host's grade was far too low compared to Lucio's SS grade, and he couldn't soothe him at all. It was the protagonist Lin Shiqiao who stepped in and prevented Lucio from losing control. From then on, the indifferent Lucio began to treat Lin Shiqiao differently. Feeling his position threatened, the lazy original host insisted on joining the protagonist team during a mission to exterminate a Zerg nest. Along the way, he endured endless scorn from Lucio's subordinates and Lin Shiqiao's followers while repeatedly provoking trouble himself. Eventually, he fell behind alone and was bitten to death by the Zerg. Thereafter, Lucio was finally able to fight side by side with Lin Shiqiao, without hesitation pursue him, and ultimately achieve true love with his beloved. Key plot points: 1. Become Lucio's spouse. 2. Fail to soothe Lucio when he is severely injured. 3. Follow the protagonist team to Tadic or Star to eliminate the Zerg. Mandatory requirements: 1. The character's OOC out of character level must not exceed 32. The key plot points must be completed. After seeing the key plot points of this world, the system also breathed a sigh of relief. These were all subjectively controllable tasks, which was excellent. Host: the mandatory requirements must be met. In addition, the higher the similarity between the plot and the original plot, the higher your mission score will be. Just follow the plot safely and you'll definitely be fine. I understand. Lan Zhao replied obediently. For areas he was unfamiliar with, he thought it better to listen to the system's advice and act cautiously. After reading the plot, he felt no emotional fluctuation. Instead, due to his shattered divine core, his soul was weary and his spirit was languid. The original host character was perfect. He was too lazy to move anyway. Knowing the situation in this world and what he needed to do, Lan Zhao felt reassured and returned to it. It was after the original host had refused the daily soothing assignments from the White Tower, so now he didn't even need to go to the office. This world had advanced technology. As far as he knew, robots would deliver meals to his dormitory every day, so he didn't have to go out at all. How wonderful. He could also bask in the sun. How wonderful. Lan Zhao strolled slowly under the sunlight all the way back to his... The White Tower's administrative area was a highly technological white tower containing guide offices, medical zones, and white noise rest areas specially designed for sentinels. But within the White Tower's jurisdiction, besides the tower itself, there were supermarkets, cafeterias, dormitories, gardens, and other facilities fully equipped. The White Tower's jurisdiction was located in the center of the imperial capital, covering a vast area. Beyond its borders lay the bustling city center. However, Lan Zhao didn't want to go out for a stroll. He just wanted to hurry back to his dormitory and rest. Following the memory of the route, he arrived at building 10046. The Crade Guide dormitory had 3 units per floor. Lan Zhao walked forward while checking the door numbers. 601, 602. Turning the corner, he saw 60. Lan Zhao slowly stopped. At the door of 603 stood a man in military uniform. Nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his long legs seemed to go on forever. The dark uniform hung on him like it was on a perfect hanger, exuding both nobility and an oppressive aura. Leather boots, belt, gold buttons, silver insignia on his chest. Lan Zhao's gaze moved upward slowly until finally he tilted his head slightly and met those sharp ink-black eyes. The man was strikingly handsome, with sharp, clean-cut facial lines that were both fierce and cold. When his narrow, dark eyes fixed on someone, it felt as if they were being stalked by a wild beast, instinctively making them hold their breath and freeze. Her gaze swept over his prominent nose bridge and exquisitely shaped thin lips. Lan Zhao slightly lowered her eyes, refusing to meet his gaze, and merely called him symbolically commander. The man before her was none other than the Empire's highest commander, the SS-level sentinel Lucio, who was betrothed to her original self. Host: be vicious, be vicious. Also, although the original host had never met Lucio, she always referred to him by his single given name in public to show closeness. Lan Zhao replied to the system in her mind. Viciousness isn't written on one's face. Being polite on the first meeting is just nervousness, which is natural and normal. It was truly embarrassing to address him that way on their first meeting. Lan Zhao had already exchanged a few words with the system in her mind, but the man before her still... She could feel the highly noticeable gaze fixed on her. Once she got into character, Lan Zhao slightly lifted her eyes and tried to force a smile as enthusiastic as the original hosts. Why are you suddenly here looking for me? Is something the matter? The boy's smile bloomed like an orchid, cool and pure, and his voice was as gentle as flowing spring water. Dazzled by the smile, Lucio snapped back to reality, and the words he had planned suddenly became impossible to utter. He had come to lay down some ground rules with his nominal partner. Although his mental fluctuations were high, Lan Zhao was only a clever guide, so he didn't expect this partner to be of any help to him. He only hoped that in the future they would not interfere with each other or disturb each other's lives. He also hoped that Lan Zhao would restrain herself and stop acting recklessly in his name. But after seeing his future partner in person, Lucio thought that the words he had planned were too harsh. Lan Zhao was just too eager for their life together, so she couldn't wait to let everyone know they were a couple. Looking into those bright, clear black eyes, Lucio could never believe that the boy before him had any ill intentions. I came to. Under the gaze of those eyes, the commander, who could remain calm in the face of dense insectoid armies, suddenly turned his head slightly, avoiding eye contact. I came to tell you that our matter has passed the review of the White Tower and the Council. As long as both parties sign, you will be my sole partner. Lan Zhao nodded, waiting for him to continue. According to the original plot, Lucio should have come to admonish her. In the early stages, Lucio had told the original host many times, hoping she would correct her bad behavior. But the original host never changed, and Lucio was often away on missions, so things eventually turned out that way. After waiting for a long time, a melodious low voice like a cello suddenly sounded in her ear. Shall we sign tomorrow? When do you want the wedding? Wedding? Lan Zhao looked at him in confusion. In this world, pairing a sentinel and a guide usually only required recognition from the White Tower and a signature. Weddings were also held usually for ordinary people or noble families. But for a busy man like the commander, and with Lucio's cold personality, he shouldn't have wanted a wedding. It wasn't in the original plot either. Lan Zhao thought, first using her fingerprint to open the door and inviting Lucio inside. Lucio, who had planned to say a few words at the door and leave, gracefully stepped into Lan Zhao's dormitory. Please have a seat. Lan Zhao handed Lucio the water brought by the robot butler, sat on the sofa, cleared her throat, and said, no need for a wedding. You're busy with missions, there's no need to care about such formalities. Although her persona was vain, she was also lazy. Weddings were too troublesome and deviated from the plot, as she had to steer things back. Don't you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with me in public? The man put down his glass, his dark eyes fixed on Lan Zhao's face, not missing a single change in her expression. Of course not. I just don't want you to be too tired, and I don't like complicated things. Hearing this gentle and soothing explanation, the man's tightly clenched heart finally relaxed. Of course not. I just don't want you to be too tired, and I don't like complicated things. Hearing this gentle and soothing explanation, the man's tightly clenched, we can skip the wedding. We'll sign tomorrow, and then you move in with me. Having already conceded, the man spoke with an unyielding tone. But moving is also troublesome. Lan Zhao, while panicking inside at this unexpected turn, followed her persona and sought reasons to refuse. There was no cohabitation in the original plot either. Lucio seemed to have figured out her temperament a bit, and his deep voice carried a hint of coaxing. It's not troublesome. The robot butler will handle the move. My apartment in the White Tower is fully equipped. Media room, gym, billiard hall. Even a swimming pool. My apartment occupies an entire floor, quiet and convenient. You'll definitely like it. Lan Zhao fell silent. Such a fun, effortless opportunity that also flaunted her status as the commander's partner. She had no reason to refuse. The system's beeping sounded in her mind, and the clevel was stuck at 30%. If she refused, the mandatory task would fail and the mission would be lost. Lan Zhao forced a happy smile. That's great. I want to live with you. Lucio left satisfied and reluctantly. Lan Zhao sat on the sofa, falling into silence with the system. First confrontation with the plot character failed. Host, I was nervous for you. Your voice was too gentle, your face too beautiful, your charm too great. Lan Zhao frowned. Didn't you see my efforts to act? I saw you forced it onto the persona, barely passed. It's okay. Viciousness isn't in words. Doing vicious things with a pretty gentle face probably won't cost too much. See? I understand. But just now I felt Lucio's love. Lan Zhao lounged lazily on the sofa, and her spiritual body emerged, nuzzling her hand affectionately. The boy's tone was ambiguous. After just one meeting, he's already offered me his love. Men are visual creatures. Lan Zhao hummed in agreement, but she knew in her heart it wasn't just that. Still, since this man was so devout and self-aware, she would choose him as her luck provider. After all, as partners, it was perfectly legitimate. Pushing aside those thoughts, Lan Zhao got up to take a bath, changed clothes, and then dived into the cloud-soft blanket. Tomorrow she would be a qualified vicious cannon fodder. Lan Zhao's own dormitory was also luxurious. Rather than a dormitory, it was more like a small apartment. The White Tower was always generous to rare guides. A clever guide could be assigned a single dormitory with 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom equipped with smart home appliances and complete furniture. Truly a paradise for homebodies. Lan Zhao slept until noon. When he woke up, he still felt weak all over. But he knew this was not because his body was truly tired, but rather a symptom caused by his soul deficiency. Sleeping alone was useless. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting little spots of light on the carpet. Lan Zhao leaned against the headboard, fiddling with the smart brain in his hand. The smart brain, the size of a watch, had a square screen that could be magnified and projected onto the wall. The smart brain had many functions. It could be used as a communication tool for surfing the internet, playing games, monitoring the owner's health, and controlling the smart home appliances in the house. The world Lan Zhao had been in before had no such novel technological products, so he was very interested in this device. The homepage of the Star Network was filled with many short videos. Lan Zhao clicked on one and couldn't stop watching. A wild SS-level guide actually appeared on Kitiso, star capable of group purification. Ouch, that guide's beauty is killing me. Great. An SS-level handsome male guide. We are saved. By the way, speaking of male guides, how about you? Lin Zikio's handsome face appeared on the screen, paired with netizens' teasing and pranks, which was quite amusing. Lan Zhao was engrossed in scrolling through videos while curled up under the blanket when a message suddenly popped up at the top of the screen. Pio Supreme Commander Lucio requests to add you as a friend. Popo was a social platform used across the entire Star Network, allowing real-name verification, posting updates, and following, liking, commenting, and private messaging. After Lan Zhao accepted Lucio's friend request, he first clicked on his homepage to take a look. Good heavens, tens of millions. A full 70 million followers. The key point was that he had posted nothing at all. His homepage was blank and his avatar was merely a deep blue starry sky. Only the official gold badge looked sufficiently authoritative and dazzling. Even more terrifying was that Lucio followed only 4 accounts. One was the Imperial Royal Family's official account, one was the Parliament's official account, one was the Imperial Army's official account, and the last one was him. A sudden ominous premonition stirred in his heart. Lucio, are you awake? A private message popped up and Lan Zhao typed awkwardly, not yet. Lucio, no rush, I'm waiting at your door. Huh. Lan Zhao opened the surveillance footage at the door and saw the tall man standing at his doorstep, his posture as straight as a poplar guarding the border. Lucio maintained this posture standing for who knew how long. Lan Zhao dismissed the surveillance screen, let out a long sigh, and reluctantly got up to wash up, change clothes. The system observed everything, feeling something was off, not right. It wasn't until later, as Lan Zhao spent more and more time on the smart brain, that the system suddenly realized, isn't this simply an internet-addicted teenager? The first step of its host's adaptation to the world had directly turned him into an internet-addicted teenager. By the time Lan Zhao had tidied himself up and opened the door, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Lucio showed no sign of impatience. Instead, he considerately asked, should we go register now or rest a bit longer? Lan Zhao felt a bit embarrassed by his words. I've rested long enough, let's go directly. He did not apologize for making Lucio wait so long, but instead followed him into the car, as if nothing had happened. This was a manifestation of rudeness enough to reveal that the young man was not as gentle and polite as he appeared. But Lucio seemed not to notice this. He even thoughtfully opened the car door for Lan Zhao. After reminding him to fasten his seatbelt, he got in from the other side. The car was autonomous. Lan Zhao and Lucio sat at opposite ends of the back seat, silent, without a word. Lan Zhao was thinking that his character was supposed to like Lucio a bit, but not that much. The original host was essentially a refined egoist, loving only himself. Even if he had love for Lucio, it was only the most superficial affection. Therefore, in the later part of the plot, the original host did not care about Lucio's coldness, only worried that his position would be shaken by Lin Shiqiao. But if Lucio could truly provide him with love and fortune, then he wouldn't mind giving Lucio his love. After all, loving others and being self-interested were not conflicting. The journey was silent. Lucio wanted to speak, racking his brains for topics, but couldn't think of anything interesting. In the end, he gave up. But in truth, just being by Lan Zhao's side felt very comfortable to him. There was a warm, sunny feeling, as if bathed in sunlight. The violence and restlessness that had been churning in his heart also calmed down, leaving him at peace. According to convention, before sentries and guides became partners, a simple physical examination should be conducted to ensure a high mental compatibility and that everything was in order. The registration office had a medical pod for such examinations. When Lan Zhao was let out of the medical room, he thought the staff member's expression, a complex expression mixed with a hint of pity. He soon understood why. Commander Guide Lan Zhao's spiritual power has inexplicably become very weak. His soothing ability likely no longer meets the Clevel standard, only barely reaching the level. Even if his mental compatibility with you reaches 70, the soothing effect on you will probably be very weak. Additionally, Guide Lan Zhao's physical condition has also declined to some extent, probably even weaker than an ordinary person, certainly unable to go to the battlefield. The 2 female staff members present looked at Lan Zhao with affectionate eyes. They were also loyal fans of the commander. Their feelings toward the commander's future partner were complex. Before meeting him, it would be false to say they weren't resistant. But after meeting him and seeing the test results, their hearts had involuntarily melted into a puddle of water. If this guide Lan Zhao was rejected by the commander and the engagement was called off, they wondered if they could get this guide's popo. They so wanted to dote on him. The man's face suddenly turned very grim, which was expected by everyone. Lan Zhao couldn't help but worry, what if because of him the first key plot point couldn't be completed? A deep voice rang out, but unexpectedly, it wasn't to break off the engagement. How could his spiritual power and physical condition suddenly decline? Did the medical pod provide a reason? It was only then that Lan Zhao, looking at that cold, handsome face, realized that the furrowed brow was not disgust or dissatisfaction, but concern. He was worried about him. Threads of affection seeped into his body, causing Lan Zhao to squint comfortably. When he came back to his senses, Lu Xiu had already finished communicating with us. He held him close as if he were a fragile, easily breakable treasure, and with both care and insistence pulled him along to sign the documents. Under the photographer's direction, they slowly leaned toward each other, curving their lips, and the moment was frozen in time. Congratulations, host. Key plot point 1 completed. After signing the papers and returning to the White Tower, Lu Xiu immediately took Lan Zhao to the medical room. The medical equipment within the White Tower was the most comprehensive and advanced, far superior to the outside hospitals. After a series of examinations, however, they still could not determine the specific reason for Lan Zhao's declining spiritual power and constitution. Lu Xiu's face darkened, and the oppressive atmosphere in the room made even the doctors afraid to breathe loudly. Just as the standoff was unfolding, the door to the medical room was politely knocked 3 times, and 2 people entered. When they saw so many people inside, both paused mid-step. The face of the young man walking in front was one Lan Zhao had seen countless times on the Star Network, so it was not unfamiliar. It was the protagonist's love interest, Lin Xiqiao. Lan Zhao sat on the hospital bed, curiously observing him. Flawlessly handsome, his peach blossom eyes carried an elusive, flirtatious allure. But unexpectedly, at first glance, the protagonist's love interest did not seem like the kind, harmless saccharine type. Though he exuded an air of approachability, the curve of his lips was undeniably playful. The moment Lin Xiqiao entered, his eyes immediately fell on Lan Zhao. The young man sitting on the hospital bed was extraordinarily beautiful. Long lashes, black hair casually scattered across his forehead, eyes clear and bright, yet his complexion was somewhat pale. His nose bridge was very straight, and when he didn't speak, he appeared quite aloof. On his face, aside from his black hair and dark eyes, only his lips bore a hint of vivid color. He merely sat there, yet he could draw everyone's gaze. Xian, who was following behind Lin Xiqiao, was also staring intently at Lan Zhao. Strangely, he had seen Lan Zhao's arrogant demeanor before and had witnessed his rude and insolent behavior firsthand. At that time, his heart was filled only with disgust and aversion. But now, reason told him that this person's soul was vulgar and shallow, yet emotionally, for some reason, he suddenly felt a bit out of control. Xian forcefully suppressed the surging emotions, and the twitching dog ears averted his gaze and saluted the commander, Commander Lu. Lin Xiqiao also snapped out of it and followed Xian in greeting Lu Xiu first. Greetings, Commander. We seem to have come at an inconvenient time. Lu Xiu nodded coldly and said curtly, We've finished the checkup, so we'll be going now. Zhao Zhao, come here. Hearing the man call him that, Lan Zhao was momentarily stunned. Seeing the outstretched hand, Lan Zhao quickly got off the bed and left the medical room with him. The door closed softly. Lin Xiqiao withdrew his gaze and instinctively raised a hand to cover his heart. How strange. It was just a handsome man, so why was his heart beating so fast? In his past life, he had seen countless handsome men in the entertainment industry, so why had he suddenly become so pathetic? Dr. Lu, weren't we supposed to collect the guide pheromones at this time? Why was the commander here? Lin Xiqiao asked curiously. Alas, the commander rushed in like a storm and had a full series of examinations done for guide Lan Zhao. It's strange too. Guide Lan Zhao's spiritual power has inexplicably declined. A guide's rank must be registered in the White Tower, so this matter was not a secret. It would be known to everyone sooner or later. Xian suddenly spoke up. If guide Lan Zhao's soothing ability has decreased, then he probably can't stay with the commander anymore, right? Dr. Lu gave a bitter smile. How could that be? The commander protects him as if he were the apple of his eye. A moment of silence fell over the medical room, broken only by the sound of Dr. Lu preparing the equipment to collect the guide pheromones. Lin Xiqiao's face showed nothing, but inside a storm was raging. He had never expected that the young man was also. Having spent many years in the entertainment industry, Lin Xiqiao was deeply repulsed by these same-sex relationships and all the unspoken rules. He could even be called homophobic. The original plot that Lan Zhao received was only superficial. No one knew how many storms and conflicts it took for a homophobic person to accept the affections of several same-sex admirers. At least for now, Lin Shiqiao was still a homophobic straight man. The admirers surrounding him had not yet dared to voice. Upon learning that the beautiful man he had just seen was already the sole partner of another man, Lin Shiqiao felt a turmoil of conflicting emotions, his heart in a tangle. Lan Zhao was directly taken back to Lu Xiu's apartment by him and even led into the master bedroom. He'll have the robot butler move your things over soon. From now on, you'll live with me. The master bedroom was very large with a minimalist black and white decor, and the bed in the center was huge and soft. Lan Zhao looked around hesitantly. I live here. The man looked at him intently. Oh, from now on just call me by my name, or even a more intimate address, Lan Zhao called out in a very soft voice. You rest well? He'll go supervise the moving. The man hurried away, his footsteps fading. Lan Zhao seemed to have caught a glimpse of his earlobes red, as if they were bleeding. His expression cooled, and he sat on the sofa continuing to scroll through short videos on his smart device. The divine were always wise, learning everything effortlessly. By now, Lan Zhao had fully adapted to his persona and identity, perfectly capable of playing. He simply did nothing, acting like a hands-off boss, letting the commander who was busy with 1,000 affairs trouble himself with the trivial matter of moving. After all, it wasn't his idea to move. Lu Xiu's robot butler brought washed fruit upstairs. Lan Zhao lay on the sofa watching videos and eating fruit utterly at ease. Night fell. Lan Zhao opened his eyes groggily. The man bent over, his gaze deep and doting as he looked at him. How did you fall asleep on the sofa? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to sleep in bed? His gaze swept over her feet, and Lan Zhao paused, turning to look at the outwardly cold and abstinent commander. Somewhat speechless inside, he nudged his foot, but the man not only refused to let go at first, but instead tightened his grip. Realizing what he had done, he abruptly released his hold. Lan Zhao couldn't stop in time, and kicked him squarely in the lower abdomen. Lu Xiu let out a muffled groan, lifting his eyes, which were now misted with pain. Zhao. Feeling guilty, Lan Zhao withdrew his foot, and sat up, avoiding his gaze as he looked around the master bedroom, which had been completely transformed. His belongings had been moved in, including daily necessities, ornaments, and cushions. The room was now a far cry from the cold, minimalist style it had been when he first entered. In truth, Lan Zhao was still rather uncomfortable with the idea of living with a man. However, the commander was always busy with missions and often away on business, so he probably wouldn't be home for long stretches. The doctor had advised that since Lan Zhao's spiritual power and constitution had suddenly plummeted, and were still unstable, it would be best for them to avoid physical union for now. Lan Zhao offered to provide spiritual comfort, but Lu Xiu refused. I'm afraid you'll overexert your spiritual power. I can still in fact, during his time by Lan Zhao's side, he had already become much calmer, which was even more effective than actual comfort. Was it because of this miraculous love? Since Lu Xiu didn't ask for it, Lan Zhao wasn't about to push, but he still pouted with feigned sadness. Am I too weak? Do you despise me? His acting was a bit exaggerated, even affected, but Lu Xiu found it utterly endearing. No, you are my only partner. Lu Xiu was still too shy to speak of his love. All right. Lan Zhao's mood instantly brightened as he opened the pan-fried buns Lu Xiu had specially brought up for him and began eating them with relish. The pan-fried buns from the third-floor cafeteria of the White Tower were crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside. Absolutely exquisite. Lu Xiu watched his cheeks puff in and out, his gaze softening completely. The two got along quite comfortably. Lan Zhao was playing on his smart brain, while Lu Xiu watched him drawing closer and closer until he unconsciously pulled him into his arms. Lan Zhao couldn't be bothered to stop him. At night, they also slept embraced. Lu Xiu's body temperature was slightly low, cool to the touch, and staying in his arms was quite pleasant. Just before his consciousness faded, Lan Zhao wondered what Lu Xiu's spiritual entity might be. And so Lan Zhao and Lu Xiu began their harmonious post-marital cohabitation. The commander witnessed firsthand Lan Zhao's indolence and gluttony, but he was willing to pamper and indulge him. Before leaving on an urgent mission, he specifically assigned a task to his subordinate, ordering him to be at Lan Zhao's beck and call. From now on, if you want to eat or play anything that the robot butler can't handle, just call this number. Lu Xiu handed Lan Zhao a note. This is my private subordinate, not under military jurisdiction. You can command him as you wish. Lan Zhao glanced at the two flamboyant characters before the number Jijan. The planet for this mission is quite remote, so I might be away for a while. Take good care of yourself while I'm gone, understood? He held Lan Zhao in his arms. I know. With Lu Xiu away, Lan Zhao felt even more at ease, so his tone. The man gritted his teeth inwardly, knowing he was a little ingrate, but had no choice but to hold him tighter. He lingered to inhale his scent, kissing the back of his neck. This period of coexistence had made Lu Xiu acutely aware that his partner was not as aloof and gentle as he appeared on the surface. On the contrary, he was extremely willful, never sitting if he could lie down. He had many small flaws, seemed utterly shallow and ignorant, and didn't even love him enough. Yet Lu Xiu always felt an irresistible urge to draw close to him. Every time, he met those eyes, he experienced a strange illusion. That was the feeling that this person was inherently gentle, yet aloof, exalted, and untouchable. To have him was already a stroke of immense fortune. He must love him sincerely, never do wrong, to earn his favor. Lucio thought, given Lan Zhao's weak constitution, even if he was lazy and willful, it was understandable. He was willing to accept all of his partner's flaws, hoping only that he would love him a little more. With Lucio gone, Lan Zhao had the entire large apartment to himself, enjoying comfort and happiness every day. The robot butler could fulfill most of his requests except for those that required leaving the White Tower. One day after finishing a game of Star Wars, Lan Zhao suddenly craved ice cream. He wanted the matcha vanilla ice cream that Lucio had brought him from outside last time. A voice on the other end sounded busy. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" Lan Zhao cleared his throat, feeling a slight pang of regret, but there was no turning back. A voice on the other end sounded busy. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" Lan Zhao cleared his throat, feeling a slight pang of regret, but there was no turning back now. He spoke willfully. "I want to eat the matcha vanilla ice cream from shop number 360 at Ginza Mall in the city center. Go buy it for me and be quick, don't let it melt." The other person was clearly taken aback and quickly walked away from the noisy environment. Jizhan checked the number and realized it was a call from the commander's residence. Before leaving, the commander had instructed him to suspend all current tasks and devote himself entirely to serving his partner Lan Zhao. Although Jizhan was reluctant, he obeyed the order. The past few days had been uneventful, and the commander's little darling hadn't assigned him any tasks, so he had gone back to dealing with the matters he had set aside. Now he was in the middle of something busy, and Lan Zhao chose this moment to call. His tone was so self-righteous, and all for the sake of ice cream. His irritation slowly built to a peak, but Jizhan had to personally go and handle this for Lan Zhao. Outsiders couldn't enter the White Tower, and besides, the commander had ordered that Lan Zhao's affairs take precedence. Jizhan had to obey the order or risk being dismissed. "Very well, I'll deliver it immediately." The voice on the other end was official and polite, but it hung up before Lan Zhao could respond. Lan Zhao was sensitive to people's emotions and naturally knew the other party was displeased. However, since Lucio had said he could command this person freely, everything must have been arranged. Lan Zhao was sensitive to people's emotions and naturally knew the other party was displeased. However, since Lucio had said he could command this person 30 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lan Zhao hadn't finished this round yet, so he called out, "Butler, answer the door." The robot butler opened the door, and Jizhan could have simply handed the ice cream to the butler and left. But that would make him nothing more than a delivery boy, wouldn't it? The commander had ordered him to serve Lan Zhao with all his heart. He ought to present the ice cream with both hands, shouldn't he? So he suppressed his inner impatience and aversion and followed the robot butler toward the bedroom. Lan Zhao was lying on the sofa playing a video game covered with a thin blanket. His bare feet were raised, causing his trousers to slip down and reveal a stretch of pale, slender calves. When Jizhan entered, this was the sight that greeted him. The snowy whiteness dazzled his eyes, and when he saw Lan Zhao's lifted face, he froze, utterly forgetting the present moment. Lan Zhao had never expected that person to come in. He merely paused for a moment before sitting up. He silently repeated to himself, "As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's someone else who'll be embarrassed. He's hired by Lucio to serve me. Ooh, I've done nothing wrong." So he raised his chin haughtily, putting on a spoiled and rude demeanor. "You must be Jizhan. What are you standing there for? The ice cream is about to melt." "It's not." The word slipped out. Jizhan felt his limbs stiff, but his body eagerly moved forward, placing the paper bag on the small table and taking out the ice cream inside. Then he opened the lid and presented the small spoon with both hands like a dutiful and attentive male servant. Lan Zhao took the spoon and tasted the ice cream, his other hand still busy on the brain computer interface. Jizhan saw that the interface displayed a popular Star Battle game. He said inexplicably, "Lan Zhao guide, may I feed you?" Then, as if afraid of being misunderstood for ulterior motives, he added, "That way you can focus on the game." Lan Zhao glanced at him, thinking this man really knows his job in the service industry. He reluctantly nodded. Whenever Jizhan brought the spoon over, he would obediently open his mouth and eat the ice cream. Seeing his lips now more vibrant from the cold and the faint glimpse of a scarlet tongue, Jizhan's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Fortunately, the game ended quickly. After only a few bites, Lan Zhao tossed the brain computer aside and started eating the ice cream himself. "I'm fine here. You can go." Jizhan looked at the brain computer on the sofa, his mind stirring, and suggested, "Let me go buy you a pair of game controllers. That way you can project the screen onto the wall and use the controllers for a better gaming experience." Lan Zhao thought it was a good idea. "Fine, come back tomorrow. I don't feel like gaming today." "Understood." With no reason to stay, Jizhan slowly walked out of the commander's apartment. The boredom and irritation he had felt before coming were now cast aside, replaced by a light fluttering joy and a racing heart. Jizhan was also from a noble family, but he was not a sentinel, just an ordinary person. He worked under the commander because of his exceptional abilities, and because he was free from the troubles of mental fluctuations, always calm and rational. Now as he walked out of the White Tower, he was handing over all his work to colleagues. Only after finishing this did he begin to focus on finding good game controllers. In the evening, Lucio video called Lan Zhao. The man was sitting on a starship, and through the porthole behind him the vast, boundless void was visible. But this void was different from the one where Lan Zhao's soul had once resided. "Zhao Zhao, what did you do today?" Lan Zhao, lying on the bed, replied casually, "Watched videos, played games, and had Jijan buy me ice cream." There were surveillance cameras in the apartment, but because Lan Zhao disliked being watched, he had covered them all up also to prevent any pervert from spying on him. The man's expression remained unchanged. "Oh, was the ice cream Jijan bought for Zhao Zhao tasty? Delicious?" Lucio on the other end of the video fell silent, simply staring at Lan Zhao. It took Lan Zhao a while to realize that this human male was jealous. But men are such strange creatures. He himself had told someone to take care of him, and now he was inexplicably jealous of that person. Lan Zhao wasn't going to indulge him. After a long silence, it was Lucio who conceded first. "Zhao Zhao, we're about to enter a planet infested by the Zergs. The signal might be disrupted, and I won't be able to contact you." "It's fine. Stay safe, mm." Lucio was not a man of many words. Every time he video called Lan Zhao, it was the same routine. He just couldn't stop worrying and wanted to see him. Before hanging up, the man said very softly, "Zhao Zhao, I miss you so much." Lan Zhao heard it, felt the love and fortune flowing toward him, and did not hesitate to show a brilliant smile, replying, "I miss you too." Whether genuine or not, the man was comforted by those words. When he ended the call, the corners of his lips lifted slightly, his face wearing the blissful smile of someone deeply in love. The subordinates around him were utterly shocked. Was this still their cold, aloof commander? When assigning tasks, the commander's smile vanished instantly, his expression chillingly indifferent. "Avoid the Zerg's reconnaissance, land on the dark side of the planet. Be cautious." "Yes." The next morning at the Central Star White Tower, Lan Zhao for once did not sleep until he naturally woke up. He was awakened by the notification sound of the brain computer. He thought it was a message from Jijan and was about to vent his morning anger and curse him out. But when he opened the brain computer, he saw it was an official message from the White Tower. "Dear Guide Lan Zhao, the course on mental power enhancement taught by the Empire's SS level guide Lin Shiqiao will begin today. Please attend promptly in room C620. Lan Zhao hesitated for a second, then decisively replied, with 2 letters TD. Not to mention that the original owner never attended even the routine training courses at the White Tower, but Lin Zikio's course content. Enhancing mental power. That was useless for him. He wasn't about to waste time. He threw the brain computer aside and buried his face in the blanket. Like a koala. Lin Shiqiao, holding his lecture notes, walked into the classroom with a proper demeanor. He looked around first. Not seeing that beautiful face among the crowd, he cast a questioning glance at the teaching assistant. Guide Lan Zhao didn't come. The assistant smiled bitterly. Guide Lan Zhao replied, "Unsubscribe." Guide Lan Zhao never attends such training courses anyway. Now that he's the commander's partner, he's even less likely to come. The disappointment surged like tides, but Lin Shiqiao maintained his composure and began the lesson, though he himself had no idea what he had heard that Lan Zhao's mental power had declined, which was why he wanted to offer this course. He usually had no chance to see Lan Zhao, who never went out. Truly, willful. Such a difficult person to invite. He wanted to invite Lan Zhao to the class only out of concern for his mental power with no other. Truly, willful. Such a difficult person to invite. He wanted to invite Lan Zhao to the class only out of concern for his mental power with no other motive. So with this reason, after class, he should be able to legitimately go to the commander's apartment to find him right. Lin Shiqiao took the elevator to the 28th floor of the White Tower. He had explained the situation to the staff beforehand and obtained permission. The entire floor was the commander's private apartment. Lin Shiqiao stepped out of the elevator slowly, his heart beginning to race uncontrollably, his soft footsteps echoing through the entire corridor. He felt like a pervert taking advantage of the situation, scheming to enter the house while the master was away. But in truth, he was merely concerned about Lan Zhao's health as a guide. He was straight. What ulterior motives could he have? Reaching the door, he realized he wasn't the only one trying to enter. An unfamiliar young man stood at the entrance, fair-skinned and handsome, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Though tall, he lacked the oppressive aura of a sentinel, suggesting he was just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person appear in the White Tower and stand before the commander's apartment? The man glanced at Lin Shiqiao, then indifferently averted his gaze, raised his hand, and pressed the doorbell. Only then did Lin Shiqiao notice he was holding 2 paper bags, one slightly larger, one smaller. The door opened quickly, answered by the robot butler, and the man walked in without any hesitation. "Wait." Lin Shiqiao hurried to follow, but the robot butler blocked him. "Could you inform Lan Zhao? I'm Lin Shiqiao here for today's mental strength enhancement course. The robot butler raised a hand to acknowledge, then closed the door. Ji-Jean furrowed his brow briefly, but quickly relaxed, his expression a smile, curling at the corners of his lips. His hands hanging at his sides trembled slightly with excitement. He entered the bedroom with practiced ease. "Lan Zhao, the small cake you wanted? I've brought it back." As usual, he meticulously set the cake on the table, while Lan Zhao sat by the bed watching his movements. Sensing the gaze upon him, Ji-Jean couldn't suppress his excitement. "Would you like to eat it now?" Lan Zhao hummed in agreement. Thus Ji-Jean handed him a fork, while saying, "Could you give me your brain computer? He'll set up the game controller for you." "Sure." Lan Zhao handed over his brain computer. Since he had just been browsing posts on Pio, the interface was still open. Ji-Jean silently memorized the account and began fiddling with the game controller. The robot butler reported to Lan Zhao that a visitor had arrived. Upon hearing that Lin Shiqiao had come looking for him, Lan Zhao was so startled. Ji-Jean silently memorized the account and began fiddling with the game controller. The robot butler reported to Lan Zhao that a visitor had arrived. Upon hearing that Lin Shiqiao had come looking for him, Lan Zhao was so startled that his fork clattered onto the table. "What? Just because I skipped class he actually came to my door?" Was the protagonist's love interest trying to correct his bad behavior? To make an example of him, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. That would be a miscalculation. Ji-Jean, overhearing the situation, volunteered, "Lan Zhao, you don't want to see him. I can go and turn him away. You don't have to see anyone you don't want to." Ji-Jean had now completely aligned himself with Lan Zhao's side. "No, I'm not afraid of him." Lan Zhao said to the robot butler, "Go open the door and let him in." It just so happened that he hadn't yet established his persona in front of the protagonist's love interest. Now that he rarely went out, he couldn't miss this opportunity that had come to his door. The plot still had to be followed. Lin Shiqiao was led by the robot butler to the bedroom. As soon as he entered, he saw the handsome young man sitting on the sofa eating a small cake. The bespectacled man was half kneeling beside him, fiddling with a game controller. Lin Shiqiao's Adam's apple bobbed, and a sudden nervousness seized. His voice was dry. "Lan Zhao, hello. I'm sorry to disturb you. Did you skip the mental strength enhancement class today?" "Yes," Lan Zhao replied lightly. He leaned back relaxedly against the sofa, chin slightly raised, wearing an air of haughty pride. Even though Lin Shiqiao was standing and Lan Zhao was seated, his posture carried an unmistakable condescension, as if he looked down on everyone. "I am the commander's partner, serving only him. If I don't want to attend such a class, I want. Is it worth Lin the guide personally coming to my door to interrogate me?" Lan Zhao raised an eyebrow, slightly mocking him. "Could it be that because there are too few attendees you've come to make an example of me and establish your authority?" His demeanor was utterly different from the obedient appearance he had shown before the commander that day. When the young man looked up at him, his black eyes were like beautiful obsidian, his lips parting and closing. Lin Shiqiao was so captivated that he didn't even realize he was being mocked. He walked around to Lan Zhao's feet, slightly bowed, and said, "I am not here to interrogate you. I am genuinely concerned about your mental strength, so I requested to teach you at home." "Huh." Lan Zhao was taken aback. His tone and expression were utterly sincere. Ji-Jean slowly put down the game controller, his sharp eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses fixed unblinkingly on Lin Shiqiao. Lan Zhao said in a strange tone, "Even if you want to teach me here, I'm not necessarily willing to listen. Who do you think you are? And who am I? Besides, I've never heard that mental strength can be improved. Don't bother yourself with my affairs, Lin. Please leave." Despite Lan Zhao's stern rebuke, Lin Shiqiao did not leave, but instead moved a step closer, kneeling on one knee at his feet. Ji-Jean stood up coldly. "Lan Zhao told you to leave. Didn't you hear?" Lin Shiqiao ignored him and released his spirit animal, a noble and beautiful white fox. The protagonist's love interest had an incredibly strong influence. As soon as the white fox appeared, Lan Zhao's spirit animal also emerged unconsciously docilely, allowing the white fox to hold it in its arms. The two fluffy creatures nestled together, creating a heartwarming and healing scene. "Lan Zhao," Lin Shiqiao said, "don't you feel much?" Lan Zhao did feel better, his mental fatigue greatly alleviated. But he knew it wasn't due to Lin Shiqiao's so-called method of improving mental strength. Rather, it was because Lin Shiqiao's love and fortune were tilting toward him. He could sense that the protagonist's love interest possessed an even denser aura of fortune than any of the protagonist's love interests. Lan Zhao was scalded by his gaze, but still maliciously said, "If you're willing to serve me while teaching, then I'll agree to your private lessons. After all, even if you are an SS-level guide, serving me, the commander's only partner, is still your honor." Lin Shiqiao's voice was inexplicably devout. "I am willing." Lan Zhao shuddered at the sudden goosebumps and kicked Lin Shiqiao away. Though he was accustomed to the frenzy of believers, he still disliked such oppressive, damp adoration. Lan Zhao felt an unbearable delight. The submissive protagonist had come to him of his own accord, offering affection and fortune. There was no reason to refuse. Of course, he would also adhere to his character, abide by human morality, and respect the law. He said to Ji-Jean, "You can leave now." We won't play games today. I want to listen to Guide Lin's lecture. Jizhan lingered, reluctant to go. He said to Jizhan, you can leave now. We won't play games today. I want to listen to Guide Lin's lecture. Jizhan lingered, then he'll wait in the living room. Call me if you need anything. Watching him leave, Lan Zhao mused silently that although this subordinate of Lu Xiu also contributed affection, his fortune was insufficient. Naturally, it was inferior to that of the submissive protagonist. Turning his gaze to the blushing young man, Lan Zhao sat up straight. Guide Lin, please begin your lecture. I'm genuinely curious about how to enhance spiritual power. Lin Shiqiao opened his mouth as if to speak, but held back. Your tone doesn't betray an ounce of curiosity. However, he noticed Lan Zhao's serious demeanor, which dispelled his lascivious thoughts and snapped him out of his daze. So as he explained what spiritual power was to Lan Zhao, he inwardly scorned himself. You're straight, aren't you? Don't you despise homosexuals the most? How could you be so shameless as to act like a fawning dog just now? And in the literal sense, what sorcery had possessed him? As he berated himself, his affection continued to flow into Lan Zhao's body, without a single drop missing. Lin Shiqiao began visiting Lan Zhao every day without fail. As a warm, cheerful, and socially adept modern person, he knew well how to maintain proper interpersonal boundaries, so he and Lan Zhao became friends. After becoming friends, he had said to Lan Zhao on more than one occasion, I'm actually straight. I mean, I like girls. Even if she were an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter. So, I won't be paired with a male sentinel. At such moments, Lan Zhao would look at him with an odd expression and reply, oh, and so what? He didn't really care about the submissive protagonist's sexual orientation, nor how many hardships the protagonist had to endure in the original plot before finally ending up together. After all, there were far too many humans. A deity only needed to attend to itself and occasionally cast a glance upon the humans it had blessed with compassion. But mindful of his own persona, Lan Zhao would often add, are you mocking me? Of course not. I just want to know, do you truly love the commander? Lan Zhao answered without hesitation, yes. Then Lin Shiqiao would fall silent. Over time, Lin Shiqiao stopped asking such pointless questions. These days, Jizhan also visited Lan Zhao daily, inevitably crossing paths with Lin Shiqiao. The two maintained a superficial harmony while harboring hidden currents of hostility. It was baffling why these two, who had never met before, held such mutual disdain. One day, Lan Zhao didn't see Lin Shiqiao, only Jizhan. He asked curiously, where's Guide Lin? According to the White Tower staff, Guide Lin went on a mission. After saying that, Jizhan looked up and carefully observed Lan Zhao's expression. Do you, Guide Lin, enjoy having him here? I was just asking casually. Lan Zhao stood up and stretched. Having been cooped up in his room for so long, without sunlight, he felt bored. Come on, let's go to the garden for a... Jizhan adjusted his glasses, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. You finally decided to go out. He carried a backpack, packing water, snacks, a cushion, and the like. Lan Zhao watched him bustling about and couldn't help but snicker. Are you treating me like a child? You're not a nanny. Why do you come every day? Even though he was being rebuffed, Jizhan was delighted. The more irritable Lan Zhao was with him, the more excited he became. He merely replied, the commander instructed me to. The two took the elevator downstairs. When they reached the first floor, they had to cross a corridor before entering the lobby. Lan Zhao walked ahead with Jizhan slightly behind, and to the side, ready to protect him at all times. When the incident occurred, Jizhan immediately blocked Lan Zhao, but the tall, powerful sentinel knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Lan Zhao, watch out. The blue-haired sentinel had suddenly burst out from a side door, clearly out of control and in a berserk state. His eyes were bloodshot, furry ears sprouted from his head, and fangs protruded from his mouth. After knocking Jizhan down, his fierce gaze locked onto Lan Zhao, and before anyone could react, he lunged forward. Qian, who had rushed out after him, shouted loudly, Fan Bing, calm down. Aunt. A nurse who had just come out of the medical room couldn't help but close her eyes, unable to bear the brutal scene. The frail guide might be torn apart by the deranged sentinel. But Lan Zhao was merely tackled to the ground by the blue-haired sentinel. Because the man's arms were wrapped around him, shielding his back, the fall wasn't painful. The man stared at the boy beneath him with bloodshot eyes, nuzzled his messy hair against Lan Zhao's chin, rested his head on Lan Zhao's shoulder, and fell completely silent. The system retracted the protective shield it had been about to deploy. Lan Zhao blinked, remaining unervingly calm throughout. Qian was the first to react, rushing forward to pull the man away and hand him over to the medical staff behind him. Then he reached out to help Lan Zhao up. When he grasped the boy's hand, that uncontrollable feeling surged again. You? Before he could say anything more, Fan Bing, now restrained by the medical staff, opened his bloodshot eyes again and howled in agitation. Sedative. Quick. Oh no. The sedative made from Guide Lin's pheromone is gone. A doctor, flustered, even appealed to Lan Zhao. Are you a guide? Your pheromone might be highly compatible with this sentinel, which is why he didn't attack you. Can you give him a mental soothing? A medical staff member who knew Lan Zhao tugged at the man and whispered, He is the commander's partner, Guide Lan Zhao. The atmosphere turned tense. Awkwardness filled the air. Only Fan Bing, still oblivious to the situation, struggled against the restraints, his gaze fixed on the pale-faced boy not far away. Guttural sounds of longing escaped his throat, revealing his desire. Zhizhan, who had already wiped the blood from his lips, tucked the handkerchief into his pocket, adjusted his glasses, and strode quickly to Lan Zhao's side. He said politely, "The commander instructed that Guide Lan Zhao is allowed to refuse to soothe any sentinel." Xian had already helped subdue the rampaging sentinel, and was about to say it was fine when Lan Zhao moved. Step by step, he walked toward the blue-haired man. The doctor's eyes lit up. "Guide Lan Zhao, are you going to give him a mental soothing?" Lan Zhao paused, then shook his head slowly. "No, I'm not going to soothe him. I want to see what he truly is." Lan Zhao extended his hand toward the blue-haired man. With his palm facing downward, he gently placed it on the man's thick, tousled blue hair, stroking it, as if petting a cat. "Behave, don't go berserk." Everyone looked at him with confusion. Could it be that Lan Zhao the guide had been absent from class for so long that he had forgotten how to perform spiritual soothing? Just because you say not to go berserk you want. Fan Bing stared at the boy before him, feeling an overwhelming comfort just by being near him. Yet his instinct told him that he must obey this boy's words to avoid being detested. Everyone watched in astonishment as he truly calmed down. Lan Zhao nodded in satisfaction, and then tickled his chin as if coaxing a kitten or a puppy. The man, restrained and half kneeling on the ground, was forced to tilt his head back and look up at him as Lan Zhao tickled his chin. "Go to sleep." The deity bestowed mercy. Fan Bing slowly closed his eyes. Lan Zhao addressed the stunned medical staff. "My spiritual power is too weak. I only perform spiritual soothing for the commander, no one else. You'll have to find someone else." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and left. Zhizhan quickly followed. Xian helped lift Fan Bing back onto the hospital bed, and when he saw the sudden drop in the machine's spiritual fluctuation value, a storm of shock surged within him. It dropped so much. Clearly he was not the only one stunned. The doctor stared at the number as if trying to bore a hole. From 99 to 95. Though the fluctuation value was still high, this was usually something only an SS-level guide could achieve. Wasn't Lan Zhao only a D-level guide? And he hadn't even performed spiritual soothing. Just a pat on the head and a scratch under the chin. How could it be so effective? The doctor also checked the spiritual compatibility between Lan Zhao and Fan Bing, only to find it was merely average, far from the legendary perfect match of 100. No one could make sense of it. Xian looked at the man lying on the hospital bed with a complex expression, a flicker of jealousy rising within him. Fan Bing was his vice captain, cold and aloof by nature. Despite his spiritual fluctuation reaching dangerous levels, he had stubbornly refused to let Lin Shiqiao perform spiritual soothing, which was why he had suddenly gone berserk. Yet it was he who had received the soothing from Lan Zhao the guide, notoriously difficult to enlist. That man was truly blessed by fortune. Zhizhan walked behind Lan Zhao, hesitating to speak. As if suddenly remembering something, Lan Zhao stopped, turned around, and scrutinized his face. The man tensed up, awkwardly hiding his lips, and met Lan Zhao's gaze with a flustered expression. "What's wrong? How are your injuries? Are they serious?" He was actually concerned about me. The thought flashed through his mind, and Zhizhan tightened his grip on his sleeve. "It's nothing, just a minor wound." Lan Zhao nodded, but looked at him disapprovingly. "An ordinary person can never be a match for a sentinel. You didn't need to stand in front of me." Even with a shattered divine essence, a deity still holds a certain allure and intimidation over humans and other beings. But Zhizhan's response was formal. "It was my duty. The commander ordered me to ensure your safety." Lan Zhao highly doubted that Lu Xiao had ever said such a thing. No matter how careless Lu Xiao was, he wouldn't entrust his safety to an ordinary. But he didn't say more. Instead, he sat on a bench in the garden, tilting his head back to bask in the sun. The scent of flowers filled his nose, the chirping of birds filled his ears, and the sunlight was as bright and lively as the clear skies and vibrant life within Lan Zhao's spiritual sea. Zhizhan stood by Lan Zhao, watching him. His gaze fell on Lan Zhao's fair profile, the clean, sharp lines of his jaw, the high bridge of his nose, and his pale pink lips that seemed like a fountain of desire. In truth, Lan Zhao's appearance was not the androgynous type. He was handsome, but not in a way that blurred gender. There was a sharp, striking beauty to him. Only because of his frail constitution, his complexion was somewhat pale, and coupled with his indifferent yet gentle temperament, it softened his aggressiveness. But when Lan Zhao lost his temper with them, the vivid, lively beauty that radiated from him was overwhelming, almost drowning them. What is beauty? It has been an eternal conundrum. Yet Zhizhan felt that Lan Zhao was beauty itself. The next day, Lan Zhao met Lin Shiqiao, but Zhizhan was... He joked, "Did the two of you plan to take turns avoiding each other? Do you really despise each other that much?" Lin Shiqiao smiled at him, but his expression was strained. "I don't know why Mr. G didn't come, but I do know that the commander has returned." Lan Zhao felt a small surprise, but still smiled at him with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Is that so? Now that Xiao is back, how dare you come to see me? Lin Zikio's feelings for him grew stronger each day, yet he remained stubbornly in denial. Lan Zhao enjoyed teasing him. As expected, Lin Zikio's face turned pale at Lan Zhao's words. Aren't you curious why Lu Xiao hasn't come home? No. Why? Lin Zikio's eyes lit up. Does that mean you don't actually like him? Lan Zhao shook his head, shattering his illusion. No, it's because I know he'll come back eventually. Lin Xiqiao pursed his lips and fell silent. After a long moment, he shared what he knew with Lan Zhao. This time I was sent to rendezvous with them. The situation was dire. The Zerg were already preparing for war, and the commander's team walked right into their trap. Many sentinels went berserk. I soothed a lot of them. The commander's spiritual fluctuation value also reached 99. I wanted to soothe him, but he refused. The commander was badly wounded, yet he still refused spiritual soothing. As soon as he stepped off the starship, he was sent to the medical bay. Before he could finish, the doorbell rang urgently. Lan Zhao knew his plot point had arrived. He strode over and opened the door. The visitor froze for a moment upon seeing Lan Zhao. Remembering his purpose, he spoke rapidly. Are you Lan Zhao guide? The commander's spiritual fluctuation value has become dangerously high and he's entered a berserk state. Please come at once to perform spiritual soothing. I can leave with you right now. Lan Zhao also put on an anxious expression. Wait. Lin Xiqiao walked over with Lan Zhao's coat, his expression calm. He'll come too. When they arrived at the medical bay, the person who had summoned Lan Zhao still couldn't figure out why the two of them had come together. Lan Zhao entered the medical bay and saw the man lying in the medical pod covered in wounds. A flicker of pity stirred in his heart. He stood at a distance, not approaching, watching Lu Xiao's pale, lifeless face. The blue medicinal fluid in the pod was stained darker by the seeping blood. Lu Xiao's rank was too high and his destructive power during his berserk state was astonishing. The medical staff had no choice but to administer a potent sedative. Lan Zhao stood far away, afraid that if he got too close, Lu Xiao would be affected by his divine power and actually be calmed down. If that happened, the second key plot point would fail. The medical room was crowded with people. Besides the medical staff, there was a man in a silver-blue knight's uniform with silver hair and silver eyes. Lan Zhao didn't spare a glance for anyone else. He fixed his gaze on Lu Xiao and tentatively released his spiritual entity. This was the first time he had performed a proper spiritual soothing since arriving in this world. The tiny munchkin cat with its blue and white coat and short legs slowly approached Lu Xiao, waddling adorably. Everyone held their breath, staring at the little cat. The medical staff who had seen Lan Zhao soothe Fan Bing before felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Lan Zhao the guide really did have some ability. But the result was that the little cat circled the medical pod without drawing out Lu Xiao's slumbering spiritual entity. If even the spiritual entity couldn't be summoned, how could spiritual soothing be performed? Lan Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and almost eagerly recalled his spiritual entity. He covered his face with his hands, staggering backward in disbelief, his beautiful dark eyes instantly brimming with tears, his face deathly pale. Lin Xiqiao, standing behind him, caught his faltering body and in full view of everyone held him tightly from behind. The medical room was steeped in a dead silence, but everyone was staring at the teardrops trembling on the lashes of Lan Zhao. They thought he was so sad and trying so hard. It was only human that he couldn't soothe the commander like an SS-level sentinel. How could they bear to blame him? Everyone was watching Lan Zhao, and no one noticed that Lu Xiao, still unconscious, had slightly twitched a finger. Still immersed in his persona, Lan Zhao was overacting. He collapsed into Lin Zikio's arms, looking up at the most powerful guide legend had ever known, as if seeing his only hope. He took Lin Zikio's hand, and the moment he spoke, tears fell. I can't. I don't know how to soothe. Please save Xiao, I beg you. Being looked at like that by a boy, Lin Xiqiao felt his breath ache. But he yearned to be stared at so intently forever. I will perform spiritual soothing for the commander, Lin Xiqiao promised. He simply couldn't bear to see Lan Zhao upset. The boy, finally having found a savior, could no longer endure such anxiety and shame. He pushed Lin Xiqiao away, covered his face, and ran out of the medical room. The boy, finally having found a savior, could no longer endure such anxiety and shame. He pushed Lin Xiqiao away. After Lan Zhao left, Lu Xiao's eyelashes fluttered wildly. The doctor, knowing the drug could no longer suppress him, quickly urged Lin Xiqiao to perform the soothing. Lin Xiqiao released his spiritual entity. Overwhelmed by the protagonist's powerful influence, Lu Xiao's spiritual entity finally emerged. It was a massive killer whale. The white fox hesitated a little, then brushed the killer whale's head with its bushy tail. Then it hurriedly scampered back to its master. Everyone watched as Lu Xiao's spiritual fluctuation value dropped by 0.01, finally leaving the 99 danger zone. They all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Being able to reduce an SS-level sentinel's spiritual fluctuation, even slightly, was considered extremely impressive. The medical staff began their follow-up work, and Lin Shiqiao was asked to stay in the medical room until Lu Xiu fully regained consciousness. Thinking of those tearful eyes, Lin Shiqiao wished he could fly to Lan Zhao's side to comfort him. But he couldn't. He was a guide and had to obey the White Tower's orders. He heard the chief physician say to the silver-haired man who had been standing by watching, "Your Highness Commander Lu is out of danger. Perhaps you could visit later when the patient wakes." Lin Shiqiao then realized that this man was the heir chosen by the Empire's royal family Eudynacy. The man had silver hair and silver eyes with chiseled features, unparalleled handsomeness, and a gentle, noble demeanor. "Very well, I won't disturb you further." Before leaving, Eudynacy nodded politely at Lin Shiqiao. As he walked out, that face kept floating in his mind. Pale, beautiful, cold, yet devoted. He resembled a pitiful wife worried about her husband, yet powerless, consumed by self-blame and shame. So in need of comfort and care while his partner lay severely injured and unconscious. During the first meeting between the Crown Prince and the protagonist's most popular love interest in the original story did not develop any special feelings for Lin Shiqiao. If he wanted, he could be the best actor. 006 felt that his host's acting was a bit over the top, but with the charm of the host's excellent personality, this slight exaggeration went completely unnoticed. If he wanted, he could be the best actor. 006 felt that his host's acting was a bit over the top, but with the charm of the host's excellent personality, this slight exaggeration went completely unnoticed. Hadn't everyone just been staring at the host's face in a daze? It was a total blowout. But Lan Zhao's demeanor, as seen by others, seemed like he was pining for love. He sat alone on the bench, head bowed, long lashes lowered, as if crying. Suddenly, a white silk handkerchief appeared before Lan Zhao's eyes. The first thing Lan Zhao noticed was the crown emblem on one corner of the handkerchief, a symbol of the imperial family. Following the hand that held the handkerchief with its distinct knuckles upward, exquisite gold cufflinks, a silver uniform, a blue shoulder cape, and finally an exceptionally handsome face. The clear silver eyes looked at him gently. "You weren't crying." Under his gaze, Lan Zhao couldn't squeeze out a single tear. "Are you guide Lan Zhao?" The man sat down beside Lan Zhao with an easy familiarity. "Yes." "Are you?" The Crown Prince. Combining his features, clothes, and the handkerchief, Lan Zhao easily deduced his identity. Following his persona of being submissive to the powerful, Lan Zhao immediately stood up in panic. "Your Highness." "No need for that." Eudynacy seized the opportunity to take hold of Lan Zhao's hand. He helped him up, a warm smile on his face. But he soon let go with gentlemanly grace and gestured for Lan Zhao to sit beside him. He looked at Lan Zhao with intensity, his voice soothing and persuasive. "Actually, you needn't be sad. The commander has already calmed down under Guide Lin's soothing. The gap in your levels is too great, it's normal that you couldn't do it." Lan Zhao listened and gradually felt that the words were not quite right. But before he could figure out Eudynacy's intention, the man continued, "Would you like to visit the palace? I invite you as the host." Lan Zhao pondered that this was not in the original plot. Adhering to the principle of, rather than invite trouble, it's better to avoid it, he declined with trepidation. "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness, but I'm afraid this is not appropriate." The young man frowned and sighed. "Lu Xiu is still lying in the medical pod. How can I have the heart to wander around?" Eudynacy looked at him with a smile, his silver eyes reflecting only Lan Zhao's figure, as if his entire heart and mind were filled with that one person. He explained, "Of course, it's not simply an invitation to visit. The royal palace is equipped with the most advanced medical equipment. I heard that your spiritual power suddenly dropped, so I want to help you examine it and find out what's going on." "But," Lan Zhao still hesitated. Eudynacy suddenly changed the subject. "Don't you want to find out the cause and then improve your spiritual power?" He did want to. According to his persona, he definitely wanted to. Moreover, being able to go to the imperial palace was something to be proud of, so he was certainly willing. Lan Zhao was caught between a rock and a hard place, so he had no choice but to agree. Eudynacy walked with even more spring in his step. Lan Zhao, following behind him, suddenly sensed a hint of the Crown Prince's ulterior motives. Zhizhan exercised in the gym for an entire morning. In the afternoon, he brought desserts into the White Tower, only to hear a staff member say, "Guide Lan Zhao is not here. Moreover, the commander has returned. Didn't you know, Mr. G?" It was a bolt from the blue. Zhizhan was stunned for a moment, then quickly concealed his loss of composure and said politely, "The commander did not send me a message." "Well, that's understandable. The commander is severely injured and still lying in the medical pod." Zhizhan suddenly realized something was wrong and pressed on, "Since the commander is severely injured, where did Guide Lan Zhao go?" The staff member sighed. "Guide Lan Zhao is not capable of soothing the commander. He was taken by the Crown Prince to the Imperial Palace for a full-body examination." Zhizhan didn't know how he walked out of the White Tower. His big boss was severely injured and unconscious, but as Lucio's personal subordinate, he had no desire to visit him at all. Upon hearing the news of Lucio's return, his first reaction was shock. The second was an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Lucio's return meant that he could no longer come to the White Tower to take care of Lan Zhao. The days before seemed like something he had stolen. The master of the house had returned, and he could only retreat in dejection. Zhizhan clenched his fist for the first time, hating that he was just an ordinary person, not a sentry, with keen senses and a strong physique. You know, he had once rationally prided himself on not having to suffer from mental fluctuations. The imperial palace built by the royal family was also located in the center of the central star capital. However, it was in the opposite direction from the White Tower, with a bustling commercial district in between, facing each other from afar like a double yolk egg. Yudunacy led Lan Zhao along a long corridor, bypassed the fountain in front of the main gate, and entered the resplendent. Lan Zhao looked around, all the way dutifully playing the role of a vain and shallow person. Yudunacy occasionally glanced back at him as he didn't care at all about Lan Zhao's superficiality and snobbery. On the contrary, he was delighted by it. Because the more his possessions, money, status, power, could add weight to his cause. That way his little hoe would swing with more vigor, allowing him to better steal the person away. The maid, blushing, led Lan Zhao to the medical room in the palace, while Yudunacy went to change clothes first. By the time Lan Zhao finished a series of tests, the person he saw was Yudunacy in casual attire. The man wore a black silk shirt and trousers of a mysterious deep blue with excellent drape and a striking appearance. His silver hair was tied in a low ponytail hanging behind and in front, and his silver eyes gazed intently at Lan Zhao. In fact, Yudunacy looked more like a Eurasian mix, elegant and noble with a gentlemanly demeanor. The results won't be out until tomorrow, guide Lan Zhao. I have a very good relaxation method here. Would you like to give it a try? Even the medical equipment in the White Tower gives results on the spot, and you tell me to wait until tomorrow. Are you afraid I want to know what you're up to? But since he was already here, Lan Zhao felt embarrassed and couldn't refuse the imperial crown prince's invitation. He followed the man through another long corridor, winding around until they reached a large room. Seeing the steaming hot spring pool, he was dumbfounded. This, Your Highness. I had the water changed specifically and added many kai-boosting and body-nourishing herbs. In the old saying of the Huaxiao people, this is called a medicinal bath for health maintenance. The man stared at Lan Zhao's face for a long while, then smiled again. Guide Lan Zhao is also a member of the Huaxiao people, right? Do you like it? We like it. Lan Zhao stammered a reply to the man while keenly catching something. He was a bit surprised, but it seemed expected. Even the development of events seemed to be heading in an exceptionally ambiguous and uncontrollable direction. Lan Zhao was urged by Yudunacy to go change clothes. The room was decorated in a Chinese style, and the man's voice came from afar through a screen. Everything is brand new. Do you need me to help you? Lan Zhao held the piece of black fabric in a daze, and upon hearing his words quickly said, no need. In fact, there was hardly anything to change into here. There was only a pair of black shorts and a white towel. This meant he had to strip down and go out. Step by step, the crown prince had planned it all out. Lan Zhao's expression turned indifferent. He slowly took off all his clothes, wrapped himself in the towel, and walked out barefoot. The pool was shrouded in mist. He didn't see where Yudunacy was, but he wasn't flustered either. He directly entered the pool through aside the towel and soaked comfortably in the hot spring. His body was indeed weak. Although the medicinal bath couldn't cure the root cause, it was beneficial to him. The room was empty, as if Yudunacy, knowing he was uncomfortable, had deliberately gone to wait outside. Lan Zhao curled his lips, slightly closed his eyes, and lay on the edge of the pool, feeling the gentle caress of the water. His expression was completely relaxed, as if utterly defenseless. After an unknown amount of time amidst the diffusing mist, this man seemed like a lofty, inviolable deity, eyes closed, awaiting people's worship. His gaze traced inch by inch over the wet, long eyelashes, the high bridge of the nose, and the lips flushed with a blood-red hue from the heat. Yudunacy walked in. So the imperial crown prince likes to seduce. Yudunacy murmured softly. The other hand of the man climbed onto Lan Zhao's shoulder, gently kneading it. The honorable crown prince of the empire knelt there by the pool, his trousers and sleeves soaked through. Lan Zhao pushed his hand away and sank deeper into the water. His gaze turned icy at that moment. But the more frigid it became, the stronger the secret thrill grew, his desire searing his. Here, this magnificent and beautiful palace, thousands of servants, boundless wealth, exalted status. All are you. In the clandestine space of only two, Yudunacy blatantly tempted Lan Zhao with riches and power. Lan Zhao turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Moreover, I am a dark sentinel requiring no guide soothing. No one will attack you for your weak, calming ability. Lan Zhao lifted his eyelids, his moist black eyes meeting Yudunacy's directly, as if seeing through his heart. But they will attack me because of my gender. You need an heir. Yudunacy was about to retort that this was not a problem. Lan Zhao emphasized, and you just want to control me. From this series of actions, it's clear. If I were with you, would you sever all my social ties, confine me in a place no one can find, like locking a beautiful treasure in a basement? Eudonis's face turned pale, the romantic atmosphere dissipating entirely. No, that's not it. I could never bear to do that to you. Though such thoughts had once flashed through his mind. This beautiful man, like the most dazzling rarity, yet could be freely scrutinized, and even criticized by everyone. He wanted him to be seen only by himself. Lan Zhao shook his head gently. Step by step, you just want to scheme for me to be with you. From then on, everything is up to you. Perhaps he could indeed make Eudonisy change for him, restrain that intense possessiveness and control. But, character is not formed overnight. This crown prince of the empire was a man of extreme wariness and control. Even in the original plot, he probably controlled and exploited the protagonist's love interest more. This twisted emotion deceived the readers into thinking he loved deeply. Lan Zhao could occasionally tease Lin Shiqiao and flirt with him because the protagonist's love interest had abundant fortune and his affection was easy to get. Why not take it? But Eudonisy was too dangerous and uncontrollable. Mainly this man was stingy. Even when he made a move to poach, the affection and fortune he offered were not as much as Lin Shiqiao's. It was unnecessary to give up an entire forest for someone so hard to open up. Lan Zhao calculated calmly, dodged the man's lips, and pulled away. I should leave. Xiao must be awake. Eudonisy looked at him, his heart suddenly struck as if by a hammer, a dull ache. He suddenly wanted to abandon that so-called possessiveness, care about nothing, and just keep Lan Zhao by his side. But Lan Zhao would not believe him. The cold frost in those eyes had already turned into blades that pierced his heart. He could not imagine the emotion there turning into disgust. If that happened, he would go mad. All right, he agreed in a hoarse voice. Lan Zhao's cheeks were flushed. He touched his face, thinking it was just from soaking too long. When he emerged from the pool, his limbs were weak. He quickly wrapped a towel around himself, refused Eudonis's aid, and went to change clothes. It was a brand new casual outfit prepared by Eudonis's people. Stroking the silk shirt that flowed like water, Lan Zhao sighed inwardly. The royal family truly was meticulous, but Lu Xiao's love was the most precious treasure to him. Before getting into the car, Eudonisy grabbed his hand. I know it's hard for you to believe, but I can change for you. I won't have the heart to confine you. The man spoke from the heart. Think about it. Give me a chance, Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao gave him a look as if wanting to say something, but holding back, then finally got into the car and closed the door. After a lavish dinner in the Imperial Palace, night had fallen outside. Brilliant lights flashed past the car window. Lan Zhao gazed at the bustling nightscape of this technologically advanced world, and a phrase he had read on the Starnet came to mind. Don't accompany a boy as he grows up only to plant flowers for someone else. Though it was a bit inappropriate here, Lan Zhao indeed did not want to waste time changing Eudonisy. Back at Baida, Lan Zhao went to the medical room first. The medical pod was empty. Lan Zhao guyed. A young nurse saw him and immediately blushed. Where is Xiao? Ah, the commander is out of danger. He insisted on going home, so Dr. Wang let him go. Okay, thank you. Lan Zhao left the medical room, entered the elevator, and pressed the 28th floor. In the silent space, his heart suddenly beat a little faster. The back of the elevator had a mirror embedded. Lan Zhao turned around, looked at his flushed face, and frowned. Has the heat from the hot spring not subsided yet? Or was it because the medicinal herbs were too nourishing, overdoing it? The elevator dinged. Lan Zhao stepped out, walked to the door, and unlocked it with his fingerprint. The room was unexpectedly pitch black. Only a lamp in the entrance was lit. Lan Zhao walked to the living room and saw a dark figure sitting on the sofa. He inexplicably felt afraid to turn on the lights with a voice command, so he turned and felt for the light switch on the wall. Just as he was about to press it, another hand grasped his. His back pressed against a cool chest, and a low voice whispered by his ear, Zhao Zhao. Back, I. Hearing his voice, Lan Zhao inexplicably relaxed. He asked, why didn't you turn on the light? Perhaps because he had been alone with Eudonisy. Even though he had rejected the temptation, he still felt a twinge of guilt. Because even without the light, I can see Zhao Zhao clearly. Lu Xiao's body temperature was low. Lan Zhao pressed against his cheek, feeling the heat on his face subside. He was about to reach out again and turn on the light, but Lu Xiao had already locked his arms in his embrace. His voice was very soft, carrying a hint of chill. It smells like money. Zhao Zhao, did you have fun at the Imperial Palace? Was the palace fun? A sudden chill ran down Lan Zhao's back, his lips tightly sealed, unable to utter a single word. Instinctively, he sensed danger. The man pinned him in his embrace with one hand, while the other lightly touched his lips. Does it hurt? Only then did Lan Zhao remember that his mouth might be chapped. He mused distractedly. It seemed Lu Xiao's night vision was indeed quite good. Zhao Zhao, speak. Why aren't you saying anything? His tone was ghostly, laced with a touch of Yandera. The man coiled around him like a serpent. He can give you all the riches and honor you desire, can't he? Is Zhao Zhao going to leave me? The embrace grew tighter, suffocating Lan Zhao. He turned his head, tilted upward, and his cheek brushed against Lu Xiu's jaw. Lu Xiu loosened his grip. Lan Zhao moved his lips. Let go, it's uncomfortable. Turn on the lights, he shouted. The smart home detected his voice, and the living room lights blazed on. Lan Zhao blinked, unaccustomed to the brightness. Then the world spun. He was hoisted onto the man's shoulder, carried into the bedroom, and tossed onto the bed. Lan Zhao frowned, looking at Lu Xiu with irritation. What's gotten into you? What's gotten into me? Under the light, the bandages on the man and the seeping blood stood out starkly. His face was pale, yet the emotions in his eyes were overwhelmingly intense. Love, infatuation, obsession, anger, panic. And some emotions Lan Zhao could not decipher. Since you're leaving me, what else do I have to fear? After all this time apart, what did you leave me? A resolute back, a kiss mark on your lips, another man's clothes. Zhao Zhao, judge for yourself. Who is in the wrong? The man reached out with a long arm, pulled Lan Zhao back into his embrace, and trapped him in the crook of his arm. Lan Zhao felt increasingly hot, but Lu Xiu's tone gradually calmed his high-bridged nose, rubbing against Lan Zhao's cheek. I love you. Even if you don't love me, you must never leave me. Unless I die. A massive orca appeared in the room, nearly breaking through the ceiling. Though the spirit entity was not a real animal, it felt tangible. Lan Zhao stared in horror at the colossal creature behind Lu Xiu. The tiny short-legged cat was not even as big as the orca's eye. He knew that today, unless Lu Xiu did something, this wouldn't end. So he decided to go along with Lu Xiu playing the part he should. What do you want? Let go of me. Lan Zhao shrank back in fear, curling into the corner of the bed. Lu Xiu's heart softened for a moment, but the sight of the offending mark consumed his reason with a raging torrent of emotion. His spiritual fluctuation value was already high, and now he was losing control. You know what? The orca picked up the trembling cat in its mouth, and Lan Zhao saw Lu Xiu's spiritual landscape. In the vast, boundless void, stars were densely scattered, moving in orderly patterns stretching endlessly. Lan Zhao looked at the bloodstains slowly spreading on the bandages before him, wanting to remind Lu Xiu. But he couldn't speak. The next day at noon, Lan Zhao woke up. Sensing something, he turned his head and immediately met the man's gentle, guilt-ridden gaze. Lan Zhao clicked his tongue inwardly, but outwardly he shot him a disgusted look, then turned away and closed his eyes faintly. Zhao 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 Zhao. The man's voice grew panicked, chilled by that single glance. Do you want some water? Lan Zhao abruptly opened his eyes. Enough already. His voice was hoarse, yet still so pleasing. He was startled by the dark, turbulent emotions in Lu Xiu's eyes, and for the first time doubted whether he had misjudged him. Perhaps Lu Xiu was the possessive one after all. From now on, Lan Zhao could never be with anyone else. Their spiritual power had fully merged, their spiritual worlds completely intertwined. From now on, they would live and die together. Even if one died and the other survived, the survivor would suffer unbearable agony. They were irrevocably bound. Lan Zhao pushed Lu Xiu. I want some water. Lu Xiu's eyes lit up, and he eagerly fetched water, carefully feeding it to Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao glanced at him. Your wounds aren't healed yet. Take good care of yourself. I want to rest a bit more. With that, he lay down again, turned his back to Lu Xiu, and closed his eyes. Lu Xiu was at a loss, thrown off by his alternating hot and cold attitude, his heart in a turmoil. The bonding triggered symptoms, so even if Lan Zhao wanted to cool Lu Xiu off, he couldn't. Lu Xiu's heart fluctuated in the drifting clouds. One moment blissful enough to die willingly, the next fearful that Lan Zhao was still angry at him. His wounds repeatedly reopened, stubbornly slowing the healing process. One day Jizhan came to visit Lu Xiu, bringing many gifts, most of which were Lan Zhao's favorite foods. Lu Xiu gave him a meaningful look, but said nothing. However, Jizhan didn't even get to see Lan Zhao that time. After seeing the guest off, Lu Xiu entered the bedroom, gently rubbing against Lan Zhao's cheek. Our Zhao Zhao is so amazing. You've enchanted everyone, making them all lose their minds over you. Lan Zhao stopped playing his game and shot him a wary glance. Are you being suspicious again? I haven't done anything. Yes, Lu Xiu gave a bitter smile, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. They're the ones shamelessly clinging to Zhao Zhao. That very day, Lu Xiu revoked Jizhan's access to the White Tower. Though Lan Zhao and Lu Xiu were now fully together, the others seemed unwilling to give up. Lan Zhao looked up at Lin Shiqiao, whose face was flushed, and asked. Though Lan Zhao and Lu Xiu were now fully together, the others seemed unwilling to give up. Lan Zhao looked up at Lin Shiqiao, whose face was flushed, and asked a soul-searching question. Didn't you say you were straight? Lin Shiqiao, already regretting not acting sooner, refused to let this opportunity slip away, and eagerly sidled up to Lan Zhao. I'm a man who's directly into you. Lan Zhao earnestly advised him. But we are both guides, and I have already bonded with Xiu. We can never be together. Lin Shiqiao said firmly, it doesn't matter. As long as two people love each other, they can be together. I don't care about sentinels or guides. Lan Zhao thought, how could he believe in love more than I do? As you wish. After all Lin Zixio's admiration was spent, this time Lin Shiqiao also brought a very important piece of news to Lan Zhao. By the way, I'm about to go on a mission to Tatar Star, so I might not be able to visit you for a while. Lin Shiqiao rambled on with many words, but Lan Zhao didn't listen at all. He was solely preoccupied with figuring out how to follow them to Tatar Star. When Lucio returned in the evening, he also told Lan Zhao about the new mission he had received. But your injuries haven't fully healed yet. I'm worried about you. Lan Zhao frowned, his eyes filled with genuine concern. Lucio's heart nearly melted into a puddle. This is just a minor wound. Lan Zhao shook his head and seized the opportunity to propose. I want to go with you. I am your guide, and this time I will definitely be able to help you. Lucio refused without a second thought. No. The doctor instructed that your current physical condition absolutely cannot go to the battlefield. Lan Zhao knew he would refuse. He blinked, his eyes squeezing out 2 teardrops. Are you tired of me? I can't provide you with spiritual soothing, so you don't need me anymore. After all, you have Guide Lin. Alright, rather than following you and causing trouble, I might as well stay at home. Perhaps His Highness will invite me to the palace as a guest. Lan Zhao pushed him away and made as if to leave. Lucio's face darkened as he held him tight. Little ancestor, you dare to mention that? The man stared into his eyes and said, that day I was lying in the medical pod. I sensed you coming and had already woken up. When I half opened my eyes, I saw your resolute back as you left. Did you not want to soothe me at all? Lan Zhao used the continuous tears to conceal the guilt in his eyes. Are you threatening me? As soon as I leave, you'll go to the Crown Prince. Lucio was still angry, but seeing the boy's tearful look, his tone unconsciously softened. This mission is also fraught with danger. I really can't bear to have you go. Be good, Zhao Zhao. Lan Zhao, seeing that he was unmoved by either soft or hard tactics, wiped the tears from his eyes and said coldly, I will apply to the White Tower for a mission and undergo the corresponding examination. If the White Tower permits it, you won't be able to refuse. Lucio, it's not that I worry about everyone who gets injured and insist on going with them. Lan Zhao turned and left the bedroom, put on his coat, and Lucio stood frozen in place, the last sentence echoing repeatedly in his mind. Lan Zhao's physical fitness had not actually improved, but he had the system cheat, precisely setting his fitness at the minimum threshold for mission deployment. The White Tower eventually approved his application. Lucio said nothing more, only holding the new medical report overjoyed. Great. Zhao Zhao's body is gradually getting better. But for this mission, he must be extremely vigilant, protect Zhao Zhao, and absolutely not allow any problems. The cause of this mission was that someone had discovered traces of the Zerg on the tourist planet Tatar Star. Tourists were disappearing frequently, and people suspected that the Zerg had invaded Tatar Star. Their trip was to investigate the situation and eliminate the Zerg. Since they didn't know the exact number of Zerg, the danger level of this mission was relatively high. Lan Zhao didn't care about anything and continued to be a hands-off manager. Boarding the starship empty-handed, he felt completely relaxed. Lucio and Lin Shiqiao carried the prepared equipment and food onto the starship, bustling about for Lan Zhao. When Xian and Fan Bing approached, they happened to see Lin Shiqiao carefully carrying a cup of milk tea and a small cake onto the starship. Their Ice Fire squad was also participating in this mission. Fan Bing stood aside with arms crossed, snorting coldly, quite the airs. Xian glanced at him and said, You seem to have a problem with Guide Lan Zhao. It was him who soothed you that day. The man's blue hair was neatly trimmed today with silver earrings on his ears, and his eye color had returned to a clear glassy hue. He said disdainfully, Although I forgot the situation at that time, I still know whether my spiritual entity has touched another spiritual entity. Clearly it hasn't. Besides, isn't this Guide Lan Zhao proclaiming that he won't soothe anyone other than the commander? Your lie is too easily. Xian looked at him as if he were a fool who didn't know when he was well off. He didn't want to argue further with this stubborn and aloof vice captain, and was just about to board the starship to find a favorable seat next to Lan Zhao. Another member of the squad, Chen Kai, happened to come over. I just asked Shiqiao why he hadn't gone up yet, and he said that the things prepared for Guide Lan Zhao hadn't all arrived yet. Good heavens, we're going on a mission, not a picnic. Their squad was the one that discovered Lin Shiqiao first. Apart from Xian and Fan Bing, the other members had all received spiritual soothing from Lin Shiqiao and were his loyal followers. But now Xian had other thoughts. Fan Bing was too proud and aloof to take the initiative, so only Chen Kai and Zhou Yi were still persistently chasing after Lin Shiqiao. Although Lin Shiqiao was no longer so straight, he was only bent towards Lan Zhao alone. To others he remained hopelessly straight. This made their impression of Lan Zhao even worse. Fan Bing curled his lips sarcastically and boarded the starship first. He wanted to see just what magic that Guide Lan Zhao possessed, to make them both serve this foolish and lazy person tirelessly. Lucio was checking equipment in the command cabin. Lin Shiqiao was inventorying gear outside the starship, and in the rest cabin of the starship only Lan Zhao was present. He chose a seat by the window. On the table were the desserts Lin Shiqiao had prepared for him, and beside it was the equipment bag Lucio had prepared, but he simply leaned against the cabin wall, resting with his eyes closed. The stray hair on his forehead was a bit long, and when he lowered his head it slightly covered the corner of his eye. Fan Bing, who had just entered, saw him so at ease and felt even more disdain. He walked around to the opposite side of Lan Zhao and pulled out a chair. The chair legs scraped against the floor, making a harsh sound. Lan Zhao opened his eyes, straightened up, and lifted his eyelids to glance at him indifferently. Facing that sharp beauty, Heathen Fan Bing was almost frozen in place by that look. Having gotten up too early this morning, Lan Zhao was in a bit of a bad state. He only glanced at the person who made the noise, then leaned back against the cabin wall and closed his eyes to rest. A small section of his jaw was revealed, pale and slender. Fan Bing stared at him, blankly struck dumb. When Xian and Chun Kai entered, they saw that the usually aloof Fan Bing was actually sitting obediently across from a young man, completely still, as if all his limbs had frozen. His gaze seemed to wander, drifting and unsettled, yet it never truly left the person before him. Every so often he would glance at the young man opposite, only to quickly avert his eyes, as if guilt-stricken. Xian understood perfectly and felt not the least bit surprised. Silently cursing Fan Bing a fool, he swiftly sat down in the seat next to Lan Zhao. He placed the equipment bag that Lucio had prepared for Lan Zhao on the floor. After all, there were only a few seats here aside from the sofa further away. With so many people gathered on this side, sitting alone in the distance would seem unsociable. Xian, with a clear conscience and undisguised boldness, settled into the seat beside Lan Zhao. Chun Kai was completely out of the loop, unable to fathom why the vice captain, who had been so irritable moments ago, had suddenly become so docile. Yet he instinctively took the last seat of the four-person set, which was next to Fan Bing. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward Lan Zhao. The young man leaned against the cabin wall, his head slightly lowered, features indistinct. All that was visible was skin so pale and delicate it seemed almost unreal. Though he hadn't clearly seen the young man's face, Chun Kai foolishly kept staring at him, utterly oblivious to the concept of propriety. Under the intense scrutiny, Lan Zhao's eyelashes trembled. He opened his eyes and looked directly toward the source of the gaze. Chun Kai was too slow to avert his eyes and was caught red-handed. In that instant it felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart. With a single whoosh, his heart no longer belonged to him, no longer beat for him. His eyes widened like a puppy's as he stared blankly back at Lan Zhao, a deep blush spreading from his cheeks to his neck. Lan Zhao, upon waking to find so many people around him, was equally bewildered. He hadn't noticed Chun Kai's flushed face at all. After looking around, he felt awkward remaining silent, so he smiled and said, "Sorry, I must have dozed off." "No problem. It's fine." "Not at all, not at all. We were the ones disturbing you." All three spoke at once. Lan Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Xian, whom he had met a few times before. "I still don't know your names." Lan Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Xian, whom he had met a few times before. "I still don't know your names." Lan Zhao Lucio's. Xian, all serious. "My name is Xian of Fire and Declaration. I'm the captain of the Ice Fire Squad. Pleased to meet you." Lan Zhao shook his hand. Outwardly composed, Xian was inwardly celebrating wildly. Fan Bing, feigning coolness, said, "I'm Fan Bing, vice captain of the Ice Fire Squad. Thank you for the other day." He extended his hand as well. Lan Zhao placed his own hand in it. "I didn't really do anything." But at that moment Fan Bing refused to believe that he had done nothing. Xian watched his expression change and sneered inwardly, poser. It was Chun Kai's turn. The young man flashed a bright, disarming smile. "I'm Chun Kai, also from the Ice Fire Squad. My spirit animal is a Samoyed. Guide Lan, would you like to pet him?" Lan Zhao's eyes lit up. "A Samoyed? Yes, please." He nodded, and a snowy white Samoyed materialized, nuzzling up to Lan Zhao's hand, grinning and wagging its tail furiously, an instant mood lifter. The fur felt amazing too. Chun Kai's face was flushed. He felt as if he had just received the most thorough spiritual soothing, his entire body suffused with a pleasant tingling. As a result, he completely missed the icy glares from his two captains. Xian, watching this ingrate, mentally cursed at him, but maintained a calm facade. "My spirit animal is a German shepherd." A fierce wolf dog materialized, but it wagged its tail ingratiatingly. Lan Zhao could only give the German shepherd a pat. Truth be told, its fur wasn't as nice as the Samoyed's. Just then another spirit animal appeared beside him, an Alaskan Malamute. Lan Zhao looked blankly at the blue-haired handsome man across from him, and indeed heard him say awkwardly, "That's mine." Also, the Ice Fire Squad was essentially a dog squad. Lan Zhao, surrounded by dogs begging for affection, was experiencing a sweet torment. Just as he was about to lose himself in their enthusiasm, he suddenly recalled the original plot. Also, the Ice Fire Squad was essentially a dog squad. Lan Zhao, surrounded by dogs begging for affection, was experiencing a sweet torment. Just as he was about to lose himself, and then he remembered he was supposed to come here to stir up trouble, cause chaos, and then drop out of the story. This current scene of harmony was all wrong. But before Lan Zhao could figure out how to make them hate him, and caused them some trouble. Lin Shiqiao had already boarded. Seeing the crowd around Lan Zhao, he wasn't surprised at all. Zhao Zhao, come sit over here. The sofa is more comfortable. Lin Shiqiao craftily approached and placed the small cakes and milk tea on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Lan Zhao saw this as an opportunity. Without sparing a glance at the three beside him, he jumped off the chair and ran to Lin Ziqiao's side. Now would the men who adored the protagonist's love interest think he was too shallow, rude, and clingy to the person they liked? Would they come to hate him? But as Lan Zhao plopped down on the sofa and let Lin Shiqiao bring a fork to his lips, the affection he sensed only grew. Lan Zhao. Xian thought Zhao Zhao was adorable. Wherever the food was, there he was, and so obediently accepting the feeding. Fan Bing stared at them, racking his brain to see if he had brought any snacks on board. The conclusion was that he hadn't. He was filled with regret. Chen Kai watched the hand that Lin Shiqiao used to feed Lan Zhao and felt an inexplicable irritation. But Shiqiao had saved him before. Why in just a few moments had his heart undergone such a drastic change? As more people gradually boarded the starship, everyone took their places. The last member of the Ice Fire squad assigned to this mission, Zhou Yi, arrived and sat in the seat Lan Zhao had occupied earlier. He was met with 3 deeply resentful stares. When Lu Xiu emerged from the command cabin, he saw Zhao Zhao sitting quietly on one side of the sofa, Lin Shiqiao on the other, and everyone else seated far away. Satisfied, he naturally took the seat beside Lan Zhao. The starship is about to depart, Zhao Zhao. You must listen to me from now on and stay close to me, understand? Understood. Lan Zhao replied with a hint of impatience, laying the groundwork for his subsequent antics. Lu Xiu found him endearing, but remembering they were in public, he had to reluctantly abandon the idea. Everyone was secretly watching them. He could Lu Xiu placed his hand on the back of the sofa behind Lan Zhao, openly staking his claim. During the starship's voyage, Lu Xiu remained by Lan Zhao's side until they were about to land, when he returned to the command cabin to search for a suitable landing site. The Ice Fire squad members took the opportunity to gather around Lan Zhao, asking for his Popo account. Lan Zhao glanced at them and decided he couldn't let them think he was an easygoing person, so he said, "My account isn't for just anyone to add." He lifted his chin slightly, trying to project an air of arrogance. But Chen Kai felt his heart struck once again. Zhou Yi also understood the reason for his companion's unusual behavior. In fact, from the moment he noticed Lan Zhao, his gaze had never left this young man. In his memory, the commander's partner was an extremely lazy, selfish, foolish, and shallow person. Even now on the surface it seemed the same, but in spirit, he couldn't help being drawn irresistibly. It was by no means mere infatuation with appearance. Chen Kai released his spirit beast, letting the adorable dog rub against Lan Zhao's hand, acting cute, begging, and even bowing. His master also spoke in a syrupy tone, "Honorable guide Lan Zhao, surely you wouldn't refuse the request of a sincere admirer and little fan, would you?" Xian Ling had a flash of inspiration, circled behind Lan Zhao, and began massaging his shoulders, asking as he worked, "Honorable guide Lan Zhao, is this pressure comfortable, eh?" Zhou Yi immediately followed suit, massaging his legs. Fan Bing, seeing no place to start, blushed, and could only stare at Lan Zhao with pleading eyes. Lin Shiqiao sat to the side, utterly dumbfounded. After his transmigration into this world, the first people he encountered were the Ice Fire squad. Along the way, they had become close comrades. Yet even though Chen Kai and Zhou Yi always followed him, they had never been so attentive, maintaining a proper sense of distance and boundaries. Surrounded and begged by them, Lan Zhao's head throbbed, and in the end, he had to add each one of them. And just before Lu Xiu returned, everyone had taken their seats again, as if they were doing something shameful behind Lu Xiu's back. Tatar Star was originally a tourist planet, still preserving the pristine forest landscape, its scenic attraction being a close encounter with nature. Upon entering the planet, fresh air rushed in, making it impossible to imagine that dangerous insectoids could lurk here. After all, the planets where insectoids dwelt should be barren of life. Everyone split up. Report any situation immediately, Lu Xiu commanded calmly. The Ice Fire squad members each took a group of subordinates and headed in different directions. Lin Shiqiao was assigned to follow Xian, while Lan Zhao naturally followed Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu led the way, his subordinates bringing up the rear, shielding Lan Zhao tightly. Every time Lan Zhao tried to slow down and drop to the back of the line, Lu Xiu's adjutant would ask considerately, "Guide Lan Zhao, are you tired? Do you need me to carry you?" At that moment, Lu Xiu would turn and shoot a glare, then crouch down himself. "Zhao Zhao, let me carry you." "No need, I'm not tired." Lan Zhao forced a smile. He was about to give up. After all, by coming here, he had probably fulfilled key plot point 3 right. Lan Zhao continued silently behind Lu Xiu, head down, feeling his stamina gradually drain. Just as he was contemplating whether to actually ask someone to carry him, a bug crawled onto his shoe. Lan Zhao jumped up with a scream, "Insectoid!" Lu Xiu spun around quickly, following his gaze, and with agile movements crushed the fleeing bug under his foot. The adjutant chuckled. Insectoids are usually not this small. Even low-level ones are half a person tall. Everyone laughed. They didn't think Lan Zhao was causing trouble. They just assumed he was too nervous, which was understandable. Lan Zhao was also stunned for a moment. That had been a reflex. But if it wasn't an insectoid, his reaction still fit the plot. However, Lucio's expression was very serious. He lifted his foot and looked at the crushed bug. No. This isn't. Look closely. Everyone examined it carefully and were shocked to find that the small bug's features perfectly matched those of a low-level insectoid, only its size was reduced several times. A chill ran down their spines. The insectoids had suddenly evolved into such a tiny form, making them harder to detect. Perhaps unnoticed insectoids as small as ants had been watching them. The insectoids might have already discovered their arrival. Everyone's faces turned grim. Then, do we still need to find the insectoids? Lan Zhao broke the silence. Lucio mused, we still search, but the priority is to send the message to the others and back to the Empire. But at that moment the comms, usually signals weren't jammed unless the planet was completely overrun. Lucio immediately ordered retreat now. Send a flare to notify the others. Everyone stopped heading deeper into the jungle and quickly retraced their steps. Lucio carried Lan Zhao on his back. They accelerated, the green surroundings blurring past. But then the insectoids which had been hiding began to appear and lure them. Lan Zhao patted the man beneath him. There's an insectoid. A pair of crimson eyes appeared in the dim green forest. The adjutant and two others went after the insectoid. The sentinels' agile physiques and strong bodies displayed their advantages. A single laser cannon blast shattered the insectoid's carapace, and even in hand-to-hand combat, they could hold their own. But the wounded insectoid kept running forward, the adjutant and his team chasing it until they vanished from sight. Lucio frowned, spotting another pair of crimson eyes. He decisively said, ignore the insectoids. Signal the adjutant to return and get back to the starship quickly. They moved fast, but Lan Zhao felt the insectoids closing in. In the original plot, the original Lan Zhao had never noticed the small bugs, so Lucio and his team had kept going deeper into the jungle, almost combing the area, without finding any insectoids. Later, the original Lan Zhao fell behind and was bitten to death by bugs, so he didn't know what happened afterward. But in fact, later when Lucio realized something was wrong and began to retreat, they were already surrounded by insectoids. It was another tough battle. By a twist of fate, they met up with Lin Shiqiao and the others, and with everyone's combined efforts, they barely managed to escape back to the Empire. This trip to Tatar Star was the spark that ignited the war between the Empire and the insectoids. It wasn't until the mid to late stages of the war that the Empire discovered the insectoids' evolution, and after over a decade of fighting, they barely managed to defeat them. Lan Zhao hadn't expected his unintentional action to cause such a butterfly effect. Lucio had discovered the anomaly early and began retreating. He buried his face in the man's neck, not regretting his warning, but knowing that they wouldn't escape this place so easily. The forest that had been utterly devoid of any Zerg creatures moments ago suddenly became teeming with them, densely packed. They were quickly surrounded by the swarm. Lucio shielded Lan Zhao, while taking down one Zerg with each shot, his long legs sweeping to send a half-human-sized creature flying. Lan Zhao, following behind Lucio, unexpectedly noticed that many smaller Zerg had gathered around him. They kept hovering around his feet, as if intending to carry him away like ants moving their prey. Lan Zhao found it rather unsettling, his trypophobia almost triggered. Just as he was about to ask Lucio for help, he suddenly saw the small Zerg slowly retreating. He raised an eyebrow slightly. The little creature was quite intelligent. With so many Zerg, everyone was stretched thin. Although Lucio was formidable, having to divert his attention to protect Lan Zhao made him seem somewhat strained. Just then a low-level Zerg slipped through like a fish escaping the net, wedging itself between Lucio and Lan Zhao, instantly separating the two. Zhao Zhao. Lucio aimed his gun at the Zerg, blowing its head off with a laser blast. But more and more Zerg surged toward Lan Zhao, impossible to kill them, all pushing him farther and farther away from Lucio. Finally, a Zerg's tentacle, eager and restless, wrapped around Lan Zhao's waist and flung him onto its back. The other Zerg immediately converged, surrounding him in the center. With no desire to continue the fight, they attempted to flee with their prize. Zhao Zhao. Lucio was on the verge of going mad. His subordinates, seeing Lan Zhao taken by the Zerg, also had bloodshot eyes, fighting desperately against the creatures before them. Lucio leaped onto a tree, bounding and weaving through the forest. Seizing the opportunity, he dove from midair toward Lan Zhao. He reached out his hand. After their bond, Lan Zhao could not only sense his love, but also his emotions. He was now engulfed in extreme fear and worry. The intense emotion compelled Lan Zhao to extend his hand involuntarily. Lucio had offered him love and fortune. He could not bear to see his devotee in despair. But these low-level Zerg were surprisingly clever. They flipped Lan Zhao over, shielding him beneath their bodies, blocking Lucio's attack with their hard carapaces. Fine bristles brushed against his face. Lan Zhao closed his eyes, forcing himself to endure the discomfort. It wasn't that he was speciesist. It was just that these bugs really weren't his type. Having missed the strike, rescuing Lan Zhao became even more difficult. These low-level Zerg had grown both cunning and united, leaving Lu Xiu momentarily helpless. The man's face turned pale, his eyes bloodshot, on the verge of entering a berserk state to forcibly enhance his combat power and snatch Lan Zhao back. But Lan Zhao, once again placed on the Zerg's back, shouted loudly to Lu Xiu, "It'll be fine. Go back to the Empire and bring reinforcements. Defeat the Zerg and come rescue me." The Zerg beneath him actually paused for a moment. Then it sped up and dashed forward. Lu Xiu suddenly came to his senses, realizing he couldn't save Lan Zhao alone. Barely maintaining his composure, he watched as Lan Zhao was carried away by the Zerg, growing distant until he could no longer see him. His palms were covered in blood from the force of his nails. Lu Xiu's eyes turned icy cold as he slaughtered the remaining Zerg. In fact, the system prompt had already sounded moments ago. Congratulations, host key plot point 3 completed. Lan Zhao had indeed followed the protagonist's team to the Tatar Star to eradicate the Zerg, and the process was roughly in line with the original plot. This outcome also matched. He had fallen behind and been taken by the Zerg, though he hadn't been bitten to death yet. The mission in this world should be considered complete, though the rating might not be high. Lan Zhao lay on the back of the large Zerg, watching the branches overhead flash past. The forest was so dense that he could only see a small patch of sky. He wondered where the Zerg was taking him. Lan Zhao yawned lazily. The creature beneath him seemed to sense his fatigue and moved even more smoothly. Lan Zhao lost consciousness for a while. When he suddenly awoke, he realized he was no longer in that forest. The scene before him was inside a starship. He was lying on a single bed. Had Lu Xiu rescued him? Just as Lan Zhao was letting his imagination run wild, a Zerg tentacle suddenly extended through the crack in the door, mercilessly shattering his fantasies. Lan Zhao sat up abruptly. A low-level Zerg, sneaking and furtive, pushed open the door of the rest cabin. Lan Zhao couldn't help but cover his eyes with both hands. It was simply too unsightly. "Move aside, go back to where you belong." A deep magnetic male voice sounded just a touch more husky, and it would be a perfect bubble voice. Lan Zhao lowered his hands, looking curiously, and saw a man in a butler's uniform. The low-level Zerg was driven away, looking quite aggrieved. The man bowed to him in a gentlemanly salute. "Greetings. It was the Zerg that carried you back. Because it is too fond of you, it disturbed your rest." The man looked up at him and smiled. "That's good. I am the steward of the Zerg Emperor. You may call me Phone." The man looked up at him and smiled. "That's good. I am the steward of the Zerg Emperor. You may call me Phone. You are the Zerg Emperor's esteemed guest, so feel free to command me." Lan Zhao studied his appearance, indistinguishable from a human, and even more handsome than most, and nodded slightly. Yes, in this world, high-level Zerg were humanoid. When the Empire signed the 10-year peace agreement with the Zerg, it was the high-level Zerg who signed it. The Empire knew that there were only 4 humanoid high-level Zerg, and the one who appeared most often was this Phone. As for the Zerg Emperor, it was a complete mystery. The Zerg protected their king's information well, and the Empire knew nothing. Various theories circulated on the star net: a half-human, half-insect monster, a delicate beauty, a giant insect form. So were the Zerg taking him to meet the Zerg Emperor? They weren't going to kill him. "You jest. We all like you very much." Hearing the response, Lan Zhao realized he had accidentally spoken his last thought out loud. He said, "Oh," and looked out the window, deciding to see what these Zerg were up to before considering when to leave the world. The man was approaching him. Lan Zhao looked up, meeting his eyes. Those gray eyes seemed to possess a magic that could plunge anyone into the deepest slumber with a single glance. The man bent down and caught Lan Zhao's body as it pitched forward. After holding him for a while, he reluctantly placed him back on the bed, obsessively straightening Lan Zhao's posture, folding his hands over his abdomen. The man bent down and caught Lan Zhao's body as it pitched forward. After holding him for a while, he reluctantly placed him back on the bed, obsessively straightening Lan Zhao's posture. When Lan Zhao woke again, the surroundings had transformed once more. He seemed to be in a room. By the bedside sat a man. Feng stared at him with those inorganic, beautiful eyes, and when Lan Zhao met his gaze, an unusually strange sensation stirred within him. Feng rose politely, a tender expression spreading across his face. "You're awake. His Majesty wishes to see you." Lan Zhao sat up, and the man, showing keen perception, helped him up and deftly slipped on his shoes. Lan Zhao, accustomed to being attended to, felt nothing amiss at all. He still felt exhausted, his limbs weak and unresponsive. Recalling how he had inexplicably lost consciousness earlier, he knew the insect race was guarding it. To be honest, what was there to guard against? With his combat ability, he posed no threat to the insect race whatsoever. The man wrapped an arm around him and fastened a cloak over his shoulders. Lan Zhao was close to him, a faint, refreshing fragrance lingering in his nostrils, a natural scent akin to that of lush vegetation brimming with vitality. He followed Feng out of the room and saw 2 more men at the doorway. Both were equally extraordinary in their handsomeness. As Lan Zhao emerged, they turned their gaze toward him in unison, their eyes identical. The strangeness in Lan Zhao's heart intensified. Feng frowned but still introduced them. This is Shuang, and this. Do not linger here, you two. I am to escort the distinguished guest to see His Majesty. The two remained silent, but when they felt Lan Zhao's gaze upon them, their facial expressions shifted subtly, making them appear more human. Bewildered, Lan Zhao followed Feng onward. The corridor was modern with voice-activated lights, but from the windowless environment, it seemed they were underground. Not a single window. It was somewhat chilly. After 2 turns and a short walk, they stopped before a door. The door was carved with intricate patterns. Feng raised his hand and knocked 3 times. After a brief pause, he pushed the door open and gestured for Lan Zhao to enter with him. Even though Lan Zhao prided himself on being well-traveled and unflappable even in the face of a collapsing mountain, the moment he saw the interior, his pupils contracted violently. He halted in his tracks, unable to take another step. The room was packed with insect eggs crowded together, one atop another, rolling and shifting. A nightmare for anyone with trypophobia. Lan Zhao wished he could gouge out his own eyes. The gods loved all beings, and every race was equal in their eyes. He did not particularly dislike these insects or eggs, but the visual impact. He needed a moment to compose himself. The man stood before him, chuckling softly. They are simply too fond of you. Lan Zhao opened his eyes and saw that the eggs, which had been lined up on both sides, leaving a narrow path, had all gathered. Startled, he nearly tripped. Feng caught him in time, half holding him in his arms. A rare flicker of amusement passed through his eyes, but his voice turned cold and stern. Move aside now. His Majesty awaits the distinguished guest. The eggs reluctantly rolled away. The man held him, his deep magnetic voice seeming to whisper by his ear, let's go. Lan Zhao calmed himself and followed him in silence. The palace was vast. Beyond the outer hall lay an inner chamber, fully furnished, but also filled with many eggs, especially surrounding the bed. The large bed stood at the center of the chamber, draped with pale pink gauze curtains. A figure seemed to be seated within. Just a human silhouette, nothing else. No insect limbs or anything of the sort. Feng's demeanor and tone turned solemn and respectful. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, the distinguished guest has arrived. Lan Zhao stood still, watching as a pair of hands with well-defined fingers parted the bed curtains. Pale, slender fingers pinched the pink gauze, exuding an inexplicable, delicate intimacy. When that exquisitely beautiful face appeared in his field of vision, Lan Zhao felt a mental haze, as if something was invading his mind, his heart, even his soul, making him want to draw closer to love him. Host, he is seducing you. 006's calm voice echoed in Lan Zhao's mind, tinged with a hint of disdain. Did it think its host was just anyone? A god is immune to all evil. No matter how high your mental power, this crude charm technique will be deflected. Feng watched Lan Zhao's dazed expression, his fingers curling at his sides, suddenly longing to pull him back. But the insect emperor was the king of their race, possessing immense mental power that could easily control them. They could not disobey, nor could they defy the king. The insect emperor sitting on the bed was a slender, beautiful youth with skin so translucent it seemed to glow, eyes clearer and more exquisite than the finest amethyst, and long black hair spread across the bed. Beside him, Lan Zhao appeared tall and strong. Both possessed superior looks, and both had the ability to enchant. But Lan Zhao's beauty was innate, sacred, and immaculate. His allure to humans was like a divine gift, a god's guidance, inspiring genuine love, reverence, and devotion. The insect emperor's beauty, however, was fragile, sickly, and deliberate. His allure stemmed from overpowering minds with immense mental force, inducing illusions. The two were simply incomparable. So when the insect emperor discovered Lan Zhao through his subjects, he was instantly captivated and consumed by possessiveness, ordering the insects to bring Lan Zhao back. But when Lan Zhao saw the insect emperor and received his mental seduction, he felt no more than a butterfly flaunting its pretty wings. His heart stirred not a single ripple. Yet Lan Zhao obediently walked toward the youth. The insect emperor, unaware that his seduction had failed, watched Lan Zhao approach with excitement, his cheeks flushed and fingers trembling. He opened his arms to embrace Lan Zhao, but Lan Zhao stopped a step away. His eyes, as clear and bright as obsidian, were lucid. He looked at the insect emperor as one might a child seeking affection through clumsy means. Your Majesty, only if you give equal love will I love you. Getting something for nothing is not what a good child should do. The youth froze, the flush fading from his face, and his gaze, when he looked at Lan Zhao, became even more infatuated. He felt that this was the truest version of Lan Zhao. Feng Tu had not anticipated this development, standing frozen as he watched the upright young man. Lan Zhao took another step forward, looking down at the fragile, beautiful youth. He gently placed his hand on the youth's head, his voice as soft as a sigh. As long as you behave, how could I not love you? The youth's breathing began to grow rapid. He stood there dazed, staring up at Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao chuckled softly as he withdrew his hand, but it was quickly seized by the young man. Don't go. The youth parted his lips, his voice seeming to come from his mouth, yet not quite, as if it entered the mind. Keep touching me. With each additional word, the youth seemed to grow more familiar with his own body, his eyes glittering as he gazed at Lan Zhao. He glanced at Feng, and Feng received his signal, having no choice but to leave. For a moment, only Lan Zhao and the insect emperor. Touch me, Zhao Zhao. Lan Zhao looked puzzled. I don't recall ever telling you my name, did I? The insect emperor stated matter-of-factly. All insects are connected to me through my mind. I heard that human calling you that through them. Lan Zhao allowed him to grasp his hand and place it on his head. If I behave, will you love me, The youth asked earnestly. Lan Zhao casually ruffled his head, withdrew his hand, and sat down beside him, letting out The insect emperor was after all a pivotal figure in this world, capable of contributing fortune to him, as long as he loved him. However, Lan Zhao raised a hand to his chest. Everyone was offering him their love, and that love was growing day by day. But only Lu Xiu gave him the most and purest love, so pure it stung the eyes and brought tears. Lan Zhao could feel his torment. He must be in excruciating pain right now, clinging to the faint hope of saving him, rushing tirelessly, without rest, to come to his rescue. But he didn't know that Lan Zhao could leave this world at any time. What was that term called? Faking death. Yes, it would be perfectly reasonable for him to fake his death now. Yet he had taken so much from Lu Xiu. How could he repay him with anguish? Lan Zhao stared blankly at the ground, lost in thought. Though the insect emperor had no idea what he was thinking, he could tell it wasn't about him. The youth nestled his head against Lan Zhao's shoulder with fondness. Snapping back to reality, Lan Zhao looked at the naive, almost cruel young man, pressed a finger against his forehead, and pushed him away. Your Majesty, did you have the insects bring me here because you love me? Yes, Zhao Zhao, I love you. Can you love me just a little bit too? The youth nodded vigorously. But you made me leave the crowd and locked me up here. It brings me pain. This is merely possession, not love. Possession only breeds disgust, not love. The youth's eyes were panicked and shattered, yet filled with a thirst for knowledge. Then what must I do for you to love me? Don't loathe me. Lan Zhao gave a soft laugh. Feng had been waiting at the door. When he saw Lan Zhao emerge alone, he showed no surprise, but greeted him respectfully. I'll escort you back. Standing outside Lan Zhao's room were the two individuals, Shuang and Yu, motionless as statues. When they saw Lan Zhao, the statues were infused with life, their fervent gazes fixed upon him. Both of you come in. Lan Zhao gave the order in a natural tone, and surprisingly, those two high-ranking insects Feng raised no objection either. Lan Zhao reclined on the beauty couch in the room, and Feng knelt down to massage his legs without being asked. Lan Zhao glanced at him, then at Shuang and Yu, whose eyes were filled with envy, and felt a flicker of speechlessness. Your king ordered you to obey me. Do you have any objections? No. The three answered in unison. Good. Lan Zhao nodded with satisfaction. Shuang and Yu, go to the various planets and order the insects preparing to attack. Feng, draft a peace treaty. Planets you've already occupied like Tatar will be yours. As for other inhabited planets, you must return them to the Empire. The three nodded without hesitation. Don't you think that I, a human, have bewitched the insect emperor and am harming the interests of your insect race? Lan Zhao's fingers twitched slightly. Shuang and Yu exchanged a glance, then stepped forward simultaneously to massage Lan Zhao's shoulders on either side. Feng replied, no. The insect emperor ordered us to obey you, so we will certainly obey you. Lan Zhao chuckled softly. You're so obedient to your insect emperor, HM. Feng fell silent. The three tall men surrounded Lan Zhao, but he held the reins to control them so naturally. Only when Lan Zhao said he was tired and told them to go carry out their tasks did they stop their ministrations. Yet not one of them left. What? Is there something else? Feng said with a serious expression. We haven't given you our good-night kiss yet. Lan Zhao frowned. Is that one of your customs? Feng lied without changing his expression. Yes. Lan Zhao looked at the men before him, then smiled gently. But you can only touch my feet. Shuang's face suddenly flushed, his fingers trembling. He knelt at Lan Zhao's feet. You swiftly came to the other side. Lan Zhao was utterly dumbfounded by these crazed men. Wait. What? He had only seen through the high-ranking insects' ulterior motives and wanted to belittle them, to mock them, so they would back off. Lan Zhao pressed his lips together, his lashes fluttering, then suddenly kicked them all away. Enough. Go carry out your orders. His tone would have been more convincing if it were steadier. The men left with flushed faces. Lan Zhao covered his face in speechlessness. Lu Xiu had mustered his army at top speed and arrived at the insect planet. The Empire knew where the insect planet was, but not where the insect emperor was, nor the insect race's stronghold. But at least Lu Xiu knew where Lan Zhao was. He suddenly felt an immense relief that, driven by his own unspeakable dark thoughts, he had planted the most advanced tracker developed by the White Tower on Lan Zhao. He had always feared Lan Zhao would leave him, only this kind of thing could put his mind at ease. The tracker, impervious to signal interference, pinpointed the insect nest's location with precision. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his lips pressed into a thin line, and his expression was cold and hard as he ordered the attack on the insect nest. Lin Shiqiao, including the members of the Icefire Squad, were all among the combatants. Crown Prince Adonis of the Empire personally oversaw the battle, but in the end the war never broke out. A man emerged gracefully surrounded by low-ranking insects carrying a peace treaty. The officials from the council took the peace treaty and read it carefully, growing more astonished with each line. These terms were actually more favorable to the Empire. A 50-year ceasefire. With such a boon, who would want to keep fighting? But before the official could break into a cheerful smile, he felt a dark shadow rush past him. Lu Xiao grabbed Feng by the collar, his eyes bloodshot. Where is he? I'm asking you. Where's my Zhao Zhao? Feng remained expressionless, with even a polite smile lingering at the corners of his lips. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Lu Xiao forced himself to calm down, but his fingers were trembling as he opened his smart brain. He showed the location on the screen to Feng, his eyes fierce and shattered. My lover was taken away by your insect race. He is right here. Give him back to me. Feng finally looked as if he had a sudden realization. He raised his hand, and Yu immediately came over and handed him what was in his hand. You're talking about this, right? Feng held up the tiny locator. I found this on a low-level insectoid from our side. It was originally patrolling on Tatar Star. Sorry, I really haven't seen the person you mentioned. Lin Shiqiao suddenly stepped back, almost falling onto the ground. Impossible, impossible, he murmured. Seeing that Lu Xiao was not suffering from losing his guide, he finally calmed down. Lu Xiao's lack of reaction proved that Lan Zhao was definitely fine. It's okay, but everyone's expressions were grim. The officials sent by the parliament put on a smile and wanted to step forward to discuss the signing of the peace agreement with Feng, but was startled by the unpleasant expression of their own crown prince. Adonis glanced at him, and he dared not move anymore, withdrawing his smile sheepishly. The imperial crown prince negotiated with the high-level insect Feng in an official manner. The insect race must return our empire's guide Lan Zhao before the empire considers signing a peace agreement with them. Adonis' usually gentle expression disappeared, and he became particularly cold. Otherwise, the empire is not afraid to go to war with the insect race. Your Highness, the parliament members shouted in astonishment. The empire is not the empire of the royal family, but the empire of everyone. Adonis turned to look at everyone. If the empire cannot even protect a precious guide, who do you expect the empire to protect? We will never compromise because the empire must protect every citizen. Feng seemed to have anticipated their reaction and was not taken in. He only smiled and said, we really haven't seen the person you mentioned. If you don't believe me, you can search except for the room where our king resides. Lu Xiao went in without hesitation. The members of the Icefire Squad and Lin Shiqiao also split up to search, while Adonis confronted Feng outside. There was only one chance to go deep into the insect nest, but Lu Xiao didn't think about anything else. Through the Sentinel Guide link, he headed straight in a certain direction. The deeper he went, the more insect guards there were. At a door, 2 high-level insects actually stood at the entrance. Just as Lu Xiao wanted to step forward, the sensing disappeared. Shuang and Shui said simultaneously, this is our king's residence. If you dare to step inside the insect race, and the empire will fight to the death. Lu Xiao's face turned cold, and he took another step forward. At that moment, the faint sensing reappeared diagonally ahead. Lu Xiao glanced at the door again, then finally turned and walked towards another corridor. Inside the inner hall, Lan Zhao was sitting on the bed, and the insect sovereign was hugging him from behind, like a koala resting his head on his shoulder with a blip. The young man whispered sweetly in his ear, he's gone. I used my mental power to create an illusion for him. He won't find you. Lan Zhao felt the warm breath on his neck as he spoke, tickling. But at this moment, the insect sovereign seemed somewhat human. Lan Zhao felt it was about time, so he pushed him away. Xiao should have left. He'll go back now. Lan Zhao. The young man's health was poor, even weaker than Lan Zhao, so he could only kneel on the bed looking at him, his face expressionless for the first time. No deliberate weakness, no charming smile, no seduction, no pity, nothing at all. He stared at Lan Zhao, his voice flat and calm. You love him, don't you? You're going to leave me, aren't you? Lan Zhao paused, then turned back and patted the young man's head soothingly. The young man felt a warm current flowing in from the top of his head, and his weak limbs seemed to gain some strength. Blessing you. Be obedient, okay? The killing intent that had just risen in the insect sovereign instantly subsided. His intuition was always accurate. He had a premonition that if he killed Lu Xiao, Lan Zhao would leave without hesitation. The young man's expression became pitiful again. Lan Zhao's steps did not pause. At the door, Shuang and Shui saw him straightened up simultaneously and escorted him back to his room, ignoring even their own king. In the end, he extended his hand and let each of them shake it once before they left. Lu Xiao did not find Lan Zhao. He clearly sensed that Zhao Zhao was here. Reason pulled at him, making him coldly watch as the Empire's officials and the high-level insects signed the peace agreement again, smiling at them like flowers. War would bring no benefit to the Empire. He could not be selfish enough to drag everyone into the abyss. The insect race insisted they had never seen Lan Zhao, and he had no way to prove otherwise. The Empire would not go to great lengths for a level guide. Even Adonis was unwilling, but he could not control the overall situation. However, Lu Xiao would not give up. No one would give up. After returning to the Empire, Adonis sent people to search all planets near Tatar Star, and the Ice Fire Squad members would go to verify any news of Lan Zhao's possible appearance. Lin Shiqiao became serious and profound, no longer always smiling, but following the White Tower Laboratory in researching some kind of potion. It was said to be related to the Sentinel Guide connection. Lu Xiao temporarily resigned from his commander position and piloted a starship to circle around the insect star. Since he was no longer an Imperial commander, his actions only represented himself, not the Empire. Strangely, the insect race did not raise any objection or resistance to Lu Xiao's behavior, allowing him to monitor them all day. But whenever Lu Xiao tried to land the starship and enter the insect nest, the insect race would unite against the external threat. This situation continued for an unknown period. Until one day, Lu Xiao's starship issued a warning that a meteorite was about to fall in this direction, with the predicted impact point exactly at the insect nest. Lu Xiao's first reaction was actually to pilot the starship towards the meteorite's trajectory. If the meteorite was small, the starship's laser cannon might be able to shatter it. If it was large, the laser cannon could also alter its course, protecting the insect nest from the disaster. Lu Xiao had never imagined that one day he would voluntarily and willingly protect the insect race. He quietly waited for the meteorite's arrival. When he saw the massive object, he fired laser cannonballs, but several consecutive shots only created a few holes, and Lu Xiao continuously launched attacks, while rapidly thinking of ways to change the meteorite's trajectory. It seemed there was only one method left: to park the starship here and face the meteorite head-on. When the starship shatters, relying on the Sentinel's formidable physique, he should barely manage to fall onto the insect planet and escape. After preparing the emergency survival gear, Lu Xiao sat motionless at the command console, quietly awaiting the arrival of fate. The starship broke apart, flames leaping into the sky. The meteorite had finally been deflected from its course, crashing into an uninhabited mountain on the insect planet. The intense light and tremendous impact forced Lu Xiao's eyes shut, while excruciating pain racked his body, which was scraped and cut by debris in countless places. He kept his eyes closed and let his body fall. But at that moment, he seemed to hear Zhao Zhao's voice. "Lu Xiao, are you insane? Was it an illusion?" No, it wasn't an illusion. Lu Xiao snapped his eyes open, staring at the fragments suspended in the void. The harsh light stung his eyes to tears, but he dared not close them again. Where was Zhao Zhao? A starship burst through the flames, racing toward him, and soon caught Lu Xiao, drawing him into its cabin. Lan Zhao stood there gazing at the man who was rarely so disheveled. "The insect race has its own disaster prevention measures. Why do you need to worry?" A torrent of reproach rained down on him. "If you were gone, I would leave this world immediately." That was Lan Zhao's true feeling. But Lu Xiao simply stared at him in a daze, then after a long moment, forced himself to stand and pulled Lan Zhao tightly into his embrace. "Zhao Zhao Zhao Zhao." The man murmured softly. "Even if I could start over, I would never regret my choice." If he had not risked everything, how could he have earned the mercy of the divine? Lu Xiao's ever-rising pain level finally dropped significantly. Lan Zhao bestowed a blessing upon him, pulling back a bit of his luck. Lan Zhao thought he could not simply walk away. If he did, it would be a bit like repaying kindness with enmity. Foam stood at the doorway, watching them hold each other in silence, his face reverting to the insect race's most fundamental expressionlessness. But his hands hanging at his sides were clenched into fists. He was restraining himself, forcing himself not to go back on his Lan Zhao reached an agreement with the insect emperor, the insect race, and the empire would make peace, and Lan Zhao would stay in the hive for 3 months to heal the frail body of the insect emperor. In reality, it was to bestow a blessing upon the insect emperor. Only some external force could alter the congenital deficiency brought about by immense spiritual power. Lan Zhao proposed this for 2 reasons. First, the storyline had already changed. The Empire's early war with the insect race had deviated from the original direction. Since that was the case, why not simply stop the war? In the original plot, after years of fighting, the final outcome was still a peace treaty. Moreover, this approach would help Lan Zhao verify certain things, allowing him to gain a clearer understanding of the mission's evaluation criteria. Second, the original host's fate was to be killed by the insect race. By executing a series of feints, Lan Zhao had essentially completed the original host's storyline arc. Now he could peacefully accompany his follower through the rest of his life. When the 3-month period ended, the insect emperor changed his mind, and no longer wished to let Lan Zhao leave. The young man refused to mention the matter and denied Lan Zhao any chance to meet him, because he knew that once he saw Lan Zhao he would definitely soften, change his mind, and then have to part with him. But Lan Zhao utterly dismissed such childish tactics. All he had to do was stand before Feng and say, "I am leaving." This high-rank insect race loyal to the emperor would then be torn between loyalty and betrayal, attachment and letting go, and would willingly send Lan Zhao away. This high-rank insect race loyal to the emperor would then be torn between loyalty and betrayal, attachment and letting go, and would willingly send Lan Zhao. His lips brushed against Lan Zhao's ear as he whispered very softly, "You said you would come back to see us." Lan Zhao nodded gently. Lu Xiao, standing nearby, twitched his ears, and his eyes instantly darkened. After bidding farewell to Feng, Lu Xiao pressed Lan Zhao. "Do you enjoy fooling around, even when you're injured?" Lan Zhao glared at him. "Are you an M? Does pain make you feel better? You are going to come back to see them." Lu Xiao muttered. "So what? Am I not allowed to make friends?" "But that Feng, he tricked me." The man was a bit grudging. Lan Zhao raised an eyebrow. "I told him to trick you. Who told you to secretly install a tracker on me?" He reached up, wrapped his arms around the man's neck, pulled him down, and met his gaze. "Are you that insecure?" Moi. The man guiltily lowered his eyes but quickly lifted them, wet and glistening, and licked Lan Zhao's lip. "I was wrong, but I'm really afraid you'll leave me. If you're not by my side, I'll go mad. Nothing is more painful than obtaining something and then losing it." Lan Zhao turned over, taking the dominant position, and smiled at the man beneath him, both tender and carefree. "I won't leave you. As long as I don't want to leave you, then you should believe that no matter what happens, we will end up together in the end." Lan Zhao stayed in this world for a very long time. So long that the people of the empire eventually discovered that Lan Zhao was not dead, so long that the harem struggle went through several more rounds. But no matter how many tricks others tried to seduce him, this wall remained unshakable. Lin Shichao once asked Lan Zhao why. He was now researching the bonding mechanism between sentinels and guides, hoping to find a way to break this lifelong bond. But Lan Zhao shook his head and said, "It's simply because he loves me the most. That's all. I love you too." Lin Shichao blurted out, no longer caring about shyness. Lan Zhao felt it, but he could only say, "You are too late." The empire and the insect race coexisted peacefully for decades. At least before Lan Zhao left that world, every planet was a scene of peace and prosperity. Lu Xiao's promise of a next life, Lan Zhao could never fulfill it because his soul did not enter the cycle of reincarnation. After the mission ended, Lan Zhao arrived at the system space. This was a small space carved out by the system in the void, used for the host's soul to rest. The room was decorated warmly, cream-colored wallpaper, a cozy sofa, and even a vase on the coffee table, holding a few daisies still bearing dewdrops. Directly opposite the sofa was a huge display screen. Lan Zhao sat on the sofa, watching the mission settlement screen. A mechanical indifferent system prompt echoed in the system space. Sentinel Guide World Mission Complete. Overall score 90, grade A, storyline completion 70, world satisfaction 95, mission reward 5/0 points. Please continue to strive, host. Lan Zhao looked at the world satisfaction column and with a moment's thought understood. Even if the storyline did not closely match the original, as long as the small world was satisfied, his mission score would not be low. This small world clearly disliked war and preferred a happy ending where everyone is cherished. Moreover, the mission rating is a comprehensive score. There might be other factors influencing it which remain to be explored. As for these points, Lan Zhao opened the system mall, which was filled with all sorts of items dazzling to the eye. From mechas of interstellar worlds to survival kits of apocalyptic worlds, there were also childbearing pills, beauty pills, spiritual spring space, cultivation manuals, talisman artifacts, mysterious black cards. It was truly all-encompassing. The prices were also quite steep. For instance, a spiritual spring space cost 1,000 points. However, although any one of these items could be a golden finger, none of them were what Lan Zhao wanted. Host, I have given you all the energy that the system allocated from the last mission. Do you feel any better? Lan Zhao was stunned for a moment and looked down at himself. In fact, ever since he arrived in the system space from the last world, he no longer felt as if he was about to dissipate. The robe on his soul was brand new, no longer tattered, the bloodstains had been cleaned, and his soul body was more condensed. Only the wings, symbolizing purity, remained shattered into a mess. Lan Zhao said to 006, "Thank you, system, but you don't need to give me the energy next time. The energy allocated to you should help you upgrade, right? Only if you become stronger can you assist me better in completing the missions." The system remained silent. As if recalling something, Lan Zhao said seriously, "Do you have any tool that can conceal divine power?" He looked at the white light on his soul body and frowned. "The influence of my soul itself is too great. To avoid a situation like last world where all characters fell for me, it's better to conceal it a bit. If Lan Zhao hadn't known how to play tricks, given how all the destined ones in the last world fell for him at first sight, the plot would have long been ruined beyond recognition. A god's attraction to humans is innate, especially since he governs love and beauty. The system can try to sever the host's soul influence when the host enters the character's body. Alright then, let's directly enter the next world. Lan Zhao opened his eyes, and a cup of water was thrown out. The kneeling boy in front of him instantly became disheveled, his hair wet in strands, and his eyelashes covered in water, making it hard to open his eyes. His white shirt had also suffered soaked, and clinging to his body, nearly transparent, outlining a lean waist, and the contours of beautiful abs along with 2 suggestive points. How dare you act aloof in front of my brother Zhao? Don't want to stay in Shengquan anymore. Tisk, now you look quite pitiful trying to seduce someone. Brother Zhao, we can't let him off so easily. Lan Zhao came back to his senses, withdrew his hand that had thrown the water out of inertia, and placed the cup back on the table. He glanced at the chattering boys around him. All youthful faces wearing the same school uniform, white shirts, dark blue jackets, black striped ties, and a brooch on their chests. But these young faces were full of malice shocking to the heart. Lan Zhao then looked at the person kneeling before him. They were clearly in a classroom. Lan Zhao was sitting in a seat, and the person in front of him was kneeling at his feet. The person had already opened his eyes, pushing aside the wet hair on his forehead. A pair of clear, stubborn eyes calmly met Lan Zhao's gaze while water dripped from his chin. This appearance of pale face and translucent eyes was truly pitifully charming. Yet that stubborn gaze stirred a desire for conquest from the depths of one's heart. Lan Zhao tapped his fingers on the desk, suddenly let out a light laugh, and gently kicked the person in front of him. Get lost, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, how can you let him off so easily? Before Lan Zhao could say anything, the people around him grew anxious. The boy sitting next to Lan Zhao crossed his arms and glanced at those people. When Brother Zhao speaks, is it your place to question him? Lan Zhao glanced at his deskmate, then at the people surrounding him, and frowned impatiently. All of you get lost too. This is no fun at all. With that, he stood up, left his seat, and walked out of the classroom. He calmly found an empty stairwell, sat down, and began to receive the memories and plot. In a situation where everything is unclear, speaking less and doing less minimizes mistakes. As Lan Zhao had guessed, the main plot of this world was an elite campus romance novel. Shengquan Academy was the top elite university in the country, with a clear hierarchy similar to society. The better one's family background, the higher their status and power. But the plot of this world, how to put it? The more Lan Zhao read, the tighter his brows furrowed, and his eyes grew more. It was too absurd, simply too absurd. It was stacked with Gary Stu, universal charms, switching love interest, car accident, amnesia, chasing wife, crematorium, and every nice not normal buffs. The male lead of this world was the boy who had just knelt before Lan Zhao, named Xiezhizhou. He was a typical resilient, introverted White Lotus special admittee, an old-school male lead. Because he accidentally broke the original host's cup, he was targeted by the original host and his underlings. After a series of humiliations, the original host was moved by Xiezhizhou's resilience and fell in love with him, staged a chivalrous rescue, and got together with the male lead, Lan Zhao. But the original host was a scumbag, the son of a duke with a title to inherit, so he was unwilling to give up his engagement with his fiancée, stringing both sides along and breaking the male lead's heart. Later, the original host had a car accident and lost his memory. The gentle and powerful student council president F1 Ji Yanli took advantage of the situation, exposed the original host's true scumbag nature, and got together with the male lead. After recovering his memory, the original host realized his true feelings, went through the chasing wife crematorium, and ultimately died from self-harm due to unrequited love. After the original host's death, aside from Ji Yanli, music genius F3 Jiangyu and athlete F4 Zhou also gradually developed interest in Xiezhizhou. After rounds of competing, imprisoning, acting weak, and scheming, and several chaotic scenes, it was still Ji Yanli who successfully won the beauty. The others went abroad or joined the military, striving upward in their unrequited love, hoping to make a comeback. After reading the entire plot, Lan Zhao closed his eyes and leaned against the wall. He dared not open his eyes, hoping it was an illusion. Yes, that's right, he had transmigrated into that trashy scumbag F2, who eventually died by self-harm. Key plot points: 1. Establish a romantic relationship with Xiezhizhou. 2. Abandon Xiezhizhou after car accident, amnesia. 3. Achieve the chasing wife crematorium achievement. Mandatory requirements: 1. Character deviation must not exceed 32. Key plot points must be completed. After hearing the key plot points, Lan Zhao finally felt a bit more alive. The plot was so absurd, and he couldn't change it, but fortunately there was plenty of room for maneuvering within the key plot points. He didn't have to be forced to bully others, nor did he have to die by self-harm. As long as he followed the plot without betraying his own heart, this mission should be achievable. Lan Zhao composed himself, and upon hearing the bell signaling the start of class, he trudged slowly back to the classroom. In this world his identity was that of one of the F4, the heir to a dukedom, a true aristocrat of royal blood, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid, a maker of rules. He could walk sideways at Shengquan Academy. Even if he skipped these classes no one would dare say a word. Yet Lan Zhao found this campus life curiously novel, and attending a lecture or two seemed harmless enough. When he entered the classroom, everyone's eyes were on him. Lan Zhao ignored the gazes and returned to his original seat, where the group from earlier and Xie Zhizhou had already vanished. Only the boy in the seat beside him remained, propping his chin on his hand, watching him with ease. I thought you wouldn't come back. This was an elective class, and the 10-minute break had just ended. The teacher, sensing trouble, had slipped out earlier. Now that class had resumed, the instructor droned on at the front, paying no mind to Zhou Yuluo's voice, which had not been lowered in volume. Lan Zhao settled into the seat beside Zhou Yuluo and replied casually, got bored so I came back. Zhou Yuluo was the youngest of the F4, a sports student, and the eldest son of a military bigwig. His younger sister Zhou Wei was Lan Zhao's fiancée. For this reason Zhou Yuluo followed closely at Lan Zhao's heels, their relationship closer than others. The boy had broad shoulders, muscular build, and healthy wheat-colored skin. When he smiled, 2 small canine teeth showed. But because his eyes were single-lighted with a world-weary look and slightly drooping corners, he appeared cold and unapproachable when not smiling. Everyone at Shengquan Academy knew he was just as formidable as Lan Zhao. That indifferent, detached, and occasionally incendiary demeanor left a terrible impression on the delicate protagonist in the early stages, making Zhou Yuluo's subsequent pursuit of the love interest even more arduous. Brother Zhao, that little white flower has left, too scared to even attend class, huh? Zhou Yuluo kept his eyes on Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao, not fond of talking during class, responded with a perfunctory word, toying with the fountain pen in his hand. His gaze seemed to wander loosely over the teacher as if lost in thought. Zhou Yuluo found it dull, yet a strange excitement stirred within him. He didn't know why, but he felt happier than usual when Lan Zhao sat beside him. Intending to sleep on the desk, he instead rested his head on Lan Zhao's shoulder. The dry, warm scent of a young man mixed with a faint fragrance of laundry detergent was not unpleasant. But Lan Zhao felt uncomfortable. Besides, Zhou Yuluo was built large, and his head was heavy. Lan Zhao shrugged his shoulder impatiently. A grown man like you, aren't you annoying? The boy lifted his eyelids, glanced at him, and curled his lips into a smile. Brother, you're older than me, you should take care of me. Lan Zhao had a sudden idea, and replied, then I'm still your future brother-in-law. Zhou Yuluo's smile slowly faded, a strange and complex emotion flickering in his eyes. All right, your head is too heavy. Get off. At Lan Zhao's words, he silently rose and lay face down on the desk to sleep. Sensing the sudden drop in his mood, Lan Zhao wondered if he had said something wrong. Failing to figure it out, he resumed his habit of half listening to the lecture while daydreaming. After class came lunchtime, and Lan Zhao and Zhou Yuluo drifted with the crowd toward the cafeteria. In truth, with the two of them walking down the path, no one dared to come within 5 meters. It was far from crowded. At Shengquan Academy, students were divided into 4 ranks based on family background, each wearing a different colored brooch. Ordinary nouveau riche wore yellow brooches, children of influential political or military families wore silver, those from prestigious aristocratic houses wore gold, and the top-tier F4 wore purple. As for the special admittees who excelled academically, but came from impoverished families, they wore no brooch. It was curious that the school was even more hierarchical than the most feudal society. Lan Zhao and Zhou Yuluo went to the top-floor restaurant reserved exclusively for the F4. The dining hall was spacious and bright, with melodious violin music flowing in the air. For booths, 4 large tables, each adorned with candle holders and fresh flowers. All ingredients here were flown in daily from around the world, absolutely fresh. The chefs were all top-tier, on standby 24 hours a day. Upon entering, they found someone already seated inside. Brotherly, why didn't you tell us when you came to eat? Zhou Yuluo greeted cheerfully, his tone a mix of eagerness and formality. The seated boy slowly set down his knife and forked the utensils, making no sound as they touched the plate. He looked up at the two, curved his lips into a standard smile, and spoke in a gentle, polite voice. A Zhao and a Luo are here. Why don't you sit with me and have something to eat? He gestured, and even moved aside to make room, smoothing the wrinkles on his shirt as he did. Since I knew you at class, I didn't call you to join. Lan Zhao had already taken a seat opposite Ji Yanli, leaving Zhou Yuluo no choice but to sit beside Ji Yanli. After all, Ji Yanli had moved aside. It would be awkward if no one sat there. Ji Yanli was the true male lead of this book, heir to the financial conglomerate that controlled the empire's economy. Being a year older than the others, he was the F1, the elder brother to them all. Even the original arrogant and domineering Lan Zhao had no objection to this. Simply put, Ji Yanli was too adept at handling people. He was courteous to everyone, lent a hand to those in need, never discriminated against special admittees, and crucially, while not discriminating, he still managed to gain the support of all upper-class students and was elected student council president. How could such a person be simple? Ji Yanli busied himself ordering dishes for them, his smile unwavering. His sleeves were neatly rolled up, but his white shirt collar was always fastened to the top button, exuding an air of refined elegance. He was of course very handsome, fair-skinned gentlemanerd with a high-bridged nose and lips of moderate thickness. His eyes, though warm, occasionally flashed with sharpness. A Zhao. Ji Yanli smiled at him. Why are you staring at me? Not eating. Lan Zhao snapped back to reality, imitating the original's roguish demeanor, leaned back, and said, too lazy to cut it. Brother Ji, you cut it for me. Ji Yanli withdrew the probing look in his eyes, sighed helplessly as if he could do nothing about it, and said, all right, I'll cut it for you. He picked up the plate in front of Lan Zhao and began slicing the steak with deliberate grace. Zhou Yulua looked from Lan Zhao to Ji Yanli, hesitating, as if to speak. Tisk, brother Zhao was still too naive, always bossing around this old fox. Could it be that the old fox served for free? Why not boss me around? Am I no longer close to brother? Am even free? After we finish eating, Zhao, come to my office for a nap. Ji Yanli handed the neatly cut steak to Lan Zhao, offering a gentle smile. There's something I want to discuss with you. Zhou Yulua sneered inwardly, but put on a carefree facade. What's there to say that can't be said now? Am I an outsider? Ji Yanli cast him a fleeting glance. Aluo is certainly no outsider, but I've never heard of Aluo enjoying being lectured. The young man folded his hands on his knees, leaning back, and shot a teasing sidelong glance at Zhou Yulua. In the past, during meetings, you always try to slip away. He seemed to be acting in Zhou Yuluo's best interest. Yet after this speech, Zhou Yulua indeed felt less inclined to tap. Lan Zhao observed their exchange, his heart skipping a beat. He drawled, brother Ji. Could he also skip going? Ji Yanli first smiled at him, then glanced at the steak before him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Lan Zhao was speechless. Well, had fallen into the trap. No wonder he was the ultimate victor in the original plot. After the meal, Zhou Yulua drove away from the school. Lan Zhao still had a class in the afternoon, so he followed Ji Yanli to the student council president's office. He trailed quietly behind Ji Yanli, his steps light, musing that in this world his body was free of ailments. Could it be that his divine essence had improved significantly? Would he no longer suffer from illness? Did he still need to find a chi supplier in this world? The system's concealment seemed quite effective. None of these people had shown any suspicion toward him. In that case, who would fall for a trashy scumbag? Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice when Ji Yanli stopped. His nose bumped into the young man's back. The warm, jade-like youth turned around, looking at him helplessly. What are you thinking about? Watch where you're going. Lan Zhao responded casually, not noticing that Ji Yanli's gaze lingered on him a little longer than usual. The student council had its own building with the president's office on the top floor, a spacious penthouse. The office of a scion of a conglomerate could hardly be shabby. The office was a suite. Upon entering, there was a large meeting area with a long table, a sofa set, and Ji Yanli's private desk in front of the bookshelf. Ji Yanli didn't sit on the sofa. Instead, he settled behind his desk, twirling a pen, and gestured for Lan Zhao to sit across from him. Lan Zhao remained standing, leaning against the desk, and asked impatiently, "What's the matter? Is it worth calling me over just for this? Can I spend time with Zhao without a reason?" The young man softened his voice, pretending to be innocent. Lan Zhao rolled his eyes. "Don't give me that. Spit it out." Ji Yanli, clearly familiar with Lan Zhao's temperament, finally set aside his doubts at this reaction. He turned serious. "What exactly did Xie Zhizhou do to provoke you? Why bully him like that?" Lan Zhao knew Ji Yanli would bring this up. In the original plot, it was Ji Yanli's repeated covert help that allowed him to easily open Xie Zhizhou's closed heart after emotional wounds. Thus, Lan Zhao himself couldn't understand why Xie Zhizhou didn't fall for his benefactor Ji Yanli, but instead, like a victim of Stockholm Syndrome, fell for the original host who had bullied him. "He broke the water cup my mother gave me." That single sentence silenced Ji Yanli. Everyone in their circle knew that the Duke and Duchess had a strained relationship. Lan Zhao was raised by the Duke, while the Duchess remained distant and indifferent to him. The office was quiet for a long moment before Ji Yanli's voice sounded tinged with compromise. "Don't go too far, or the special admit students will protest collectively. It'll be troublesome." Lan Zhao studied his calm features carefully, then let out a sarcastic laugh. "Got it, my esteemed president." Ji Yanli's eyes held no genuine sympathy or respect for the special admit students. His public image was merely a mask for climbing the social ladder. It fooled the masses, but not those of his own class. "See, how could a pure white flower grow from the mud? If there's nothing else, he'll go sleep." Lan Zhao hopped off the desk. Ji Yanli nodded, then recalled something. "Oh right, Jiang Yu is coming back. We'll need to get together, the four of us." "Got it." Lan Zhao waved without looking back, heading into his private restroom. Ji Yanli's office had 4 restrooms prepared specifically for the quartet's frequent indulgence in idleness. Only after Lan Zhao's figure disappeared from sight did Ji Yanli let his smile fade. He stared into the void, a hint of confusion in his eyes. How strange. Today when he saw his childhood friend, that wicked, foolish, arrogant brat, his heart had skipped a beat. Why? This world was on the whole a mundane modern one with technology not as advanced as the Sentinel Guide world. Yet class distinctions were stark, with an insurmountable chasm between the nobility and commoners. Shengquan cultivated the empire's elite, so certain courses were mandatory for everyone: advanced mathematics, military theory, art appreciation. The scores in these subjects would affect future academic advancement and employment. Lan Zhao was studying management, Xie Zhizhou was in finance. The afternoon advanced math class was a joint session for the management and economics schools. But when Lan Zhao entered the classroom right on time, he didn't see Xie Zhizhou. Every special admit student at Shengquan was diligent and hardworking, because poor grades meant losing the privilege of staying. So Xie Zhizhou would never skip class. Lan Zhao sat in his seat, the professor's words washing over him without registering a single one. After about 10 minutes, he abruptly stood up and rushed out through the front door. The professor, as if seeing nothing, continued his unhurried lecture. While pondering the original plot, Lan Zhao headed back to the teaching building where they'd had class in the morning. In the original story, incidents like dousing with waterball games and locking people in restrooms were commonplace. This time it was likely that Xie Zhizhou had been locked in a restroom by underlings. No one dared to help him unless the matter escalated and caught Ji Yanli's attention. But Lan Zhao's key plot point was to establish a romantic relationship with Xie Zhizhou, then hurt each other later. There was no need to provoke such things early on. When passing a restroom on a certain floor, Lan Zhao heard faint noises. The restrooms at Shengquan were luxurious, with stalls and pleasant aromatherapy, cleaned regularly. But this restroom had water overflowing, and no one had mopped it up. That was abnormal. Is anyone there? Anyone? Let me out. A weak voice came from a stall, the tone devoid of hope. Xie Zhizhou had called out countless times, but no one dared to help. Host, if you help him now, he might end up in danger. The system suddenly spoke up to remind him. Lan Zhao replied in his heart. Who said I was going to help him? After saying that, he stepped forward, untied the rope locking the cubicle door, and yanked it open. Xie Zhizhou was leaning in the corner, staring at him in stunned silence. He had been locked inside while changing clothes in the restroom. Since accidents always happened, he had brought a spare school uniform. Yet who could have imagined that after changing he would be doused with a bucket of water and locked in here with no one to call for help, no way out. It was early summer, not cold, but the room was cool and damp. Xie Zhizhou's clothes had almost dried. Fortunately, the water they splashed on him was clean. Those people couldn't find any dirty water in Shengquan. His pale face and disheveled hair covering his eyes made him look utterly gloomy. The moment he saw Lan Zhao, Xie Zhizhou thought, they're here to torment me again. Hey, are you dumb? Get out. Lan Zhao crossed his arms and stared coldly at him. Xie Zhizhou silently rose and stepped out of the cubicle that had imprisoned him for the entire noon. It wasn't that he was willing to obey, he knew that disobedience would only bring more torment. Unexpectedly, this time Lan Zhao had come alone. The young master stood there with arms crossed, his brows and eyes haughty, making even this filthy place seem clean and luxurious. Xie Zhizhou had stared at that face countless times, always remembering that all his suffering came from that face. But today when he looked at that face again, he felt dizzy and disoriented. The painful memories of the past seemed to fade. The face that had once been etched into his soul first blurred, then became clearer and clearer, transforming into the one before him. Exquisitely beautiful, breathtakingly stunning, with a beauty that was almost sharp and aggressive. The former face, twisted with malice and cruelty, was forgotten. Now Xie Zhizhou only remembered the way Lan Zhao looked down at him with disdain. He thought every time before, he must have looked at me with the same contemptuous gaze, as if I were an ant. I'm not that kind-hearted to just let you off. Lan Zhao recited the lines, saying this for the system's benefit. He clenched his fists and flexed his wrists, making his joints crack, looking as if he was about to throw. Xie Zhizhou stood there silently watching him. He was a bit taller than Lan Zhao. In the past, the young master had too many lackeys around him, but now he was confident he could pin the young master to the ground and teach him a lesson. Yet for some reason Xie Zhizhou didn't move. Lan Zhao approached him, deciding to give him a light slap as the price for rescuing him. That way the system couldn't accuse him of breaking character. Lan Zhao raised his hand. Xie Zhizhou still stared at him fixedly. Lan Zhao's hand came down. The movement was as gentle as a caress. Host, at least put some strength into it. What are you touching him for? You won't pass the test like this. Host, why are you hugging him? Lan Zhao collapsed entirely onto Xie Zhizhou. He was panting heavily, his cheeks flushed, and his eyes were misty. A moment ago, when he tried to hit Xie Zhizhou, as soon as his hand touched the boy's face, a strange sensation coursed through his entire body, from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. The slap turned into a caress, and Lan Zhao immediately couldn't stand. He fell onto Xie Zhizhou, his face pressed tightly against Xie Ziz's neck. This contact seemed to soothe the turmoil, anxiety, and restlessness rising within him. While holding the boy tightly, he replied to the system in his heart, almost crying, "I don't know either. Hurry and check if this body has any hidden illness." Okay, host, don't worry, you'll check right away." Lan Zhao took a breath and buried his head in Xie Ziz's neck hollow. The boy's collar was pulled open about to reveal half of his shoulder. Xie Zhizhou had been standing still ever since Lan Zhao started touching him, and now he was even more stiff as his hands hanging by his sides were clenched into fists. He stood there with his neck stiff back straight as a rod, but his face was full of panic. What did the young master want to do now? Humiliate him? Or had he come up with some new trick? He wouldn't be fooled by him. But the scorching breath and dampness were about to burn the skin on his neck. The boy's face and neck were completely red. Steadying his voice, he said with a firm gaze, "If you want to teach me a lesson, you can do it directly. There's no need for this." Lan Zhao was almost hanging on him. With trembling hands, Lan Zhao cupped the boy's face and pressed his own cheek against it. Xie Ziz's entire body flushed red, his face squeezed out of shape by Lan Zhao, his lips pouting. He could no longer maintain his mask of calmness. The unease in Lan Zhao's heart faded a little. Thinking that they would eventually establish a romantic relationship and recalling his current persona, he said in a trembling voice, "This is Shengquan. I can do whatever I want to you. Whatever I want. How about it? Do you feel disgusted? Uncomfortable? Disgust is right. Uncomfortable is right. This is my punishment for you." After hearing the young master's utterly unassertive declaration, Xie Zhizhou fell silent. The heart in his chest began to pound wildly. He let out a rough breath, raised his hand, then lowered it. In the end, he raised his hand, grabbed Lan Zhao's shirt, and pulled him away. His voice was hoarse, "I'm dirty, you don't have to." But who would have known that the moment he separated from Xie Zhizhou, tears instantly streamed down Lan Zhao's face. "Help! What's going on?" He pressed himself tightly back against him, not letting the boy see the tears in his eyes. But the damp shirt still left Xie Zhizhou. After a moment, he heard the young master's voice, struggling to stay steady, but unable to suppress a sob. "Why are you so— Just do what you're told. Hurry up and carry me to the empty classroom next door." There was another long silence. Xie Zhizhou swallowed his Adam's apple, bobbing. His thick brows furrowed, his face stiff. He supported Lan Zhao's buttocks and lifted him up like a child. Flustered, he carried him into the adjacent lecture hall. The classroom was dimly lit, and he nearly tripped on the steps with Lan Zhao in his arms. "Are you stupid? How did you even get into Shengquan with this?" The young master kept up his steady stream of insults. But Xie Zhizhou didn't feel offended at all. He carried the young master to an empty seat and sat down. Lan Zhao stayed quietly in his arms. All around was silent. In the morning, he had knelt before Lan Zhao like a dog. In the afternoon, he was holding his master in his arms. Skin against skin. Like a dream. Lan Zhao leaned against Xie Zhizhou with his eyes closed, listening to the system's report. "Skin hunger syndrome?" he asked in surprise inwardly. "Yes, but the original owner didn't have this condition. It should be a symptom caused by the host's own shattered divine personality and weakened soul." Lan Zhao thought he had already recovered. He thought he would never have to endure the torment of illness again. Unexpectedly, the condition was getting stranger. But it was not surprising, as since he transmigrated into this world, he hadn't had any intimate contact with others. Even when Zhou Yulua leaned on his shoulder, there was a layer of fabric in between, and only his hair brushed against his face, which did not trigger the onset of skin hunger syndrome. Unexpectedly, the first episode of the condition occurred in front of the protagonist, the bottom. How could he bully the protagonist in the future? When will this illness get better? "I can't keep hugging Xie Zhizhou forever, right?" Lan Zhao asked the system. "Skin hunger syndrome has no cure, only alleviation. The host can have Xie Zhizhou move away from you when you lose consciousness." "Understood." Lan Zhao opened his eyes. Feeling the heat beneath him, he pursed his lips. "Xie Zhizhou, I command you to leave me after I fall asleep. Just put me down here. Did you hear me? If you don't comply, I'll have someone put a sack over your head and beat you up." Xie Ziz's Adam's apple moved, and he unconsciously tightened his arms around Lan Zhao, letting out a muffled "mm." How could he be like this? How could he be so despicable? Once on shore, one prays no more. Wagging his tail for a sweet date, Xie Zhizhou cursed himself in his heart. After Lan Zhao woke up, Xie Zhizhou was indeed no longer beside him. The restless irritation that came from not being hugged was gone from his heart. The first thing he did after leaving the empty classroom was to go to the supermarket to buy gloves. From now on, he was the unapproachable beauty on a high peak. Oh no, even acquaintances couldn't get close to him. After skipping an advanced mathematics class, Lan Zhao had no classes in the afternoon either. When he came out of the supermarket, he found it was raining outside, so he simply called the family driver to come pick him up. Holding the umbrella given to him by the supermarket owner, Lan Zhao stood under the eaves watching the increasingly heavy rain curtain and the hurried crowd. The young man was tall and slender with features like a painting. The arrogant and domineering expression on his face was gone as seen through the rain curtain. He looked like a figure from a painting. A car stopped in front of the young man. Once the dark umbrella was opened, only his high-nosed bridge and delicate chin could be seen. Zhou Yulua shoved his umbrella to the person beside him, wrapped his coat over his head, and ran quickly toward the car in the rain. Hey brother Zhou, isn't it insane to have an umbrella and not use it? That person only dared to mutter softly, then picked up Zhou Yuluo's umbrella, opened his own, and walked away. Just as Lan Zhao was about to close the car door, a large hand with distinct knuckles grabbed the edge of the door, and a wet, disheveled head poked in. Brother Zhao, give me a ride. Without waiting for Lan Zhao's answer, he quickly slid and closed the door, and used his coat to wipe his wet hair. The series of movements was smooth and fluid. Uncle, start the car, Zhou Yulua shouted cheerfully. The driver glanced at Lan Zhao's expression before daring to start the engine. Zhou Yulua saw Lan Zhao sitting far away from him and tried to squeeze over. Hey, don't move. Just get that area wet. Lan Zhao looked at him with disgust. You pay Uncle Wang to wash the car. Zhou Yulua had to stop and said readily, no problem. So it was just an illusion after all. When did Brother Zhao become an ethereal handsome man? Still the same old Brother Zhao? Just. When did Brother Zhao secretly become more handsome behind his back? Even he, a grown man, felt his heart race and his face flush. Xie Zhizhou stood at the entrance of the teaching building silently watching the black car drive away. From this angle, he had just witnessed the whole process of Zhou Yulua throwing his umbrella to someone else and squeezing into the car. They were childhood friends from the same social class, partners in crime. Wasn't this to be expected? Why should he care about someone like this? The scattered hair covered the young man's brows and eyes, making his expression unreadable. Brother Zhao, why are you wearing gloves? Zhou Yulua made a fuss in Lan Zhao's room. Germophobia, so don't come near me. Lan Zhao bent over, rummaging through the wardrobe to find clothes for him. After much effort, he found a loose-fitting t-shirt from the back of the closet along with a pair of pants that he had accidentally bought too long. Turning around to toss them to Zhou Yulua, he found that the latter had somehow stood behind him. Sneaky, and when caught he had a guilty look on his face. Lan Zhao threw the clothes at his face, nimbly dodged away, and kept a safe distance from Zhou Yulua. Go take a shower and change clothes. You look like a drowned rat. Zhou Yulua subconsciously took a deep sniff, then lowered the clothes and turned to look at Lan Zhao innocently. Brother Zhao, you haven't found me underwear yet. Finally Lan Zhao scowled and found him a new pair of underwear, only to see Zhou Yulua take it reluctantly and enter the bathroom. Lan Zhao threw himself onto the bed and let out a long sigh of relief. The rain continued until evening. The drainage system in the villa area was excellent. The sound of rain outside the window composed a beautiful piece of light music, and the rain curtain provided a backdrop for people to enjoy the rain and recite poetry. For them the rain was nothing more. Car headlights flashed through the rain curtain. Lan Zhao jumped up from the bed and threw his phone onto the bed. Brother Zhao, this round isn't over yet. My dad is back. Play by yourself. We were one step away from a chicken dinner. Lan Zhao was already gone. Only the sound of rapid footsteps downstairs could be heard. Zhou Yulua sighed, had to give up on the chicken dinner, and followed downstairs to meet the Duke. The original owner was raised by the Duke. If towards the Duchess he felt a cautious reverence, longing for care, then towards the Duke it was a mixture of dependence and awe. If he were still upstairs playing games when the Duke returned, that would absolutely not be allowed. The man handed his slightly rain-soaked suit jacket to the butler and walked in while rolling up his shirt sleeves. Seeing Lan Zhao obediently waiting for him downstairs, he revealed a doting smile. Good child, you came home today. Lan Zhao felt like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw the Duke, but also a bit happy. It rained today, so I was too lazy. Shengquan Academy was huge, and the dormitory was far from the supermarket. Staying at home was the same. Zhou Yulua also came down at this moment and respectfully addressed the Duke. Hello, uncle. The smile on the man's face faded a little, but he still replied with a smile, little Luo is here to play too. Go cut some fruit. He instructed the butler standing beside him. Zhou Yulua stayed at the Duke's mansion to have dinner with Lan Zhao and the others. After the meal, the rain outside, as he had wished, still hadn't stopped. Zhou Yulua asked with a grin, Uncle, could I stay overnight tonight? He'll go to school with Lan Zhao tomorrow. The Duke lifted his eyelids and glanced at him, smiling. Of course, he'll have the steward prepare a guest room immediately. No need, I can just sleep with Lan Zhao. Before the Duke could frown, Lan Zhao's voice rang out, as if he were avoiding the idea at all costs. No way. You'd better take the guest room for yourself, or let the driver take you home. I'm not used to sharing a bed with anyone else. He couldn't stand touching others' skin now. Sleeping together would be unthinkable. Zhou Yulua looked wounded. The Duke, however, let out a soft chuckle. That evening, Lan Zhao exchanged some bonding moments with his cheap father, letting the man pat his head before being allowed to go upstairs, barely passing the test. The next morning, Lan Zhao and Zhou Yulua rode back to school together. Lan Zhao had no classes in the morning, so he went straight to his single luxury dormitory to catch up on sleep, while Zhou Yulaw headed to the training ground. After lying in the dormitory all morning, he had lunch delivered by his underling. Eyeing the blushing, stammering boy before him, Lan Zhao asked while eating, "Did Xiezhizhou come to school today?" "He did, but it seems he arrived at 10 in the morning." The boy cautiously looked up at Lan Zhao's expression. "Brother Zhao, if you want anything done, I'll pass it on to Brother Wang." "No need." Lan Zhao put down his chopsticks and looked at him seriously. "Tell Wang Yang to stop meddling with Xiezhizhou from now on. I have my own plans, and I won't let him off easy. If I ever catch you bullying him on your own again, don't blame me for turning on you." Lan Zhao's threat was delivered with a sharp edge. The underling watched his lips part and clothes stained a vivid color by the iced milk tea he had personally served. That menacing gaze, those relaxed brows. Suddenly he felt an urge to be bullied by him. But reason quickly halted that dangerous thought. Offending Lan Zhao at Shengquan was no joke. The underling face flushed, took his leave. Lan Zhao, puzzled, sensed the faint sparks of affection, wondering which words had triggered such a reaction and what fantasies. These days Lan Zhao holed up in his dormitory, attending only professional courses while skipping the rest. His underlings followed his orders and stopped bothering Xiezhizhou, leaving the protagonist's days peaceful. Since that hug, Xiezhizhou had felt uneasy, unsure how to face the young master. Yet after that day, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of that face. No one came to harass him, and he could no longer see that beautiful, wicked visage. Xiezhizhou found himself feeling hollow. How human nature craves what it can't have. Perhaps this peaceful interlude was the young master's hush money. For someone like him, aside from kneeling to become his dog, there was no other way to get close to the young master. Xiezhizhou suppressed his turbulent thoughts and began to savor the rare tranquility. But in his dreams, the dim lecture hall occasionally appeared. Xiezhizhou saw Lan Zhao again, this time amidst a sea of people under the spotlight of countless eyes. Lan Zhao had just received a text from Ji Yanli informing him that Jiang Yu had returned to the country and was already at Shengquan. Ji Yanli invited them to gather for a meal and karaoke. Knowing it was time for the F4 to reconnect, Lan Zhao changed clothes and headed out. Just as he was about to go to the school gate, another text from Jiang Yu told him to meet at the concert hall where he was practicing. So Lan Zhao redirected to the concert hall. When he arrived, he found it packed inside and out, surrounded by an impenetrable. Students in uniform pressed against the entrance, peering inside, yet all remained silent by mutual consent. Only the faint sound of piano music flowed through the still air. Every face bore an expression of ecstasy and reverence bordering on fanaticism. Most of the onlookers wore yellow or silver brooches, with a few sporting gold ones. Lan Zhao couldn't help but wonder, is it really worth it? Is it really that serious? When they spotted Lan Zhao, they parted a path for him without a word. In truth, Lan Zhao's reputation at school wasn't as good as Jiang Yu's. Jiang Yu was the son of a high-ranking official with real power, rarely appeared at Shengquan due to world tours, and had an outstanding appearance. The students naturally viewed him through a rose-tinted lens. Unlike the original owner, who bullied the weak through his weight around and had a thoroughly rotten reputation. Even with a decent face, it was overshadowed by his infamous notoriety. But now, as Lan Zhao walked toward the concert hall with a blank expression, though inwardly stiff with embarrassment, people's gazes fell on him, and they suddenly realized that the great demon of Shengquan possessed a strikingly beautiful exterior. So beautiful that for a moment one could forget his misdeeds and be drawn to follow him. Lan Zhao entered the hall, glanced at the students outside, and slammed the heavy door shut. Shutting out those fervent stares, Lan Zhao turned to face the stage, where a single spotlight illuminated a beautiful young man completely absorbed in playing the piano. The surroundings were dim, and only Jiang Yu beneath that light was bright, as if he himself were glowing. His long fingers danced nimbly, exquisite notes spilling from them, his eyes closed, lashes long and curled. Lan Zhao descended the steps and walked toward Jiang Yu. As he took a seat in the front row, the piece was reaching its end. Jiang Yu rose, bowed gracefully to the audience, then straightened up and lifted his head, his face, blessed by the heavens, fully exposed, fair skin, smooth contours, amber pupils, slightly upturned pink lips. Everything about him made him appear like a pure and radiant. No one would believe that a boy so beautiful and innocent could be a villain. The system too saw Jiang Yu's face, but remained utterly unmoved. Lan Zhao sat in the darkness, his form shrouded in shadow. Jiang Yu couldn't see his face clearly, but he knew it was Lan Zhao. He curled his lips slightly and offered a special bow toward Lan Zhao. "Let me play one more piece for my dear brother Zhao, whom I haven't seen in so long. May my brother Zhao always be spirited, safe, and happy." Jiang Yu sat back down and played a heartwarming, healing melody. If not for Lan Zhao having read the original story, he might have been deceived by the boy's angelic appearance. His phone buzzed. Lan Zhao glanced at it, then stood up and walked onto the stage, stepping into the spotlight. Jiang Yu stared at him, momentarily stunned, and his fingers struck a discordant note on the keys. Brother G and the others are waiting outside the concert hall. They said it's too crowded inside, so they won't come in. Lan Zhao leaned against the piano with a smile. You play for your big brother another time. Let's go now, shall we? Jiang Yu looked up at him for a long moment, then broke into a radiant smile. Okay. The concert hall doors opened. Lan Zhao walked behind Jiang Yu, his scalp tingling with embarrassment, wishing he could sink into the ground. Many students were still gathered outside, but they had spontaneously cleared a path. Directly across the street, a Porsche 911 was parked. The car was considered low-key. Ji Yanli leaned against the door, scrolling through messages on his phone. Sensing the commotion, he looked up toward them. Zhou Yulua was already waving at them eagerly, but he refused to come over to greet them. He stood there with an impatient expression like a groom waiting at the opposite end of the wedding aisle. Jiang Yu was used to it, wearing a warm, spring-like smile. Lan Zhao scowled, walked over to Zhou Yulua, and tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to get in the... Jiang Yu was used to it, wearing a warm, spring-like smile. Lan Zhao scowled, walked over to Zhou Yulua, and tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to get in the car quickly. What's the rush, brother Zhao? Zhou Yulua noticed Lan Zhao's discomfort, stifled a laugh, glanced around at the surrounding classmates, and then abruptly blew a cocky kiss. The girls in that direction let out excited little screams, and even the boys looked thrilled. It's rare for us four to get together. Tomorrow the campus forum will be flooded with our handsome photos. He also put his arm around Lan Zhao's shoulders, acting like close brothers, letting others openly take photos of him. Lan Zhao felt his vision going. Having been immersed in the internet for a long time from his previous world to this one, he fully understood why he felt so awkward now. This was pure old-school Mary Sue flavor. The same old question, was it really necessary? Jiang Yu smiled as he watched Zhou Yuluo's arm around Lan Zhao, then suddenly said, "Let's go quickly, Luo. Brother doesn't like this kind of scene." Brother? When did brother Zhao become your real brother? Zhou Yuluo looked at Jiang Yu's innocent face, which he hadn't seen for a while, and suddenly felt a bit annoyed. A grown man putting on such an innocent and pitiful act. What for? I'm just close to brother Zhao, Jiang Yu said, grabbing Lan Zhao's other hand. He noticed that Lan Zhao was wearing gloves, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Let's go already. Zhou Yuluo still held on to Lan Zhao, refusing to let go. Alright, everyone get in the car. The private room is already booked. It was Ji Yanli who spoke, finally saving the nearly out-of-control situation. Lan Zhao didn't understand where the subtle tension had come from. Because of him. No way. The four of them got into the car. Lan Zhao sat in the passenger seat. The sports car sped away, its exhaust fumes reeking of money. Xie Zhizhou stood behind the crowd. From start to finish, Lan Zhao hadn't even glanced at him. The four of them booked a top-tier Chinese restaurant, feasting on famous dishes from the 8 great cuisines. Lan Zhao was very satisfied with the arrangement. At the table he barely spoke, and just focused on eating. Ji Yanli took care of everyone, but paid extra attention to Lan Zhao, even peeling shrimp for him. Not to be outdone, Zhou Yuluo also put on gloves, peeled a less than perfect shrimp, and placed it on Lan Zhao's plate. Jiang Yu just came back, you should peel for him, Lan Zhao said, but he still ate all the shrimp they had peeled for him. Jiang Yu was staring at Lan Zhao, lost in thought, and when he heard his name he smiled, and said, "No need, I don't like seafood. Here you could mix drinks, sing karaoke, dance, and play billiards." Lan Zhao collapsed on the sofa, not wanting to move. Here you could mix drinks, sing karaoke, dance, and play billiards. Lan Zhao collapsed on the sofa, not wanting to move, just watching Zhou Yuluo busy himself at the karaoke machine. Ji Yanli ran into an acquaintance and went to play billiards with him. Jiang Yu sat next to Lan Zhao. The boy tilted his head to look at Lan Zhao's slightly protruding belly, couldn't help reaching out and touching it. Ate that much? The look in his eyes was strange. Don't even mention it. You all kept piling food on my plate. Lan Zhao dodged Jiang Yu's hand and complained, "Brother Ji is one thing, but why are you two joining in? I'm older than you, what do I need you to take care of me? And that restaurant, why did they have to make the food so delicious?" That was a bit unreasonable. Jiang Yu laughed and leaned closer. It's only right for younger brothers to take care of their older brother. Brother Zhao, why are you wearing gloves? He took Lan Zhao's hand and tilted his head to look at him. Germophobia. Lan Zhao didn't want to explain further. But aren't you hot? Jiang Yu tried to pull the glove off, but Lan Zhao slapped his hand away and glared at him. Not hot. Go play somewhere else and stop bothering me. Jiang Yu leaned in even closer. No, I want to stay with brother Zhao. After a few months apart, brother Zhao has become so interesting. Amusement gleamed in his amber eyes. To an outsider, it looked like the two boys were embracing. Xie Zhizhou didn't know whether it was himself or them who was haunting the other. But at this moment he could only lower his eyes, walk softly toward Lan Zhao and the others, and bend down to place the tray of drinks on the coffee table. This time Lan Zhao saw him, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He didn't say anything though. But Jiang Yu was a perceptive person. Following Lan Zhao's gaze, he noticed a club server. This not bad looking. They all wore the same uniform, but the vest and bow tie looked exceptionally handsome on him. Xie Zhizhou finished placing the drinks and was about to leave. Wait, Jiang Yu called out. Come over and open this bottle of wine for us and pour it into glasses. Xie Zhizhou nodded slightly and silently complied. Lan Zhao stared at his slender fingers as he opened the bottle, lost in thought. Jiang Yu noticed this and subtly glanced at Xie Zhizhou, who stood by waiting for further instructions. You look about our age. Where do you study? Since the guest asked, Xie Zhizhou had to answer. At Shengquan. What a coincidence. We're at the same school. But I don't remember you. Jiang Yu frowned, feigning puzzlement, and even seemed a bit embarrassed. Zhou Yulua, who had finished selecting songs, was drawn by the commotion. He walked over, took one look, and snorted. How could you possibly remember a special admits student? Then he turned to Lan Zhao. Brother Zhao, this guy just won't disappear. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Is there a story? Do you know him? Zhou Yulua plopped down on the other side of Lan Zhao, crossed his arms, and looked at Xie Zhizhou with leisurely amusement. Yeah, we know him. This kid broke the water glass the Duchess gave to Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao was magnanimous and let him off. Who would have thought our fate would bring us together here? Xie Zhizhou stood motionless, letting them size him up. Upon hearing Zhou Yuluo's words, Jiang Yu understood what had happened and immediately gave a knowing smile. We're all classmates. Better to resolve feuds than to keep them. How about this? You drink this glass of wine you poured yourself, and this matter is settled. Jiang Yu spoke, while continuing to pour wine into the glass until it was full. After saying this, he looked at Lan Zhao with an innocent expression. Brother Zhao, you don't think I'm meddling, do you? Lan Zhao stared at his angelic face and venomous heart, but said nothing. He was thinking about how to avoid bullying people without breaking character. Xie Zhizhou looked at the full glass of red wine, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. He had never drunk alcohol before, but a glass of red wine should be fine. But he raised his eyes to look at the silent. Was the young master still angry with him? Was this his intention? Xie Zhizhou didn't know what he was expecting. Host straying too far from the plot is not good either. Let Xie Zhizhou drink this time, and the early plot of bullying the protagonist can barely pass. Since the system said so, and Lan Zhao was no saint, he slightly raised his chin and said casually, let's do as Yu says. Drink it, and this matter is settled. Jiang Yu laughed, his suspicion fading. Why would a special enrollment student deserve Lan Zhao's attention? Xie Zhizhou silently bent down to pick up the glass, his atoms apple bobbing as the strong liquor went down. He should have known. The young master was still the young master. The embrace in the dim classroom was perhaps just the young master's involuntary act, allowing him to take advantage and also solving his predicament. From the moment Xie Zhizhou saw the gloves on Lan Zhao's hands, he seemed to understand something. He choked and coughed, his face burning, but his calm dark eyes kept observing Lan Zhao's expression. The young master remained indifferent. After accepting his punishment, Xie Zhizhou bowed and withdrew. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jiang Yu smiling and saying something to Lan Zhao, and Zhou Yuluo coquettishly taking Lan Zhao's hand. After Xie Zhizhou left, Ji Yanli also returned, sitting across from Lan Zhao and chatting with them. Zhou Yuluo sang love songs beside Lan Zhao, thinking he was being romantic. Lan Zhao leaned back against the sofa, having had a little wine. While he was bored, Jiang Yu suddenly leaned over and said something. It immediately woke up the drowsy Lan Zhao. Brother Zhao, I saw on the campus forum that you really don't like that Xie guy, do you? Lan Zhao shot him a glance. I don't like him, but didn't we just settle it? Jiang Yu smiled sweetly. Brother, why are you so naive? It's settled, but since he made you so unhappy, it's only natural to teach him an extra lesson, right? Lan Zhao suddenly sensed a hint of conspiracy. What do you mean? How about I find some people to beat him up on his way home? There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. Jiang Yu's eyes held a hint of testing as he looked at Lan Zhao, but Lan Zhao didn't notice. He was thinking that in the original plot, the hero saves beauty scenario was actually an idea Jiang Yu accidentally gave to the original owner. This kid with an angelic face, but a demonic heart. Although everyone in this book is a villain, Jiang Yu is especially sly and malicious. The early plot of bullying the protagonist had been completed, and he should quickly move on to the first key plot point. It was a rare opportunity. Let's do it today. Thank you, Jiang Yu. Lan Zhao curled his lips and looked at him. All right, send me the contact information of those people, and he'll tell them how to teach Xie Zhizhou a lesson. Jiang Yu didn't like Lan Zhao mentioning that special enrollment student's name, but seeing Lan Zhao's complete indifference toward that kid made him very happy. He sent the contact information of the thug leader to Lan Zhao. What are you two whispering about? Zhou Yuluo shouted, holding a microphone. Ji Yanli casually swirled the wine glass in his hand, the liquid gently swirling, making his gentle smile seem somewhat enchanting. Talking about doing something bad, of course. Only when he looked at Lan Zhao did his gaze actually settle on something. Xie Zhizhou finished his part-time job, returned the clothes, and left the club with his backpack. He was an orphan. 2 years ago, he had seen off the old woman who raised him. Now he rented a small apartment nearby. The club was surrounded by heavy traffic and the neon lights were warm and beautiful. But under the overpass was another world. The accommodation fees at Shunquan were too expensive if the rent here was cheaper. Walking from the light into the darkness, Xie calmly stepped around a banana peel on the ground and slowly made his way home. That face kept appearing in his mind. Lan Zhao? Was there something wrong with his body? He didn't want to let him off, nor did he want to be close to him, but for some reason he had approached him and decided to let him go. They would never cross paths again, right? Xie turned into a dim alley. There were no streetlights here, but it was the only. Slowly he stopped walking and stopped thinking about Lan Zhao. Opposite him several tall men were standing. Xie calmly turned around. Several more young men with dyed yellow hair surrounded him. They were coming for him. But after that incident, basically no one in this area dared to provoke him, because even ruthless people fear those who have nothing to lose. So these people were sent to cause him trouble. Was it Lan Zhao? Or Jiangyu? Xie pulled something out of the side pocket of his backpack. These thugs hadn't yet realized that the boy in front of them was not someone to mess with. They were still approaching and making threats. Kid, hand over all your money, and we won't make it hard for you. They wanted money. Xie was taken aback. That's right. Be smart and give us your money, and we'll let you go. Xie was about to take out the change from his pocket as he preferred not to fight if he could avoid it. But as he reached into his pocket, he suddenly noticed a shadow on the ground at the entrance of the alley. He felt something was strange. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Xie handed them the money. This is all I have. The few men exchanged glances, seemingly not expecting him to act, but the leader quickly came up with a new line. This little bit. What the hell is this? You dare mess with me? I'm going to teach you a lesson. The wise guy in the group had a bright idea. Yeah, go ahead and scream. No one's coming to save you even if you shout your throat out. Xia's mouth twitched. He tried tentatively help. The thugs felt insulted. Both their street credibility and their carefully practiced acting had been scorned. Their leader, furious and humiliated, was about to teach Xie a lesson, but before his hand could touch Xie's collar, a lazy voice rang out. Stop! It was the benefactor's voice. Xie looked toward the alley entrance. The man stood under the only dim yellow street lamp, looking unrealistically beautiful. Lan Zhao declared with righteous indignation, How dare you bully someone here? I've called the police. You'll be caught. The thug leader, still dutifully reciting his final lines, said, You wait. We'll be back to settle accounts with you. Let's go. The extras scattered. Lan Zhao slowly walked over to Xie. Even in the dim alley, his pale skin stood out. The boy crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. So, I saved you, didn't I? I happened to pass by and heard you calling for help. How are you going to thank me? How do you want me to thank you? Ahem. Do I have to say it myself? Lan Zhao was a bit troubled. A life-saving debt is beyond repayment. How do you want me to thank you? Ahem. Do I have to say it myself? Lan Zhao was a bit troubled. A life-saving debt is beyond repayment, so what's the usual thing? Xie gazed at the young master's beautiful black crystal-like eyes. His lips moved. Offer myself to you. Lan Zhao looked him up and down, then nodded with extreme reluctance. You're not great, but you're decent-looking and your grades are passable. I'll reluctantly accept your repayment. Xie felt the world was unreal. He stared dazedly at the beautiful face before him. Really? You're willing to be with me? No backing out. If Lan Zhao had stepped back, then he might have let go. But Lan Zhao didn't. The young master even declared him his boyfriend. He felt his heart racing uncontrollably, contracting in waves, his fingers trembling with excitement. Was this heroic rescue because the young master liked him? Was it really affection, not a prank? But no matter the reason, if he agreed, there was no escape. Someone like him, once he got something, would hold it tight and never let go. No backing out, no escape, even if the other begged and cried. Okay. Xia's voice was hoarse. Congratulations, host. Key plot point 1 completed. Lan Zhao relaxed. His new boyfriend put the dagger back in his bag side pocket and trembling leaned toward him. Lan Zhao wasn't the type to abandon someone after using them. He planned to earn some fortune points from Xie first, so he let the boy lean in. Then that slender, beautiful hand touched his face. Holding the young master, who had gone limp, Xie let out a perfect. He had guessed correctly. The young master couldn't be touched without blushing, panting, and asking for a hug. Hey, Xie. If you're going to carry me, not like this. Lan Zhao, face flushed with shame, wrapped his arms around Xia's neck and buried his face in his shoulder. This guy wouldn't carry him on his back, wouldn't do a princess carry, always held him like a child. So embarrassing. Be good, baby. Xia's hand patted him lightly. A sensation of falling came, and Lan Zhao hooked his legs around the boy's waist to keep from falling. This guy looking so thin, how could he be so strong? Angrily, Lan Zhao bit hard on the boy's neck. Hearing a sharp hiss, he finally felt a bit relieved. Xia's rented apartment was in an old residential building with no elevator. 6 floors. He lived on the 6th. It had rained a few days ago, and the top floor had leaked. He had spent a long time fixing it. Xie carried Lan Zhao up to the 6th floor without even a change in his breathing. He rented only a 1-bedroom apartment. It was small, but with simple furniture it felt spacious. He rolled onto the bed with the young master in his arms. Lan Zhao caught the faint scent of Exquisite laundry detergent, a clean, refreshing, like sunlit grass. How are you so forward? He looked at Exquisite's still calm, restrained eyes, and seemed to read something deep within them. Have you been coveting me from the start? I bullied you, and you still like me. How pathetic is that? The young master was still the big bully of Xingchuan, always, but the big bully was in his arms. Yes, so be nicer to me from now on. Okay. He wasn't a masochist, he wouldn't like someone who bullied him. But when he started liking Lan Zhao, he didn't know. Since he had fallen for him, he might as well be born pathetic. But those insults, Lan Zhao would have to pay them back. Proud and unyielding, the youth would only bow his head for love. The next day, Xie Zhizhou sat in Lan Zhao's Lamborghini. A chauffeur had driven the car over. Lan Zhao didn't dare let his family know about him and Xie Zhizhou. Yesterday, because Ji Yanli was low-key and the car needed a seat for, he had randomly picked a Porsche 911 from the garage. But Lan Zhao was naturally flamboyant. The sports car sped into the campus with his new boyfriend. A photo of Xie Zhizhou getting out of Lan Zhao's car hit the top of the campus forum's trending list that same day. Someone even captured a shot of their hands clasped together. Of course, Lan Zhao was still wearing gloves. What's going on? Did the poor boy really catch the prince? Some real-life Cinderella story. Is Zhao Ge really into that unyielding type? If I knew I could get into Zhao Ge's bed after a few days of endurance, I'd do it too. How can you call it endurance? For someone like Lan Zhao, I'd gladly kneel and be his dog. Upstairs, if the young master slapped you, would you licking his hand? That's nothing. If the young master stepped on my face with his bare feet, I'd suck each of his toes. Enough. This is a comment section, not a no man's land. Don't treat us sisters as outsiders. With that look of his chin raised, I could just kiss him to death. Oh, Xie Zhizhou is eating so well. Wait, who's on top and who's on bottom? The young master should be on top. With his status, would Xie Zhizhou dare to resist? But doesn't anyone think the young master is very easy to ship? The comments were filled with lewd remarks, but some people's faces turned green seeing them. For the first time, Ji Yanli wore no smile. His phone lay on the desk, the screen displaying a heated forum post. He tapped his fingers lightly against the surface. Zhou Yulua paced back and forth before him, his face a mixture of bewilderment, shock, and fury. This has to be fake. This post is definitely fabricated. The picture is photoshopped. Brother Zhao hates Xie Zhizhou the most. How could he let him sit in his car and hold his hand? The world hasn't gone that insane yet. Zhou Yulua hadn't even noticed the unmistakable jealousy threading through his own voice. Li Gu, why aren't you saying anything? Only then did Zhou Yulua realize that Ji Yanli had remained silent all along. What should I say? The student council president's tone was indifferent. Who Zhao likes is his own business. On the surface, those words seemed unassailable, but Zhou Yulua felt as if his lungs were about to explode with rage. Thus, he failed to notice the other hand Ji Yanli had clenched tightly on the hem of his shirt. The impeccably dressed student council president didn't even realize his shirt was wrinkled. But he's just a special enrollment student. He and we are from completely different worlds. Zhou Yulua shouted in fury. Oh, I forgot. Your sister Zhou Wei is Zhao's fiancée. Ji Yanli's voice was calm and flat as he looked up at him. No wonder you're so angry. Like a bucket of ice water being poured over his head, Zhou Yulua instantly cooled down. A chill ran down his spine, and his mind became a chaotic mess. Only he knew that when he saw that post, he hadn't thought of Zhou Wei at all, nor had his focus been on the fact that Brother Zhao actually likes men. And as for Zhou Wei, in truth, he was even secretly delighted by the fact that Brother Zhao likes men. He ran straight into Jiang Yu, whose face was dark as thunder, but without even a greeting, he hurried away, a near headlong flight. He ran straight into Jiang Yu, whose face was dark as thunder, but without even a greeting, he hurried away, a near headlong flight. Jiang Yu didn't spare him a glance either. He walked straight into the office, ignored Ji Yanli, and sat down alone on the sofa expressionless. Those beautiful amber eyes no longer held their feigned innocence and naivety. Instead, they were gloomy, brewing something thick and dark. His delicate face resembled a doll from a horror movie, innocent yet malicious. This was the real Jiang Yu, stripped of his disguise. Ji Yanli walked over and sat down in front of him. His voice was very calm, as if merely asking a question. Weren't you two discussing how to teach Xie Zhizhou a lesson last night? The result? You taught him right into Zhao's bed. Jiang Yu smiled, the corners of his mouth spreading wide. What are you talking about? It's Zhao Gij who had other ideas himself. When he spoke the last part, his smile vanished, his face went blank, and his voice became almost a whisper. I wasn't wrong. He really does care about that special enrollment student so much, so that he even used me. Jiang Yu could have hated Lan Zhao, hated Xie Zhizhou, hated himself for coming up with that stupid test last night. Why did he have to destroy his hopes right when he had just discovered something he liked? Their eyes met, and Jiang Yu suddenly found something similar in the student council president's calm gaze. In public, Lan Zhao ordered Xie Zhizhou not to touch him casually. Actually, even if he hadn't said so, Xie Zhizhou didn't want others to discover the young master's secret. That exceptionally docile and tender side was enough if it was only reserved for him. No one dared to bully him anymore, but the strange looks directed at him were still plenty. Even more, in fact. Xie Zhizhou took them all as blessings for him and Lan Zhao. At noon, Xie Zhizhou held Lan Zhao's hand as they walked toward the cafeteria. They ran into Lan Zhao's lackeys, Wang Yang, and the others, the very ones who had taken the initiative to bully him the most back then. Xie Zhizhou instinctively wrapped his arm around Lan Zhao's shoulder. He was a bit taller than Lan Zhao, making the gesture easy. The students around them inwardly screamed, and comments flooded the forum one after another. With this height difference, who's the top and who's the bottom is clear. We want the shorter one as the top. We want the shorter one as the top. How dare the commenter above say the young master is short? If the young master took a fancy to me, I'd move however he told me to. Lan Zhao dodged Xie Ziz's hand, and the empty feeling made a flicker of panic cross the boy's face. But Lan Zhao instead wrapped his arm around Xie Ziz's waist. Looking at his followers, he declared with authority, "From now on, no one is allowed to bully Xie Zhizhou, except me." Did you hear me? Yes. Wang Yang and the others never imagined this day would come. That kid really had said. As everyone responded, only the follower who had brought Lan Zhao iced milk tea that day remained silent. He stared blankly at the young master, nestling close to the boy, and the emptiness in his heart grew larger and larger. A very strange feeling, like something you had always longed for had suddenly settled, and was now impossible for you to have. Apologize. I'm sorry. We were disrespectful before. Sorry, Xie Tongxue. Voices rose one after another. Lan Zhao also silently said, "I'm sorry," in his heart, to Xie Zhizhou on behalf of the original owner. Due to his character setting, he could never apologize to Xie Zhizhou out loud. Even if he did, it would only be later after the wife-chasing crematorium scene. Xie Ziz's expression remained indifferent throughout, and Lan Zhao couldn't tell if he was happy or not. He pulled him into the F4 exclusive restaurant and leaned against the boy waiting to be fed. "Are you still angry?" Hearing the young master's voice, Xie Zhizhou was taken aback for a moment. In truth, his heart had already softened into a puddle. Whoever humiliated him, he kept in his heart. Sooner or later, he would collect the debt. Just like now, watching the young master lying in his arms, obediently opening his. Whoever humiliated him, he kept in his heart. Sooner or later, he would collect the debt. Just like now, watching the young master lying in his arms, obediently opening his mouth, he thought, isn't this the debt collected? He just hadn't expected it to come so soon. Or in this way. He couldn't help but lower his head, wanting to kiss Lan Zhao's cheek. Next, he could hold the person and nap. Xie Zhizhou was calculating in his mind. But before the kiss could land, a voice rang out. "Ah Zhao Gij. Why didn't you call us when you came to eat?" Jiang Yu strode in with a gust of wind, his usual smile on his face, but he plopped down right next to Lan Zhao. This was a 4-seat table, and only 2 people could sit on that side. Gently yet firmly, he pulled Lan Zhao out of Xie Ziz's embrace. Fortunately, he didn't touch Lan Zhao's skin. Due to his strange illness, Lan Zhao instinctively leaned towards Xie Zhizhou, putting distance between himself and Jiang Yu. In an instant, Jiang Yu's amber eyes brimmed with tears. He looked at Lan Zhao with grievance and sorrow. "Ah Zhao Gij, are you mad at Yu? If I had known earlier that you liked this Xie Tongxue, I wouldn't have made him drink, nor would I have." The unspoken words were understood by all 3 present. The word, like, seemed to be forced out between clenched teeth. Lan Zhao came back to his senses and felt a twinge of guilt when he saw Jiang Yu. After all, he had just declared his intention to teach Xie Zhizhou a lesson, yet here, he was playing the hero and rescuing the very same person. But a true scumbag never feels guilty. Leaning against Xie Zhizhou, Lan Zhao looked lazily at Jiang Yu and said, "I'm not angry with you. Let bygones be bygones. This is my new boyfriend." Upon hearing the word boyfriend, Jiang Yu barely managed to maintain his smile. His amber eyes fixed on Xie Zhizhou with a forced grin. "Technically, I shouldn't interfere with Brother Ah Zhao's personal affairs, but brother, don't forget your engagement. Flaunting a relationship with someone of dubious origin in public. If the Duke finds out, you won't be able to explain yourself." Lan Zhao straightened up and glanced at Jiang Yu, surprised that he had brought up the engagement so quickly. But then again, he was a scum. What era are we living in that you still bring up engagements? And Xie Zhizhou is not some shady character. Lan Zhao frowned at Jiang Yu, his tone turning "If you're here to eat, you're welcome to join us. If you're here to say these things, then save your breath. Brother, Ah Zhao." Jiang Yu looked at him with tearful eyes, but inside, he was already plotting viciously how to make Xie Zhizhou disappear from the world. And then, how to punish his disobedient brother. In the end, Jiang Yu fell silent and sat down across from Lan Zhao, staring at them intently while eating. If they made any more intimate gestures, he would surely lose control and cause a scene. Fortunately, they didn't. When Lan Zhao was about to leave, Jiang Yu called out, "Brother Ji wants you to come to his office." Lan Zhao paused. No need. I know what he wants to say. I have my plans. He took Xie Ziz's hand, and Zhang Yu clearly saw Xie Zhizhou glance back at him before they left. That gaze was clear and calm, but unmistakably held a hint of provocation and smugness. This man was not as harmless as he appeared. The two quickly exited the restaurant. Zhang Yu sat in place for a long time. Then with a sudden crash he swept the wine glasses off the table. He listened to the crisp sound of shattering glass with eerie calmness. His lips moved, uttering two words. The curse was filthy. Xie Zhizhou followed Lan Zhao back to his dormitory. He listened to the crisp sound of shattering glass with eerie calmness. His lips moved, uttering two words. The curse was filthy. Xie Zhizhou followed Lan Zhao explained as they walked. Inwardly he spat at himself. What a trashy scumbag. It was as if he had explained something, yet nothing at all, conveniently avoiding any mention of breaking off the engagement. But Xie Zhizhou seemed deeply moved. He hugged Lan Zhao, his voice muffled. I know. Thank you for defending me in front of others. He hesitated. It's just. What? Zhang Yu is your good brother, and you address each other so intimately. For my sake, wouldn't it be bad to offend him? Xie Ziz's eyes flickered. I'm not afraid of him. Besides, it's not really offending him. That kid wouldn't dare to talk back to me. Lan Zhao ruffled Xie Ziz's hair, trying clumsily to soothe him. Be good. We grew up together, so it's normal to be close. Don't be jealous for no reason. Be sensible, and I'll let you rest in my dorm from now on. That condescending attitude, that balanced talk, that refusal to commit. And he was even gaslighting him. I'm speechless. Silently cursing himself, Lan Zhao still kept up the act. Zhou, be good, and your big brother will always cherish you. The main protagonist show is the main protagonist show, Lan Zhao thought to himself, stroking his chin. In this world, he should be the one in control. The god loved all beings. He didn't care about gender, so naturally he didn't care about who was on top. But being able to take the lead still pleased him. Xie Zhizhou felt the hand ruffling his hair and noticed that the young master had secretly risen on his tiptoes. Zhou. He savored the name and responded with a smile. He didn't care how the young master saw him, whether as a plaything or a lover. He had promised, and this person was his. From top to bottom, completely, utterly his. Zhou Yuluo rushed home in a panic. Zhou Yuluo's father was sitting on the living room sofa reading a newspaper. He didn't like electronic devices. Seeing Zhou Yuluo's lack of composure, he immediately frowned. Why are you in such a fluster? Don't scare Xiao Wei. It's not that easy to scare him. Zhou Yuluo was at his wit's end, and the mere mention of Zhou Wei's name made him furious. Hey, you little brat. Don't you know your brother is weak? Zhou father's eyes widened as he stood up, ready to teach his son a lesson. My brother. You still remember he's my brother. And you got him engaged. Zhou Yuluo paced in anger, unable to hold back. What's the deal, eh? When it's time to fulfill the engagement, are you really going to let him marry Lan Zhao? What if Lan Zhao really likes men? Zhou father sneered. With your brother's health, I only hope he lives a peaceful life. You're enough to carry on the family line. If Lan Zhao is truly a good man, I wouldn't mind them getting married abroad. I like men too, so the Zhou family can just wait for extinction. With that, Zhou Yuluo stormed upstairs, ignoring his fuming. At the top of the stairs, he ran into a beautiful girl in a fluffy dress. The moment he saw Zhou Wei, Zhou Yuluo felt an odd sense of dissonance. It felt very unnatural. Brother, what's wrong? The girl spoke, her voice a little hoarse, quite androgynous. Looking at the pale, frail figure before him, Zhou Yuluo only replied irritably nothing and tried to go upstairs. Wait. Zhou Wei grabbed him. If the master hadn't said I wouldn't live past 25 and had to be raised as a girl to survive, father wouldn't have arranged that engagement. Brother, did something happen with Lan Zhao? Nothing. Don't worry, just take care of yourself. Zhou Yuluo's voice. After all, without Zhou Wei, his relationship with Lan Zhao wouldn't be as close as it was today. If brother Zhao really liked men, how could his frail brother endure it? It would be better if he took his place. Zhou Yuluo was startled by his own subconscious thought and fled back to his bedroom with a look of utter horror. Zhou Wei touched his own face, his eyelashes fluttering. He let out a soft laugh and slowly went upstairs. There was no need to go down and see his father's worried expression anymore. Zhou Yuluo's unusual behavior could only be related to his fiancée. Zhou Wei lifted his skirt hem, recalling the brief glimpse he had caught years ago of that dandy son of the Duke, and the disdain in his eyes grew deeper. Perhaps after spending too much time with that wastrel, Zhou Yuluo had become increasingly reckless, even uttering such words as, I like men. Wasn't he just handing over the opportunity to inherit the family business? The campus gossip seemed to have no effect on Xie Zhizhou whatsoever. On the contrary, he relished this life. He had received so little warmth and care in his existence that he always clung tightly to any shred of kindness, refusing to let go. Even if this kindness was like this. Xie Zhizhou, I've acknowledged you openly. How is it that you don't even know how to borrow my Xie Zhizhou, from now on stay away from those wearing gold brooches. Someone like you, no one else would want you but me. Go and cut some fruit for me. Wash the bayberries and cherries thoroughly. Xie. Every time he heard Lan Zhao call his name, it felt like being reborn. If this was Xie, if Xie was needed by Lan Zhao, then he was more than willing to be Xie. It was Friday, and Lan Zhao and Xie returned together to the small apartment he rented outside. The endophthalm exams were approaching at the end of June. Before the exam period, Shenquan specially funded a dance party for the students. Ji Yanli even added extra money from his own pocket, determined to make the event splendid. Lan Zhao's brothers strongly urged Xie and Lan Zhao to attend the dance together. Even an ugly daughter-in-law must meet the in-laws eventually. Although they all knew Xie, they had never truly gathered as a group. Lan Zhao agreed. Since the dance was on Saturday evening, he came out on Friday to stay with Xie for a night, and they would go pick out formal wear the next day. This made Xie feel even more acutely like a caged canary kept by Lan Zhao. He had never cared about the rumors of the poor boy and the prince before, but now he had no choice but to care. If Lan Zhao grew tired of him and wanted to kick him away, he couldn't be left without the power to resist. Xie lay awake until dawn, the night breeze rustling the curtains, the air conditioner humming all the while. The young master slept soundly beside him. Xie turned over. The night light on the bedside table illuminated the boy's handsome, chiseled features, his long lashes resting quietly, his even deep breaths clearly audible. He felt the breathing of the person beside him. Although he and Lan Zhao were intimate, they had never done anything improper. The young master never brought it up, and he is the one favored. How could he dare to overstep? When Lan Zhao woke up, his mouth was dry. He shrank in the quilt, too lazy to move, and called out Xie. His voice was a little. Xie appeared instantly, leaning over the bed, meeting the young master's drowsy eyes. I'm here. What's wrong, baby? Thirsty? Xie went to get water and watched Lan Zhao drink the whole glass. He then climbed back into bed. But Lan Zhao asked suspiciously, why did you change the sheets? Didn't you say those sheets were uncomfortable to sleep on? Xie answered calmly. Oh, but when did you change them? I didn't even know. Last night baby was too tired. Hearing this, Lan Zhao felt that Xie had done something bad behind his back. He asked the system, which only coldly replied with 3 words: mosaic. Lan Zhao instantly understood everything. He buried his face in the pillow. But considering how much luck value Xie had contributed for him, he endured it. It wasn't until noon that Lan Zhao finally took Xie out. They first went to a famous restaurant for lunch. Then, just like the cheesy Mary Sue short dramas he had seen online, he took Xie to try on clothes at various luxury brands. Lan Zhao sat on the sofa like any sponsor who only swiped the card. But Xie was easy to please, and trying on clothes was simple because he looked good in everything. For a guy, the choices were limited to a few suits. In truth, Xie was already handsome and alluring enough when he wore a simple white shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal his slender forearms. After choosing the clothes, he took Xie to get his hair styled. Again, he waited on the sofa, feeling drowsy in the afternoon. In a daze, he felt someone touching him. Lan Zhao opened his eyes and saw a trendy-looking man with some charm sitting beside him, staring at him. The obsession in his eyes was undisguised. Fortunately, there was fabric between them. Lan Zhao immediately called the manager. I don't want to. He crossed his hands on his knees, leaned back against the sofa, and looked coldly at the man, a mesmerizing sight. The man seemed to be a stylist here. He didn't understand what Lan Zhao's words meant, and knelt at Lan Zhao's feet, gazing at him with fervor. Sir, if you let me serve you, I can turn you into the brightest star. Believe me, sir. Lan Zhao wrinkled his nose in disgust, and kicked him away. You didn't want to serve me just now. You wanted to get into my bed. His words were blunt and merciless. What's so good about that boy? He's still a kid. Sir, look at me. My muse. Look at me. The manager had security take the man away and apologized profusely to Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao waved his hand and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. The manager, looking at the elegant curve of his neck and his exquisite Adam's apple, suddenly felt his mouth go dry. He understood why that stylist had gone so crazy. It was simply, the manager dared not stare at Lan Zhao any longer and fled in embarrassment. When Lan Zhao woke again, Xie was already sitting beside him, playing with his hands. So sleepy, baby. Don't call me baby outside. Lan Zhao protested. What a sight. But even as he said this, his eyes were fixed on Xie. At first glance, he had thought it was another delicate young man offering himself. Well, one had to admit the protagonist being worthy of the name. After this makeover, he was truly handsome. It made one want to strip off his suit, press him onto the sofa, kiss those perfectly shaped lips, and tear apart his calm mask. How to put it? Xie exuded a very steady, restrained husband vibe. The refined packaging made him look like an exquisite gift. Having such a companion made Lan Zhao feel proud. When Xie took his arm and walked into the banquet hall, Lan Zhao, under the spotlight, felt even more triumphant. But contrary to Lan Zhao's expectations, when the lights fell on them, everyone's eyes were on Lan Zhao alone. Even the dazzlingly handsome Xie Zhizhou, blessed with the protagonist's halo, could not outshine the person beside him. One glance, and no one could look away. The ball was held at a five-star hotel where numerous banquet halls of varying sizes had been connected to create the venue for the Shengquan students' event. A red carpet stretched from the entrance all the way into the grand hall, petals strewn across the floor. A stiff smile was plastered on Lan Zhao's face. He was far from enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. He felt that he might be constitutionally prone to awkwardness. When everyone held their breath, captivated by his presence, Lan Zhao only wanted to escape. But that was clearly impossible. He let Xie Zhizhou hold his arm and walked with him toward his three brothers. It felt like a newlywed couple meeting the in-laws. A faint smile graced Ji Yanli's face, while Jiang Yu, though unsmiling, did not look too displeased. Only Zhou Yulua glared at Xie Zhizhou, as if flames were about to shoot from his eyes. "Brother Ji, you've done a good job." Lan Zhao gave a thumbs up, then added, "Let's go somewhere else to chat." Ji Yanli nodded. The group found a corner of the banquet hall, settled onto sofas, and became less conspicuous. Yet some still covertly watched them. A waiter brought drinks, and Lan Zhao took a sip of champagne. "Brother Zhao, when did you take a liking to this Xie classmate? Why didn't you tell us?" Zhou Yulua's opening words were steeped in sarcasm. "Feelings, who can really explain them?" Lan Zhao tried to smooth things. "True, but after being teased by you a few times, this Xie classmate fell for you. Who's to say next time someone bullies him, he won't stoop to liking them too?" Zhou Yulua, blinded by rage, spewed venomous words. "Or maybe he's deliberately seducing you. A boy should know how to respect himself. Brother Zhao, you'd better keep your eyes open." Lan Zhao snapped angrily. "Think before you speak, Zhou Yulua. If you keep badmouthing Zhou, don't blame me for turning hostile." Zhou Yulua was practically fuming. Zhou. Lan Zhao was actually scolding him for that little tramp, and calling him by his full name. His eyes stung with unshed tears, his chest heaving violently. The once cynical cool guy had been reduced to a crying mess. He turned his head away, struggling to hold back his tears. Xie Zhizhou had anticipated this scene before arriving, but witnessing their reactions firsthand still stirred a bitter sense of this Zhou Yulua, when he was being bullied, would just stand by with folded arms, making snide remarks, utterly indifferent. Now that he had stolen his brother Zhao, he was this furious. Truly the tables have turned. Ji Yanli intervened to smooth things over. All right, a Luo is just too protective of his sister. Zhao, have you figured out how to handle the engagement with the Zhou family?" "No rush. I'll take care of it when the time is right," Lan Zhao answered vaguely. Ji Yanli immediately sensed something amiss. He studied Lan Zhao's expression closely, then seemed to catch on, and his smile became more genuine. It seemed as Zhao didn't care that much about this boyfriend after all. Xie Zhizhou tightened his grip on Lan Zhao's hand. Lan Zhao patted his hand comfortingly and promised, "Don't worry, I'll call off the engagement when the time comes. Be good, okay?" Jiang Yu chuckled softly, leaning in with his phone. "Brother Zhao, now that we've met your little boyfriend, let's not dwell on unpleasant topics, shall we? I looked into that club you mentioned last time. Let's go together next time. We can race cars." Jiang Yu opened a photo on his phone to show him. Lan Zhao leaned in to browse with him, seemingly leaving Xie Zhizhou to the side without a second thought. Ji Yanli watched Xie Zhizhou, who remained expressionless, and realized for the first time that this special admit student, whom he had casually helped a few times before, was so scheming and capable. He had underestimated him. Inspired by Jiang Yu, Zhou Yulua also squeezed in to chat with Lan Zhao about luxury cars, watches, and gossip from their social circle. Ji Yanli occasionally chimed in with a smile, but his words often struck a chord. They completely excluded Xie Zhizhou. Xie Zhizhou had long seen through their tactics. He shouldn't have cared. But the atmosphere between them was something an outsider could never break into. He didn't want to break in either. Yet what gnawed at him was the brutal truth laid bare before him. Perhaps Lan Zhao really didn't care about him, didn't even like him. He was just a whim, a plaything to be summoned and dismissed at will. He couldn't bear Lan Zhao's indifference. Young couples were already dancing in the ballroom. The students of Shengquan Academy, all dressed like adults, were the sons and daughters of wealthy families. Gorgeous gowns, expensive suits, dazzling jewelry. They created a scene of glamour and clinking glasses. Even though Xie Zhizhou was dressed up like a scion of a noble house, he felt more out of place than ever in such a setting. His eyes were deep and heavy, his stray hair hiding his lashes as he lowered his head, his expression gloomy. Jiang Yu glanced at him disdainfully, then asked sweetly, "Want to dance, brother?" Lan Zhao looked at Xie Zhizhou. "If I'm dancing, it won't be with you. Zhou, do you want to dance?" Xie Zhizhou looked up, his expression instantly brightening. "Sure, but I don't know how. Can you teach me?" Zhou Yulua sneered, "What's there to not know about dancing? Do you really have that much time to teach him?" Lan Zhao shot him a glare, stood up, and said, "Of course I can. Come on, I'll teach you." He had already stepped out of the narrow gap between the sofa and the coffee table, ready to move toward the dance floor. On the right, in a single sofa, sat Ji Yanli. On the left was Jiang Yu, who reluctantly rose to his feet. Further left, Zhou Yulua blocked Xie Zhizhou from leaving. Xie Zhizhou was about to go around the other side to take Lan Zhao's hand. Just then the lights went out. A cacophony of screams erupted. Oh, what's going on? Who stepped on my dress? Lan Zhao felt an arm hook around his neck and his body went limp, collapsing onto someone. Special event in the darkness: kiss your partner for 30 seconds. A loud official male voice rang out through the hall. One of Lan Zhao's dangling gloves was pulled off. Fingers were grasped. Who was it? Lan Zhao, panic-stricken, attempted to evade, but the accursed malady chose that very moment to flare up again. His limbs grew weak, his vision blurred, and his breath turned ragged. His knees buckled, threatening to send him crashing downward, yet at that instant someone steadied his waist, halting his descent. Help! Lan Zhao felt suffocated. 30 seconds, neither long nor short. Once the light blazed on he shoved the person beside him, forcefully stumbling in a direction until he collided with a solid chest. The surroundings burst into brilliance. Lan Zhao buried his face in Xie Zhizhou's embrace, holding him close. Only such contact could calm him. Xie Zhizhou encircled Lan Zhao's waist with one arm, his gaze fixed on the three impeccably dressed, seemingly respectable figures across from him. Ji Yanli remained seated on the single sofa, his expression unruffled. Zhang Yu had taken 2 steps forward from his previous position. Zhou Yuluo also seemed to have advanced a couple of steps, his face flushed with anger as he glared at the hand resting on Lan Zhao's waist, though beneath the anger a hint of red crept across his cheeks. Yet his wheat-toned skin made the flush barely discernible. Xie Zhizhou's arm around Lan Zhao tightened inexorably, as if intent on crushing him against his chest. Hurry, Xie Zhizhou! Lan Zhao's voice snapped him back to reason, though the oppressive aura around him remained. Xie Zhizhou half-carried Lan Zhao as he strode swiftly out. Wait, brother Zhao. What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked between coughs. Lan Zhao's voice trembled as he replied, nothing. Don't follow me. The three exchanged glances, ultimately choosing not to pursue. Once outside the banquet hall, Xie Zhizhou lifted Lan Zhao into his arms again. Lan Zhao rested his head against Xie Zhizhou's shoulder and murmured, go to the front desk. Mention my name. There should be a place to rest upstairs. Xie Zhizhou complied without a word. Lan Zhao closed his eyes, wearily breathing heavily. Among the F4, including himself, not one was a good person, nor a simple one. All this affection and fortune awaited him, but he needed to survive to enjoy it. He didn't believe the original story's protagonist Gong would willingly remain subordinate. By comparison, the protagonist's show was safer. Lan Zhao felt Xie Zhizhou carry him into the elevator, then took a few steps and swiped a room card. A soft beep announced the door's opening, but Xie Zhizhou didn't turn on the light. Instead, guided by the moonlight and the city's neon glow, he carried Lan Zhao directly to the bed. Lan Zhao sensed suppressed panting. He opened his eyes, bewildered, and asked, what are you doing? I'm tired today. Unable to discern Xie Zhizhou's expression, he heard the man say, baby, be good. You don't need to do anything. Lan Zhao stared at him in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Don't forget your place. What place? Lan Zhao tilted his head slightly. Xie Zhizhou gripped his chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. I'm your self-proclaimed boyfriend, RNIA. Baby, we're not in a sugar daddy and kept lover relationship. We're legitimate lovers, right, baby? Lan Zhao was momentarily speechless. But, you were the one who offered yourself to me. How could you turn the tables? Xie Zhizhou merely pressed his thumb against Lan Zhao's lips, his eyes flickering in the dim light from the window. It makes no difference, baby. I'm just here to serve you. Sensing danger, Lan Zhao's mind flooded with bewildered questions. He couldn't help but struggle free from Xie Zhizhou's grip and slap him across the face. He had little strength, so he resorted to verbal threats. How dare you overstep your bounds? On what grounds do you touch me? The slap didn't hurt, but Xie Zhizhou, as the comment section might describe, seized Lan Zhao's wrist and licked his hand. Yes, I'm unworthy. Only your good brothers are worthy. If you despise me so much, why did you give me hope, baby? Young master. Hearing Xie Zhizhou's flippant tone, Lan Zhao felt mocked. No, why? In this world, he was the scumbag Gong. How had the tables turned again? Lan Zhao raised his knee to strike Xie Zhizhou's back, forcing him to bow his head. Though disheveled, his eyes blazed with unusual brightness as he said, if you dare act recklessly, you'll never survive in Shangquan again. Do you want to go back to the old days, eh? Xie Zhizhou didn't answer. Lan Zhao and Xie Zhizhou fell into. He could no longer look at Xie Zhizhou's tall, slender frame without discomfort. The morning after that night, Xie Zhizhou knelt at the bedside, bearing a birch twig to beg for forgiveness, coaxing and kissing him with honeyed words, but Lan Zhao threw a tremendous tantrum. He feared even slapping his face would give him pleasure. In the end, Lan Zhao simply left the room with an odd gait tossing over his shoulder. Let's each take a few days to cool off. And then he never saw Xie Zhizhou again. If Lan Zhao wanted to avoid someone in Qingqiuan, it was effortless. Conveniently, everyone else also preferred to keep them apart. Still, Lan Zhao gave orders that no one was to bully Xie Zhizhou anymore. That night's threats were just intimidation. He had no real intention of bullying Xie Zhizhou again. With no more trivial distractions, the young master focused on his studies, completing all his final course projects and finishing several exams. When the last exam ended, summer vacation arrived. Lan Zhao slung his backpack over one shoulder and walked toward the parking garage. He remembered that the car accident and amnesia plot was set in early summer. It should be approaching. Before that, he should manipulate Xie Zhizhou one more time to lay the groundwork for revealing his true scumbag nature. Lan Zhao pressed the car key and the Lamborghini's headlights flashed. Just as he was about to get in, he noticed a familiar car parked nearby. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yu was leaning against his door, playing on his phone. Jiang Yu, why are you standing here? Hearing Lan Zhao's voice, Jiang Yu looked up, his eyes carrying a strange emotion. Brother Zhao, I was waiting for you. Wait for me. Jiang Yu circled around from the side of the car, glanced at Lan Zhao's gloves, and nodded. Yes, I'm here to verify some conjectures. He reached out and touched Lan Zhao's face. Lan Zhao dug his nails into his palm, recoiling sharply, suppressing the craving deep. But Jiang Yu noticed anyway. Brother, you're a treasure. Lan Zhao stared at him in shock. What are you doing? Jiang Yu, let me go. Stop acting crazy. The young man raised an eyebrow. Let you go. If I truly let go, can you leave me? Why doesn't Brother Zhao call me Yu anymore? Lan Zhao closed his eyes, then made up his mind and shoved Jiang Yu with all his might. Just let me go, I won't cling to you. The smile vanished from Jiang Yu's face. He couldn't be bothered to listen to Lan Zhao's unwanted words anymore. He pulled a spray bottle from the mist, entered his mouth and nose, and Lan Zhao felt his eyelids grow heavier. Soon he sank into darkness. Jiang Yu carried him into the car. When Lan Zhao woke again, he found himself lying in a strange room. His limbs were still weak, but not the kind of weakness caused by his skin hunger acting up. As his consciousness returned, he recalled what happened before he passed out, and a vague sense of dread crept over him. The door opened, and Jiang Yu, seeing Lan Zhao awake, called out cheerfully, Brother Zhao. Lan Zhao ignored him, but the young man willingly approached the bed, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lan Zhao. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Lan Zhao glanced at him, but answered honestly, I have no strength. Don't be afraid, brother. It's just a side effect, YTLL pass soon. He helped Lan Zhao sit up and let out a long sigh. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Lan Zhao surprisingly felt no. He asked calmly, what do you want to do? Nothing much. Just want to spend some quality time with Brother Zhao, force you to break up with that bitch, and then make you call off the engagement with the Zhou family. Jiang Yu counted on his fingers, then suddenly let out a small ah, and exclaimed in mock shock, am I asking for too much? Truly a madman. A lunatic. What you want is impossible, Jiang Yu. Don't forget your place. Lan Zhao's voice was colder than ice, laced with the fury of being manipulated. Even if your father holds a high office, if my father finds out what you've done to me, he will never let you off. Our brotherhood of so many years is about to be destroyed by your own hand. Brotherhood. Jiang Yu felt Lan Zhao's trembling body. Brother, I never truly considered you a brother before, and I probably never will again. Am I not as handsome as Xie Zhizhou? Am I not as well-born as him? Am I not more talented? Love me, brother. Don't love him. Look at me, brother. Don't look at him. Lan Zhao remained silent, afraid to speak. He felt that this Jiang Yu had a strong dark Yandera vibe. He didn't seem like a normal person at all. I already used your phone to tell uncle that you're staying with us for a few days and won't be coming home. Love me, okay? Brother Zhao. Love, always love. Everyone wanted his love. Jiang Yu's affection certainly met the standard, but this Yandera male ghost was hard to control. Besides, he generally didn't like owing a pile of emotional debts, because debts always had to be repaid. Get lost. Stay away from me. Lan Zhao turned his head away in disgust. Your role is that of a brother, not a lover. And I simply don't like you. If you don't want us to become enemies in the future, let me go now. I can pretend this was just a foolish whim. Jiang Yu felt a chill sink into his heart. Only by holding the man tighter could he ease the unbearable loss and sorrow. Since you put it that way, I can't let you go so easily, brother. Lan Zhao had always thought chains were something that would never appear, because he had always welcomed affection without hesitation and was generous in giving it. But he had underestimated the depravity of the people in this world. The moment he showed even a hint of rejection, these people would go mad. Even though he held the reins of love and would never truly suffer loss, these lunatics still often spiraled. Lan Zhao thought this was just another one of Jiang Yu's crazy stunts. But when he saw Ji Yanli in the dim room with the curtains drawn tight, he cried out to the young man, Brother Ji. How did you find this place? Get me out of here. Jiang Yu has gone mad. Ji Yanli smiled gently and came over to take Lan Zhao's outstretched pleading hand. The gloves were long gone. In the past few days, Lan Zhao had not lacked for embraces, so he had naturally forgotten about his skin hunger. At the first touch of another person's skin, Lan Zhao couldn't help but grip Ji Yanli's hand tightly. The student council president gently stroked his head, comforting him. Don't be afraid, Zhao. They'll stay with you from now on. From now on. Lan Zhao was stunned. Ji Yanli brushed the slightly long hair from Lan Zhao's forehead to the side of his ear, his movements tender. Watching this proud, arrogant young master reduced to this fragile, dependent state, a twisted pleasure surged within him. After a long while he burst out angrily. You're in cahoots. After all these years of me treating you as brothers, is this how you repay me? After a long while he burst out angrily. You're in cahoots. After all these years of me treating you as brothers, is this how you repay me? Is Zhou Yuluo next? Ji Yanli gently patted his trembling, beautiful back and said, No, Luo doesn't know about this. But if he did, he'd probably want to as well. However, this involves the Zhou family, so we didn't tell him. So Zhou Yuluo was in the dark. The masterminds were these two sly old foxes. Lan Zhao lowered his gaze deep in thought. Ji Yanli tugged down the hem of his half-sleeve shirt that had ridden up. Zhao, since the air conditioner is always on, you shouldn't expose your stomach. It'll give you a tummy ache. Lan Zhao snapped. You think I need you to tell me that? Stop being so clingy. Ji Yanli chuckled softly, then glanced at the scattered snacks and fruits nearby, including the packaging from a famous Qingbu Liang shop. Looks like Jiang Yu has been taking good care of you these days, Zhao. Don't you really enjoy this life of a kept man? Of course not. Lan Zhao opened his eyes wide and said indignantly, What kind of person do you think I am? A useless parasite. Though he spoke thus, a flicker of guilt stirred within him. In the past few days, Jiang Yu had granted almost every request he made, allowing him to amass a fortune in fate value. Despite Jiang Yu's seemingly erratic demeanor, he gave his affection freely and unreservedly. Truly, this man loved deeply. The main reason was that the second critical plot point was approaching and nothing could distract him from his mission. He intended to achieve a pure hatred achievement with these forced love players, then hurry off to his own destined chase, the wife, to the crematorium scenario. All right, my mistake, it's all our fault. The student council president certainly knew how to speak. Lan Zhao deliberately rumpled his shirt, inhaling the faint, cool fragrance on him, and asked casually, But seriously, Brother Ji, you don't seem like the type to do something so outrageous. Ji Yanli held him genuine tenderness in his eyes. He murmured, wearing a mask day after day to seize power, all for the sake of this day. Lan Zhao snorted, coldly cursing old fox in his heart, but said aloud, You unscrupulous bastards scheming against the brother you grew up with. Aren't you afraid of turning our families into enemies? I am afraid, but I want your love even more. Ji Yanli didn't know when the image of this reckless, troublesome young master had changed in his eyes. Perhaps the image hadn't changed, he simply couldn't look away. He loved his ignorance, his willful indulgence, his fragile vulnerability. As time slowly passed, Lan Zhao could clearly sense that Ji Yanli and Jiang Yu were growing more and more restless and anxious. Perhaps it was the Duke urging Lan Zhao to return home, or Zhou Yuluo sensing something amiss, or Xie also coming. In short, Jiang Yu was more eager than ever for Lan Zhao to agree to break up and call off the engagement. This involved the storyline, so Lan Zhao would not comply. Having delayed matters for so long, it was time to steer the plot back on track. On the day when the system announced the arrival of the second critical plot point, Lan Zhao pulled out the key he had stolen last night while Ji Yanli was asleep. His own car, the one used for the drunk driving incident, was already on the road. He needed to hurry to the plot point to avoid harming others. The moment Lan Zhao left the villa, Jiang Yu and the others would notice, but he no longer cared whether they found out. Wearing thin long sleeves and trousers, he brushed back the slightly long strands of hair from his forehead, took a car from the garage, and drove away from the isolated villa in the suburbs. Slowly driving along the route provided by the system. Post-pain perception has been blocked. Don't be afraid. Lan Zhao chuckled softly. I'm not afraid. Thank you. That staggering car was at the next intersection, running a red light and nearly hitting pedestrians on the crosswalk. Lan Zhao watched the green light ahead and calmly drove forward slowly. A suddenly appearing sedan did not stop at the red light, hurtling straight toward Lan Zhao. Bang! The world fell into darkness. Ji Yanli discovered Lan Zhao's escape and split up with Jiang Yu to pursue him. The men he sent to check the surveillance gave him the exact location, but stammered in panic. Ji Yanli couldn't wait to hear their report. He rushed to the scene, and when he saw the terrible road conditions, his heart sank to the bottom. He parked the car by the roadside, trembling as he closed the door and pushed through the crowd of onlookers. The ambulance had already arrived and was about to load the injured. Ignoring the traffic police who tried to stop him, Ji Yanli broke through and knelt on one knee, his hands trembling as they reached forward, but he dared not touch the young man who seemed as fragile as glass. People watched as this impeccably dressed, noble-looking, handsome man knelt on the ground. A man who should have been calmly controlling the situation, now as lost and helpless as a child. Family. How is he? The medical staff lifted Lan Zhao onto a stretcher, only managing to say, He's seriously injured and needs emergency treatment. If your family come along. Ji Yanli hurried into the ambulance, but sat dazed as the doctors performed a series of first aid measures. Only when he reached the hospital and saw Lan Zhao being rushed into the emergency room did he remember to call the Duke. He was no longer the calm, composed student council president, nor the all-controlling young CEO. He was nothing. Jiang Yu arrived first, and upon seeing the red light of the emergency room, he slammed his fist against the wall. He crouched down slowly, covering his head, consumed by fear. Zhou Yulua was the second to arrive. He immediately grabbed Ji Yanli by the collar and demanded, "What the hell is going on? What have you two been up to all this time? How did a car accident happen?" Ji Yanli remained silent, not answering him. Zhou Yulua let him go in frustration, pacing back and forth with a grim expression. The last to arrive was the Duke. He had flown back from abroad, abandoning a crucial international conference. Upon seeing the three young men, he said nothing, nor did he utter a word of reproach. He simply sat on the chair, his hands tightly clasped together. Learning the identity of the person inside the emergency room, the hospital director personally came to see the Duke and promised to do everything possible to treat him. The man's face was as cold as frost, his eyes fixed on the three glowing red characters. Lan Zhao was unaware of the torment, worry, and fear of those outside the emergency room. He only felt himself sinking into a very deep dream. Suddenly opening his eyes, he saw a magnified, handsome face. "Zhao Zhao, you little sleepyhead, still sleeping here." The man had dazzling golden eyes, healthy bronze skin, and a flawless, perfect physique. "Baoyuo, why are you here?" Lan Zhao gazed dazedly at the most revered sun god. "Zhao Zhao, are you confused? Where else would I be?" The man looked at him with adoration and extended his hand. "O most beautiful goddess of love, would you grant your most loyal believer a blessing to help him win the most sincere and pure love in the world?" The man's face was blurred, but Lan Zhao trusted him the most. Because it was he who led Lan Zhao, born from the Lan pool, into the temple, and vouched that he was not an evil spirit, but a god. It was he who named Lan Zhao, surname from the orchids blooming instantly around the Lan pool, given name from the blazing sun, so that Lan Zhao would forever be inextricably linked to him. Lan Zhao placed his hand on the man's broad, strong palm. A flash of white light, the howling wind, and a scene like hell made Lan Zhao unable to open his eyes. But a deafening voice rang in his ears. "Go, quickly, Zhao Zhao. Where there is love, there is hope." Lan Zhao snapped his eyes open. His pupils momentarily lost focus, unable to discern anything. After blinking twice, he barely made out the four drip overhead and the ceiling. As his senses gradually returned, he caught the scent of hospital disinfectant and recalled his current predicament. He turned his head to look at the Duke, who was keeping vigil by his side. The man had abandoned all his work to stay by his bedside throughout the night, and was now resting with his eyes closed, leaning against the bed. Lan Zhao's fingers twitched. The man immediately woke with a start, lifting his head. Seeing him awake, genuine joy broke through the man's usually inscrutable expression. "Baby Euro, do you feel any discomfort?" Lan Zhao's lips parted, and he arduously uttered 3 words. "Who are you?" His acting must have been convincing, for he clearly saw the shock on the Duke's face. Shock gave way to a struggle. Without answering, the man pressed the call button for the doctor. After the examination, the doctor reported to the Duke outside the ward. It could be amnesia resulting from a severe blow to the head. This amnesia may be temporary or permanent. With current medical capabilities, there is no treatment. The man was silent for a long time. Finally, he asked, "Aside from the amnesia, are there any other issues?" The doctor shook his head. The surgery was successful. The patient has a mild concussion. He needs to remain hospitalized for observation for another half-month. Then he can be discharged. "Thank you, doctor." The Duke personally expressed his gratitude, and the doctor felt flattered. Returning to the ward, he saw the confusion in the young man's eyes as he sat up. He quickly walked over and took Lan Zhao's hand. His voice was exceedingly gentle, carrying a hint of resignation. "Baby, am your father. Father, a close kin." The young man visibly relaxed, looking at him helplessly. "Dad, why can't I remember anything?" The Duke ruffled his son's hair, patiently explaining, "Baby was in a car accident and lost his memory. It will come back, and even if it doesn't, Daddy will tell you everything." Lan Zhao pressed his face affectionately against the man's palm, but his cheeks began to burn, and his breathing grew rapid. The Duke was startled and immediately called for the doctor again. Another round of examinations followed. Yet the Duke could no longer leave Lan Zhao's side for even a moment. Finally, the doctor asked Lan Zhao suspiciously, "Young master, why won't you let go of the Duke's hand?" I don't know." Lan Zhao buried his face in his father's chest, his voice trembling. "I like touching." The doctor concluded, "It seems to be touch starvation. This condition is also quite rare and couldn't have been caused by the car accident. The young master might have had this symptom before." The Duke recalled that Lan Zhao had been wearing gloves recently, and realization dawned. Then he thought of something, and his expression darkened. "I understand. You may leave now." The Duke sat grim-faced by the bed, quietly allowing Lan Zhao to lean against him. He was somewhat angry. Such an important matter, and his son had concealed it from him. It seemed that the strange behavior of those children lately was also related to this. Lan Zhao had probably been taken advantage of by them countless times. Yet now, with Lan Zhao having lost his memory and appearing so fragile, even if he wanted to vent his anger, he had no one to direct it at. Just then Ji Yanli, Jiangyu, and Zhou Yulua arrived. Meeting the Duke's icy glare, they were momentarily at a loss. They had wronged Lan Zhao. Had he complained to the Duke? Zhou Yulua was the most straightforward of them, not even knowing about touch starvation. Seeing Lan Zhao's pale face, he stepped forward anxiously. Brother Zhao, are you feeling better? Any discomfort? You scared me to death. Lan Zhao looked at the young man's concerned expression, blinked in confusion, and turned to ask the Duke, "Who are they, Dad?" Zhou Yuluo's eyes widened. Ji Yanli and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, then both looked at the unusually clear, bright eyes. Those beautiful eyes held no trace of impurity, and their gaze toward them was utterly unfamiliar. The Duke said, "They are your childhood playmates, your friends." Lan Zhao nodded, glancing at each of the three in turn, and said with distant politeness, "Thank you for coming to see me. I'm much better, just a bit of a headache. If your head hurts, rest a while longer. He'll stay here with you until you fall asleep, then he'll leave." The Duke cast a meaningful look at the three boys, signaling them to wait outside. Once Lan Zhao was asleep, the man slowly released his hand and walked out of the ward, facing the three boys standing in a row. Zhou Yulua was completely bewildered, looking from the Duke to Ji Yanli. Once Lan Zhao was asleep, the man slowly released his hand and walked out of the ward, facing the three boys. He was such a fool. He didn't even realize he had been excluded by his friends. Perhaps because Zhou Yuluo's expression was too transparently foolish, the Duke asked him, "Hasn't Lan Zhao been with you all this time?" Ji Yanli and Zhang Yu simultaneously looked at him. Even Zhou Yulua, as dense as he was, knew what to say at this moment. He forced a smile and replied, "Yes, we were together. I just didn't know Brother Zhao had this strange condition." After being warned and admonished by the Duke, they were finally allowed to leave. Outside the hospital, Zhou Yulua couldn't hold back and started brawling with Ji Yanli and Zhang Yu. "Fine. You're really my good friends. Since when did we ever hang out together? You both knew about Brother Zhao's condition, and you secretly took him away for so long. Don't think I don't know what you were up to." With Zhang Ye's green tea demeanor and Ji Yanli's not-so-innocent gaze, they were obviously after the same thing as him, and they even teamed up to exclude him. "Brother Zhao's car accident. You two are definitely involved. How dare you come to the hospital to see him?" Zhang Yu, usually eloquent, and Ji Yanli, known for being socially adept, did not refute Zhou Yulua. They silently took his punch. When Zhou Yulua moved to strike again, Ji Yanlu grabbed his wrist. His eyes were dark and heavy. "Luo, calm down. You're already on the same side as us. Control your hands and tongue, dear Luo." Zhang Yu threatened in a soft voice. They all felt terrible. Guilt, fear, worry, sorrow. They had been tormented repeatedly. They had thought Lan Zhao would wake up, blaming them, would tell the Duke everything, would give them a harsh lesson. They were willing to accept it. But they never expected Lan Zhao to lose his memory. He had lost his memory. Their hearts churned with 1,000 mixed feelings, but none of them were happy. Though they had a chance to start over with Lan Zhao, those past memories, whether painful or joyful, twisted or dark, were the bonds between them. A stranger's gaze was harder for them to bear than hatred. Xie Zhizhou hadn't seen Lan Zhao for nearly a month. After that night, Lan Zhao's so-called "a few days to cool off" turned into a month of complete silence. Xie Zhizhou was resentful, twisted, going mad, crawling in the shadows. Yet all he could do was diligently finish every assignment and exam during finals week, then wait for summer break to seize his baby back and make him continue loving him. But when July actually arrived, classmates left one after another, and the vast Xinquan Academy soon became sparsely populated. He couldn't find his little master. Whether sending WeChat messages, making phone calls, or inquiring among classmates, he couldn't get a single piece of news about Lan Zhao. He began to panic and feel afraid. It was as if the blade hanging over his neck had finally fallen. When Lan Zhao ruthlessly abandoned him, he indeed didn't even have a chance to beg him. If only he had known this would happen, what harm would it have been to endure a little? What harm would it have been to give in a little? Xie Zhizhou began to frantically pursue money and power. He wanted to climb up, but part-time jobs could only bring him meager money to survive. He needed connections and network. He wanted to stand at the same height as his little master. He wanted to climb up, but part-time jobs could only bring him meager money to survive. He needed connections and network. He wanted to stand at the same height as his little master. No wonder the young master has been out of touch these days. He was in a car accident. Such a pitiful baby. Attached, Lan Zhao, dressed in a hospital gown, leaned against the bed, receiving in for drip. His face was pale, his lips bloodless, and his eyes were wet and staring blankly at the camera. The usually domineering young master rarely appeared so docile and fragile. "Ah, baby. Mommy kisses kisses." How did I only now discover the young master's stunning beauty? I am guilty. I actually think the fragile, unresisting young master should be pinned down on the hospital bed. The one above is too conservative. Wouldn't the taste be even better? The comments starting from pity for Lan Zhao gradually became more and more explicit. In the end, the entire post was directly blocked. Xie Zhizhou only managed to remember the hospital's address, but he didn't know which ward or what exactly was happening with Lan Zhao. But he still dropped everything and immediately rushed to that hospital. So was it because he had an accident that he didn't come to find him? He suddenly hated himself. When his baby was at death's door, he was desperately thinking of how to find him and lock him up. Maybe Lan Zhao had been waiting for him to apologize. Xie Zhizhou asked the nurse, "Excuse me, do you know which ward a patient named Lan Zhao is in?" "Yes, car accident. He's the Duke's son. His friend." "Okay, thank you." Xie Zhizhou got out of the elevator. On this entire floor of VIP wards, only one room was occupied, all to provide the Duke's son with an absolutely quiet environment for recovery. Xie Zhizhou walked step by step toward the slightly ajar door, filled with worry, longing, and an inexplicable fear. The closer he got, the more nervous he felt. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, he heard a gentle, coaxing female voice. "Zhao Zhao is so good finishing all the medicines so—" Noticing someone push the door open, both of them looked over, making Xie Zhizhou feel like an intruder who had stumbled into someone else's house. His usually quick-witted mind suddenly went blank, and he stared dumbly at the scene before him. Zhou Wei reacted, stood up to greet him. "You're Zhao Zhao's classmate, right? He was in a car accident, lost his memory, and might not remember you." When Zhou Wei stood beside Xie Zhizhou, she was as tall as him. Although slender, her frame was not small, though she looked like a big-boned beauty. She wore a black long dress with long hair falling over her shoulders and a wide choker around her neck. She looked very gentle and intellectual, also appearing delicate and fragile. Xie Zhizhou murmured, "Lost his memory." He didn't notice Zhou Wei's peculiarity, placed the flowers on the bedside table, and stared unblinkingly at Lan Zhao. "You don't recognize me?" Lan Zhao looked at him apologetically. "Yes, but we can get to know each other again." Xie Zhizhou smiled brightly. "Let's get to know each other again. I'm your boyfriend, Xie Zhizhou." Zhou Wei's expression instantly changed. Xie Zhizhou smiled brightly. "Let's get to know each other again. I'm your boyfriend, Xie Zhizhou." Zhou Wei's expression. Lan Zhao eagerly reached out for Zhou Wei. The girl quickly came over, took his hand, and said, "I believe you." She gently patted Lan Zhao's back to comfort him. At this moment, it was unclear whether it was the glow of maternal instinct or the control of dominance. "I don't like men. I have a fiancé. I will definitely get married and have children in the future. Don't think you can fool me just because I lost my—" Lan Zhao looked at Xie Zhizhou with disgust. These words made Zhou Wei smile, almost crack. In his heart, Lan Zhao scorned himself. Truly trash, wanting to have it both ways, liking men, yet still planning to marry and have children, ruining some girl's life, utterly shameless. He saw a flicker of moisture in front of him and thought Xie Zhizhou was crying from anger. But looking closely, he found the boy's lips curled into a very malicious smile. "Really? But a month ago you were lying in my arms." These words couldn't hurt Lan Zhao, but they deeply wounded Xie Zhizhou himself. Wei, he's talking nonsense." Lan Zhao said coldly, "I don't believe a single word you say. Even if we had something before, I'm telling you clearly now, I'm breaking up with you. Please don't disturb my life from now on. Goodbye, no need to see me out." Lan Zhao turned his head away. "Ah, for heaven's sake, such a heartless scumbag, such cold words." Lan Zhao only heard a "you'll regret this," followed by the sound of the door closing. In his heart, he frantically agreed. Yes, I will definitely regret it. How could there be a fiery furnace of redemption without regret? Fortunately, key plot point 2 was completed. Just as Lan Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, he met Zhou Wei's probing gaze. "What's wrong, Wei? Zhao Zhao, do you really have no feelings for him?" "Of course not. You have to believe me." Zhou Wei twitched the corner of her mouth, momentarily unsure whether she should be happy. Zhou Wei learned of Lan Zhao's car accident from Zhou Yuluo. Father Zhou, thinking that they were at least engaged, told Zhou Wei to visit him and return home early if all was well. Zhou Wei had no choice but to follow Zhou Yuluo to see his nominal fiancée. He had always dressed in women's clothing in public. Over the years, his psychology had become somewhat twisted and perverse, developing a cross-dressing fetish to the point where he no longer liked wearing normal men's clothes. The Zhou family kept this matter tightly concealed from outsiders. Apart from Father Zhou, Mother Zhou, and Zhou Yulu, even the collateral branches of the Zhou family did not know that Zhou Wei was actually a boy. Thus, fully made up and wearing a skirt, he came to see his fiancée lying in the hospital bed. At that moment, Lan Zhao had just fallen asleep, lying quietly there with long, thick lashes, bloodless lips, a porcelain-white face, without a single blemish, and the veins on his hand clearly visible. He looked like a fragile doll. Zhou Wei instinctively held his breath. He thought to himself, this young master is quite likable when he doesn't speak. Later, Father Zhou called Zhou Yuluo away, and Zhou Wei sat openly by the hospital bed, listening to the boy's steady breathing in the quiet. He stared at Lan Zhao for 2 hours, mesmerized. He watched his eyelids twitch and his lashes lift. Everything seemed to slow down in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his throat felt dry, and he was extremely nervous. He watched as Lan Zhao slowly opened his eyes, his expression blank for a long moment. Zhou Wei swallowed hard. He had expected the young master to put on that same annoying face after waking up. Who would have thought that when the young master looked at him, his eyes were still confused? Who are you? Zhou Wei suddenly remembered that Zhou Yuluo had mentioned that the young master had lost his memory. Zhou Wei put on the gentlest, kindest, most ladylike smile of his life. I am your fiancé, Zhou Wei. Lan Zhao was inwardly sighing to his system. Such a gentle and beautiful girl. The original owner was too inhuman. He even wanted to trick her into marriage. The system was as silent as a chicken, not uttering a word. Lan Zhao symbolically blushed, acted shy, and called him softly Wei Wei. I'm sorry I've lost my memory, but we can get to know each other again. The muscles on Zhou Wei's face twitched convulsively. He curled his lips and smiled happily. All right. He had a feeling that he had struck gold. If Lan Zhao could stay like this forever, he wouldn't mind actually fulfilling the engagement, even if it meant that everything in the Zhou family would go to Zhou Yulaw. Thus over the next few days, Zhou Wei went to the hospital every day despite Father Zhou's worry, accompanying Lan Zhao for meals, watching over him as he slept, cuddling with him, and pushing him to the garden to bask in the sun. Lan Zhao felt that girls were simply the most wonderful creatures in the world. How could she be so attentive and considerate? The system was as good as dead, not saying a word. During this time, Ji Yanli and Zhang Yu also went to the hospital every day, hoping to re-establish their friendship with Lan Zhao. But Lan Zhao was always indifferent to them. A friendship seemed to have been established, but it was only that of ordinary acquaintances, nothing compared to the closeness between Zhou Wei and Lan Zhao. The two of them watched as the engagement became increasingly indissoluble, almost driving them mad. But faced with Lan Zhao's cold attitude, they were utterly helpless. Every day they had to expend great courage and mental energy to suppress their heartache, and they were even more afraid that acting rashly would incur Lan Zhao's disgust. The only thing worth celebrating was that Lan Zhao had finally broken up with Xie Zhizhou, and that overreaching special admit had finally gone bad. As long as they became close to Lan Zhao again, they would always have a chance to woo him away. Zhou Wei was such a clever person that after Ji Yanli and Zhang Yu had visited 2 or 3 times, he saw through their ulterior motives. Using his identity as the fiancé, Zhou Wei did everything to prevent them from meeting, openly displaying affection with Lan Zhao in front of them, and derived pleasure from seeing their faces darken like water. No one would stop him from marrying Lan Zhao. Half a month later, Lan Zhao was discharged from the hospital. The Duke and the Zhou family came to pick him up in person, but as they got into the car, the Duke stroked Lan Zhao's head and said guiltily, "Baby, I have a very important international conference and have to be away for half a month. Let the nanny take care of you, okay?" Zhou Wei's heart stirred, and he tugged at Father Zhou's sleeve. Father Zhou got the hint and said with a smile, "How can a nanny take good care of this child? Zhao Zhao just got out of the hospital. Why not come to our house to recuperate? Besides, our Wei Wei is in poor health, and our house is fully equipped and quiet, perfect for a patient to recover. Zhao Zhao, what do you think?" Faced with Father Zhou's eager gaze, Lan Zhao found it hard to say no. "Baby, go if you want." The Duke always looked at him with gentle indulgence. So the car immediately changed its route to the Zhou residence. Zhou Yuluo and Zhou Wei were the happiest. The rooms were arranged on the 3rd floor where only Lan Zhao and Zhou Wei lived. Lan Zhao stood by the window watching the Duke's car drive farther away, thinking that after staying at the Zhou house for a while he could regain his memory and start his chasing the wife into the crematorium plot. As for what to do after the task was completed, he hadn't figured it out yet. Zhou Wei returned to his room and took off the black choker from his neck. Although his Adam's apple was small, it was still quite noticeable. His face, due to years of not seeing sunlight, was exceptionally pale, and his smooth facial contours made him androgynous. His long legs were straight and fair. He stood before the mirror, lifted his skirt, and slowly turned around. A gentle smile curled on his lips. He rang the bell to have a servant bring some mango sago to his room, remembering that Zhao Zhao liked sweets. He wanted to personally deliver it to Zhao Zhao. He was so happy and so looking forward to living with Lan Zhao. Standing by the door, he heard the servant talking to someone. "Young master, do you have any orders?" "What's this?" "Miss ordered 2 bowls of mango sago to be sent upstairs." 2 bowls. Zhou Yuluo's eyes darted around. Standing in front of Lan Zhao's door, he coughed lightly. "My sister is not well. The other bowl must be for my brother Zhao. Let me deliver it to him." Then came the sound of bowls clinking and doors opening and closing. When the servant knocked on Zhou Wei's door again, she found her young lady with a gloomy face. Zhou Wei looked at the tightly closed door of the next room, cursing inwardly, superfluous. "In the way? Young Master Ji and Young Master Jiang are here." Zhou Yuluo was chatting with Lan Zhao on the verge of leaning into him when he received a phone call. His expression turned. "What's wrong?" Lan Zhao asked. "Brother Zhao, do you want to see Ji Yanli and Zhang Yu? They're the 2 guys who came to see you at the hospital last time." "No, I don't." Lan Zhao shook his head. "Why, oi? Although Zhou Yulua didn't want Lan Zhao to see them either, he was still, I don't know either. Lan Zhao frowned. Seeing them makes me feel restless. I always feel like something unpleasant happened between us, and I'm a bit afraid of them. Zhou Yuluo's hand itched, and he couldn't help reaching out to ruffle Lan Zhao's hair. After the car accident, Brother Zhao's temper had improved a lot, and he had become more and more endearing. He said with a grin, then let's not see them. They're bad guys, they always bullied us before. Zhou Yulua spoke into the phone, don't let them in. Say nobody's home. Then he hung up directly. Whether before or now, Lan Zhao was always closest to him. Jiang Yu and Ji Yanli were told by the servant that no one was home. They said nothing, unwilling to trouble the servant, but they didn't leave either. Jiang Yu, let's go back and think of a plan first. Only by finding the right approach can we achieve twice the result with half the effort. Ji Yanli twirled his car keys, circled around the car, but didn't leave. Instead, he returned to the Zhou family's gate. He said to the servant, Ji Yanli twirled his car keys, circled around the car, but didn't leave. Instead, he returned to the Zhou family's gate. He said to the servant, tell Lan Zhao that he'll wait here. Whenever he wants to see me, he'll be right here. The servant knew Ji Yanli's status. He glanced at the gloomy sky, then at the dignified and proud young Master Ji, and felt uneasy. If the master found out that he had shut young Master Ji outside and refused him entry, he would probably be fired. The young master could do whatever he wanted, but he was caught in the middle, torn between both sides. Having no choice, he could only call the guest room landline again. This time it was young Master Lan Zhao who answered. He relayed young Master Ji's message. On the other end, a brief, I understand, was heard, and then the call ended. Zhou Yulua was sent away by Zhou Wei. Lan Zhao stood alone by the balcony, gazing at the overcast sky. It looks like it's going to rain. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept up, leaves rustling loudly, making it hard to tell wind from rain. Summer rain came swiftly and violently. A few scattered raindrops were blown onto his face, bringing a faint chill. From fine drizzle to large pellets, the downpour poured in an instant. Lan Zhao couldn't see the situation at the gate from here, but he could almost imagine Ji Yanli standing in the storm, stubborn and disheveled. He asked the system slowly in his mind, why do I feel that the candidate for the wife-chasing crematorium has changed? The system comforted him, it doesn't matter. Their actions don't conflict with our mission. With you as the host, it's only a matter of time before the plot derails. As long as the key plot points are achieved, and the plot appears passable on the surface, that's enough. Host, you're still recovering. Don't catch a draft. Zhao Zhao, you just got out of the hospital. How can you stand on the balcony? What if you get caught in the rain? The system's voice and Zhou Wei's voice sounded simultaneously. Lan Zhao turned to look at the slender girl. He closed the balcony door, shutting out the wind and rain outside. Wei Wei, is Ji Yanli still standing out in the rain? Zhou Wei's smile remained unchanged. Probably not. He should have left long ago. Lan Zhao sighed inwardly. Then I'll go out and check if he's still there. With that, he was about to step out. Zhao Zhao. Zhou Wei called him, her smile fading. They'll have someone let him in right now. Don't go down. After a while, Lan Zhao sat on the bed listening to Zhou Wei's low roar, barely containing her fury. If he wants to stand in the rain, let him. If young Master Ji has such a hobby, we shouldn't stop him, right? Who's he threatening? Don't bother with him. The girl's voice grew low and hoarse, tinged with anger. Lan Zhao blinked. He doesn't want to come in. He insists on seeing you before he'll come in, Zhou Wei said reluctantly. What a clever ploy of self-inflicted suffering. Isn't this really the wife-chasing crematorium? Lan Zhao pondered his key plot points. To achieve the wife-chasing crematorium achievement, he could be the pursuer or the pursued wife, couldn't he? The sound of rain outside stirred a restless unease, but Lan Zhao made no further sound to invite Ji Yanli in. This farce ended with Zhou's father returning home late at night and sending the unconscious Ji Yanli to the hospital. After this incident, the already fragile alliance between Ji Yanli and Jiang Yu completely shattered. During the days Lan Zhao stayed at the Zhou residence, Zhou Yulua volunteered to sleep with him. Ostensibly, it was to take care of him, afraid that he would be scared sleeping alone. Lan Zhao looked at him speechlessly. I'm your brother Zhao. After this incident, the already fragile alliance between Ji Yanli and Jiang Yu completely shattered. During the days Lan Zhao stayed at the Zhou residence, Zhou Yulua volunteered to sleep with him. A macho man acting cute. How terrifying. Zhou Wei wanted to stop him, even more wanted to take his place, but there was nothing she could do. Did she think she didn't want to sleep with Lan Zhao? But Lan Zhao was too much of a gentleman. He absolutely refused to cohabit with a girl before marriage. He was also afraid that in his sleep some part of his body might be exposed and scare Lan Zhao. So he could only watch with envy as his foolish brother gleefully carried his bedding into Lan Zhao's room. Sis, brother Zhao and I grew up together wearing the same pair of pants. We're just good brothers, a perfectly innocent relationship. Don't be jealous. Zhou Yulua grinned slyly. Zhou Wei could only frantically occupy Lan Zhao's daytime hours, striving to build a connection with him, hoping to quickly trick him into no marry him. Then on the wedding night, she would give Zhao Zhao a surprise. Lan Zhao was actually quite troubled. He didn't want Zhou Wei, a young girl, to fall deeper, but his fiancée was so enthusiastically building a relationship with him. Given his scumbag persona, he simply couldn't refuse, could he? She would casually touch his face, then snuggle up. But Lan Zhao always maintained boundaries, afraid to touch any soft parts of the girl. Although after all these days he hadn't found any softness on Zhou Wei. Maybe it was because his fiancée was in poor health, thin and developing slowly, so she had no soft flesh, all hard and bony. After he completed his mission, he would definitely find an opportunity to break off the engagement and let a truly good man take care of this delicate, frail young girl. Zhou Wei didn't know what Lan Zhao was thinking. She only felt that her path to building a relationship was long and arduous. Lan Zhao was always gentlemanly and polite to her. To this day, she hadn't even managed to kiss him, which made her feel powerless. That day Zhou Wei finally took action. On a silent summer night, he drew the curtains, turned off the lights, and watched a horror movie with Lan Zhao. He had managed to get rid of Zhou Yulu, leaving them alone for a rare moment of intimacy. He planned to whimper and hide in Lan Zhao's arms, pretending to be frightened, then somehow end up kissing him, and afterward, he would be rewarded with a long, lingering embrace. Zhou Wei had it all figured out. As the eerie sound effects played, and the female ghost was about to crawl out of the well, he closed his eyes and curled into Lan Zhao's arms, sobbing, "I'm scared." Lan Zhao didn't feel the least bit afraid. He was even leisurely sipping his cola. He never expected the girl beside him to suddenly lean in. His cola spilled all over Zhou Wei, creating a mess. Lan Zhao quickly turned on the light and paused the movie just as the female ghost was emerging from the well. In a backdrop that was both eerie and oddly comical, Lan Zhao grabbed some tissues and wiped the cola off Zhou Wei. As he wiped, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Zhou Wei was fuming over his failed plan. Now neither the horror nor the romantic atmosphere remained, only awkwardness. Awkwardness. Lan Zhao's hand froze midair, no longer wiping his clothes. He stared blankly at a certain spot. Zhou Wei realized what was happening, and his body went rigid. A long silence ensued. Lan Zhao silently sat back on the sofa, legs together, and asked the system in his mind, "Did you notice anything strange about Zhou Wei?" "Yes." "Is he a man?" "Yes." "Why didn't you warn me?" The system generally does not interfere with the host. Lan Zhao scratched his head. He never expected to encounter such a situation. Of course he was shocked. There was also a sense of absurdity. But he felt no anger. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief. Since Zhou Wei was a man, the engagement no longer needed to be fulfilled, and he no longer had to worry about letting him down, right? Zhou Wei felt his heart constrict, his vision darkening. He forced himself to calm down, slowly relaxing his stiff body, and his voice remained a calm, feminine tone. "Zhao Zhao." "What's wrong?" Lan Zhao opened his mouth, hesitant. "Zhao Zhao." Zhou Wei touched the stray hair by his ear, leaning in. "Why aren't you saying anything?" "Nothing." Lan Zhao decided to play dumb, unsure if this was some taboo or secret. "It's getting late. Since you're scared, let's stop the movie. Get some rest. Good night." Having said that, Lan Zhao tried to escape the media room. Zhou Wei grabbed his sleeve, pulling him back onto the sofa. The warm, moist breath of the speaker was right by his ear. His voice had turned low and hoarse, no longer resembling a girl's at all. "Zhao Zhao, why are you running? Since you found out, why didn't you say anything?" He stared intently into Lan Zhao's eyes, so close that their breaths mingled. "Is it because Zhao Zhao also wants to marry?" Lan Zhao's eyes widened, turning the tables. "Huh? In that case, they might as well lay all cards on the table." He said calmly, "No, I won't marry a man. You should understand that. I didn't say anything out of respect for your preferences and privacy. Wei. I'll move out of the Zhou residence tomorrow. I'll explain the situation to my father and dissolve the engagement with the Zhou family." With a gentle push, he sent the boy tumbling onto the sofa. Lan Zhao stood up, took 2 steps, and grasped the door handle. Behind him came a trembling voice, half laughing, half crying. "Zhao Zhao, you really are heartless. A man who abandons his lover will be punished, you know." Lan Zhao never thought the word heartless would be used to describe him, but it seemed that long ago someone, no, a god, had said the same thing about him. But life is like a play, in this world, he was indeed a scoundrel. "And what about your deception? How do you account for that?" Lan Zhao retorted, then opened the door and left. Back in the room, he found Zhou Yulua already in his pajamas, lying in bed with half-damp hair, as if he had just showered. He smelled fragrant, putting on a seductive act. Seeing Lan Zhao arrive, he patted the spot beside him. "Come over quickly, Zhao Zhao. When did you get back?" Lan Zhao asked. Zhou Yulua grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth. "Just got back. Took a shower and came here." Lan Zhao didn't believe he hadn't gone to the media room first. Recalling the water stains on the stairs he had seen earlier, he guessed that Zhou Yulua had returned, showered, gone to the media room to find him, overheard something, and then headed straight to the bedroom without entering. He didn't call him out on it, just told him, "I'm going home tomorrow. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. As long as you still recognize me as your brother Zhao, I'll have your back." Zhou Yuluo's grin slowly faded. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt dry and tight. Zhou Wei's secret was exposed to Lan Zhao, and he could never be together. Zhou Yulua secretly rejoiced. But this also meant the closest bond between him and Lan Zhao had been severed. There was even a chance that the Zhou family and the Duke would become enemies over this. How was he any better than Zhou Wei? He had no advantage either. His amnesiac brother Zhao was closest to him, and he longed to take advantage of the situation and claim him as his own. But Lan Zhao, only forceful methods could make him stay perhaps. Lan Zhao in a shower. Zhou Yulua listened to the sound of water in the bathroom, slowly lowering his eyes. For the first time his face lost its carefree devil-may-care expression. Lan Zhao was leaving and he spoke politely, so the Zhou family naturally couldn't stop him. Zhou's father originally wanted to send someone to escort him, but Lan Zhao had already ordered a taxi. He didn't have much luggage either. To avoid making the Zhou family suspicious, Father Zhou had to give up and watch Lan Zhao get into the car. After the car drove away, Father Zhou turned to look at his two sons who wore grim expressions. What? Did you drive him away? Zhou Yulua gave a wry smile. How could I dare to bully him? Zhou Wei smiled gently. Father, you should consider how to preserve this marriage. I really like him. Father Zhou let out a long sigh. Lan Zhao got out of the taxi at his doorstep. A few more steps and a servant would see him and take his luggage. So he never imagined he would encounter an accident on the way. The villa district where he lived had excellent security and there were guards at the gate. He never thought that in such a safe place he could be knocked out and taken away at a corner. He never expected that when he opened his eyes again, he would see the protagonist's love interest. Xie Zhizhou was lying by the bed staring at him, without blinking his breath, close enough to feel. As soon as Lan Zhao regained consciousness, that gaze sent a chill down his spine. Lan Zhao's first instinct was to distance himself from Xie Zhizhou. But his neck was firmly gripped, forcing him to meet Xie Ziz's gaze. His breathing quickened, utterly unable to escape from Xie Ziz's hand. Baby, do you really not remember me? Xie Zhizhou spoke softly, his eyes fixed on Lan Zhao's expression. If his gaze flickered for even a moment, he would be caught pretending to have amnesia. But Lan Zhao's last critical plot point was to achieve the husband-chasing crematorium achievement. He could just use the excuse of being knocked out to regain his memory, then pursue Xie Zhizhou. But seeing how proactive Xie Zhizhou was, he didn't seem like someone who would end up in a crematorium. Lan Zhao was conflicted. Xie Zhizhou was thrilled. Baby, you didn't lose your memory, did you? You remember me, right? Nose to nose, Lan Zhao felt the boy's gentle breath. Say it. Am your boyfriend, admit it. There were wet streaks on his face. Lan Zhao looked at those beautiful eyes, made even clearer by tears, and swallowed hard. I did remember, but just now thanks to you I remembered. Xie Ziz's grip on the back of his neck loosened. Lan Zhao suppressed his instinctive physical reaction, sat up, and distanced himself from him. The next words were hard to say, but Lan Zhao had no choice. After everything that's happened, you must have seen my personality. Lan Zhao lifted his eyelids and looked directly at first I found you interesting and wanted to be with you, but I never thought about spending my whole life with you. I still like you now, but after what you did to me and after my amnesia, I really don't know how to face you. Maybe we should break up first and give each other some time to cool off. If you let me go now, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you know what your actions will lead to. Lan Zhao didn't need a husband-chasing crematorium at all, as Xie Zhizhou was already clinging to him on his own. If he regained his memory and expressed his love to Xie Zhizhou, they would surely hit it off immediately, a happy ending. Where was the crematorium plot? Instead, he could express his fondness for Xie Zhizhou while making it clear he couldn't be with him, letting Xie Zhizhou chase him in the crematorium scenario. After all, this little world loved that kind of melodramatic plot, didn't it? Upon hearing his utterly outrageous words, Xie Zhizhou slowly smiled. He leaned close to Lan Zhao's ear, his warm breath seeping and giving Lan Zhao goosebumps. He almost immediately went limp in Xie Ziz's arms. I knew it, baby likes me. What is cooling off? What is breaking up? I don't know. I only know that you like me, and you admitted it yourself. And coincidentally, I like you too, so we're going to be together. Lan Zhao closed his eyes. Xie Zhizhou, you're crazy. So after all that talk, he only heard two. I've been crazy for a long time. He held Lan Zhao, wanting to kiss him. But at that moment, Lan Zhao felt the entire room. He thought he heard seagulls and a ship's horn. So, are we on a ship? Xie Zhizhou nodded, about to say something, when a loud banging came from the door. The force was so strong it seemed ready to break the door down. Xie Ziz's face turned extremely grim. Baby, don't worry, I'm here. He soothed Lan Zhao by ruffling his hair, then quickly pushed him away to ease his discomfort, and went to open the door. The person outside only caught a blurry figure inside before Xie Zhizhou swiftly closed the door, blocking the entrance with a blank expression. What is it? Keeping it pretty tight. What stunning beauty would make you risk your life for him? A tall, thin man raised an eyebrow. It's none of your business. I've done what Master 9 asked. From now on, I won't work for you anymore. Please don't disturb my life. The tall man clapped. True, I've never seen anyone like you. A clean-cut student who dared to fight for the master with real knives and guns. The master valued you, yet all you asked was for us to take you to a small island. I heard you took a man. Rest assured the master has no interest in men. But some rivals have infiltrated the ship. If you help us catch them, we'll safely deliver you to the island. Xie frowned deeply, but he had no choice but to help them. This was a path to quickly gaining power, but also a path that would bring trouble. Xie had no choice in the past, but now he couldn't let Lan Zhao be in danger because of him. Lan Zhao saw Xie enter with a serious expression. He warned, "Baby, stay in the room and don't go out, okay? No matter what sounds you hear, don't open the door." "What are you doing now?" Lan Zhao frowned. He thought he heard something about a firefight, knives and guns. In the original plot, the protagonist was completely a delicate and innocent person never exposed to such things. "I just want to be with you." Xie smiled bitterly. Seeing that Lan Zhao had already put on gloves and covered himself tightly, he didn't bother him further. He gave a few more instructions and left. Lan Zhao sat on the bed for a while, then jumped off, walked to the window, and looked out at the blue sea. 2 more gunshots sounded faintly outside. Then came the sound of the doorknob turning. Lan Zhao watched as the door was pushed open, thinking this wasn't him going. The tall, thin man saw Lan Zhao standing by the window and was stunned. Blue sky and blue sea, a handsome and He stood there dumbfounded for a long time until Lan Zhao called out to him. "Who are you? What's the matter?" The hand that had originally taken a rope to tie him up instinctively hid it behind his back. The man forced an awkward, friendly smile. Your friend Xie is in some trouble. Let me take you to see him." "What if I don't want to go?" "Then tough luck. He really needs you." The man reached out to grab Lan Zhao's hand, but Lan Zhao dodged. He said coldly, "Don't touch me. I'll walk on my own." Lan Zhao walked ahead, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. The man, seeing his cold demeanor, wasn't angry at all, and even followed eagerly behind him. If it weren't for his remaining sanity and fear of defying Master Nine's orders, he might have kidnapped the person on the spot. He thought it was just a man. Who knew a man could be this good-looking? Xie sure knew how to live. Lan Zhao was taken to the deck. Many people stood there with bloodstains on the floor. Several people were tied up and thrown aside. One person sat in a chair dressed in a black suit. The rest stood in 2 rows, all holding weapons. If he hadn't seen Xie, Lan Zhao would have thought he'd stumbled into a gangster movie scene. Xie stood in the center, surrounded by people in a standoff with the man seated on the chair. Hearing the commotion, he looked up, and upon seeing Lan Zhao, his pupils constricted violently. Lan Zhao was led past the black-clad guards flanking either side before he could see the face of the man seated on the chair. That man also saw him. The man appeared to be in his 30s with sharply defined facial contours, narrow and piercing eyes, and a high-bridged nose. A person who clearly was not to be trifled with. Upon seeing Lan Zhao, a subtle change flickered across his expression. "Lord Zhou, the person has been brought." Lan Zhao walked over to Xie, unwilling to take another step forward. He crossed his arms over his chest, showing no sign of panic even in such a situation, his face exuding arrogance and an air of disdain for everyone around. "Is this your method of abducting me?" Xie's anxiety was palpable. Zhao. "Do you know who I am? Kidnapping me?" Lan Zhao found the line a bit awkward, but the situation at hand was indeed tricky. The tall, thin man was about to speak, but was stopped by Lord Zhou. The man smiled gently. "Of course we know. When Zhou was negotiating with us, we already knew that the person we were to abduct was the son of the Duke. Since you know, then what are you trying to do? Young Master Lan Zhou has learned too many of our secrets, and we all greatly admire his abilities. We cannot bear to let him leave us just like that. Could you help us persuade him?" The man spoke politely, but his eyes never left Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao turned to Xie. "Easy to invite a god, hard to send him away. Don't you understand that? In this line of work, who can ever wash their hands clean?" Xie bit his lip. "I'm sorry." He had overestimated himself and dragged Lan Zhao into trouble. If he doesn't want to do it, then he won't. Right now you must be overwhelmed by the people I sent to find me, aren't you? Do you really dare to offend the Duke? Lan Zhao's expression turned serious. "If you release the 2 of us now, I will let you off the hook." Lord Zhou's face still wore a gentle smile. "Young Master Lan, you want to take him away with you, but he wanted us to help him bring you to a deserted island, build a golden mansion for you, and hide you away. That crazy?" Lan Zhao shot a surprised glance at Xie. "But now I've changed my mind." Lord Zhou fixed his gaze on Lan Zhao like a predator eyeing its prey. "We can let him go, but you stay by my side." Xie blurted out, "No." Lan Zhao was genuinely amused by him. "Old man, you're way too confident, aren't you? Do you think you can keep me? How could I ever stay by your side?" His contemptuous gaze was not that of looking at a mafia boss, but rather at some pesky bug that just wouldn't go away. The smile slowly faded from Lord Zhou's face. He raised his hand, and people began to surround Lan Zhao. Xie grabbed Lan Zhao's arm, shielding him behind himself. The 2 slowly backed toward the railing. A long whistle of the ship's horn sounded, and Lan Zhao saw many boats in the distance. They must be coming to rescue him. But two hands can't fight four fists, and some still came for Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao stepped onto the railing facing the sea breeze, laughing boldly. Who dares to touch your grandfather? But two hands can't fight four fists, and some still came for Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao stepped onto the railing facing the sea breeze, laughing boldly. Who dares to touch your grandfather? Look at yourself. Are you even worthy? Xie, keep your golden mansion for yourself. With that he leaped. Between the sea and sky a pale waste stood out against the blue expanse. A splash sounded. White waves churned. Zhao. Xie leaned half his body over the railing and jumped without hesitation. Lord Zhou's face turned extremely unpleasant. He wanted to send people to rescue them, but the boats were already drawing near. They are from the Duke's mansion and also the Zhou Jiang and Ji families. Retreat for now. Yes. Lord Zhou cast one last look at the azure sea. What a pity. Lan Zhao could swim, but this was deep water. He swam in the direction he had chosen for a while, but gradually grew weak, his body sinking. The moment Xie jumped into the sea, the third critical plot point had already been completed. In fact, Lan Zhao could have used this chance to fake his death and leave the world, avoiding the mess of the dark-hearted men and cleaning up the disaster. Just as he closed his eyes and let his body sink slowly in the water, Xie actually caught up. His eyes were bloodshot, and he grabbed Lan Zhao's hand with desperate strength, passing him air. Lan Zhao opened his eyes and saw before him a face full of pleading and fear. Panic, terror, guilt, regret, supplication. All of these were tinged with love. In this ordinary modern world, dying like this would be too cruel to others. So Lan Zhao found the strength to swim upward again. Everything that followed was chaos. Crystal clear seawater panicked crowds, the hand that never let go. The smell of disinfectant, the Duke's rage, the worry and joy of three childhood friends. Lan Zhao, having regained his memory, saw three boys kneeling by his hospital bed and turned away in annoyance. Zhou Yulua sat by the bed peeling an apple for Lan Zhao, watching his younger brother and childhood friends grovel for forgiveness, a smug sense of superiority and happiness swelling in his heart. Honest people are truly the best. Loyalty and modesty earned Zhao Guest's favor. He fed a small piece of apple into Lan Zhao's mouth, and seeing him chew and swallow, he was so happy he could almost wag his tail. All right, stop kneeling. I forgive you. Lan Zhao finally relented. Jiang Yu said pitifully, Brother Zhao, will you still treat Yu the same as before? Zhou Wei looked down on his act, but when he spoke his voice had already turned into a sweet female tone. Zhao, our engagement. Ji Yanli just covered his face and coughed, as if he had caught a chill from that rainy day. Enough. I've already told father I'm going abroad to study. Everything can wait until I come back. For voices spoke in unison, study abroad. Lan Zhao nodded, his expression unusually stern as he warned them. While I'm abroad, you are not to come looking for me without permission. If you do, I will never forgive you, and I will hate you. Also, I had father provide Xie with a study abroad opportunity in another country. Don't cause him trouble now. If there are no objections, you may all leave. You are allowed to see me off at the airport. I need to rest now. Lan Zhao made a dismissive gesture. The four of them had no choice but to leave the ward. Half a month later, a plane streaked across the sky, leaving some hearts hollow and others brimming with joy. Lan Zhao was the only one who felt happy. Wearing an eye mask, he leaned back in his seat and asked the system in his mind, can I leave the world now? Lan Zhao had not faked his death, but that did not mean he wished to remain in this world. Although it was a peaceful modern world with internet and wealth, these people were far too abnormal. A world full of villains that he could not stay for even a moment. If those few were pushed too far, the cliché drama of he flees, he pursues, he cannot escape, even with wings, would play out again and again. Lan Zhao was weary and no longer wished to entangle with the plot characters. The system said he could leave this world, and this body would be taken over by the system. The body, once taken over by the system, could eat, drink, study, and socialize, mimicking all of Lan Zhao's original habits. However, those close to him would still easily detect the anomaly, for the system lacked a soul. Therefore, Lan Zhao decided to distance himself from these plot characters. He would first study abroad, then travel around the world, occasionally having the system send messages to those people, which should suffice to deceive them. Now he was about to leave this world. School world mission completed. Overall score 92, grade S. Plot completion 80, world satisfaction 96, mission reward 7,000 points. Please continue to strive, host. After returning to the system space, Lan Zhao looked at the mission score, which had increased rather than decreased, and lightly raised an eyebrow. The plot of the previous world, to say the least, bore no resemblance to the original and was even wildly deviant. Yet the plot completion still increased to 80. It seemed that the small world did not care whether its own protagonist became a universal idol. As long as those cliché and absurd plot points were completed, and the plot became even more dramatic, the completion rate would rise and the world would be satisfied. If so, there was plenty of room for manipulation. Lan Zhao looked at his own more condensed soul body and the slightly spread wings. His black hair reached his waist spread across the sofa. Leaning against the backrest, he tilted his head back and closed his eyes to rest. In the previous world, he had received much obsessive love and also gained a great deal of luck value. Not a bad deal. The system space was extremely quiet with only Lan Zhao alone, so he completely relaxed. 006 watched his host's upward arched neckline and quietly drooping long lashes, and the feeling of relief in its heart grew stronger. Finally, he no longer looked like he would shatter at a touch. After resting for an unknown duration, Lan Zhao opened his eyes. Enter the next world. Every time you look at Master with that disgusting gaze, I wish to gouge out your filthy eyes. Lan Zhao had just regained consciousness when he found himself his neck was being strangled and the hands were tightening relentlessly. His face flushed red from oxygen deprivation. With great effort, he opened his eyes and met a pair of wolf-like pitch-black eyes filled with hatred and disgust. That person kept muttering something in his ear. Senior brother, it doesn't matter how much you loathe me. Giving me cultivation techniques prone to chi deviation, driving a wedge between Master and me. I have endured it all. But the one thing you should never have done was to set your sights on Master. Pain all over. Especially in the abdomen, so painful that he could not breathe. Lan Zhao could not make out what this person was saying. His eyeballs kept rolling upward due to lack of oxygen. His mouth was open, gasping for air. The man finished his harsh words, and seeing that he did not respond, thought he might have killed him, so he looked at Lan Zhao's expression. His clear, bright black eyes were unfocused, slowly drifting in their sockets. His senior brother's vital point was being choked, leaving him only able to keep his mouth wide open, desperately gasping for oxygen. The man saw his wretched state and unconsciously loosened his grip. Yet he still grabbed Lan Zhao by the collar. He sneered, suppressing the inexplicable feeling in his heart. Senior brother, just die quickly and stop bringing calamity upon us. He patted Lan Zhao's face and shoved him forward. A feeling of weightlessness struck, and Lan Zhao only then realized that behind him was a bottomless cliff. Finally getting oxygen, he widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the person who had pushed him off the cliff, etching that wild and handsome face deep into his memory. Who on earth hated him so much? To make him suffer like this right after transmigrating. He will remember this. His entire body felt as if shattered and reassembled. The pain in his abdomen was the worst. His heart raced as if about to leap out of his throat. The wind howled in his ears. In this desperate situation, he had no time to ask the system what was going on. Ugh! His body snagged on something, and he was caught in a net of branches protruding from the cliff. The branches bent downward like a child playing on a trampoline, and Lan Zhao's body also dropped. Then it slowly bounced back. After several such cycles, Lan Zhao's body was finally sprawled and securely supported by the branches. He had said it, jumping off a cliff in stories usually doesn't kill you. Lan Zhao gasped for breath when he suddenly heard a crisp crack. He dared not move. This body could not move anymore either. The pain made his consciousness exceptionally clear. He was not even knocked unconscious by it. Lan Zhao looked at the vertical steep cliff and the blue sky. He slowed his breathing and suddenly felt less pain. Oh, sorry I came late. The system has... I have turned on pain suppression for you. He'll transmit the mission and plot now. Must I receive the plot at 10,000 meters altitude? Well, it seemed there was nothing else to do. This world turned out to be a cultivation world. Fortunately, Lan Zhao had seen such worlds in the previous two, so he had some understanding of cultivation worlds. The main plot of this world was a simple Dragon Rising leveling up story, with the only peculiarity being that the Dragon Rising protagonist did not have a harem, but loved only his master. Thus, the later plot became a dual male lead story, with two powerhouses joining forces, defying authority, flirting and tension, and eventually a happy ending. Looking at that face so arrogant that it made one gnash their teeth in hatred, Lan Zhao could not understand in his heart. Why is he the Dragon Rising protagonist Gong? The man who had choked him turned out to be the biggest protagonist of this book. The system was helpless. Host, don't be angry. If you don't like him, well, just stay away from him. Be good. Lan Zhao continued to read his character setting. Not bad. The original host was the senior brother of the Tianshui sect, specifically the senior brother of the protagonist Gong Long Yuan. But this character setting. Lan Zhao frowned more and more as he read. As the senior brother of the Qingshun immortal lord's lineage in the Tianshui sect, he should have been gentle and courteous, setting a good example for his junior brothers and sisters, guiding their cultivation, honoring his master, and being loyal to the sect. But the original host, aside from appearing gentle, polite, and aloof, had achieved none of that. Given the things he had done, having his Dantian crippled, being choked, being pushed off a cliff, it was all deserved. It could only be said that a villain is always tormented by another villain. This senior brother was narrow-minded, could not tolerate any genius, gave wrong cultivation techniques to his juniors, sowed discord between master and his disciples, coveted his master, and attempted to defile the moon, utterly vicious. Fortunately, the second junior brother was a mortal world prince and had his own cultivation secret manual. The third junior sister, being specially favored by the master, also had her own technique. The fourth junior brother, a demon spy, upon sensing something amiss, merely watched the original host with a half-smile, standing idly by. Only the fifth junior brother, Long Out-Yin, the protagonist's male lead, Long He-Yuan, discovered the original host's malicious nature and silently noted it in his little notebook, constantly observing the original host's words and actions. As a result, he discovered that the original host had been consciously or unconsciously trying to keep the master to himself, coveting his own master like an obsessive stalker akin to dark moss in a damp place, utterly unfilial and rebellious. He even went so far as to backstab the master during a demon extermination mission, attempting to pull the master from his pedestal and completely defile him. Long He-Yuan could not bear it any longer. Even though at this time he had not yet fallen for the master, only feeling pure respect, he could not stand such a dark and despicable person continuing to lurk after the master while still being held in high regard by everyone. The protagonist's male lead exposed the original host's true face in front of everyone, but the four words, coveting the master, could not be uttered, no matter what, and naturally the original host would not voluntarily confess. But deliberately giving his junior brothers and sisters wrong techniques and backstabbing the master. These two charges alone were enough for the original host to have his Dantian crippled and be expelled from the sect. And then moments ago he was pushed off a cliff by the protagonist's male lead, his life hanging by a thread. Next he would be picked up by the demon lord, and then lured by the ill-intentioned demon lord into cultivating the Xiantian art, a technique that could quickly repair the Dantian, restore strength, and allow one to cultivate at lightning speed. But how could such a good thing exist in this world? The restoration of the Dantian was merely an illusion. The Xiantian art would gradually hollow out the body, drain one's vital essence, and finally cause one to die of exhaustion, like a lamp running out of oil. It was merely exchanging one's lifespan for a final moment of splendor. The original host, after cultivating the Xiantian art, disguised himself and entered the Tianshui sect's new disciple trial secret realm. He was discovered, then pretended to repent thoroughly and rejoin the sect, but in reality, he was waiting for an opportunity to force himself on the master. In the end, he actually succeeded. Like Yin Jibing, who defiled the little dragon girl, everyone, including the readers, hated this character to the core. The original host was eventually backlashed by the Xiantian art and died in agony. After reading through all the plot, Lan Zhao lay on a tree branch staring at the sky, feeling utterly hopeless. Actually, the original host was not homosexual, nor did he love his own master. Due to an extremely strong homophobic mentality, after awakening, the original host vehemently demanded to leave this world. "So I came here, didn't I?" Lan Zhao lay there like a resigned salted fish. After seeing the critical plot point, he strongly protested. No. I can't do things that force others. Matters of love require mutual consent. A forced melon is not sweet. Why bother? It would disgust the protagonist and also disgust the readers. The system unconditionally doted on its host. It also didn't want the host to be with that master. Why reward him? So it went to report and file a complaint. Lan Zhao lay precariously on that small tree, waiting for the demon lord to pass by and save him, while also waiting for the system's result. He closed his eyes. Without the torment of pain, he was almost falling asleep. Suddenly he coughed up a little blood, and the cough made the branch bend downward a bit. A few spots of blood on his pale cheeks, like red plum blossoms on snow. The system was a bit flustered. In addition to reporting, it also thoroughly examined Lan Zhao's body. Host, in this world, the symptom of your incomplete divine nature is hemoptysis. So it means he'll occasionally spit blood. Yes. Fine, it's a great tool for extortion. Whoever bullies him, he'll immediately spit a mouthful of blood at them. Bullying him would be like bullying a soft persimmon. When Jun Ahan passed by a cliff, while flying on his sword, he was drawn by a patch of white cloth. This color was one that only hypocritical righteous immortal sects would use, hanging there on a branch, fluttering in the wind, swaying precariously. When Jun Ahan passed by a cliff, while flying on his sword, he was drawn by a patch of white cloth. This color was one that only hypocritical, a person even worse than a rag. His Dantian was crippled, his cultivation completely destroyed, strangulation marks on his neck, continuously coughing up blood, choking on the blood veins, bulging, nearly suffocating. Jun Ahan saw clearly that the small branch was about to snap under the person's weight. When that happened, this person would fall into the abyss and be shattered to pieces. Just a useless righteous cultivator. Why bother? Jun Ahan wanted to leave. But then he thought, such a miserable person, if his enemy was also a righteous cultivator, perhaps he could be used. So he flew down again. The closer he got, the clearer the details became. He saw that pair of clear eyes with distinct black and white. His reflection grew larger in those dark, glossy pupils. Drawing closer, he realized that this rag was actually not bad-looking. Seeing that someone had finally arrived, Lan Zhao let out a long sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and was about to faint with reassurance. The small branch finally snapped with a crack, but he fell into a firm, sturdy embrace. The tense string of his heart relaxed, and his consciousness completely sank into nothingness. Jun Ahan looked at the man in his arms, felt a bit disgusted, and frowned in confusion. How strange. A righteous cultivator, he had already been merciful enough to carry him back. Why was he holding him? But this man was light as a feather with almost no weight. Fine, hold him then. He saw that the man's mouth and nose were covered in blood, his pale face flushed red from suffocation, so he reached out to wipe the blood from Lan Zhao's face. His fingers roughly rubbed the lips out of shape, finally, leaving his hand covered in blood and the face of the man in his arms smeared with pale pink traces. Jun Ahan stared dazedly at the finally revealed complete face of the person in his arms. The waist in his hands was slender, as if it could snap with a twist. This rag seemed like it would shatter at a touch. He unconsciously softened his movements. Suddenly thinking of something, he mercilessly scolded himself in his mind. Why use your hands to wipe? Don't you mind the dirt? How could you forget to use a cleansing technique? He cast a cleansing technique on the person in his arms, then gently embraced him, letting his head rest in the hollow of his neck, feeling the soft touch and faint breath. Then he picked up Lan Zhao, who was like a rag doll, and carried him away. The domineering and cool demon lord did not choose to bring the person back to the demon realm. Instead, he found a small wooden cabin nearby and placed the person on a bed. He raised his hand and set down 3 barrier formations, then rushed around to search for herbs. He toiled for a whole day and night before returning, and then fed the life-saving elixir he had found to Lan Zhao. Blushing, he took off Lan Zhao's clothes and applied the medicinal herbs for external injuries. The entire process was done by the demon lord himself without any help from others. One should know that in the original plot, the original host was only roughly treated by the demon lord's subordinates, and then was lured into learning the Xiantian art to return to the sect for revenge. The system saw Jun Ahan bustling about for the host, and the host's health had stabilized, so it also breathed a sigh of relief. It rarely developed a bit of goodwill toward a plot character. Finally, he tended to the bruise on the neck. Even after all this time, the mark had not faded in the slightest. Jun Ahan pressed his thumb against the medicinal herb, smearing it onto Lan Zhao's neck with meticulous care bit by bit. He let the green paste completely cover the red mark. When his fingers touched the Adam's apple, he instinctively caressed it. Then flustered, he withdrew his hand, stiffening his face in an attempt to appear composed. But his subsequent movements became even slower, even more meticulous. Perhaps because the motion had lasted too long, resembling the sensation of being choked, the beautiful man's eyelashes trembled violently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in terror, gasping heavily. Feeling the trembling skin beneath his hand, the man slowly withdrew his hand and gazed into Lan Zhao's eyes. He watched as the other gradually calmed down, relaxed his body, and his eyelashes fluttered slowly up and down. Lan Zhao took a breath as if recalling some painful memory and instinctively raised his hand to cover his abdomen. The man's hand stopped him. Don't bother feeling it. From now on, you're nothing but a cripple. Jun Ahan's tongue was always sharp. After saying this, he looked at Lan Zhao with leisurely anticipation, waiting for the despair that was about to appear on his face. He never kept cripples around here, but since he had personally carried the man back and applied medicine himself, he had developed a bit. He didn't mind if the man was a cripple, but he hadn't expected that what burst from the man's eyes in an instant was not despair, but intense hatred and unwillingness. He looked himself over from head to toe, then suddenly grabbed the man's hand. Jun Ahan surprisingly didn't shake it off immediately. Was it you who saved me? You? Are you from the demon clan? The man instinctively held Lan Zhao's hand back, allowing him to save some strength, then lifted his chin, posing as if he were extremely cold, domineering, and imposing indeed. I am the lord of the demon clan, Jun Ahan. Then he lowered his eyes and looked at Lan Zhao coldly. If you wish to beg me, you must pay a corresponding price. Lan Zhao almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Truly, this demon lord's reaction was too textbook, too amusing. And his name was Jun Ahan again. The name wasn't bad, just a bit old-fashioned, ha. But this demon lord was indeed quite handsome. The cold, strikingly beautiful, and domineering type, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, looking extremely tall. His eyes were even a beautiful violet color. Lan Zhao strained to suppress the smile at the corners of his lips. His lips twitched as if he were furious. He almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. I beg the demon lord to heal my wounds. Let me return to the Tianshui sect and settle accounts with those bastards. Jun Ahan was startled by Lan Zhao's words. He hadn't expected that such a gentle and vulnerable beauty could utter such foul words full of hatred. The face twisted by hatred was not ugly, but rather possessed a different kind of beauty. The moment he saw the clothes on the man, he recognized him as a member of the Tianshui sect. He had a half-brother working as a spy in that sect. According to Jun Lingxue, the Tianshui sect had recently crippled only one person's Dantian and expelled him from the sect. That person was Lan Zhao, the senior disciple of Qingshan Immortal Lord Wen Haiyao. So the man before him was Lan Zhao. That Lan Zhao who had betrayed his master, harmed his fellow disciples, now wanted to defect from the sect and remained unrepentant. Such a foolish, inherently wicked creature. He really liked him. Jun Ahan curled his lips gloatingly, touching Lan Zhao's dantian with his hand, his tone gentle. What a pity. Your dantian has been destroyed, and it cannot be restored. If you want to take revenge on the people of the Tianshui sect, you can only rely on me, and then beg me. Jun Ahan stood with his hands behind his back, straightening his posture. Lan Zhao was stunned for a moment. Why hadn't he mentioned the Shintian art? Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to induce him to spend his remaining life working for him? Helpless, since Jun Ahan wouldn't bring it up, he had to do it himself. The man seemed furious, grinding his teeth as he said, "No, I must return to the sect and take revenge personally. Demon Lord, I recall there is a secret technique in this world called the Shintian art, which can quickly repair the dantian and restore strength." Nonsense. Jun Ahan interrupted him. He grabbed his chin and looked him in the eyes. The Shintian art is a forbidden art that consumes lifespan. Once you use it, how long can you live? We villains never do anything that harms ourselves. Lan Zhao began to cough up blood. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, slowly flowing onto Jun Ahan's hand. Warm, bright red, and dazzling. The man felt the burning heat on his hand. Lan Zhao gave a bitter smile. In my current state, how long can I live? Why was this demon lord showing compassion? In any case, I will not let you use the Shintian art. Jun Ahan released his hand, using a cleansing spell to clean his own hand and the bloodstains at the corner of Lan Zhao's mouth. He flicked his sleeves and left a remark. Your life was saved by me, so you have no say in it. I will find another way. Then he left. He also casually set down 3 more barriers to prevent the broken rag doll he had picked up from being taken by bad people. Lan Zhao weakly lay back on the bed. With the pain-blocking spell, he felt no pain, and coughing up blood was without sensation, but he had no strength. Host, the report feedback has arrived. These are the new key plot points. Key plot points: first, cultivate the Shintian art and re-enter the Tianshui sect. Second, have close physical contact with Wen Heyao 3 times. Third, win first place at the Immortal Sect Assembly and publicly betray the sect. The rest remained unchanged, only the forced interactions were replaced with harmless contact. It still felt very much like harassment. But the character's core was that of an infatuated admirer of the master. Even if love eventually turned to hate, he had to drag the other down from the altar. Lan Zhao had no choice. He believed the system had already fought for the best outcome. Host, holding hands or hugging counts as close contact. For the second key plot point, just go through the motions. Don't force yourself. I know, thank you, Cici. Lan Zhao lay flatly. He had to practice the Shintian art, and in this world, he would inevitably die in the end. But besides completing the tasks, he must let out this breath. No one could bully him anymore. He was the vicious male supporting character, the Wicked Seed. His mental state was magnificent, and he would destroy those who were unkind to him. The system sensed its host's evil intentions, but it was amused by the host's puffed-up look. Being choked and pushed off a cliff from the start. What was wrong with wanting revenge? It must be someone else's fault, but its host could never be wrong. Lan Zhao thought since the demon lord wouldn't let him practice the Shintian art, he would find a way to do it himself. He would find a way to obtain the Shintian art cultivation manual. Then even if Jun Ahan got angry, it would be too late. But for now he should focus on recovering his health. Lan Zhao closed his eyes again. When he opened them again, he was leaning against a man's chest. Jun Ahan, with a cold face, was feeding him a bowl of pitch-black medicinal soup. A foul smell assailed his nostrils, making Lan Zhao want to vomit. Jun Ahan, with a cold face, covered his mouth and said, "Don't throw up. This is the spiritual herb I personally sought for you, capable of nourishing your dantian and regulating your body. Slowly use the medicine to recuperate, and you will eventually recover your body. It's just that you can't cultivate. You must know revenge is not the only way." Jun Ahan seemed never to have spoken such words to anyone else. His tone was awkward. But Lan Zhao didn't need his pep talks. After finishing the medicine, something sweet was stuffed into his mouth. A cold male voice sounded by his ear. "I bought these candied fruits on a whim." Lan Zhao was surprised in his heart. After finishing the medicine, he still looked up at the demon lord, and with a heart as dead as ashes yet exceptionally firm, he said, "Demon lord, I don't want to be a waste. Rather than muddle through the rest of my life, I'd rather live a glorious one." A surge of inexplicable anger rose in Jun Ahan's heart. "Haven't you heard that good men die young, while villains live 1,000 years? Do you want to be a good man or a villain?" Lan Zhao fell silent. Although he didn't know what pill the demon lord had taken wrong, he knew it was impossible to obtain the Shintian art manual from Jun Ahan. There was no need to waste more words with the demon lord. He might as well let him think he had abandoned the idea. Lan Zhao began to respond with vague hums and nods to Jun Ahan's words. Tianshui sect. Long Heyuan was sitting cross-legged in his cave abode, cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes violently, and the Tianyuan sword flew a circle in the air, carving a deep mark on the stone wall. His chest heaved violently as he raised his hand and grasped the Tianyuan sword. Why did he always think of that vicious little person? That face, those eyes, what was there to think about? Long Hyun squeezed his eyes shut tightly, then went to visit his master. Wan Hiao did not yet know that Lan Zhao had been pushed off the cliff by him, and simply asked, "Has your senior brother gone down the mountain?" "He has already gone down the mountain." The cold and ethereal man closed his eyes and sat quietly for a moment. Just as Long Hyun was about to take his leave, he suddenly sighed and opened his eyes. The immortal Lord Qingshun had a kind of innocent clarity in his eyes. Wan Hio's cultivation was very high, but he had grown up in the Tianshui sect since childhood. His few times down the mountain were for capturing demons, and he had little opportunity to interact with people. It was precisely such a person who could take in so many disciples with different minds. Apart from giving a bit more care to his female disciples, Wan Hiao was almost equally cold to the others, adhering to the principle of free-range cultivation. Therefore, he had never detected the original owner's intentions, and even now he didn't know. He thought that he had taught his disciples incorrectly, leading them astray, which caused Lan Zhao to go down the wrong path. He couldn't help asking Long Hyun, who had grown up struggling in the mortal world, "Is your master's teaching method wrong? Why did your senior brother suddenly try to harm me?" Long Hyun bowed respectfully. "Of course not. Each has his own aspirations. The senior brother's heart is not upright, which is why he went astray." "Enough." The man glanced at him indifferently. "Tell the sect leader that during the new disciple selection next month, I will not take any disciples under my tutelage." After Long Hyun came out, although he didn't want to in his heart, his legs somehow carried him toward the cliff at the back mountain. He flew down from the cliff top on his sword, and halfway down, he saw branches that had clearly been broken off recently. He pursed his lips and continued to search for the body of that vicious little person at the bottom of the cliff. Who would have thought that after searching all around there was no trace at all? He didn't know if Lan Zhao had survived and been rescued, or if he had been eaten by a demon beast. The more Long Hyun thought, the more agitated he became. He himself didn't know what he really wanted. The tall man stood in the forest as lost and bewildered as a child. "Can you give me the Shantian art manual directly?" Lan Zhao asked the system with pleasant surprise in his heart. "It is available in the system shop, but the host needs to spend points to buy it." Lan Zhao quickly checked the price of the Shantian art. Because it was a defective product and a forbidden technique, the price was not high, only 1,000 points. But this was a mission requirement. Lan Zhao originally didn't need to spend his own points to buy it. However, now Jun Ahan wouldn't teach him cultivation, and he himself was extremely weak, expelled from the sect with no one to rely on, and had no way to obtain the Shantian art manual in this world. With no other choice, Lan Zhao could only spend his own points to buy it, and then secretly cultivate, while Jun Ahan was away. If asked, it was just a fortuitous coincidence. It was heaven's will for him to cultivate this art, and return to the sect for revenge. After all, Jun Ahan was the demon lord whose main business was killing, not saving people. He saw that Lan Zhao obediently drank the medicine every day, and although he still occasionally coughed up blood and looked frail, he was already able to walk. So he thought his body was gradually recovering. Sometimes he would even take Lan Zhao for a stroll down the mountain. The small wooden cabin that Jun Ahan had casually found was located in the forest near the Tianshui sect, and the small town at the foot of the mountain was also under the jurisdiction of the Tianshui sect. It was more than half a month later when Lan Zhao went down the mountain. He and Jun Ahan walked on the streets of the town, seeing crowds of people, with many young people from outside. There were also disciples of the Tianshui sect divided into teams patrolling the town. Jun Ahan noticed that Lan Zhao was staring blankly at those disciples and took the initiative to explain. "In a few days, the Tianshui sect will recruit new disciples. These outer disciples have been sent to maintain order." Just then a team of Tianshui sect disciples passed by. Lan Zhao hurriedly withdrew his gaze and turned his face toward Jun Ahan to avoid being recognized. The man let out a sneer, but raised his sleeve to shield Lan Zhao. While protecting him, he still taunted, "You are so afraid of meeting your former fellow disciples, and you still talk about revenge. However, if you don't want to see them, well, leave here once your injuries are better. I will avenge you myself." Lan Zhao lowered his head and replied, "I'm just afraid of causing unnecessary trouble." Jun Ahan looked at his thick fan-like eyelashes as they drooped, saying nothing. Just then there was a supply shop nearby. Lan Zhao went in and picked out some disguise materials. Jun Ahan stood by watching with his arms crossed. When it was time to pay, Lan Zhao turned to look at him. The man looked impatient on the surface but was thrilled inside, and went to pay for Lan Zhao. "Without me, wouldn't you be unable to take a single step?" Lan Zhao had now become quite adept at soothing this Chinibu demon lord, and nodded gently. "Thanks to the demon lord for saving me. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you well." Jun Ahan curled up the corners of his lips. After Lan Zhao bought everything he needed, the two returned to the small wooden cabin. On the way they encountered two youths in plain clothes struggling in a fight with a demon beast. Neither Lan Zhao nor Jun Ahan intended to help, they stood there with identical cold indifference. But those two youths, though young, seemed to have no cultivation method or techniques. They were completely rogue cultivators. Yet they were exceptionally gifted and actually managed to hunt down that demon beast and take its inner core. Great. With this inner core we can go to the Tianshui sect to participate in the new disciple selection. It's a pity that Qingchen Immortal Lord sect is no longer accepting new disciples. I wanted to become the apprentice of the most powerful one. A young man put away the demon beast's inner core and comforted his companion. It's fine, the sect leader is also very powerful. We can strive to become the sect leader's disciple. As they spoke, the two noticed Lan Zhao and Jun Ahan nearby. To avoid trouble, Jun Ahan concealed his demon. Lan Zhao saw them looking over and smiled gently. Fellow cultivators, you just said that Qingchen Immortal Lord sect is no longer accepting new disciples. The younger boy who wanted to become one Haio's disciple said, yes, I heard it from a disciple of Tianshui sect fellow. He hesitated for a moment. Do you also want to join Tianshui sect? It wasn't that he looked down on others, but the spiritual energy fluctuation on this handsome man was too weak, utterly like an ordinary person. On the contrary, the handsome man beside him also had no spiritual energy fluctuation, but he felt that this man's strength was unfathomable. After meeting his gaze, the hairs on his skin stood on end. Lan Zhao smiled. I was just asking casually. Jun Ahan withdrew his gaze from Lan Zhao. They were strangers meeting by chance, exchanged a few words, and then parted, not even telling each other their names. After returning to the wooden cabin, Jun Ahan couldn't help asking, you still care about those people? Lan Zhao shook his head. Actually, logically speaking, he should only care about Wen Haiyao. But Jun Ahan didn't know the reason, thought he was lying and brushing him off, so he left with a sullen face. Lan Zhao thought he wouldn't come back today, so he started packing his things, tidying up his bundle, and placing the disguise materials aside. The Xiantian art had begun to take effect. By the time of the new disciple selection in a few days, he should be able to recover half of his strength. Night fell. Lan Zhao sat cross-legged on the bed, seizing the time to cultivate the Xiantian art. Moonlight poured in through the window, draping a thin veil over Lan Zhao. His features became increasingly hazy and distant under the soft moonlight. When Jun Ahan entered, he saw this scene. His heart slowly sank. All the feigned expressions on his face vanished in an instant. Lan Zhao slowly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of the man at the door from a moderate distance. For a moment there was silence. After an unknown time, Jun Ahan moved. The man's figure flickered, instantly teleporting to Lan Zhao's side, grabbing his wrist. His fingers rested on his pulse. Lan Zhao's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, for he sensed the suppressed anger in Jun Ahan. However, his own life, he would decide for himself. Even if Jun Ahan had saved him, he could repay in other ways, but he couldn't abandon his mission because of it. The man suddenly leaned in nose-tip to nose-tip. You really are disobedient. The man's expressionless face was truly terrifying. At this moment, he truly resembled the demon lord. Lan Zhao remained still, lowering his eyes. His eyelashes brushed against the man's face, ticklish. Jun Ahan's body stiffened. I want to return to the sect to take revenge. I don't want to live as an ordinary person forever. Demon Lord, grant my wish. He sighed softly, speaking these words in a calm, yet resolute tone. Jun Ahan was extremely angry, angrier than he had been in a long time. But besides anger, there was another complex emotion that twisted his heart and rendered him powerless. Seeing Lan Zhao's demeanor, how could he not understand that this man was stubborn to death, already determined to walk a path to destruction? And he, the mighty demon lord, could only watch him march toward death. Jun Ahan stepped back and said coldly, good advice is wasted on a doomed ghost. I will no longer meddle with you. He swept his sleeves and left again. But this time Jun Ahan probably would never return. His tense body relaxed. Lan Zhao no longer wanted to cultivate, so he simply laid down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, after waking up, Lan Zhao first applied makeup on his face, disguising himself into a clean and ordinary appearance. This disguise was far superior to human skin masks. At least it wouldn't fall off with a gust of wind. With an additional layer of technique, it was even more secure. Lan Zhao didn't expect to fool Wen Haiyao with the disguise, but at least it would save him a lot of trouble during the new disciple trial. Shouldering his bundle, he left the wooden cabin. This place was peaceful and tranquil, with fresh air far from human habitation, truly like a paradise. Lan Zhao felt grateful to Jun Ahan and whispered goodbye to the cabin. Then he left without hesitation. Like every young person who traveled from afar to a prestigious sect, he carried his pack and descended the mountain. After he left, a tall and handsome man emerged from beside the cabin, coldly watching the direction Lan Zhao had gone. After a while, he raised his hand, gently wiped his face, and an unusually unfamiliar but still handsome face appeared. To participate in Tianshui sect's new disciple selection, one had to pay the corresponding fee. After all, there were so many people admiring the famous sect, and holding this trial required manpower and resources. The fee was both a threshold and a way to collect money. That was why the two young men Lan Zhao had met earlier were diligently hunting demon beast inner cores to sell. Apart from disguised materials, Lan Zhao had also bought some herbs and magical artifacts, all at Jun Ahan's expense. Selling these things was just enough for the entry fee. Lan Zhao's Dantian now showed signs of recovery, his cultivation appearing to be at the qi refining stage, meeting the minimum standard for Tianshui sect's new disciple recruitment. He registered, received a number, and found an inn in the town at the foot of Tianshui sect, deciding to stay one night and go directly to the entrance examination the next day. While sitting on the first floor of the inn drinking tea, Lan Zhao overheard many rumors. The people at the surrounding tables were all young men going to take the examination. I heard that the senior brother in charge of this new disciple examination is Chu Yun, the second disciple of Qingshan, Immortal Lord. Isn't Qingshan, Immortal Lord, not taking disciples? How come his disciple is in charge of this? You outsiders don't know? Chu Yun is a smooth operator skilled in socializing. He now manages all kinds of affairs within the sect, so naturally he handles this. The older brother at the next table laughed upon hearing this. Oh, then we must not offend and be polite to him to avoid being given a hard time. But at this moment, another naive person asked curiously, what about Qingshan, Immortal Lord's first disciple? As the senior disciple of Tianshui sect, shouldn't he be managing sect affairs? The well-informed person put his index finger to his lips and lowered his voice. It was indeed Lan Zhao, Qingshan, Immortal Lord's first disciple, who managed everything. But later this person plotted against his master and harmed fellow disciples, so his Dantian was crippled, and he was expelled from the sect. Then there was another round of whispered discussions, all slandering Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao sat unmoved, listening to his reputation worsen among the crowd, and lightly raised an eyebrow. Truly, he was the subject of the gossip. Lan Zhao was unconcerned, leisurely sipping tea. But suddenly a spirit stone appeared before him, and two familiar-looking youths stood at his table smiling at him. Taoist friend, could we share a table with you? They were exactly the two youths he had encountered that day while hunting demon beasts. Lan Zhao looked around, and seeing that there were indeed no seats left, nodded lightly, and swept the spirit stone into his sleeve. For him, now every bit counted, even a mosquito's leg. With three people sharing a table, it was awkward to just sit in silence. The younger of the two youths struck up a conversation with Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao thought for a moment, and casually made up a name. Zhao Lan. Yi Chun, and this is my fellow villager Yi. Lan Zhao thought for a moment, and casually made up a name. Zhao Lan. Yi Chun, and this is my fellow villager Yi Zhe. We also came together hoping to join the Tianshui sect. Both youths were simple and honest. Although one was talkative and the other quiet, they both had their guard up. But perhaps because Lan Zhao's disguised face looked so harmless, they quickly became familiar with him. They told him everything. We came from Yi family village. Along the way we saw a lot of scenery. This major sect is really something else. Yi Chan rested his chin on his hands, his tone full of longing. Yi Zhe shook his head. There he goes again. Lan Zhao didn't know what they were hinting at, so he nodded in agreement. Indeed, this area is quite prosperous. It's not about prosperity. This kid is marveling at the outstanding people and blessed land here. Yi Chen's face reddened a little, but he said frankly, Brother Zhao, you don't know. A few days ago we were hunting demon beasts on the mountain ahead, and encountered two extremely handsome men. Can people near major sects really be that good-looking? Yi Chen's eyes sparkled. Yi Zhe snorted. You've been thinking about that one person all these days, haven't you? Brother Zhao, don't laugh. The two we met were one strong and one weak, but the weaker one was truly celestial. That day we couldn't exchange names or talk much, and Chen has been regretting it ever since. Lan Zhao gave a dry laugh. They weren't talking about him, and Jun Ahan were they? Beauty is but a skeleton. In fact, appearance isn't that important. You two are also quite handsome. Yi Chen said seriously, Brother Zhao is right. We were deceived by appearances. Lan Zhao nodded with satisfaction, about to say he was a teachable youth. But the kid added, but Brother Zhao, you haven't seen him. You don't know how truly beautiful he was. Compared to him, we're just mud splatters casually flicked by a god. How can we be called handsome? Yi Zhe didn't speak, but unconsciously nodded. Lan Zhao was speechless. They later agreed to go to the Tianshui sect together the next day and return to their respective rooms. Lan Zhao continued to frantically cultivate the Xiantian art, not sleeping all night. In the middle he coughed up blood once, but calmly discarded the blood-stained handkerchief. Early the next morning, Lan Zhao, Yi Chun, and Yi Zhe went to the Tianshui sect together. The first step of the new disciple entrance assessment was to check attendance, seeing which of the registered candidates had arrived and which hadn't. Then came the testing of spiritual roots, cultivation level, and innate talent to preliminarily determine who would advance. In fact, this step was also for screening out demonic cultivators and demon beasts to prevent infiltrators from sneaking into the sect. Lan Zhao stood on the square of the Tianshui sect, spending the entire morning queuing and queuing and queuing. He was so sunburned that his vision darkened, and he couldn't help coughing up another mouthful of blood. He caught it with a handkerchief, but it still startled Yi Chun and Yi Zhe beside him. "Brother Zhao, are you alright? Why are you coughing up blood?" They were almost at the front, and people around looked at Lan Zhao curiously. Lan Zhao put away the handkerchief and replied casually, "Just some internal heat from eating too much spice." But seeing his pale complexion, nobody believed him. Just then it was Lan Zhao's turn. He was first checked with a special instrument to detect any demonic or monstrous qi. There was another queue beside him. A handsome man with a cold temperament was also being checked for demonic origin. That man seemed to be looking at Lan Zhao, but when Lan Zhao looked back, he averted his gaze. Both passed this round. Then came the spiritual root test. The Xiantian art only disguised the repair of his Dantian. Lan Zhao's spiritual root was still intact. A pure water spiritual root, with excellent talent and outstanding bone structure. When testing his cultivation level, Lan Zhao had already recovered to the early foundation establishment stage. Among all the participants, he was considered one of the better ones. The Tianshui sect disciple in front of him clearly showed a satisfied expression. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected this sickly-looking guy to have such excellent talent. After the test, Lan Zhao was about to leave the line and wait for his two companions at the back. Just then a handsome young man with a gentle jade-like temperament arrived, followed by several people. The Tianshui sect disciples in charge of the spiritual root and cultivation tests stood up. "Senior brother Chu." Chu Yun called out to Lan Zhao, "Wait." Chu Yun was a shrewd man, also skilled in disguise arts. Lan Zhao was genuinely nervous when he was called. Could it be that I'm going to die before I even start? If I'm recognized at the first step, that would be too miserable. "You have a pure water spiritual root. What's your name?" Lan Zhao looked him straight in the eyes and replied with neither servility nor arrogance, "Senior brother, this one is Zhao Lan." Chu Yun didn't look at Lan Zhao, he just stared absently at the spiritual root displayed in the testing stone. He was always meticulous. His inner disciple's yellow cloud-patterned robe was perfectly pressed without a single wrinkle, his belt tied neatly, all his hair gathered up by a jade crown, leaving his forehead bare and revealing his smooth brow and exquisite features. His eyes like water gazed at the blue spiritual root, as if looking through it at someone else. Finally, he turned to look at Lan Zhao, his gaze falling on his unremarkable features. His voice was naturally gentle. "Your talent is decent. Work hard. Cultivate both immortal arts and your heart. Don't stray from the right path. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Lan Zhao cupped his hands and bowed. As he turned to leave, Chu Yun looked at his back, and his gaze inexplicably became more focused. He took a step forward. Just then people in the queue beside Lan Zhao suddenly burst into exclamations. "A mutated lightning spiritual root. And he's already at the peak of foundation establishment. Such a rare talent." Chu Yun looked over there and met a pair of cold eyes. By then Lan Zhao had already walked far away. Lan Zhao went straight outside the Tianshui sect to wait for his two companions. There were too many old acquaintances inside the sect, and he didn't want to expose his identity yet. He was sitting on the steps lost in thought, when he suddenly noticed a man flying up on a sword. When he neared the sect gate, he put away his sword and climbed up 2 steps. Lan Zhao looked up. Then, his fists clenched. He lowered his eyelashes, pretending not to see the man, and just sat there. Long Heyuan walked over to Lan Zhao, looking down at the top of his dark head. Long Heyuan felt a strange sensation in his heart. He was not in charge of the recruitment examination, but shouldn't an ordinary person stand up to greet an inner-sect senior brother? Why did this person act as if he hadn't seen him? Moreover, he felt a certain familiarity with this figure. Long Heyuan cleared his throat, clasped his hands behind his back, and was about to say something. Yi Chun and Yi Zhe, who had already finished testing their spiritual root talents, came out at this moment and first called out, "Brother Zhao." Then seeing Long Heyuan standing there, they were stunned for a moment, then looked at his attire, instantly became reserved, and stiffly stood in front of Long Heyuan. "Greetings, senior brother." Lan Zhao had already stood up at this moment, looking at Long Heyuan with an expression devoid of any emotion, as if regarding a stranger. "Greetings, senior brother." Long Heyuan saw his delicate but ordinary face, and his heart sank, inevitably revealing disappointment. Although he himself didn't know what exactly he was disappointed about. "What did you just call him?" "Brother Zhao." "Brother Zhao." Yi Zhe respectfully said, "Our companion's surname is Zhao, a few years older than us, so we call him Brother Zhao." "Why does this senior brother ask?" Long Heyuan said, just asking casually. "What is your name?" He looked at Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao lowered his eyes and calmly said, "Zhao Lan." "Zhao Lan." His suspicion dispelled. Long Heyuan had no mind to deal with these newbies, nodded, and left directly. Lan Zhao sneered inwardly. "Sooner or later I'll throttle you too. Brother Zhao, you're amazing. Yesterday you were at the Qi refinement peak, and today you've broken through to the foundation establishment stage." Yi Chen's eyes sparkled. Lan Zhao waved his hand and smiled. "A stroke of luck, a stroke of luck." But Brother Zhao, you still need to take care of your health. Spitting blood is no small matter. Yize looked worried. Lan Zhao in turn comforted them. It's nothing. It's an old ailment. Ooh, I don't even need to bother with it. Let's go. Well, rest well tonight, and tomorrow we still have to participate in the Secret Realm trial. The second stage of recruiting new disciples for Tianshui's sect was the Secret Realm trial. Tomorrow the sect's secret realm would be opened and they would be allowed to stay inside for 3 days and 3 nights, ranking according to the number of demon beasts they hunted. Yi Chun and Yize both had good talent, so they would surely pass the first stage. The three chatted as they descended the mountain together. Not long after they left, another person emerged from beneath the Tianshui sect's plaque. Long Hiyuan stood there, his arrogant and sharp black eyes fixed on the receding figure. His intuition had always been accurate, and he trusted it deeply. That Zhao Lan definitely had a problem. The next day the sect's secret realm was opened. Lan Zhao, Yi Chun, and Yi Ze were indeed on the promotion list along with over 100 others. Although still many, it was much better than the sea of people on the first day. Lan Zhao and his companions hid behind the crowd listening to Chu Yun explaining the rules at the front. This bracelet is made of a special material. It contains your personal information and has been imbued with a spell. If you encounter a critical situation and wish to withdraw, hold the bracelet and say the word leave, and it will send you out of the secret realm. If you want to fight until the very end, you can also wait for the secret realm to open after 3 days and leave together. Finally, the number of demon beast inner cores each person obtains will be used as the standard for ranking. Now we will distribute the bracelets to you. The disciples behind Chu Yun began to call out names one by one. Chu Yun watched from the side. When Zhao Lan was called, Chu Yun reached out and took the bracelet first. Lan Zhao stepped forward, looking bewildered at the smiling man holding the bracelet to him. Take it, fellow Taoist Zhao. A trap. But Lan Zhao had no choice but to accept. Chu Yun pretended to fumble and grasped Lan Zhao's wrist. His other hand lightly brushed across Lan Zhao's cheek. No human skin mask fell off. The Dantian was also intact. He stared intently at Lan Zhao's face, looking for any traces of disguise. Lan Zhao, worried that he might actually see through, looked up angrily at Chu Yun. What's wrong with you? Can't even hold things. Chu Yun met a pair of exceptionally clear and bright eyes, black and white, distinct, flushed with a reddish hue from anger. He only then noticed that this plain-looking person had an unusually beautiful pair of eyes. It shouldn't be. His senior brother's eyes had long been tainted by desire, not so pure and clear. Hey, if you're done, don't block the way. A voice sounded from behind. Lan Zhao turned to see a familiar face. It was the handsome, cool guy from the team next to him during the spiritual root test that day. As Lan Zhao walked back, he heard the disciple distributing bracelets call out the person's name again, Junjiu. Yi Chen whispered in his ear, "What's up with that, Chu Yun? He specifically took your bracelet and even took the chance to touch your face. I saw it clearly." Lan Zhao reminded him, "Cultivators have keen senses. Don't gossip about people at this time." Yi Chun pursed his lips, crossed his arms, and went off to sulk. Yi Ze pressed his lips together. A Chun is telling the truth. Not afraid of him hearing. Lan Zhao felt helpless. In just a few days, these two youths had become very attached to him, like taking care of 2 kids. Finally, they entered the secret realm. When entering, Yi Chun and Yi Ze flanked Lan Zhao, blocking Chu Yun's gaze on Lan Zhao. Once inside the secret realm, everyone would be randomly teleported to different locations. Even holding hands was useless, they would still be separated. But the three had purchased communication artifacts in advance, which could show each other's positions, and they had agreed to meet up while killing demon beasts inside the secret realm. This secret realm was an ancient one refined by Tianshui's sect, used for sect trials for many years. The most precious divine weapons and spiritual plants inside had long been taken by the sect, leaving behind less valuable items and dangerous demon beasts. Fearing that new disciples were too weak and might be injured by the native demon beasts of the secret realm, Tianshui's sect specifically released some ferocious but low-level demon beasts in the outer area of the secret realm for the new disciples' assessment. The beasts were generally released in the outer edge of the secret realm. As long as one didn't recklessly go toward the center, there should be no danger. Lan Zhao walked in the direction of Yi Chun and Yi Ze while observing the surroundings for any demon beasts to hunt. "Little junior brother, why are you here?" Chu Yun looked at Long Hiyuan in surprise. This little junior brother was not at all small. He was tall and burly, had directly exposed the vicious true nature of the senior brother, and dared to confront anyone when things happened. "I want to go into the secret realm to supervise the new disciples' trial. If anyone encounters an accident, I can help. Is that okay, second senior brother?" "It's possible." Chu Yun hesitated, "But you've never cared about such things before. Why are you volunteering today?" Long Hiyuan parted his lips and uttered 2 words. "Bored." "All right." As soon as Chu Yun agreed, Long Hiyuan entered. As soon as Long Hiyuan entered, the gentle smile on Chu Yun's face disappeared. His brow unconsciously furrowed slightly, and his gaze became thoughtful. Lan Zhao's harvest here was quite bountiful. Along the way, he encountered many magical beasts, all of lower cultivation than his own, and thanks to the original owner's muscle memory, he had already obtained 3 inner cores. Each time after extracting an inner core, he would first cast a cleansing spell on himself to remove the scent of blood and the stench of the beast. The blood was both from the beasts and from his own wounds. After wiping the blood from his lips, Lan Zhao continued forward. He thought he had heard sounds of fighting. Pushing aside the bushes, he saw an enormous serpent-like magical beast crashing to the ground. Dust filled the air all around. Looking more closely, he saw a man in black lying on the ground with a cloth bag beside him containing several beast cores, far more than Lan Zhao had. In truth, the assessment rules did not forbid taking others' gains. If he were to follow his persona, Lan Zhao should now take advantage of the man's plight. But Lan Zhao did not wish to do that. He pretended not to have seen anything and turned to leave. "Help! Is anyone there? Help!" The man on the ground was calling out. The voice was magnetic with a hint of awkwardness in its tone. Lan Zhao would not be so kind as to save him. He was already showing restraint by not killing him and taking his treasures. Saving him would definitely break his persona. "If anyone saves me, I'll give you all the beast cores I've hunted." Lan Zhao's footsteps halted. In that case, this man might be worth saving. His feet honestly changed direction, and he ran over to crouch down and examine the man lying on the ground. "Taoist friend, I heard your cries for help just now. Where are you injured?" As he saw the man's face, clearly Lan Zhao instantly remembered that this was the person he had encountered twice before. I think his name was Junjiu. Junjiu looked at Lan Zhao's feigned concern, a faint smile flickering in his eyes, though his face remained serious, and he showed Lan Zhao the wound on his arm. It was clearly a snake bite. The skin around it had turned purple-black. Lan Zhao hesitated. He was penniless now, the money from Jun Ahan's purchases after paying the registration fee and covering the past few days' lodging and meals had dwindled to almost nothing. Naturally, he had no antidote pill. He could not save this man. The man seemed to sense his hesitation and spoke softly. "I have already taken an antidote pill, but the venom is potent and has accumulated at the wound. Unless it is sucked out, the pill cannot fully take effect." Seeing that Lan Zhao still did not move, Junjiu glanced at the small mountain of beast cores on the ground and tempted him. "If you could help me, I will give you all these cores. Moreover, from now on as we travel together, I will share half of the cores I hunt with you." Lan Zhao immediately smiled. A mere trifle. He lifted the man's arm and bent his head to the wound. His lips pressed against the skin, soft and strange, as he sucked out the venomous blood. The man watched him intently, his gaze focused and complex. Lan Zhao dutifully sucked out the poisoned blood and spat it out, repeating the process until the blood finally returned to its normal color. "It's done." Lan Zhao lifted his head and met Junjiu's intense gaze. The man asked, "What is your name?" "Zhao Lan." Junjiu. As their eyes met, a subtle current stirred in the air. It was Lan Zhao who first looked away, unceremoniously gathering all the beast cores on the ground. "Taoist Jun, once your wound heals, shall we travel together?" He couldn't let this free labor slip away. "All right. Call me Xiao Jiu, and he'll call you Lan Lan. How about that?" Lan Lan. It sounded a bit like calling a girl, but it was fine. Lan Zhao nodded, looking unconcerned. The smile on the man's lips deepened. After a brief rest, the two set off together. From then on, Lan Zhao had no chance to lift a hand. Whenever a magical beast appeared, Junjiu dispatched it in a few moves, giving the core to Lan Zhao first, then taking the next for himself, and the next after that for Lan Zhao again. The man's clothes were stained with blood, but Lan Zhao remained spotless, sometimes sitting on a large rock nearby, swinging his legs as he watched the man battle the beasts. Then he would collect the spoils. At first, Lan Zhao felt perfectly entitled, but gradually a twinge of unease crept in. He tested the waters. "Saving you is just a small favor. This is already more than enough. How about we each hunt on our own from now on?" Junjiu flatly refused, pressing Lan Zhao down by the shoulders to sit, his eyes filled with a sense of natural entitlement. "A life-saving debt is the greatest of all. No amount of repayment is too much. Sit, Lan Lan, and wait for me to bring you beast cores." Lan Zhao sat down again. If the other was willing, he should oblige. So he completely gave up. But this time the magical beast was clever and ran off, fleeing quite far. Lan Zhao sat on the rock, waiting, watching the sky gradually darken as the sun sank below the horizon. The first day had passed. He hugged the makeshift, ordinary sword, staring blankly into space. When Long Heiyuan found Lan Zhao, this was the scene that greeted him. The man sat there obediently, legs together, chin propped on his hand, as if waiting for someone to take him home in the dim light. Long Heiyuan made no effort to conceal his footsteps, walking openly toward Lan Zhao. "Senior brother." Lan Zhao did not look up. After realizing it, he felt fortunate that he had not yet fully immersed himself in the role, so he had not raised his head. Undeterred by the failed test, Long Heiyuan stood before Lan Zhao, looking down at him. "Senior brother, you've changed your face and returned to the sect. Why dare not look at me?" Lan Zhao looked up as requested, his eyes filled with genuine confusion. Senior brother, are you speaking to me? What senior brother? Don't play. Long Heyuan grabbed Lan Zhao's chin, his eyebrows lifting with the innate arrogance of a favored son of destiny. Zhao Lan Zhao, do you take me for a fool? Again, Lan Zhao kicked Long Heyuan without mercy, infusing the blow with spiritual energy. Then he jumped off the rock and put distance between them. He stared at him as if he were a madman. Senior brother, mistaking a person is not your fault, but refusing to admit it and resorting to violence is. If all the disciples of Tianshui sect are as reckless as you, I'd rather not join this sect. Long Heyuan clutched his knee, laughing in bitter fury. Then dare you let me check if you've used any disguise? Why should I let you? At that moment Junjiu returned, having dealt with the beast, and carried a cleaned wild pheasant in his hand. Seeing Long Heyuan, his brows moved almost imperceptibly. He reached out his hand to Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao, unable to defeat Long Heyuan, saw Junjiu as a savior and immediately ran toward him. Seeing Junjiu's outstretched hand, he didn't think twice and took it, stepping behind the man. Junjiu felt immensely pleased. He looked at the man opposite, arrogant beyond measure, yet undeniably talented. Seeing how much Lan Zhao hated him, this must be his enemy. Shin Yubai hadn't blinked a moment ago, his eyes fixed on the phone screen. What is this senior brother here for? Junjiu feigned curiosity, looking at Long Heyuan. With an outsider present, Long Heyuan straightened up, resuming his normal expression, and I'm here to oversee your trial to prevent any mishaps. Oh, Junjiu, while deftly skewering the chicken, said considerately. Then you should go attend to your duties, senior brother. We have no issues here. The chicken I brought may not be enough, so I won't be sharing with you, senior brother. As long as this person leaves Lan Zhao's sight, he would kill him. In that case, maybe Lan wouldn't want to return to Tianshui sect for revenge. Long Heyuan, who was being dismissed, had no self-awareness. He simply sat down on a nearby tree stump holding his sword and curled his lips into a smile. I've already achieved Anidia, so I don't need to eat. I'm just tired, so we'll rest here for a while. Junjiu sneered inwardly, ignoring him, and started a fire to roast the meat. Lan Zhao was still waiting nearby. The two sat around the fire, although they had only just met today. To an outsider, their relationship seemed very intimate. Junjiu was not talkative, but he would personally roast the meat, asking Lan Zhao about his tastes and preferences, and giving him the best parts first. The look in his eyes, illuminated by the firelight, was far from innocent. Long Heyuan sat aside, watching coldly, and carefully scrutinized Lan Zhao's ordinary face. He felt disdain and irritation. Just a man with a somewhat delicate appearance. Acting like this, being pampered and coaxed, utterly shameless. He stared fixedly at the smile Lan Zhao directed at Junjiu, the vague irritation rising within him. The secret realm was unsafe at night, and Lan Zhao had already gained much today, so they decided to rest for the night. Lan Zhao found a sturdy tree not far from the fire, leaned against the trunk, and closed his eyes. Junjiu added more wood to the fire to keep it burning longer. Seeing that the two had finally separated, Long Heyuan couldn't help but approach Lan Zhao, crouching down to look at the man's long, calm lashes. He reached out, wanting to carefully touch Lan Zhao's face, but his hand was blocked by the cold edge of a sword. Blood dripped onto the hem of Lan Zhao's robe. Long Heyuan was startled, realizing he hadn't noticed when Junjiu had approached him. The man stood silently behind him, looking down at his neck that could be snapped with a twist, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. What do you intend to do to my companion, senior brother? Long Heyuan swiftly drew his Tianyuan sword, his eyes full of vigilance. Who exactly are you? He was already at the Golden Core Peak. How could he be approached by a Foundation Establishment Peak cultivator without notice? The man's face cold, he answered irrelevantly in a soft murmur. This senior brother is sneaky and harbors ill intentions. He must be a spy infiltrating Tianshui sect. Killing the spy would be a service to the sect. The sword blades clashed with a hum, and sword chi burst forth. Despite the commotion, Lan Zhao didn't even flutter an eyelash. Long Heyuan felt he must be insane, facing a powerful enemy, yet his attention was still on that seemingly malicious person. What's wrong with him? Why isn't he moving? Junjiu was startled, sheathed his sword, and went to check on Lan Zhao. But he grasped at nothing. The surroundings were shrouded in mist. When the mist cleared, he was no longer in his original place. It was an illusion. Lan Zhao groggily opened his eyes. Beneath him lay a man dressed in white. Dazed, he looked at the white silk covering the man's eyes, realizing his own hand was stroking the man's handsome face. Those pink lips, which looked so kissable, parted to utter a curse as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Unworthy disciple. Lan Zhao's hand trembled. The skin beneath his hand radiated warmth, and the clean, sharp lines of the face felt surprisingly smooth. How dare you? The lips parted and closed, a cool fragrance wafting over. On the high bridge of the nose, the white silk trembled slightly with the flutter of eyelashes. Lan Zhao looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and finally recalled which part of the plot this was. In the trial's secret realm, dangerous demon beasts usually did not appear, but this time there was an exception. A powerful nightmare beast emerged from the depths of the secret realm, unknowingly dragging the trial participants into an illusion, leaving them no time to even use their bracelets to emergency exit. This nightmare beast caused many deaths in what was supposed to be a routine new disciple selection trial. Its influence spread from low cultivation cultivators to high cultivation ones, those who could not break free from their inner demons and remained immersed in the illusion would become nourishment for the beast. So this was an illusion. Lan Zhao yanked off the white silk covering the man's eyes beneath him. His master Wen Haiyao stared at him with bewildered, moist eyes filled with anger. His cheeks burned red, yet he was powerless to resist. This was the original host's inner demon. It was the temptation this character could least resist. Lan Zhao hadn't expected that his first real encounter with Wen Haiyao in this world would be in such an illusion. Qing Chun, Immortal Lord, was extremely handsome and beautiful, yet his temperament was utterly pure and cold. Truly the purest patch of snow on the mountain peak. No wonder it attracted the covetousness of a damp mad dog. But Wen Haiyao was also powerful and highly cultivated, making the unattainable feeling all the more agonizing. However, Lan Zhao was not that character. His heart was as still as water. Unworthy disciple. The master's lips trembled, repeating the words over and over. Lan Zhao, deep in thought, pinched the man's chin with his fingers, a move he had learned from Long Heyuan. He looked into the man's eyes, which held anger mixed with allure, and chuckled. My master would never be like you. He would resist fiercely, not play hard to get. He is the purest and strongest person, preferring to die with honor than to live with shame. He would not be easily humiliated by me. You are not him. You cannot tempt me. Therefore this illusion could be shattered. Lan Zhao's mind gradually became clear. He pondered what to do next, not noticing the exceptionally complex expression in the illusion's Wen Haiyao eyes. After the illusion dissipated, Lan Zhao opened his eyes. He found himself still leaning against the tree trunk with Long Heyuan and Junjiu lying at his feet. The fire was still burning. It seemed he had escaped the illusion very quickly. Lan Zhao stood up and kicked the obstructing Long Heyuan aside. Since time was pressing, he had no time to take revenge by strangling the protagonist's neck. In the original plot, the original host struggled for a long time to break free from the tinder trap, performed meritorious deeds in eliminating the nightmare beast, and then pretended to repent with tears only. Then was he accepted back into the sect. Lan Zhao didn't think his acting skills were good enough, so as long as he eliminated the nightmare beast before everyone else, and saved them all, re-entering the sect would be much easier, right? Having made up his mind, Lan Zhao followed the traces left by the nightmare beast and pursued it. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Chu Yin also sensed something amiss. He ordered a disciple to inform the sect leader and the immortals, then entered the secret realm himself. The nightmare beast's most formidable skill was its illusion arts. It was said that its true body was weak, and once captured the illusions could be dispelled. However, the nightmare beast was cunning, and at least Lan Zhao had been tracking its trail for half a day without catching a glimpse of it. Moreover, he sensed that the nightmare beast was luring him deeper into the secret realm. He had just said that as long as he didn't foolishly venture toward the center, he wouldn't encounter any danger. Was he about to court disaster now? Lan Zhao decided he couldn't be led around by the nose forever. When he entered another illusion cast by the nightmare beast, he deliberately lingered inside, not breaking free immediately. He let the nightmare beast believe he was truly trapped. After a sufficient amount of time had passed, he emerged from the illusion, but kept his eyes closed. His breathing was steady, his eyelashes motionless. He felt a furry paw touch his lips, yet he did not stir. He felt a heavy weight press against his chest, but still he did not move. Only when he was certain he could seize the nightmare beast did he suddenly reach out, trapping the small creature in his arms, and open his eyes. A whimper. Lan Zhao exhaled, lifting the little beast that had led him on a wild chase, finally feeling appeased. The nightmare beast looked weak and harmless, a fluffy ball with pink paws, round eyes, and an overall appearance resembling a kitten. But in reality, it was a cunning and vicious creature. When Lan Zhao seized its throat, the beast immediately played docile, bowing and scraping, pretending to be pitiful. Should I kill you or not? Lan Zhao murmured to himself. If I kill you and take your inner core, I will surely be the first in this trial. If I don't kill you, I definitely can't let you go. You are proof of my achievement. Lan Zhao curved his lips into a smile, thinking himself utterly malevolent. But this kind of demonic beast could see through the surface. The nightmare beast was stunned, unable to resist. Its large eyes brimmed with tears, and it gritted its teeth, cutting a wound on its own paw to signal Lan Zhao to form a contract. After confirming it was a master-servant contract, Lan Zhao also cut his finger. Don't kill me. I'll dispel the illusion arts right now. Capturing a live nightmare beast is an even greater achievement. Lan Zhao heard a strange, raspy voice in his sea of consciousness. He laughed. All right. A vicious master had captured a vicious demonic beast. How fitting. With the deed done, Lan Zhao tucked the nightmare beast into his chest and prepared to head back. Green ghostly flames surrounded him in the secret realm, looking eerie. After walking a few steps, Lan Zhao suddenly, perhaps, those were not ghost flames, but pairs of eyes. Master, you have entered the central area of a guilty voice echoed in his sea of consciousness from the nightmare beast. Enormous demonic beasts, disturbed from their slumber, gradually revealed themselves around him. Lan Zhao. After entering the secret realm, Chu Yun saw countless people lying on the ground. He burned a talisman and chased after a direction. On the way, he encountered his junior brother Long Heyuan. The latter's expression was grim, and his first words to Chu Yun were, "I failed in my entrusted task." Chu Yun comforted him. It was a special situation. You were alone, so it's only natural that you couldn't keep watch over everything. But Long Heyuan knew that he should have sensed the nightmare beast's presence the moment it appeared. Yet his mind and heart had been focused on someone else, and he had fallen into the trap. He and Junjiu had emerged from the illusion almost simultaneously, and their first reaction was to search for Lan Zhao. "Come with me to catch the nightmare beast, little junior brother." Thus Long Heyuan followed Chu Yun deeper into the secret realm. Midway they noticed that the illusion arts had been dispelled, and both were startled. But they did not stop moving toward that direction. When Yi Chun and Yi Zhe saw Lan Zhao, he was covered in blood, fighting off the demonic beasts that pursued him even as he ran. "Brother Zhao." Yi Chun's heart skipped a beat. The two rushed to help. But the demonic beasts in the secret realm were nothing like those outside. None of them were easy to deal with. Lan Zhao glanced at them briefly. "Run. Don't fight them, Heaton." Yi Zhe had a speed-boosting pill. He swallowed it, grabbed one hand each, and the three of them sprinted away. Amid the wind, Yi Chun asked Brother Zhao, "Why are you here?" "I came to catch the nightmare beast." Yi Zhe, "So did we." Both were simple and pure-hearted, free of inner demons, so they had broken free from the illusion quickly. They both thought that catching the nightmare beast would surely be more competitive than obtaining any other demonic beast's inner core. They headed in the same direction and met along the way, only to find Lan Zhao here as well. Heaven knew how shocked and terrified they had been at the sight of him earlier. When the speed-boosting pill's effect wore off, the three slowed down. Yi Chun stared in amazement at the nightmare beast poking its head out of Lan Zhao's chest. "Brother Zhao, you actually caught it." "Yes." Lan Zhao stopped and coughed violently. The weakness of this body was ingrained. It only appeared strong. After this ordeal, he could barely endure it. When Yi Chun rushed over, Lan Zhao nearly stumbled. "Brother Zhao, you're incredible. I really admire you." Lan Zhao didn't think it was odd, but at the critical moment, he pushed Yi Chun away to avoid spitting blood on him. Yi Zhe, who had been secretly envious, turned pale. Yi Chun was at a loss. "Brother Zhao, are you all right?" Lan Zhao's vision darkened, but he waved his hand. "I'm fine, just need a moment to recover." The two of them supported him, one on each side. They thought the demonic beasts wouldn't chase them this far, but to their surprise the ground trembled, and all those beasts came after them, not one missing. Yi Zhe pushed Lan Zhao toward Yi Chun and said calmly, "Take Brother Zhao and go first. I'll hold them off." Yi Chun panicked. Lan Zhao couldn't let a mere child face these beasts alone, so he gritted his teeth, ready to fight again. Just then a black figure descended from the sky. Sword aura swept past, and the demonic beasts, sensing the threat, even took a step back. The man turned his head to glance at Lan Zhao, both frightened and angry. "How did you end up like this, little Jiu?" Junjiu wasted no words, directly drawing his sword and thrusting it toward the largest beast's eye. He struck true, causing a furious roar. By then Chu Yun and Long Heyuan had arrived, both immediately noticing Lan Zhao covered in blood. Long Heyuan voluntarily went to block the demonic beasts, while Chu Yun came to Lan Zhao. "Let's not talk about anything else now. These beasts are old. They're all coming out together, and the situation is tricky. I'll forcibly send everyone out of the secret realm." Chu Yun took out his bracelet, formed a hand seal, and all those who had entered for the trial fell to flash before their eyes, finding themselves outside the secret realm. Voices tinged with confusion arose one after another. "What's going on? Why are we out? I remember just falling asleep, and I had an incredibly vivid dream." "Are you crazy? We were trapped in an illusion. We just escaped the illusion, and now we're out of the secret realm." Someone spoke with a tone of despair. "What about the assessment? I was planning to hunt more spirit beasts in the next 2 days." Someone else spoke with a mix of fear and relief. "Who cares about the assessment? We encountered a nightmare beast. I barely made it out of the illusion. This secret realm is too dangerous. I'm done." The area outside the secret realm was in chaos. Over 100 people stood in the square, and though some threatened to leave, none actually did. Not only did they stay, but they also cast sidelong glances at the sect leader and the several celestial lords standing in the center of the square. This incident was a fault of the Tianshui sect. If the sect offered compensation or recruited them all, it would turn misfortune into a blessing. Lan Zhao nearly collapsed as soon as he exited the secret realm. His chest felt unbearably tight, his vision darkened, and the metallic taste of blood was strong in his throat. Thanks to Yi Chun and Yi Zhe supporting him on either side, the two youths were pale with fear, tears glistening in their eyes. Brother Zhao will take you to find an apothecary now. Hang in there. They abandoned all thought of the assessment. Joining the sect or not could wait, but Brother Zhao had to be safe. Just as they were about to leave, Chuyin stopped them. Chuyin spoke quickly, don't rush. Elder Mu of the sect is a master of medicine. This friend captured the nightmare beast and broke its spell. Our Tianshui sect will not stand idly by. I will immediately report to my master and the sect leader and invite Elder Mu to treat him. Yi Chun and Yi Zhe halted in their steps. Lan Zhao blinked hard and his vision cleared slightly. He heard Chu Yun speak in a respectful tone, and then within his field of vision a white robe gradually appeared. The cloud patterns on the robe seemed familiar. A suspicion formed in his mind. Lan Zhao steadied himself and slowly raised his head. His gaze traveled upward, from the flowing cloud patterns on the white robe to the dangling ribbons to the cold and elegant jawline. Finally his eyes met a pair of pupils that seemed to perceive all things. Under the man's gaze he felt utterly exposed. The very person who had blushed beneath him moments ago now appeared before him, so pure and aloof, dignified and unapproachable. This brought him a shameful feeling of being caught in a fantasy. But he had been forced into it. It was time to act. Lan Zhao raised his head and fixed his gaze on Wen Haiyao. His slightly unfocused eyes clearly reflected the man's solitary figure. Forbidden emotions seemed ready to spill from his eyes. But Lan Zhao was merely straining to see Wen Haiyao clearly through his blurred gaze that with such intensity the man's heart trembled. His hands clasped behind his back tightened. Yet Wen Haiyao's expression remained serene, though a faint trace of helplessness surfaced in his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of all, Wen Haiyao lifted his hand to touch Lan Zhao's upturned face. Yi Chun and Yi Zhe frowned. Long Heiyuan and Jun Jiu, the last to exit the secret realm, happened to witness this scene. A flash of white light, and the disguise shattered. The ordinary, barely passable face transformed into one of exquisite beauty. Even Wen Haiyao was momentarily stunned. He remembered that his eldest disciple in the past had not possessed such a captivating appearance. Chu Yun, who always maintained perfect composure, widened his eyes in shock. Could he truly be the senior brother? Long Heiyuan stared at Lan Zhao's face, a cold sneer rising within him, but the wound he had sustained while shielding Lan Zhao from a beast began to throb with pain. Jun Jiu was exceptionally calm, yet his face was grim. Yi Chun and Yi Zhe were utterly dumbfounded. The surrounding clamor faded into silence. Wen Haiyao averted his gaze, his clear voice like water striking jade. Since you left the mountain, why have you returned? His master refused to look at him, but Lan Zhao stared directly at him, speaking weakly yet resolutely. Because this disciple cannot bear to part with you, master. Jun Jiu narrowed his eyes, suddenly scrutinizing Lan Zhao's expression. Could a face twisted by hatred and malice also display such a pitiable, endearing look like a docile kitten? Was it all an act before, or is it an act now? Why must you torment yourself like this? Wen Haiyao sighed, finally deigning to look at Lan Zhao. His gaze caught the blood-stained robe and the pallid lips, and his heart trembled even more violently. He furrowed his brow involuntarily, yet his mouth still uttered words of interrogation, important to others but trivial in the present moment. Your Dantian. Lan Zhao gently pushed aside Yi Chen's supporting hand and knelt. He kowtowed to his master and declared, this disciple was blessed by heaven. After descending the mountain, I encountered a great opportunity and was able to restore my Dantian. Hence I wish to return to the sect and make amends. I beg my master, in consideration of my breaking the nightmare beast's spell and fighting the spirit beasts, to grant me a chance to reform. His gaze burned intensely at Wen Haiyao's taut jawline. The man was silent for a long time. So long that Lan Zhao's eyelashes fluttered slowly and he was about to collapse forward. Wen Haiyao instinctively reached out and bent down. Chu Yun and Long Heiyuan both stepped forward. Yi Chun and Yi Zhe also moved to support him. But Lan Zhao was already firmly held in the arms of the man who had approached unnoticed. The man in black robes coldly regarded the pure and lofty celestial lord, and his thin lips parted to utter words cold and hard. Can we save him first? Frowning at the tall figure that had picked up the man and walked away, Wen Haiyao signaled Chu Yun to fetch Elder Mu. The crowd, which had inexplicably quieted, began to stir again. People whispered among themselves. There seemed to be murmurs of admiration, though it was unclear what they were praising. The sect leader watched the departing figure of Qingqian, celestial lord, and let out a deep sigh. All were karmic bonds. Inescapable. Light and shadows flickered before his eyes, as if many people came and went. Voices murmured nearby. A hoarse voice, a gentle female voice, then faded into silence. A profound darkness. After an unknown span of time, warm orange light bathed his eyelids. Lan Zhao slowly opened his eyes. Before him all was serene. He lay in a familiar room. Morning sunlight spilled across the windowsill and tiny motes of dust floated in the air. Birds sang outside the window. The room was quiet. Lan Zhao lowered his gaze to the young girl holding his hand. She wore a light yellow dress, and from this angle he could see her thick lashes and fair profile. Lan Zhao's hand moved slightly, and the girl immediately opened her eyes. She looked at him with delight. "Senior brother, you're finally awake." It was indeed his third junior sister. The third junior sister had been sent to train at the Tianshui sect by a prestigious immortal clan. Gentle in nature and sweet in appearance, as the only female disciple under Wen Heyao, she received his special attention. Having been favored by fortune all her life, Ning Yunxian was a true child of destiny. Thus she bore no grudge against Lan Zhao, who had failed to harm her, and instead suffered the consequences of his own actions. But as the narrow-minded and ostensibly reformed malicious senior brother, how could Lan Zhao pretend nothing had happened? He should envy the prodigious talent of the heaven-favored maiden, despise her unworldly purity, yet be forced to deal with her out of feigned guilt, while internally loathing her, and wishing only to keep his distance. Toward all the junior brothers and sisters he had secretly harmed, but failed to eliminate, he ought to harbor such complex emotions. Except for the master. That was genuine desire. And Long Heyuan. He truly wanted to exact a small vengeance. So it was better to stay away. Lan Zhao withdrew his hand, revealing a gentle smile, as usual, with a faint trace of guilt lingering between his brows. Third junior sister. Ning Yunxian was startled and straightened up. Looking at Lan Zhao's pale face, she forced a smile. "Senior brother, why? Why don't you call me Qianqian anymore?" "Junior sister," Lan Zhao said as he sat up, feeling somewhat weak, but much better overall. "I am burdened with guilt, and have no face to see." Ning Yunxian fell silent for a moment, unsure how to explain to Lan Zhao that she did not blame him, and hoped he would not distance himself. But even she herself did not know why she held no grudge. Was it because he looked too pitiful? Out of sympathy. Yet Ning Yunxian had never been a girl prone to overflowing compassion. She could only change the subject, deliberately adopting a lively tone. "Senior brother, there's good news. Do you want to hear it?" Lan Zhao nodded. "The master has agreed to let you rejoin the sect. You will still be our senior brother." Ning Yunxian bent over, tilting her head to look at him. "How about that? Are you happy?" Lan Zhao finally showed a genuine smile. "I am happy. Hehe, you don't know, but second senior brother, fourth junior brother, and even little junior brother all pleaded for you, and spoke well of you. Everyone really doesn't blame you. And I truly don't blame you at all. I wasn't hurt by you, no one was hurt by you. We begged the master together, and he was soft-hearted and cared about you." Ning Yunxian finally seized the chance to speak her heart, hoping that the senior brother would treat her as intimately as before. But upon hearing her words, Lan Zhao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So this was the fate of a cannon fodder. No matter how vicious, he couldn't harm a single soul. Wasn't this a blatant mockery of the cannon fodder? Alas! Yet hearing that the master cared about him, he should still be happy. But how could Long Heyuan have pleaded for him? Remembering something, Lan Zhao asked, "What about the nightmare beast?" Ning Yunxian explained, "The nightmare beast was dangerous after all. When you fainted, it ran wild. The sect leader feared an accident and decided to release it back into the secret realm." That was fine. Footsteps sounded from outside. Jun Lingxue strode in, and when he saw Lan Zhao awake, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had the appearance of a cat-like youth. Large eyes, long and curly eyelashes, and two small fangs. "Senior brother, you're awake." He directly reached out and grasped Lan Zhao's wrist. Strangely enough, among the 5 senior and junior brothers, Jun Lingxue was the only one with some knowledge of medicine. His cute yet slightly mischievous features, along with his hidden identity as a demon clan member, had nothing to do with healing and saving lives. But perhaps that was precisely why Jun Lingxue needed medical skills as a disguise. Your body is essentially fine. But senior brother, I'm really curious. What great fortune did you encounter that even your Dantian could recover? The young man looked at him suspiciously. The mystic heaven art was a secret technique known to few. Even if they knew of it, they had no means to delve deeper. Except for someone like Jun Ahan, who possessed the original manual of the mystic heaven art. So it was normal that Jun Lingxue couldn't tell just by feeling the pulse. Lan Zhao shook his head and smiled. "I can't tell you." Jun Lingxue paused, staring at Lan Zhao for a long while. Then suddenly recalling something, he said, "Those 2 lads surnamed Yi and that man surnamed Jun are waiting outside. Shall I let them in?" Ning Yunxian was about to say that the senior brother needed rest, but Lan Zhao had already spoken. "Let them in." The senior brother's face bore a relaxed smile that was absent when facing them, clearly showing his trust in those people. "You two go back and rest. I'm fine here." Ning Yunxian bit her lip, unwilling to leave. Jun Lingxue went to call the others, but instead of leaving, he circled back and returned. Yichun practically trotted in, a grown man with tears in his eyes, wanting to approach, but afraid. "Brother Zhao, you scared us to death. Do you feel any discomfort now?" Lan Zhao shook his head. Yize's eyelashes trembled, his fingers clutching his clothes, not daring to look at Lan Zhao. Brother Zhao. No, can we still call you Brother Zhao now? As if reminded of something, Yi Chen's face flushed crimson, and his gaze began to waver. Lan Zhao said apologetically, "It's my fault for hiding it from you before. The foolish things I did were too shameful to speak of. My name is Lan Zhao. If you are willing to continue associating with me, call me Brother Zhao. If not, it's fine. How could we not be willing?" The two spoke in unison. Yi Chen vowed earnestly, "You must have your own difficulties. I believe you are not wrong. Yes, there must be some misunderstanding. You are not that kind of person. Brother Zhao is an absolutely wonderful person. How could we not know?" The two spoke one after another, making Ning Yunxian beside them blush deeply, while Jun Ling's expression turned strange. Jun Jiao, who had remained silent since entering, suddenly let out a laugh. Everyone looked at him. The man curled his lips, but there was no smile on his face. His eyes fixed straight on Lan Zhao. Isn't he a great benefactor? Self-sacrificing for others. I just wonder if he will stay true to his original intentions. The others had no idea what he meant. But Lan Zhao caught the sarcasm in his tone. Jun Jiao seemed angry. "Junior sister, junior brother, you should go back first. Thank you for this time." Lan Zhao then looked at the two boys staring at him expectantly. "You two go back too. I have Xiaojiu here. You must have passed the assessment. You still need to prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony. Go ahead and be busy." Yi Chen wanted to say that none of that mattered. Yize pressed his lips together. Lan Zhao reached out with both hands and ruffled their heads. "Go on." Since he had said so much, Ning Yunxian and the others had no choice but to leave, casting reluctant glances back before they went. But Jun Jiao had already walked to the bedside, blocking their entire view. Jun Lingxue felt that this figure looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen it. Xiaojiu. He shouldn't know anyone named Xiaojiu. After everyone had left, Jun Jiao raised his hand, and the door closed. With a half smile, he said, "Let me attend to our Lan Lan. Stop pretending, Demon Lord." Lan Zhao shifted to a comfortable position, leaning against the bed. With all masks removed, he was languid and nonchalant. Xiaojiu, Demon Lord. Fortunately, the second junior brother was a mortal world prince, and had his own cultivation secret manual. The third junior sister, being specially favored by the master, also had her own technique. The fourth junior, Jun Ahan, showed no surprise on his face, but still asked, "When did you recognize me?" "Just now." In truth, Lan Zhao had recognized him from the very beginning. After all, no one would have such a high initial affection value upon first meeting unless Jun Jiao was someone he already knew. So it could only be Jun Ahan. But to save face for the Demon Lord, Lan Zhao said he had only just recognized him. A moment of silence passed. The man let out a sigh. Conceding, he sat down on the edge of the bed and reached out to touch Lan Zhao's pale face. "Tell me, who do you hate? Who do you want dead? Is it that long fellow or that immortal lord? Tell me, and I'll kill them all for you. All right." His voice was soft, laced with coaxing tenderness. "Once they're dead, Lan Lan come back with Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu will find a way to break the Xiantian art and let Lan Lan live a long, long life." Lan Zhao's lashes quivered slightly as he gazed at the man's still handsome face, then tilted his head into the man's palm. He rubbed his cheek against the Demon Lord's hand like a kitten. "Xiaojiu, I want to take my revenge myself. That's what I want most." The beautiful man had a cold, aloof face and a gentle voice. When he spoke without deliberate malice, even an ordinary sentence could make one's heart melt. Jun Ahan looked at Lan Zhao's face and suddenly felt a strange daze. For the first time, the Demon Lord experienced the feeling of helplessness, a dull ache in his chest, discomfort everywhere. He no longer feigned cold arrogance or deliberate coaxing. Instead, he reached out and pulled Lan Zhao's head into his embrace. He simply held him. One standing, one sitting, they embraced in silence without any pretense. It was already beautiful. The disciple recruitment ceremony would be held tomorrow. The preliminary list had been released, and the names of Junjiu, Yichun, and Yize were all on it. The assessment results were based on the number of demon beasts hunted on the first day. Those who tended to procrastinate were at a disadvantage, but Tianshui sect also held a small trial to recruit those with true skill. As for those who were not admitted because of the mishap during the Tianshui sect's secret realm trial, the sect gave them some pills and artifacts as compensation. In the end, no one was hurt, and everyone benefited. A happy outcome for all. Yi Chun and Yi Zhe became disciples of the sect leader. Lan Zhao remained when Hayao's senior disciple. As for Junjiu, he was too formidable and no elder dared to take him on. In the end, it was when Hayao, the highest cultivation immortal lord of Tianshui sect, who accepted Junjiu as a disciple. With Lan Zhao already an exception, the promise of not taking disciples had been broken, so one more made no difference. The mighty demon lord had become Lan Zhao's junior disciple. Lan Zhao laughed about it for a long time. Now he could call him Xiaojiu with even more justification. On the day of the disciple recruitment ceremony, when Hayao returned to Lan Zhao his former disciple token, his life-bound sword Fei Hong, and his old storage ring. "You left in such a hurry that day, taking nothing with you. I thought you no longer needed them, that you didn't even want to leave a keepsake, so I put them away. Wen Hiao looked down at his returned senior disciple and said, now that you've come back, these things naturally return to their rightful owner. Thank you, master. After taking the items, Lan Zhao glanced at Long Heyuan beside him. Did he think he had chosen to leave everything behind? It was because of an accident that he hadn't had time to take anything. Long Heyuan caught his gaze. For some reason, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't done anything wrong. This senior brother was a hypocritical and malicious villain who deserved to pay for his deeds. But why did he feel guilty? As Lan Zhao reattached the disciple token to his waist, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Key plot point 1 is complete. It all fell into place naturally. Lan Zhao put on the storage ring as well. After putting it on, he looked up and met Wen. The master looked away, masking a flicker of panic. Lan Zhao clasped his hands in a bow and thanked Wen Hiao again. Thank you, master. This disciple takes his leave. Then he went to watch the others perform the apprenticeship ceremony. After receiving their disciple tokens, Yi Chun and Yi Zhe could barely contain their excitement, glancing at Lan Zhao again and again. Jun Lingxue and Long Heyuan watched from across the way. Doesn't it feel like senior brother has changed since he came back? Wasn't he all— Jun Lingxue and Long Heyuan watched from across the way. Doesn't it feel like senior brother has changed since he came back? Wasn't he always putting on an act? Jun Lingxue glanced at Long Heyuan and chuckled lightly. Before, his act was poorly done. His hypocrisy was obvious at a glance. Now he plays the part so well that it almost seems like he genuinely likes those young lads. Just then Jun Jiao returned after completing his apprenticeship. He insisted on not kneeling before Wen Hiao, and Wen Hiao, not one to make a fuss, let it go. Long Heyuan watched helplessly as that man sat down beside Lan Zhao on the same mat. Lan Zhao was a bit shorter, making it inconvenient to pat the man's head, but the man shamelessly rubbed his face against Lan Zhao's hand. He even saw those lips touch Lan Zhao's palm. Did I come at a time when spring had already passed? How amusing. Long Heyuan was so provoked he turned red, but he still stubbornly replied, who knows what trick he's playing now. Maybe since I exposed his— Did I come at a time when spring had already passed? How amusing. Long Heyuan was so provoked he turned red, but he still stubbornly replied, who knows what trick he's playing now. Maybe since I exposed his mask, and he knows we're not on good terms, he's trying to win over new people. Jun Lingxue shook his head. I think not. At that moment, the various elders were accepting disciples. Seeing that there was nothing more to do, Chu Yun quietly sidled up to Lan Zhao and pulled out a pill from his robe. Senior brother, I don't know how your Dantian was repaired, but this Gyuan pill will definitely be good for you. Even though Elder Mu and 4th junior brother say you're fine, I still can't help worrying. Ever since his return, their senior brother looked so thin and frail, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. Chu Yun's heart was uneasy. Lan Zhao was surprised. He studied Chu Yun's handsome features. 2nd junior brother, this Gyuan pill is so precious. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Yes, it's for you. Chu Yun nodded firmly. You're still my senior brother. I hope you'll be well. The tender moment was shattered by a sneer from Jun Jiao beside them. Lan Zhao accepted the pill and smiled at Chu Yun. Thank you. I'll find a way to repay you later. If he refused, it would arouse suspicion. But hearing his polite words, Chu Yun's heart inexplicably sank. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. The man who was usually so smooth-tongued was now at a loss for words. The atmosphere around them was subtle, but in Long Heyuan's eyes it was simply Chu Yun eagerly offering the pill and Lan Zhao accepting it with a smile. Jun Lingxue's words echoed in his ears. I think everyone clearly wants senior brother to come back. If he's willing, we could still be close brothers. Long Heyuan gritted his teeth in secret. This Chu Yun, having been pampered for so long, could easily forgive even those who harmed him. How spineless. Jun Lingxue's words continued. It's not because he feels incompatible with us and wants to recruit new people, but because he harbors a grudge. As for whom he bears a grudge against. Jun Lingxue cast a meaningful glance at Long Heyuan. Long Heyuan felt the veins on his forehead throb under her gaze. Was he wrong to punish evil and promote good? The man longed to flick his sleeves and leave, but his legs refused to obey and his eyes kept involuntarily drifting toward Lan Zhao. After the apprenticeship ceremony, the banquet began. The newly inducted disciples were deeply grateful to Lan Zhao and genuinely liked him. Because not only had he saved them, but he had also persuaded Jun Jiao not to take their slots. The trial ended early, yet fairness remained intact, and everyone benefited. More importantly, senior brother Lan Zhao's appearance was astonishingly divine. The breathtaking face beneath the disguise left them awestruck time and again. How could someone so beautiful be malicious? The face reflects the heart. Thus everyone felt drawn to Lan Zhao. It wasn't just the new disciples. Even the original disciples of Tianshui sect began to doubt their own memories. They recalled that the former senior brother had been gentle and courteous, though taciturn and somewhat aloof. He had still fulfilled his responsibilities. But ever since the incident of his betrayal against the master was exposed, a series of events came to light, and they felt the senior brother's image had turned gloomy, sinister, vicious, and malevolent. They began to fear him, loathe him, despise him, and distance themselves from him. But now, that trial, and the subsequent bleak memories seemed to blur and fade. Looking at the current Lan Zhao, though they knew he might not be kind, they simply couldn't bring themselves to hate him. They even felt a strong urge to be close to him. It was as if humans were instinctively drawn to light. It was a longing that came from the depths of an instinct to approach a higher-level being. Lan Zhao sat with Junjiu the entire time. Later Yi Chun and Yi Zhe also gathered around, leaving the others no chance to speak with him. Wen Hiyao sat high above, occasionally glancing in that direction with an unchanged expression. But the sect leader sitting beside him could tell he was not in a good mood. Ning Yunqian finished her tasks and came over with a wine cup. Naturally, Yi Chun and Yi Zhe made way for the girl. "Senior brother, welcome back. Qian is so happy." Lan Zhao stood up and smiled. "Thank you." Beyond that, it seemed they had nothing to say. But Ning Yunqian refused to leave. She was determined to rekindle their former bond with the senior brother. The two young men tactfully departed, but Junjiu remained seated beside Lan Zhao like a guardian deity. Ning Yunqian squeezed in next to Lan Zhao on the other side, finally, wearing a joyful smile. Long He-Yuan and the others watched this scene, their emotions inexplicably tangled. After the apprenticeship ceremony, everything seemed to return to normal. Lan Zhao returned to his original residence, the same room he had woken up in. He continued to cultivate the Shintian art daily, striving to restore his strength to its peak, and then push further, so as to complete the third critical plot point. But as for the second critical plot point, Lan Zhao had yet to figure out how to accomplish it. He tried to approach Wen Hiyao, asking about cultivation methods and some sword techniques, hoping to find an opportunity to touch his master. Wen Hiyao taught him enthusiastically, and Lan Zhao boldly made a casual, seemingly inadvertent touch. But that didn't count as intimate contact. The second critical plot point made no progress. Did they have to practice the intimate sword art together? Even if he wanted to, Wen Hiyao might not. He needed to probe further. Lan Zhao was vexed. Fortunately, Jun'eo Han said he had urgent matters in the demon realm and had to return first, promising to come back soon. Lan Zhao saw him off gladly. Without that guardian deity by his side, he could focus on completing his tasks without restraint. There's no time like the present. Lan Zhao decided to act today. He brought a jug of immortal drunkenness and took the Feihong sword to seek out Wen Hiyao. The master lived at the mountaintop, requiring a climb up many stone steps surrounded by dense forests filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees and abundant spiritual energy. Within the Tianshui sect, sword flight was generally forbidden. First, because cultivators were physically robust, and walking a few steps cost little time. Second, because the peaks were not far apart, and refraining from sword flight was a sign of respect for the various immortals and elders. But halfway up the mountain, Lan Zhao began to pant, his vision darkening repeatedly. No wonder cultivation sects didn't accept mortals. It wasn't for any other reason. Immortals simply couldn't adapt to the sect's environment. If they ever entered, even basic travel would be inconvenient. His dantian had been destroyed, leaving him no different from a mortal, even weaker than one. Previously, he had only attempted to approach Wen Hiyao when the master came to visit him. This was his first time climbing the mountain to seek Wen Hiyao out. Lan Zhao was already considering flying on his sword. To hell with the rules. He kept his head down, climbing the steps until he couldn't hold on any longer. His vision blurred, and he was about to collapse and lie flat on the ground. But a strong arm caught him. Lan Zhao looked up and found it was actually Long He-Yuan. The man's expression was somewhat awkward, with sharp brows and upturned eyes that couldn't hide their fierce intensity. His thin lips parted to hurl an accusatory question. "Where are you going?" Lan Zhao shook off his hand, stepped back, and leaned against the railing, not even bothering to pretend. "None of your business." Long He-Yuan sneered. "Why aren't you pretending to be the gentle, kind, reformed senior brother now?" His eyes remained fixed on Lan Zhao's face, unwilling to miss any flip. "No matter how I pretend in front of you, you've already decided him a villain, haven't you?" Lan Zhao's tone was faint, his voice lowered. "Junior brother, just wait. The grudge for pushing me off the cliff and choking me, I will repay it sooner or later." Long He-Yuan was stunned. He hadn't expected Lan Zhao to speak so bluntly, nor had he anticipated such undisguised loathing. A tremor ran through his heart, and a wave of irritation surged over him. Not knowing how to alleviate it, he could only keep provoking Lan Zhao. "Aren't you afraid? I'll record your words and tell the master and the sect leader." Lan Zhao chuckled softly. "Do as you please. I'm already beyond redemption." "What kind of spell did you cast on them? Why do they all act like they've lost their memories the moment you return, forgetting all grievances?" Long He-Yuan was utterly baffled. Lan Zhao looked at the ruggedly handsome man before him and found it somewhat amusing. His words came out slow and light. "If I really had a spell, why wouldn't I use it on you? After all, you hate me the most." How ironic. From this man, he even sensed a twisted form of affection. Very subtle, yet more intense than hatred. At these words the man's blink rate quickened. He snorted and averted his gaze, his ears reddening. Lan Zhao ignored him and continued upward. Long Heyuan followed him closely. Why are you carrying wine? It's for master. What do you want with master? To have him teach me his sword technique. Can't I teach you? Lan Zhao glanced at him. Who's the senior brother, you or me? Long Heyuan fell silent. Seeing Lan Zhao walking so slowly, he resisted for a while, but finally couldn't help it. He stepped forward and blocked his path, looking at the sky, then the ground, anywhere but at him. Are you not fully recovered yet? Let me carry you on my back. Lan Zhao doubted his own ears. What? The male lead wanted to carry him. Even if the man had developed some affection for him, with his twisted personality, it would be hard for him to stoop so low, wouldn't it? Are you coming or not? Long Heyuan had already crouched down. Lan Zhao smiled. All right, this was your own doing. Long Heyuan carried Lan Zhao step by step up the mountain. Feeling the man's hand hovering around his neck, he didn't even twitch an eyebrow. Lan Zhao gestured, then wrapped his hand around his throat. Feeling the man's Adam's apple move, his voice was husky with a hint of amusement. Does choking me make you feel better? Lan Zhao suddenly felt childish. Maybe he had been online too much in the previous 2 worlds, and his mental state was a bit off. Or perhaps he was trying too hard to immerse himself in the role. After all, why should he bother with a human? He would follow the script as it came, no need to invite trouble. Lan Zhao released his hand and gave up. Feeling the hands leave his skin, a hollow sensation rose in Long Heyuan's heart. At that moment, he suddenly felt that Lan Zhao was so far away from him. The stretch of road was soon finished. Lan Zhao thought Long Heyuan walked very fast, while Long Heyuan thought the path was too short. Lan Zhao entered with the wine. Long Heyuan wanted to follow, but he had originally come down the mountain for business. Having delayed so long, he had to leave. Before leaving, he saw Lan Zhao set out the wine cups. But he wasn't worried because he knew that when Heyao had a very high tolerance for alcohol, even a mortal's drunkenness wouldn't faze him. Master, your disciple has brought you immortal's drunkenness as a token of gratitude for your meticulous guidance. The sky was now full of evening glow. Lan Zhao had originally planned to ask about sword techniques first, but now he was tired, so he decided to get straight to the point. Wen Heyao was very easygoing. He silently watched him pour the wine. You needn't have done this. Teaching you is my duty. Willingly, no special. He walked to the table and sat down, his back straight as a ramrod, quietly watching Lan Zhao pour the wine. But drinking plain wine like this was too obvious. Lan Zhao looked around, searching for some ingredients. What's wrong? Your disciple wants to find some ingredients to make a few dishes to go with the wine. Wen Heyao was silent for a moment. Are you hungry? A little. Wen Heyao actually stood up and went out. Lan Zhao sat at the table, propping his chin as he waited. After a while, Wen Heyao came back, carrying 2 plates of food. The meat was tender and delicate with a faint hint of spiritual energy. It was spirit beast meat. Master, you can cook. Try it and see how it tastes. The 2 sat facing each other. Outside the door, dusk had settled, the distant peaks hazy and ink blue. Inside, candlelight had been lit. Lan Zhao looked at Wen Heyao's otherworldly demeanor and assumed he couldn't hold his liquor. But to be safe, he still urged Master to drink many cups. Whenever it was his turn to drink, he would eat the dishes. And so more than half the bottle of immortal's drunkenness went into Wen Heyao's stomach. Watching Master's still erect posture, Lan Zhao felt a bit defeated. Could Master really hold his liquor? How could he remain so calm and dispassionate? By now the sky outside was completely dark. A few specks of glowing light drifted past the door. Lan Zhao poured the last bit of wine into Wen Heyao's cup and probed, Master, you're not one of those who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, are you? Your disciple has had just a little and already feels dizzy. A few drops spilled out and Lan Zhao pushed the cup toward Wen Heyao. Next time your disciple will definitely bring more wine. Lan Zhao lay on the table watching the man drain the last drop of wine. Then, thump, he collapsed onto the table. Lan Zhao, who had already thought the plan had failed and was about to give up. Is he acting? Master. What's wrong, Master? Lan Zhao stood up and shook Wen Heyao's shoulder. Seeing no response, he placed both hands on the man's shoulders and thought. Could it be that Wen Heyao was the type who showed no reaction until he reached his limit and then collapsed all at once? Master had no reason to pretend to be drunk to deceive him. As he had said before, Wen Heyao was the most upright and pure, immaculate, unbending in pride. He wouldn't lie. Wen Heyao, whom Lan Zhao believed wouldn't lie, lay on the table, feeling the skin on his shoulder where Lan Zhao had gripped him burn as if on fire. Even through the fabric. He thought that his eldest disciple had gone to the trouble of bringing him a jug of wine. If he drank it all, and seemed unaffected while the disciple had already drunk himself red-faced, that would be too unfair. He didn't want the disciple to feel he hadn't enjoyed himself, nor did he want Lan Zhao to think he had a low tolerance. So he decided to pretend to be drunk to soothe the disciple's wounded pride. Wen Heyao, lying for the first time in his life, was very nervous. But because of his high cultivation level, he could control his breathing and heartbeat perfectly. As long as he didn't want to be caught, Lan Zhao wouldn't discover he was faking. He felt his obedient disciple help him up and lay him on the bed. He even took off his shoes. Wen Hao suppressed the urge to curl his toes, and his cheeks finally flushed. But not from the wine, from shyness. He could sense the disciple sitting beside him seemingly watching him. For a long time, Wen Hao almost thought Lan Zhao had passed out from the wine because his breath was so close. If he hadn't deliberately restrained himself, his heart would have leaped out of his chest. What exactly did Lan Zhao want to do? Unaware that Master was still wide awake, Lan Zhao studied Wen Hao for a long time, still feeling a bit at a loss about how to proceed. He said to the system in his mind, "CC, keep an eye on the mission progress. Tell me after one instance of intimate contact." Lan Zhao directly took Wen Hao's hand. A storm raged in Wen Hao's heart, but he endured, and the system gave no indication. Lan Zhao frowned and began to caress Master's fingers inch by inch. Wen Hao's hands were beautiful, fair, slender, with well-defined knuckles, neatly trimmed nails, and a faint pink at the joints. But they were a little larger than Lan Zhao's. Lan Zhao slowly stroked every inch of skin on his hand, flexing the knuckles between his fingers. Then he interlaced their fingers. Key plot point 2 progress 13. Lan Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly let go of Wen Hao's hand. He noticed that the alcohol had finally taken effect and Master's face was completely flushed. He silently said in his heart, "Master, thank you. Forgive my impertinence." Then he picked up the empty wine jug, left Master's room, and thoughtfully closed the door. After a long while, so long that the room was as silent as a pin drop, with only the sound of his own breathing audible, so long that the rustling of fireflies outside the window brushing through the grass could be heard clearly, Wen Hao slowly opened his eyes. His face and neck were flushed crimson, and the hand that Lan Zhao had held felt as if it were about to burn. Wen Hao was not drunk, yet his gaze was not clear. He raised his hand, looking at it through a blurred vision, and stared for a long time. His heartbeat, no longer deliberately suppressed, quickened with each beat. Wen Hao closed his eyes, a hint of shame and secret delight creeping onto his face, as ethereal and cold as an immortal. How had it come to this? How could he have so hypocritically pretended to be drunk? Coyly resisting, while yielding, half pushing, half accepting. He cautiously curled his fingers and sat up. The room was deathly silent, with only the 2 wine cups, one standing, one fallen, on the table, bearing witness to what had just transpired. Wen Hao walked to the table, picked up the cup Lan Zhao had used, in which a trace of wine still remained. He pressed his lips to the rim exactly where Lan Zhao had touched, and slowly drank the last drops of wine. His Adam's apple bobbed. The cool moonlight spilled over him, making the blushing flush even more pronounced against his white robe. He closed his eyes, imagining the sensation of a kiss. He felt he had truly gone mad. Lan Zhao walked back under the moonlight. He had actually wanted to do all 3 intimate contacts in one go, but the system said one at a time with at least a day's interval. Lan Zhao could only regretfully give up. They had agreed that holding hands would suffice, but who could have expected that what it called holding hands would be like this? Fortunately, Wen Hao didn't know, or else he would have been too ashamed to face anyone. Walking down the stone steps, Lan Zhao thought he wasn't drunk, because he had really only drunk a little. But after walking a short distance, he felt the scenery before him begin to sway, and he just wanted to go back and sleep soundly. Feeling nauseous, Lan Zhao supported himself against a tree trunk and vomited what he thought was wine. Only when the metallic taste of blood became strong in his throat did he realize he had coughed up blood again. With fresh blood smeared at the corner of his lips, he leaned against the railing, pale-faced and gasping. His eyelashes fluttered as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. Jun Lingxue watched from afar, a peculiar secret obsession stirring within him. He was a demon, a student of medicine, and he loved nothing more than seeing people spit blood, collapse, faint, or suffer battle wounds. Jun Lingxue detested brute fighting and killing. He preferred being a spy and undercover agent, watching the proud disciples of righteous sects grow weak and powerless under his hand. Life or death, comfort or pain, all at his whim. He was completely different from Jun Ayan. The demon lord was merely outwardly arrogant and domineering, crushing anyone who displeased him. But this cat-like, cute-looking youth was a little pervert. Jun Lingxue understood nothing of emotions, he only knew what excited and thrilled him. That was also why he had no interest in the original owner. A malicious fool lacked the contrast of a righteous figure falling from grace. But now the weakened senior brother seemed to possess that very quality. And because of his inherent malice, it became even more tantalizing. Jun Lingxue hid his trembling fingers, approached, and crouched down, his expression filled with concern. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Lan Zhao glanced up at him. The slow movement of his eyelids, sliding over his eyeballs, seemed to stretch infinitely in Jun Lingxue's eyes. "Maybe the injury hasn't healed, and I drank wine, so I coughed up blood." Lan Zhao knew Jun Lingxue was a demon spy, but because of the Chinibu demon lord, he actually felt some goodwill toward demons. Jun Lingxue supported him, almost half embracing him, and placed his fingers on Lan Zhao's pulse. After feeling his pulse for a long time, he couldn't find the exact cause, only detecting a faint smell of wine and thinking Lan Zhao's pulse was a bit weak. Jun Lingxue didn't think much of it, assuming it was really just weakness from drinking. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of Lan Zhao's mouth, then covered Lan Zhao's eyes with his hand. It's okay, senior brother. Nothing serious. If you're sleepy, I'll take you back. Lan Zhao didn't mind ordering others around. He felt it was only natural. Jun Lingxue's voice seemed to have a hypnotic effect. Lan Zhao's eyelashes moved slowly against his palm, as if trapping a butterfly. A ticklish sensation, then stillness. The blood on his hand accidentally smeared onto Lan Zhao's eyelid, leaving a faint red trace. He picked Lan Zhao up and walked back. After that, Lan Zhao's memory of everything was blurry. He only remembered Jun Lingxue feeding him hangover soup and a pill. Thoughtfully, he removed his shoes, socks, and outer robe, letting him sleep well. After this incident, Jun Lingxue and he seemed to become much closer. During Junjio's absence, Lan Zhao had a new shadow following him. But he didn't really want to deal with Jun Lingxue, because the more he coughed up blood, the more likely it was to be discovered. Yet every time he coughed up blood, Jun Lingxue happened to see it, which was quite puzzling. Fortunately, when Heiyao said he had a task to assign to him, so Lan Zhao used this as an excuse to get away from Jun Lingxue, and once again openly went up the mountain to pay respects to his master. This time it was at noon, under the clear sky. After Lan Zhao entered, he found that not only when Heiyao was there, but also Chu Yun and Ning Yunxian. Seeing him enter when Heiyao gave him a faint glance. His fingers on his knee moved slightly, but no one could detect the unease of the Qingqin immortal. But Chu Yun noticed that the master suddenly and inexplicably put one hand behind his back. Master, for what important matter have you summoned me? Lan Zhao cupped his hands in salute. Wan Heiyao looked at him, seeing that he acted as if nothing had happened, and felt a strange pang in his heart, but he still addressed the important matter first. Next month, the triennial grand assembly of immortal sects will begin. This time the host is the Hahuan sect. In this world, although the Hahuan sect was neither purely righteous nor evil, it was still considered a reputable sect, and many young people vied to join it to learn the art of dual cultivation. Our Tianshui sect needs to send representatives to the Grand Assembly. The sect leader has said we must secure a good ranking. Especially since the host is the Hahuan sect, we must aim for the top 3 and strive for first place, so as not to lose face before them. I will be the leading elder. You 3 are to assist me in preparing the relevant matters and selecting the participating disciples. Yes, master. The 3 replied in unison. Ning Yunxian laughed. Can we also participate? Well, definitely crush them. The Grand Assembly has no restrictions on age, cultivation, or seniority, but only righteous disciples who have never participated before are eligible. Among Wen Haio's disciples, only Lan Zhao, Long Heiyuan, and the newly arrived Junjio had never participated in the Grand Assembly's competition. Although the original talent was not bad as the senior brother, he was too proud and unwilling to risk losing, so he kept delaying until now. Now consumed by a burning desire for revenge, he no longer cared about face. He only wanted to humiliate those who had destroyed his Dantian at the Grand Assembly and make Wen Haiyao regret his actions. Go make preparations, and once you have the list ready, show it to me. Wen Haiyao tightened his hands behind his back, then heard his own calm voice, Lan Zhao, stay behind. I have something else to assign you. Yes. Chu Yun and Ning Yunxian withdrew, leaving Lan Zhao still standing in place. He looked at his master with confusion. Wen Haiyao merely stared at him in silence, mentally bracing himself, yet still unable to find the words to begin. As he gazed at Lan Zhao for a long while, his eyes lingered on those beautiful innocent eyes, then on the lips beneath the straight nose that looked so easy to kiss, and he increasingly felt he was not human. How could he have such thoughts about his disciple? But Lan Zhao also. Should he pull his misguided disciple back, or? Lan Zhao did not sense Wen Haiyao's inner turmoil. He was simply unsettled by the weight of that gaze. He wondered, had the events of that night been exposed? Did his master know? But given Wen Haiyao's temperament, if he knew, he would surely be furious, pointing a trembling finger at him and cursing him as an unfilial disciple, would he not? How could he still speak to him with such gentle words? Master, is there anything you wish to instruct your disciple? Lan Zhao asked on his own initiative. Wen Haiyao snapped back to reality and blurted out, after that night, you haven't come to ask me about sword techniques again. Is there some concern? Lan Zhao was taken aback and shook his head. No, it's just that I've had no doubts lately. Once the first crack was made, the remaining words could no longer be held back. Wen Haiyao's words barely passed through his mind, driven purely by instinct. If you wish, you may stay here for the time being until the Immortal Sect Conference begins. You can ask me any questions at any time. Lan Zhao grew even more bewildered. Master, why suddenly? Wen Haiyao gave a light cough. You are my eldest disciple, and this time you will definitely be accompanying us to the Hahuan sect. Whether you compete or not, you should set an example for your junior brothers and sisters, and never slacken in your cultivation. Lan Zhao understood. This was a private tutoring session to prevent him from disgracing the sect. That was excellent. It would allow him to stay close to the source of favor, avoid Junling Shue, and also find a chance to complete the second key plot point. Lan Zhao answered directly, disciple is willing, and I wish to participate in this immortal sect conference to win first place for my master. Wen Haiyao felt an inexplicable lightness in his heart and nodded with satisfaction. He thought himself both despicable and hypocritical. Yet in cultivation, if one does not follow one's heart, but is instead bound by worldly conventions, one may never attain the Tao. Lan Zhao finally had the chance to practice the love-lasting sword art with his master. From time to time, he could engage in close physical contact with his master. Wen Haiyao was unusually oblivious and remarkably cooperative, not even noticing when Lan Zhao wrapped his arms around his waist. Unfortunately, the second key plot point had made no progress since that night. Lan Zhao was troubled and increasingly felt like a shameless. Still, the days spent living with his master were very pleasant, for Wen Haiyao was not a high-level cultivator with low everyday skills. On the contrary, he was adept at everything, a true household genius. By his master's side, he could eat every day, and the food was always spiritual beast meat, beneficial for cultivation. Apart from being a man of few words, his master had no. That evening, besides serving dishes, Wen Haiyao set out 2 jugs of wine. Lan Zhao looked at him in surprise. Master, do you wish to drink? The man's ears were slightly red, as if he dared not look at him. We depart the day after tomorrow. Could Zhao Zhao share a cup with me? He felt like a villain luring a child. Lan Zhao marveled at the perfect opportunity and naturally agreed. This time, without any persuasion, Wen Haiyao managed to get himself drunk. Almost both jugs of wine ended up in Wen Haiyao's stomach, while Lan Zhao barely drank the single cup before him and didn't even finish it. He looked at the man slumped over the table, his mouth falling open in surprise. Was it this smooth? Smooth enough to be unsettling. Lan Zhao stayed seated, slowly finishing his wine before going to support Wen Haiyao. He took the chance to hold his hand, but the progress did not change at all. Concluding that holding hands was no longer effective, he directly embraced Wen Haiyao's waist, pulling him into a tight, seamless hug. In a place he could not see, Wen Haiyao's arm lifted slightly, as if to hold Lan Zhao, but ultimately only encircled him loosely. Lan Zhao maintained this position for at least 3 minutes. Finally, he pressed his cheek against Wen Haiyao's, and only then did the progress change. Second key plot point, progress 23, hand-holding embrace. Next, would it be a kiss? Lan Zhao helped Wen Haiyao to the bed, and when he set him down, something tripped him, causing him to fall onto the bed along with him. It felt as if the fabric of his back was gripped tightly. His face landed on his master's lips. Lan Zhao froze for a moment, then guiltily scrambled up. Seeing that his master did not react, he didn't even remove his shoes, wanting only to flee the room. But as he turned, he met a pair of pitch-black eyes. In that instant, his scalp tingled. Whether from embarrassment or sheer mortification, he quickly calmed down, walked to the door, and under Long Heyuan's gaze closed it properly. He took a few steps forward down the corridor before his arm was seized by a voice gritted through clenched teeth. You really never give up, do you? Lan Zhao's expression did not change. He turned his head. What business is it of you? Go report me again. Say I covet my master, that I am utterly unfilial. Do you think I wouldn't dare? But he could not even tighten his grip on the arm. What is so good about him that you persist by any means without scruple? The words sounded strange, not so much belittling him as demeaning someone else. Lan Zhao shook off his hand and said coldly, why should I tell you? Who I like is none of your business. If you love meddling so much, why not go to the chores hall? Even Senior Brotherly doesn't interfere as much as you do. You. Long Heyuan choked. Lan Zhao quickened his pace to return to his room and escape him, but Long Heyuan took a long stride and blocked him again. The stray strands of hair on his forehead were slightly disheveled, falling over his eyes when he lowered his head, hiding his expression from Lan Zhao. Do you hate me that much? Can't you choose someone else to like? Lan Zhao paused. He sighed inwardly. I don't hate you. Hate consumes too much emotion, but we can never be reconciled. As for whom I like, that is even less your concern. Long Heyuan raised his head, offering the slender curve of his neck to him. I'll let you choke me, let you push me off the cliff. Can't that be enough for reconciliation? Lan Zhao found it amusing. Can you let me be judged by the masses and let me cripple your Dantian? This character was set as venomous, and his past deeds were indeed wrong, deserving of punishment. Hatred was only. Lan Zhao did not pass judgment, he only carried out the task. But regardless of the later acts of pushing him off the cliff and strangling, given what had happened before, he could never be reconciled with Long Heyuan. However, this character's attention was not even focused on Long Heyuan. All his emotions, love or hate, were given solely to Wen Haiyao. But perhaps the already altered plotline could give rise to another possibility. If I let you destroy my Dantian and also submit to the judgment of all, to be despised by all, would you then forgive? Would you then treat me like you treat master? Long Heyuan's eyes actually ignited with hope. He was genuinely considering this. Lan Zhao looked at him with a complex expression. What are you thinking? What wrong have you done? What is there to judge? Besides, I treat master like that because I love him. I don't love you. Even if you pay the price, we would only be ordinary fellow disciples. Lan Zhao shook his head and walked away. This time Long Heiyuan did not stop him. The moonlight was like water illuminating him alone, yet he felt that the surroundings were all bathed in light, leaving only him shrouded in darkness. How could I have done nothing wrong? Long Heiyuan murmured. When have I ever been a good person? The worst thing I did was push you off the cliff wanting to kill you, and yet I thought I was righteous. He covered his face, never having regretted anything so deeply. He did not know how things had come to this, nor how he could not even guard his own heart, nor how to handle this tangled emotion of love and hate that he himself could not distinguish or articulate. He slowly crouched in the center of the courtyard. Wen Hiao stood by the window watching his lonely silhouette, his expression cold as ice, his mood exceedingly complex. Hearing Lan Zhao say he loved him, he was of course overjoyed, not knowing what to do. He was happy, secretly delighted, and even knowing that this feeling was not accepted by the world, he still did it without hesitation. He was never as upright and honorable as the world imagined. But seeing how disgusted Lan Zhao was with Long Heiyuan, he became very afraid. He had never known that Long Heiyuan had pushed Lan Zhao off a cliff, nor that there was so much enmity between them. Of course Long Heiyuan was wrong, and he now felt no goodwill toward this disciple. But, during Lan Zhao's trial as his master, did he not say a single word for him, and even watched coldly as his Dantian was destroyed? How cold and heartless he was back then. Now it seemed that Lan Zhao's betrayal was because he loved him, and now that he was half-heartedly accepting it, why couldn't he have turned a blind eye back then? Besides, his eldest disciple was foolish and had not actually harmed him. If Lan Zhao also hated him, what should he do? His heart began to ache belatedly, and he fell into a panic. He hoped love could offset hatred, but his intuition told him it was impossible. The next day, Jun Jiu returned. Lan Zhao had just woken up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Jun Ahan crouching by his bedside, his eyes sparkling as he looked at him. Morning. The distance was so close that it seemed he would kiss him in the next second. Did you forget to disguise yourself? Jun Ahan smiled. I was disguised when I came, but I was afraid Lan might forget my handsome face, so I deliberately showed my real face to you. The man leaned in, his forehead rubbing against Lan Zhao's face, the tips of their noses touching. Sound travels through some. Do you miss me, Lan? Yes. How had this guy in just a few days transformed from a proud demon lord into a clingy little puppy? Lan Zhao sat up, and Jun Ahan voluntarily put on his socks and shoes and helped him drape an outer robe. Lan Zhao found nothing unusual about this. Someone knocked on the door, and the master's voice sounded, Zhao Zhao, come eat breakfast. He calls you Zhao Zhao. Before Lan Zhao could say anything, Jun Ahan wrapped his arms around his waist from behind his lips against his ear, his voice low and dangerous. He is my master, Lan Zhao said helplessly. Master? He is also my master. Why doesn't he call me Jiu? Is that the same thing? Don't be unreasonable. Lan Zhao felt inexplicably guilty facing Jun Ahan, perhaps because Jun Ahan thought he was purely here for revenge, not realizing he was here to force love upon his master. Lan Zhao saw that the shadow on the door hadn't moved, knowing his master was still waiting outside, so he went to open the door. Quickly disguise yourself, it'll open. He first whispered to Jun Ahan, then opened the door. Master, good morning. Good morning. When Haio's gaze fell on the man suddenly appearing in his disciple's room, Jun Ahan walked over unhurriedly, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lan Zhao, and called out symbolically, Master. When Haio suddenly remembered that this was his newly accepted junior disciple. But his eyes fell on Jun Jiu's hand resting on Lan Zhao's shoulder. A smile hung on the man's lips, seemingly polite, yet when Haio felt it looked more like provocation. Their relationship seemed very good. Master will be there in a moment. Jun Jiu joked, what breakfast? Can I have a bite too? When Haio heard his own voice turn cold, you may. As he turned and walked away, he could still hear the man cheerfully saying to Lan Zhao, thanks to you, otherwise how could I taste the craftsmanship of Qingshan, immortal lord? Don't talk nonsense. Lan Zhao's voice carried a faint helplessness, but only those close to each other could speak, and this breakfast was tasteless for Wen Haio. He thought he and Lan Zhao shared an unspoken mutual affection, but with Jun Jiu present it was as if there was a natural barrier around them shutting him out. Wen Haio was naturally quiet, and with Jun Ahan's subtle exclusion, he became almost completely silent. Lan Zhao noticed, but chose not to intervene. This character setting was one of love and hate for Wen Haio, but he himself felt no emotion toward Wen Haio. Instead, Xiao Jiu had taken care of him for so long and given him so much love so obediently. In this situation, making his master uncomfortable also served his revenge purpose well. That day when Haio could barely exchange a word with Lan, because they were to depart for the Hahuan sect the next day for the immortal sect assembly, Lan Zhao and Xu Yun were busy checking equipment and managing matters. The rest of the time Jun Jiu was always with Lan Zhao. When Jun Lingxue tried to approach, Jun Ahan shot him a glare. Jun Lingxue thought, why does this bloodline suppression feel so familiar? He hid aside, suspiciously scrutinizing Junjio, even releasing a device to detect demonic energy, but found nothing. Jun Aohan's disguise was too successful, even his own brother couldn't recognize him. But with Jun Aohan as a guardian deity, Jun Lingxue couldn't get close to Lan Zhao, and even if he did, he couldn't do anything. He's really annoying, isn't he? Long Heyuan said gloomily. Jun Lingxue was startled and glanced at him. When did you stand next to me? Wait. Are you crazy? He's in the way, am I wrong? That's true. Jun Lingxue studied his expression, then suddenly smiled, revealing 2 small canine teeth. If he could disappear, then only we would be left by senior brother's side. We've known senior brother longer, spent more time together, we should be closer. Long Heyuan glanced at him. I didn't expect you to be so wicked too. I didn't say anything. Jun Lingxue shrugged. He added, besides, you're not a good person either, you were the first to say he was in the way. Long Heyuan ignored him, his eyes fixed on Jun Aohan, genuinely wanting to get rid of him. Jun Lingxue was right, he had never been a good person. He was even more vicious than Lan Zhao, so weren't they a perfect match? This trip to the Hehuan sect was led by Wen Heyao, with Chu Yun and Ning Yunxian assisting in managing the team. Lan Zhao, Long Heyuan, Junjio, Yizhe, Yi Chun, and other outstanding disciples of various elders were responsible for participating in the competition. Thus, among Wen Hao's disciples, only Jun Lingxue was not on the list. However, Jun Lingxue watched the departing spirit boat, rubbing his chin, thinking that he couldn't go in this identity, but he could go in another. He left the sect at the same time as Wen Heyao and the others. After descending the mountain, he entered a small alley and never came out again. Instead, a black-robed figure in a cloak emerged from the alley. His face was completely concealed, revealing only a slightly youthful chin. The spirit boat arrived at Lover's Town at the foot of Hehuan sect after a day's journey. The place was bustling and lively, with many townsfolk coming and going on the streets, as well as groups of disciples dressed in various sect uniforms searching for lodging in the town. Chu Yun had booked rooms in advance, so their group headed straight for the largest inn in Lover's Town. Each person had their own room. Chu Yun had arranged it very properly. Lan and I can share a room. Give the spare one to them. Near the counter, a few young disciples in blue and white robes, likely from some sect, were clearly worried about not having pre-booked rooms. Hearing Jun Aohan's words, those people's eyes lit up. Chu Yun didn't respond immediately, but looked at his master. Wen Heyao also said nothing, his expression indifferent as he watched Junjio and Lan Zhao stand intimately together. Yichen, the simple-minded one, cast a regretful glance at Lan Zhao, knowing it would be rude to squeeze in with him now. So he settled for the next best option. Then A's and I will share a room, and we'll give the other one to you as well. What a kind person. There were 4 people in total. The leading girl bowed with cupped hands. Thank you so much. We are from Moon Shadow Pavilion, from a remote place. May I ask which sect you belong to, so that we might become friends? Ning Yunxian smiled. We are disciples of Tianshui sect. This is Pure Dust, Immortal Lord. A name long revered. My apologies for not recognizing you. Since the words had already been spoken, Chu Yun could only watch helplessly as Junjio and Lan Zhao went upstairs together and entered a room. Long Heyuan headed straight for the room next to Lan Zhao's. The master entered the room on the other side of Lan Zhao's. Chu Yun. Lan Zhao closed the door and coughed up blood again. He wanted to throw away the blood-stained handkerchief, but it was snatched by a slender hand. Jun Aohan grasped Lan Zhao's wrist with a grave expression, then observed his complexion. Holding Lan Zhao's shoulders with both hands, his expression was exceptionally serious. Lan, after the immortal sect assembly, come with me. I figured out a way to help you, but I must have you come with me. Lan Zhao thought it over carefully. Just when Jun Aohan, his face ashen, thought he would refuse again, Lan Zhao said, all right. After the immortal sect assembly, his mission would be complete, and he would have no more ties with the people of Tianshui sect. After all, they had treated him so poorly before. It was only reasonable for him to leave after settling his lingering attachment, wasn't it? Jun Aohan embraced Lan Zhao, his heart trembling. Lan Zhao blinked, sensing the delicate emotions of the unruly demon lord, and sighed inwardly. He knew his body well. He felt he truly didn't have long to live. After dinner, Lan Zhao felt much better, and even dragged Jun Aohan out for a stroll. The immortal sect assembly would begin tomorrow, and tonight Lover's Town was exceptionally lively. Hehuan's sect was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. There wasn't a single unattractive person. Consequently, Lover's Town at its foot was also teeming with strikingly good-looking people, all paired up. In the cultivation world, however, there were hardly any ugly people. A fair complexion hides 3 flaws, and a beauty pill could improve the skin. He and Jun Aohan walked to a large tree festooned with red cloth strips. Someone was hawking beside the tree. A 1,000-year-old tree, extremely efficacious. Tai 1 for a low-grade spirit stone. Lan Zhao looked at the tree but saw nothing remarkable. There was no imprint of a deity on it, so he thought it was probably a scam. He wanted to move on, but Jun Aohan stopped awkwardly. Lan Zhao looked at him with confusion. I have plenty of spirit stones. Since we're here, why not tie one? Lan Zhao gazed at the man's cautious eyes and suddenly recalled a meme from the previous world: if you set a flag, you really will go die. Making a wish to the tree was far less effective than making a wish to him, but he didn't want to spoil the mood. Watching Jun Ahan generously give the vendor 2 high-grade spirit stones in exchange for 2 red cloth strips that were said to be impervious to water and fire, unbreakable, and most likely to be seen by the gods. Lan Zhao took the brush, pondered for a moment, and wrote a line. Jun Ahan wrote for a long time. Lan Zhao tied his own red cloth strip to the highest branch. When he came down, he found Jun Ahan staring at the treetop. No peeking, it won't work if you peek. The man scoffed. Do you take me for that kind of person? He leaped up and tied his own red cloth strip right next to Lan Zhao's, then landed steadily. Taking Lan Zhao's hand, he said, let's go. After they left, the vendor of red cloth strips looked at the black-clad figure before him. Young master, would you like to buy one? These ones are guaranteed to work, only 1 high-grade spirit stone. The man lifted his chin, his hood falling back to reveal a pair of large round eyes. Those eyes looked harmless, yet they sent a chill down the vendor's spine. Fortunately, the black-clad man left quickly. The vendor, having weathered many storms, steadied his nerves and resumed his hawking. Over the years, what kind of lunatics hadn't he seen? Usually they wouldn't trouble a mere merchant. As they neared the inn, Jun Ahan suddenly said he had matters in the demon realm and needed to leave for a while. Lan Zhao nodded, about to head back alone, then thought of something and asked, are you coming back tonight? Probably not. Lan Zhao waved at him, wishing you all the best. The second key plot point still required one last intimate contact. Tomorrow, when the Immortal Sect Assembly began, the competitions would start. If he didn't complete the task soon, he would miss his chance. Jun Ahan had been watching him closely these past few days, giving Lan Zhao no opportunity to get close to the master. So tonight it would have to be. Lan Zhao returned to the inn alone, standing in front of his door, pondering what excuse to use to approach Wen Haiyao this time. But before he could figure it out, the door next to him opened. Jun Ahan returned to the tree. He stood beneath it, gazing up at the 2 red cloth strips tied to the highest branch, his desire to see them surging. His memory was excellent. That was the one Lan Zhao had tied with his own hands. So, should he take a look? Jun Ahan had never been so torn. He desperately wanted to see, yearned for it, but he was afraid that if Lan Zhao had made a truly important wish, like staying together for 1,000 years, and he looked, it would lose its power. Jun Ahan stood with pursed lips for a long time, eventually deciding to go back without looking. But before returning, he first needed to deal with the little mouse that had been secretly following him. Jun Ahan turned and entered a dark, deserted alley. When demonic energy surged toward him, he dodged it easily and threw the person behind him to the ground with a shoulder throw. Without needing to waste words, the moment Jun Ahan released his demonic energy, Jun Lynx's eyes flew wide open. How is it you? Jun Ahan, wearing the face of Jun Jiao, snorted coldly, his arrogant and domineering demeanor exactly like the proud demon lord. I warn you, do whatever you want in Tianshui sect, but don't set your sights on Lan Zhao. Otherwise the blazing ghost cry pool of the demon realm awaits you. Jun Lingxue was utterly astounded. Jun Ahan had actually infiltrated the Tianshui sect and become Wen Haiyao's disciple, just to be his senior brother's shadow. He, Jun Lingxue, might have such peculiar preferences, but Jun Ahan, that arrogant, self-righteous man, would rather die than bow to a righteous cultivator. Wait, does that mean Jun Ahan is now his junior brother? Jun Lingxue spotted a crucial point and was about to say something to salvage his pride, but Jun Ahan suddenly released him, turned around, and vanished in a flash. Jun Lingxue was no fool either. He quickly realized what was happening, and his expression darkened. Damn it, he had become the mantis. He hadn't even noticed he was being followed. At the inn, Lan Zhao stared in astonishment at his blushing-cheeked master. Wen Haiyao seemed to have been drinking. He stood steadily, his back straight, his face still wearing that indifferent expression, but a layer of mist had gathered in his eyes, and his cheeks were full. He just stared at Lan Zhao fixedly. It seemed like another heaven-sent opportunity. But every time was an opportunity, making Lan Zhao suspect it was no mere coincidence. Especially since he had already sensed Wen Haiyao's irrepressible affection for him. In truth, it wasn't surprising at all. But Lan Zhao had thought that with Wen Haiyao's cold and aloof nature, it would come later. Zhao Zhao, his master called. Never mind, head, pretend not to know, and just muddle through this time. Lan Zhao walked over and supported Wen Haiyao's arm. Master, why are you drinking again? Like iron drawn to a magnet, Wen Haiyao instinctively leaned toward Lan Zhao. Eyes closed, he almost collapsed against Lan Zhao. I wanted to drink. He loved being close to Lan Zhao. They should be in. Lan Zhao helped him into the room and closed the door. A grown man wasn't light, and the taste of blood surged in Lan Zhao's throat, which he forcefully suppressed. Half carrying, half embracing Wen Haiyao, he laid him on the bed. He hesitated, unsure why, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Head, just hold him for now. If he held him all night, he could claim it counted by sheer duration right. His master's body exuded a cold fragrance, and Lan Zhao actually quite liked being in Wenhao's arms. He rested his chin on Wenhao's shoulder, leaning against him, deciding to endure the night and see if he could pass the test. But while Lan Zhao could endure, others could not. No one could resist getting close to him when he was near. Lan Zhao felt warmth on his ear. His neck burned. His eyes widened and his body stiffened. This was an utter reversal of the natural order. But Lan Zhao didn't move. After a moment, Lan Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and unhesitatingly pushed Wenhao away, but he couldn't budge him. His master locked his arms around Lan Zhao's waist, his voice cold and clear. Does Zhao Zhao not like it? Unable to see Wenhao's face, Lan Zhao couldn't imagine what expression that ice-carved jade-like person was wearing when he said such words. But Lan Zhao had already achieved his goal, and he had no further use for Wenhao. So he bluntly said no. His master chuckled softly. You don't like it? Then why did you take my hand when I was drunk? Why did you secretly hug my waist during sword practice? Why didn't you resist just now? Lan Zhao remained silent. Zhao Zhao, your master likes you too. Wenhao's ears turned red, and he suppressed his shame to confess his feelings to Lan Zhao. But Lan Zhao's silence made him increasingly anxious. Zhao, your sister. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. The cold-faced demon stood at the threshold, his face dark, murderous aura radiating from him. His black brocade robe with golden patterns made him look cold, ruthless, and yet noble. Lan Zhao stared at him blankly, still embracing another man. Oh no, it was over. Jun Aohan was about to explode with rage. He strode in with a dark face, not saying a word, and pulled Lan Zhao out of Wenhao's arms. He pressed Lan Zhao's head against his own chest. His mouth, as if dipped in poison, spewed venom at Wenhao. Master, you're old enough to be eating young grass, and I won't even mention that. But did you have to learn from those romance novels and play at forced love? He didn't answer you. Don't you know what that means? Silence means he doesn't like it, doesn't like it, doesn't like it. Are you fit to be his master? When his dantian was destroyed, you couldn't utter a single word. Now shamelessly you covet your own disciple. Is this what the pure dust immortal lord is really like? Lan Zhao was afraid he'd go so far as to defect from the sect with him, which would affect his mission, so he tugged at Jun Aohan's sleeve. Jun Aohan immediately grasped his hand. Lan Zhao knew he was barely restraining his fury and would surely settle the score with him later. The taste of blood in his throat grew stronger, and this time Lan Zhao didn't hold back. Wenhao's face turned pale and red under Jun Aohan's words. After all, his moral bottom line was too high, he had no retort. But jealousy and rage burned within him, eroding his already precarious morality. Jun Aohan restrained himself, barely holding back from giving the man a sword strike. Instead, he hoisted Lan Zhao onto his shoulder and carried him back to their own room. The lips he had protected all night still faced a storm. Lan Zhao could barely breathe. He felt that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to protect anything else, so he mustered up and spat out a mouthful of blood. The metallic scent spread in his mouth. The man's eyes burned with fury, pain, and a love etched into his bones. So, I was a fool. Only now do I see why you insisted on returning to the sect. No wonder you were so cold to me before, but on the day you came out of the secret realm you acted all obedient and ingratiating toward your master, whom you should have hated. The man stroked Lan Zhao's lips again and again, wiping away the offending bloodstains. Lan, do you think I'm dead? You dare to flirt with that bastard right under my nose. Explain yourself. Why won't you? Lan Zhao had nothing to explain because it was all true. He could see that Jun Aohan was furious, but he wasn't afraid of him at all. He even dared to tell him the truth. I used to like Master. I liked him for a long time. It was because I liked him that I harmed him, harmed others, and was reported by Long Heyuan, had my dantian destroyed, and was pushed off the cliff. Rage and jealousy twisted Jun Aohan's handsome face. His grip on Lan Zhao's wrist tightened. So, why didn't you defend him just now? Because I hate him, Lan Zhao sighed. I hate him for doing nothing, for watching my dantian get destroyed without lifting a finger. The iron-like grip on his hand suddenly loosened. A few drops of moisture fell onto his face. Lan Zhao looked in surprise at the man's reddened eyes. The esteemed demon lord himself had shed little pearls from his words. You gave him both your love and your hate. What am I supposed to do? His voice was calm, very hoarse, and upon closer listening the end of his sentence trembled. Lan Zhao had thought that after learning everything Jun Aohan would abandon him. But instead Jun Aohan raised his bloodstained hand and pleaded, don't pay him any more attention, okay? Crimson lay before his eyes, and his voice trembled. You gave him both your love and hate. But you can't throw away your life for him anymore. Lan Zhao chuckled. No, I'm already pulling away my emotions. This immortal sect gathering will be my last wish, not just to take revenge on them, but to make everyone look at me with new eyes. He wiped the small teardrops from the man's face, gently coaxing, be good, I promise after this immortal sect gathering I'll go with you. Jun Ahan looked at Lan Zhao's face and suddenly felt something gentle within him. It even stirred a feeling of gratitude and pity. His soul trembled wildly. He stared blankly at Lan Zhao, unable to look away. After a long while, he belatedly felt embarrassed, turned his head to wipe his face, and pulled Lan Zhao into his arms. The opening of the Immortal Sect gathering was a meeting of disciples from various sects, with several elders from the major sects giving speeches. Originally, Wen Heyao was supposed to be there, but for some reason he didn't go. The others, intimidated by the prestige of Qingchen, Immortal Lord, didn't dare to hold Wen Heyao accountable for standing them up. However, the atmosphere on the field was indeed different. Lan Zhao glanced at Wen Heyao's cold profile from a few seats away. His master's absent-mindedness was obvious. Sensing Lan Zhao's gaze sharply, Wen Heyao looked over, but Lan Zhao had already turned to look elsewhere. Disciples of the Joyful Union sect had already come to pour wine 3 times. Lan Zhao clearly hadn't finished his drink. 3 cups were placed before him, each holding a completely different wine, with flower petals floating on the surface. Upon entering the Joyful Union sect, one felt a sense of lavish splendor, with exquisite details everywhere. The hall's carpet was winered, the gauze curtains, rose-colored fresh flowers adorned every table, and the cups and bowls were all intricately carved. The people were even more pleasing to the eye. The disciples of the Joyful Union sect coming and going were all stunningly beautiful, leaving a fragrant breeze as they passed. Not pungent, but rather addictive. Fellow Taoist, this is a new wine developed by our elder. It's sweet. May I pour you a cup to taste? Lan Zhao first carefully looked at his face. Red lips, white teeth, large eyes. Didn't you come once, just now? Lan Zhao pointed at one of the cups before him. This cup, you poured it, didn't you? Yes, don't you like it? That person asked with a smile. I do. But why don't you go pour wine for them? That elder's cup has long been empty. A bearded elder was speaking passionately, with only an empty cup before him. That person glanced over and said nonchalantly, someone else will pour for him. Is this really okay? Fellow Taoist, don't be nervous. That person leaned closer, and a refreshing fragrance wafted over, causing Lan Zhao's expression to falter for a moment. That person's smile deepened. We disciples of the Joyful Union sect value not cultivation, but appearance. We love beauties and have no resistance to them. Fellow Taoist, you are the most beautiful person here. They are to you as rubble to pearls and jade. We saw your beauty at a glance. Your skin, your bones, even your soul, are the most beautiful. As he spoke, he grew a bit excited. Lan Zhao snapped out of the fragrance-induced daze, blocked the person's hand pouring wine, and said in a firm tone, I don't need it, thank you. If you wish, I'll show you that I not only have a beautiful face, but also high cultivation. The person's skin touched by Lan Zhao's hand instantly flushed red. Hearing Lan Zhao's words, he no longer wished to fawn over him. The corners of his mouth lifted, and he stood up. Lan Zhao also looked away. Only then did the two realize that many eyes were fixed on them. Jun Ahan, Wen Heyao, Long Haiyuan Ning, Yunxian Chuyun, Yi Zaiyichun, including the sect leader of the Joyful Union sect, were all looking their way. At noon, Lan Zhao went to draw lots. There were many participants in the Immortal Sect gathering, so they needed to constantly draw lots to match opponents, eliminating half each time. The elimination rounds alone would take several days. Jun Ahan also went to compete, because if he weren't a participating disciple, he wouldn't have obtained the chance to travel this time. Jun Ahan planned to play a few rounds casually, and then concede. But Chu Yunning Yunxian and Wen Heyao all gathered around the arena stage where Lan Zhao was cheering him on. Lan Zhao's first opponent was a female disciple of the Joyful Union sect. The girl, holding a whip and blushing, stared at Lan Zhao for a long time, then suddenly cried out, I can't do it, I can't. I forfeit. Lan Zhao, bewildered, went to draw lots again. His second opponent was a burly man. Roaring, he charged forward. Lan Zhao lightly touched the ground with his toes, gracefully dodging his attack. He was about to counter with a sword strike, but struck empty air. The big man fell to the ground, still crying out in pain. Lan Zhao, I didn't even touch you. After watching a few rounds, Ning Yinxian shouted excitedly, Senior Brother is amazing. Although I can't tell what technique Senior Brother used, finishing off the opponent in a few moves is so cool. Chu Yun watched the seemingly frail, but actually infinitely powerful young man on the arena stage, and shook his head with a light laugh. Beauty is a bone-scraping blade. Ning Yinxian was stunned. They had been watching Lan Zhao for so long, often lost in thought, gazing at his face, let alone those facing this sharp beauty for the first time. Only today did they clearly realize that an outstanding appearance could also serve as a weapon. During the break, Lan Zhao went down and said to the 3 Master Junior Brothers and Sisters, go check on the others' battles. I'm fine here. Moreover, I'm the Senior Brother. The newly initiated Junior Brothers and Sisters need your encouragement and support more. Indeed, it was a bit unreasonable for the 3 to always crowd around Lan Zhao. Wen Heyao pursed his lips. Be careful in everything. Don't worry, Master. The Master left first. Chu Yun and Ning Yinxian discussed. and then went to different arenas separately. Lan Zhao continued his matches. Later there were a few opponents who genuinely competed with him, but they all fell to his sword. Most were even defeated in a single move. Only then did people realize that this exceptionally beautiful young man truly had strength. Not to be underestimated. Lan Zhao fought one after another for 3 days in total. He successfully entered the top 30. What he didn't know was that during these 3 days many people were scrambling to swap numbers just to earn one serious glance from him on the arena stage and then face his merciless sword. Jun Ahan had deliberately lost his matches long ago. Yizhe was unlucky drawing a strong opponent and stopping at the top 50. Aside from Yichun and Long Heiyuan, the other disciples of Tianshui sect also regrettably lost. After Lan Zhao defeated a disciple of the sword sect, he drew lots again, and his opponent turned out to be Long Heiyuan. Even if they were from the same sect, they had to determine a winner. If anyone was to blame, it was Tianshui sect's bad luck. Originally there was hope for both to achieve rankings, but now they had to start an internal conflict. After all, Long Heiyuan was the protagonist of the story, blessed with the dragon's pride, and possessed considerable strength that should not be underestimated. Challenging those above his rank was not merely a dream. Lan Zhao was not confident he could defeat him. He and Long Heiyuan stood at opposite ends of the arena. First they exchanged formal greetings. A crowd gathered below watching. His master and fellow disciples were all observing from beneath the stage. Long Heiyuan gripped his sword, a confident smile on his face. "Senior brother, I won't go easy on you." Lan Zhao, without uttering a word, thrust his sword directly at him. The Feihong sword finally clashed with the renowned divine weapon, the Tianyuan sword. In the span of a single breath, Lan Zhao and Long Heiyuan had exchanged several moves. One could only say that this was the protagonist's caliber. Through cultivating the Xintian art, Lan Zhao had restored his cultivation to the peak of the Golden Core stage. However, because his Dantian had been destroyed, he would never be able to form a nascent soul in this lifetime. Although Long Heiyuan was also at the peak of Golden Core, he possessed the protagonist's halo, allowing him to effortlessly overpower even nascent soul experts. This battle seemed destined for defeat. Lan Zhao's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he gazed intently at his opponent. No matter what, he had to win. When that focused look fell upon Long Heiyuan, the latter's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and his heart quaked. "Yes, look at me like that. Look only at me. Pour all your heart and mind into me. Let only me linger in your gaze." Lan Zhao seized the opportunity to strike, and Long Heiyuan narrowly dodged. He had grown addicted to the sensation of sparring with Lan Zhao under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lan Zhao felt that Long Heiyuan was holding back. It should have been settled in a few moves, yet he deliberately prolonged the fight. From the moment Long Heiyuan began to stall, Lan Zhao knew he had lost. This might sound blunt, but a god is a god. Even the least combat-oriented deity, the god of love, revealed a fatal flaw: his neck. Every other part was well guarded, but as he tilted his chin slightly, he kept retreating before Lan Zhao's sword. Lan Zhao, as Long Heiyuan wished, seized his throat. In Long Heiyuan's eyes he saw his own reflection. The man curled his lips, raised an eyebrow, and those ever-proud eyes seemed to say, "You did grab my neck, didn't you?" Lan Zhao could not understand why he was so smug. Was this something to be proud of? Undoubtedly Lan Zhao had defeated Long Heiyuan. The competitive Dragon Pride protagonist had given up contending with him over victory, yet seemed to be competing for something else. Afterward, Lan Zhao fought his way through numerous obstacles and won first place in the Immortal Sect Assembly. He stood alone on the arena platform. Everyone looked up at him, their gazes filled with worship, admiration, love, infatuation. The leaders of the Joyful Union sect and several other major sects walked up the stage with smiles, repeatedly uttering, "The younger generation is formidable." Wen Heyao held a smile at the corner of his lips, evidently delighted for him. Chu Yun and Ning Yunxian felt this was only natural, yet they could not take their eyes off Lan Zhao. Yi Chun and Yi Zhe naturally wore expressions of admiration. Jun Lingxue lurked among the crowd, still harboring relentless designs. Jun Jiu stood below the stage, finally, wearing a genuine smile. Now he was about to take his man away. As the elegant leader of the Joyful Union sect announced the rewards for this year's new talents of the Immortal Sects, Lan Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood. The members of the Tianshui sect turned pale. The crowd grew visibly panicked. Is it because the match was too intense? Summon a physician quickly. Long Heiyuan and Wen Heyao rushed to support Lan Zhao almost simultaneously. But someone was faster than them. Jun Jiu transformed into the fearsome demon, Lord Jun Ahan. Even his clothes changed into a noble dark brocade robe with purple patterns. He held Lan Zhao with one arm, his violet eyes swirling with light. His thin lips parted and his voice, magnified infinitely, resounded throughout the venue. "Long time no see, old fellows." Someone reacted and shouted, "It's the Demon Lord." How did the Demon Lord appear here? Jun Ahan curled his lips in a light smile. "My man won this Immortal Sect Assembly, so of course I had to come and cheer." Although this so-called assembly has never been worthy of my demon clan's attention, seeing that the immortal sects have no worthy successors greatly pleases me. Jun Lingxue was utterly stunned by Jun Aohan's audacious move. Among the crowd, she watched her brother inflame the righteous cultivators into red-faced fury. Wan Hiao managed to remain calm, his voice colder than the ice of the 9 heavens. Demon Lord, watch your words. Do you think you can take my disciple? The wrath of a great cultivator released a pressure that bent the backs of lesser cultivators. Jun Aohan's expression remained unchanged. Ning Yunxian shouted, Demon, release my senior brother immediately. Chu Yun calmly said, if you release my senior brother now, 1,000,000 iron cavalry will not trample the demon domain. The members of the Tianshui sect were all overwhelmed by rage, but others caught the insinuation in Jun Aohan's words. Long Heian stood there with a grim expression, silent, evidently having seen through everything. The leader of the Joyful Union sect demanded, what do you mean by that? Our immortal sects have many rising talents. How can you say we have no successors? Jun Aohan did not answer. A soft laugh stood out sharply in the extraordinarily silent square. Lan Zhao lifted his head, smearing the blood at the corner of his mouth onto his lips, a morbid flush blooming on his pale face. Like peach blossoms covering the mountains, a startling beauty that made everyone at an inappropriate moment dazzled. The young man leaned casually against the demon lord, his expression carefree, exuding an air of wickedness. Can't you understand? They were all defeated by a member of the demon clan, advancing through every challenge, all for this moment, to utter these words with ease. But unexpectedly the crowd was silent for a long time before erupting in roars. You're a demon. Nonsense. Yichen retorted, how could my senior brother be a demon? Not before. Lan Zhao glanced at the two youths. But now I am. Ning Yunxian shook her head in disbelief. Senior brother, what has happened to you? Is he coercing you? Of course not. Lan Zhao mocked his junior sister's naivety, looking at Ning Yunxian with disgust. I returned to the sect solely for revenge. Did you think being robbed of my dantian I would bear no hatred? Ning Yunxian could not bear Lan Zhao's gaze. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Tears fell first. Those who had heard of the Tianshui sect incident immediately understood, and somehow they felt a measure of sympathy for Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao continued in a tone of pure hatred to speak the lines befitting of venomous cannon fodder. Master, why do you pretend to be a gleaming moon? I once loved you, then hated you, but now I realize you are not worthy of any emotion from me. Long Heiyuan, how despicable are you? Offering your neck for me to strangle. Unfortunately, I will never forget the enmity between us. And the rest of you. Indifferent executioners ruining a dantian for a minor mistake. Is this what it means to be a righteous sect? Who wants to be your senior brother? All of you have been trampled under my feet, but I'm tired of playing with you. A bunch of hypocritical wastes. The lines were terribly awkward. After his slight modifications, they became even more so. With an extraordinary sense of conviction, Lan Zhao acted his heart out, portraying the spiteful, vengeful character who never reflected on himself, but only resented others, to perfection. Everyone was stunned by his acting, and the arena fell into dead silence. Lan Zhao saw that the forced calm on his master's face had crumbled. Wan Hiao's lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. His complexion turned ashen. The air grew heavy. Everyone watching Lan Zhao's face, filled with pure hatred, held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Such silence was rather awkward. Lan Zhao buried his face in Jun Aohan's arms, wanting to leave after making his threat. But Chu Yun was the first to react, stepping forward and reaching out. Don't go, senior brother. We were wrong. Could you come back with us first? The demon race is after all the demon race. Our path is different from theirs, and we cannot work together. Senior brother, come back. You're spitting blood. Well, summon Elder Mu to treat you. Chu Yun's voice was sincere, a gentle coaxing as he humbly admitted his fault. Jun Aohan, afraid Lan Zhao would change his mind, tightened his arms around him. Ning Yunxian quickly reacted as well, blinking her tearful eyes and pleading with Lan Zhao. I'm sorry, senior brother. I didn't know. I truly didn't know that's how you saw us. But actually, I really like you, senior brother. I've never blamed you. I've always admired you. Can you forgive me? Seeing Lan Zhao's silence, she even pushed Long Heiyuan. Junior brother, say something. Apologize to the senior brother quick. Long Heiyuan had anticipated this. He was the one who best understood Lan Zhao's true nature, and his reaction came as no surprise. That Lan Zhao had returned for revenge was only natural, but he hadn't expected Jun Jiao, who had always been by Lan Zhao's side, to be a demon, nor that Jun Lingxue was also a demon. He had learned everything that day when he followed Jun Lingxue to trail Jun Aohan. So, senior brother, it's all my fault. You've already choked me. If you wish, I'll dig out my dantian for you. Come back, senior brother. Long Heiyuan lowered his head for the first time. He could no longer feel any disgust or hatred toward Lan Zhao, only helplessness and a heart full of love. Although he felt Lan Zhao would never turn back this time. But if Wen Heyao spoke, perhaps there was still hope. He looked at Wen Heyao. The man's face was etched with rare bewilderment and panic. He finally spoke, his voice soft, carrying an unaccustomed plea and cautious fawning. Zhao Zhao. Master understands your grievances and knows your heart. I failed to protect you before, it was my fault. But I also like you. Let me hold you, let me heal your wounds, okay? Wen Heyao opened his arms. Everyone looked as if they had stumbled upon a juicy scandal. Yet Wen Heyao at his core was still arrogant. He was not afraid to expose his feelings to the world, nor did he fear judgment. All he knew now was that his greatest fear had come true. Zhao Zhao hated him. Hated him so much that he wouldn't even grant him the gift of hatred. He cared nothing about losing face, nor about Lan Zhao's provocation and revenge. He only wanted Lan Zhao to come back. He only wanted to hold him. Lan Zhao looked at Wen Heyao's pleading eyes. So the purest snow on the highest peak could also admit fault, feel fear, and bend to beg. How like a noble flower fallen from its pedestal. Wasn't this exactly what this character had dreamed of? If the master truly gave this character love, would he still be so resolute in his revenge? Would he still prefer broken jade over a whole tile? Hard to say. But Lan Zhao didn't want to turn back. This body didn't have much time left. He wanted to spend it well with Jun Ahan. After all the key plot point had been completed, as long as his affection level didn't exceed 30, it would be fine. Wasn't this character more eager to see Wen Heyao's love unrequited and his regret? Lan Zhao didn't respond to them. Instead, he buried his face back in Jun Ahan's arms and said to him, let's go. The man's face lit up with joy. All right. Wait. A white-bearded old man stepped forward, his brows furrowed in anger. Do you think the Immortal Sect Assembly is a place where you demons can come and go as you please? We don't wish to meddle in the internal affairs of Tianshui's sect, but if you insist on keeping company with that demon lord, we righteous cultivators have every right to purge the sect for Tianshui's sect. He spoke to Lan Zhao, but no one echoed him. The crowd, having devoured the juicy gossip, moved from sympathy to understanding, yet none wished to harm Lan Zhao. Who dares to harm my disciple? Wen Heyao cast his gaze around, his voice as cold as ice. But the ice shattered the moment it met Lan Zhao. Zhao Zhao. Master begs you, come here. I will always protect you. Lan Zhao glanced at him, then at all the Tianshui's sect disciples. He asked in confusion, have you not yet grasped the situation? Now I am the one standing against you. I have deliberately sought revenge, winning first place in the Immortal Sect Assembly only to betray the sect, making Tianshui's sect a laughingstock for everyone. Why beg me to come back? To continue my revenge against you? How pathetic is that? I haven't killed you only because I can no longer be bothered to spare you even a shred of emotion. Lan Zhao laughed softly. Everyone farewell. He actively wrapped his arms around Jun Ahan's waist. The demon lord held him as if he were the most precious treasure, ready to conquer all and become the hero riding on colorful clouds. Jun Ahan waved his hand. The righteous cultivators who had charged forward at the command of the sect leaders fell to the ground. Wen Heyao and the others instinctively blocked their path. Reacting, Wen Heyao rushed forward to seize Lan Zhao. The reputation of pure dust immortal lord was not unfounded. Lan Zhao only felt a blur, and Wen Heyao was already within arm's reach. Jun Lingxue flew out from the crowd, his hood falling to reveal a baby face that was both righteous and sinister. Brother, senior brother, you go. He'll hold them off. What? Isn't that the fourth disciple of pure dust immortal lord of Tianshui's sect? He's actually the demon lord's younger brother. Tianshui's sect is filled with demon spies. The people were courteous to Lan Zhao, but not so to Jun Lingxue. However, Yi Chun and Yi Zhe exchanged a glance, and also blocked the path of those righteous cultivators. They didn't try to stop Lan Zhao, nor did they call him senior brother. Instead, they said, Brother Zhao, we know you're not wrong. Go. We'll hold them off for you. What good kids. Over here, Jun Ahan and Wen Heyao clashed with their oppressive auras. Lan Zhao glanced at his master and said coldly, why bother? He froze Wen Heyao in his tracks. It seemed the man had suddenly lost the courage to pursue. But he truly did not want to become strangers with Lan Zhao. The man lowered his arms, his sword floated in the air, but he had no strength to grasp it. In his white robes he was ethereal, yet now shrouded in an overwhelming loneliness. Jun Ahan had no desire to waste time on irrelevant people. He held Lan Zhao and fled. Jun Lingxue, seeing them leave, made a face at the crowd. What a bunch of trash. I stayed in Tianshui's sect for so long, and you never even noticed. Goodbye, losers. With his senior brother at his brother's side, pretending to be friendly with these people suddenly lost its appeal. Incoming Lan Zhao. The sky was vast, and the sea boundless. Where could there not be a place to dwell? After this incident, the Tianshui sect had utterly become a laughingstock throughout the entire cultivation world. Especially Wen Heyao. His title of Qingqin Immortal Lord had been replaced by the nickname of the Demon Lord's Master. Everyone mocked him for his poor judgment in taking 2 demonic disciples, with one of his students even being forced into the demonic path. But still, that Qingqian immortal lord managed to take a demon lord as his disciple. That's quite a credit to our righteous sects. Even the head of the demons must bow to a righteous master, isn't that so? Huh. Anyone who says that clearly doesn't know the real story. Did the demon lord become his disciple for the sake of learning? He came to steal his disciple away. He swaggered around the sect for so long without being noticed, and you still call that a credit to the sect? Hey, whose side are you on? Are you a demon spy too? Bullshit. I'm just telling the truth. The argument at the next table seemed about to escalate into a fight. Lan Zhao sat nearby watching the commotion with a smile. Neither of them had disguised themselves. The demon lord had merely changed his eye color, and Lan Zhao had draped a cloak over himself to appear less conspicuous. Lan Zhao had changed into dark-colored clothes like Jun Ahan's, abandoning the light hues that righteous cultivators usually wore. Such dark garments would not show bloodstains so obviously. Jun Ahan paid no attention to what others were saying. Seeing that Lan Zhao's had covered most of his face, he couldn't resist leaning in. He cupped the hood with both hands and pressed his forehead against Lan Zhao's. He kissed the corner of Lan Zhao's lips. Feeling better today? His deep voice was muffled by the cloak confined to this small space, as if whispered directly into his ear. Lan Zhao nuzzled against his cheek, saying, "I'm fine really." The Xiantian art was already draining his body. But with the system's pain suppression, he felt no discomfort, only occasional drowsiness and fatigue. In truth, the mission was already complete. Lan Zhao had not yet left this world simply because he wanted to repay the love and luck that Jun Ahan had. He didn't want to owe anyone anything, so during this time, he would offer the demon lord some affection in return. They were now on their way to Penglai, where Jun Ahan said there was someone who could mend a body ravaged by the Xiantian art. Lan Zhao thought for a moment, but decided not to say anything discouraging. Let him do as he wished. Let's go. I'll carry you on my sword, and we'll reach the Penglai region by tonight. All right. Lan Zhao put down his chopsticks and walked out of the inn with Jun Ahan. Outside, people were coming and going. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated, and the early market was already bustling. Lan Zhao turned his head to glance behind. He felt as though someone was following them. Don't worry about him, Jun Ahan said, opening his arms, waiting for Lan Zhao to embrace him. Lan Zhao wanted to gratify him directly, but he still let his cheeks flush slightly, giving the demon lord a little pleasure before stepping into his embrace. Jun Ahan's lips curled up. A blood-red sword materialized beneath their feet, and in an instant they soared into the sky, far from the dust and smoke. Lan Zhao rested his chin on the man's shoulder and closed his eyes. Somewhere along the way, he hazily regained a bit of consciousness, as if he heard someone arguing in front of him. At first the voices were very soft. Then, as if the person could no longer contain himself, he growled, "How could you let him cultivate something like that?" When Lan Zhao opened his eyes again, he saw a handsome face very close to his. It seemed that person was about to do something mischievous, but when he saw Lan Zhao awake, he was startled, and his face flushed crimson. It was his 4th junior brother. Jun Lingxue stammered, "Zhao Zhao. Don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with those people from the Tianxue sect. I'm actually a demon, the demon lord's younger brother." Jun Lingxue was terrified that Lan Zhao would distance himself because of his identity in the Tianxue sect. Seeing how close Jun Ahan and Lan Zhao were, he wanted to use Jun Ahan to bridge the gap. Lan Zhao blinked and deliberately teased him, "But when I was in the Tianxue sect, you also stood by and watched coldly." Jun Lingxue racked his brains for an excuse, but found nothing to say. After all, before Lan Zhao returned to the sect, he had truly had no interest in this senior brother, only wanting to watch the show. Lan, ignore him. Jun Ahan walked over holding a lotus leaf on which was cooked spirit beast meat. The fire and pot were still set up over there. This place is remote with no towns. Let's rest here for a while and continue on our way this afternoon. Have something to eat. Lan Zhao nodded. Jun Lingxue, seeing his pale complexion, couldn't help saying, "Zhao Zhao, we will definitely cure you." Lan Zhao looked at him. "You know, am I heard from? When Heiyao that on Penglai Island there is a mystical mountain, and within it lives Taoist Wushu who is best at raising the dead and healing the sick, especially those difficult ailments caused by forbidden arts. I'll go with you. An extra person means more strength." Lan Zhao didn't mind. Unbeknownst to him, both Jun Ahan and Jun Lingxue were thinking the same thing. If that Taoist was unreasonable, they would beat him until he had no choice but to save the patient. With Jun Lingxue along, all the trivial tasks fell to him, finding food, booking inns, paying the bills, asking for directions to Penglai Island. Yet Jun Lingxue ran about tirelessly, taking pleasure in it. Zhao Zhao the boatman said there are boats to Penglai Island tonight and tomorrow morning. The island has a barrier that only he can open, so we have to take his boat. Then let's go tomorrow morning. We'll have a good rest tonight, Jun Ahan said. All right. In truth, Lan Zhao didn't believe that Taoist could really save him, but since they had come this far, Jun Ahan would never give up if they didn't go. As Lan Zhao went upstairs to his room, someone passed him by, a very familiar figure. He stopped and turned to look, but the fleeting profile was utterly ordinary. He pressed his lips together and returned to his room. These days Jun Aohan always slept with him. Tonight Jun Lingxue had said something to Jun Aohan, and Jun Aohan told him he was going to scout the area and might be back late. So Lan Zhao blew out the candle alone and lay down to sleep. Due to his condition, he had been feeling drowsy lately. In a safe environment, he should have slept dreamlessly, and even Jun Aohan's return wouldn't have woken him. But tonight's sleep eluded him. There was a warm touch on his hand. Lan Zhao slowly opened his eyes. A dark silhouette seemed to be by the bedside holding his hand and gazing at him. Xiaojiu. The moment those two words left his mouth, Lan Zhao felt something was off. This person was not Jun. The after effects of the Xiantian art had even diminished his night vision. His overall constitution was now weaker than that of an ordinary mortal. But Lan Zhao was good at guessing. When he out? A long silence. Well, it seemed he had guessed wrong. The clouds that had obscured the moon slowly drifted away, moonlight spilling onto that unruly face. Lan Zhao thought he saw a glint of water flash by. The man's eyes were red. Was he actually crying? What are you doing here? Lan Zhao's tone was calm, so calm it bordered on cold, dropping all pretense. Long Heyuan tilted his head and wiped his face. His voice was hoarse. You never had any opportunity. Your dantian was never repaired. You used a forbidden technique. Yes, so are you here to laugh at me? Lan Zhao sat up trying to pull his hand away, but Long Heyuan pulled him into his embrace. The man's voice was filled with disappointed anger. How could you be so foolish? Don't you know that the wicked live long? If you want revenge you can find other ways, but the prerequisite is to live well. Long Heyuan had never known he could feel fear or shed tears. As a child he had wandered the streets, begged, fought, and nearly had his heart and liver ripped out by villains. He had never been afraid. He wouldn't cry, he would only glare fiercely at anyone who tried to harm him, fighting back with all his might, even if his hands were stained with blood. But now, he felt as if Lan Zhao was carving out his heart with a blunt knife, yet he could not resist. He could only weep uselessly, unable even to express his anguish in words. Lan Zhao's voice was very calm, as if he no longer resented him, but it made Long Heyuan feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. What else could I do? After my dantian was destroyed, I was even worse than a mortal. If I didn't find a way to restore my strength, I would never be able to enter Tianxue sect again. I wouldn't even see your faces, let alone seek revenge. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? Now you're crying hypocritically about what? Lan Zhao's shoulder was soaked as he heard the man's muffled sobs. Love had long since overwhelmed hatred like a towering wave. The protagonist of the Dragon's Pride began to regret his past arrogance and recklessness. I never expected things to turn out like this, and never expected to fall in love with you. If I didn't love you, how you tormented yourself would be none of my concern. I would even applaud. But I have absurdly fallen in love with you, and every harm I've done to you has become a sword aimed at me, each pain doubled upon my own body. Long Heyuan couldn't go on. Lan Zhao didn't want to hear someone wailing in his ear before he was even dead. Pushing Long Heyuan away, he taunted with a playful tone, "You're not falling for me, are you? Otherwise you should be happy that I've ended up like this." This time the man didn't dodge or avoid meeting his gaze directly. His reddened eyes glistened with tears. "Yes, I have fallen for you. Call me cheap, call me twisted, but I know exactly who you are, and I love you. So you don't have to push me away so much. Let me follow you, let you torment me. They'll do whatever you say. Wouldn't that be sad? You're going to Penglai Island, aren't you? Let me come with you. Let me make up for my mistake." Xiao. Lan Zhao, who had intended to discourage Long Heyuan, fell silent. Why was the protagonist suddenly being so direct? Lan Zhao was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I don't want to see you. If you insist on following us, please don't appear before us." Long Heyuan froze. After a long while, he finally responded with a sound of agreement. He turned, pushed open the door, went out, and closed it. Lan Zhao sighed inwardly and lay back down. He slept without dreams. When he woke again, he was in Jun Aohan's arms. Gently kissed on the corner of his lips, the demon lord's eyes sparkled as he said, "We've already found a boat and scouted the place. Today we'll meet that Master Wushu. He'll make sure he's—" Jun Aohan seemed unaware of Long Heyuan's visit last night. Lan Zhao felt it was pointless to mention it. Anyway, Long Heyuan wouldn't appear before them again. Just an insignificant person. After washing up, he felt more awake and went downstairs with Jun Aohan. Jun Lingxue was sitting at a table drinking tea. The table was laden with food. "Zhao, these are the specialties of this inn. Try them and see if you like them. If not, we won't eat them." Hidden in the shadows, Long Heyuan saw how close Jun Lingxue could be with Lan Zhao, while he himself could only skulk in the dark unseen. Jealousy twisted his features. After breakfast, they headed to the Penglai seaside. Though the sun hung high, a layer of mist had risen over the sea, making the distant island appear ethereal like a fairyland. "Dear guests, please board the boat." The old boatman called out to them. Jun Lingxue leaned close to Lan Zhao and explained, "This man delivers supplies from Master Wuxiu. He can open the barrier and bring outsiders in. I found this connection pretty impressive, huh?" Impressive. Lan Zhao knew that if he didn't praise him, he would keep talking. Despite saying this, when he heard Jun Lingxue's words, Lan Zhao felt a strange unease. Could that Master Wuxiu, so ethereal and mighty, really need a mortal to deliver supplies from outside? Why would a mortal know how to open the barrier and bring outsiders in and agree so readily? Lan Zhao, wearing a cloak, cast a seemingly casual glance at the boatman as he passed. He could discern nothing unusual, but the man gave him a feeling of familiarity. Especially his favorability toward him was so high. Lan Zhao sighed. He could always see through everything so easily, but it was quite exasperating. Sitting in the cabin watching the misty sea and the distant Penglai island that seemed to fluctuate between far and near, Lan Zhao leaned against Jun Ahan, idly playing with his hand, while listening to Jun Lingxue chattering beside him. "Zhao Zhao, come lean on me, my brother is tired," he blurted out unexpectedly. Jun Ahan shot him a look and said succinctly, "Scram." In all his life, he had never heard Jun Lingxue call him brother so many times. These past few days had been more than enough. What fraternal love existed among the demon race? If not for the fact that Jun Lingxue was still useful and could make Lan Zhao smile, he would have kicked him out of the group long ago. "Zhao Zhao, come try it. My chest is definitely broad enough." Jun Ahan was about to explode. A single no from Lan Zhao made the man's heart bloom with joy, his tail practically wagging. "Even if we met earlier without fate and without cherishing, it's all for nothing." The old boatman rowing outside heard their conversation, and a bitter smile suddenly appeared on his weathered face. Jun Ahan's words. Who exactly were they meant for? They rowed for a long time, so long that Lan Zhao grew drowsy in Jun Ahan's arms, until finally the island came into view. There was a barrier surrounding it, and the boatman waved his hand to open it. On the surface it seemed like a method, but in truth it relied entirely on brute force. The three of them stepped ashore, and the boatman also disembarked. "Old sir, are you delivering goods? Could you take us to see Master Wuxiu?" Jun Lingxue said. "All right, follow me." The boatman walked empty-handed toward the depths of the island. Jun Lingxue asked in confusion, "Old sir, where are your goods?" The old man smiled kindly. "Nowadays we store goods in storage rings. Master Wuxiu taught me a little magic. Rest assured, dear guests, I won't harm you." "Wait." Jun Ahan spoke, his voice icy cold. "There's no need for you to take us. Give your storage ring to us, and we'll deliver it to Master Wuxiu. You may go back now." The boatman still wore a genial smile. "That wouldn't be proper for me to report. Better if I take you there myself." Jun Ahan wasted no words, drawing his blood-drinking sword and pointing it at the old man's throat. "If you're unwilling to leave, then stay here forever." Jun Lingxue stood there, mouth agape, utterly bewildered. She had only asked a casual question, and now things had escalated to this. In his memory, Jun Ahan, though hot-tempered, would never stoop to attacking an innocent passerby. There was only one explanation for this situation. That was, this passerby was not innocent at all. The old boatman kept smiling, the wrinkles on his weathered face slowly fading, his stature gradually rising. A flash of white light passed, and Lan Zhao, who had been standing aside watching the scene, was suddenly enveloped in a cold white fragrance. The man bent down, his lips close to Lan Zhao's ear, whispering softly, "I'm sorry, master, came too late." Seeing Lan Zhao snatched away right before his eyes, Jun Ahan's face darkened completely. "Let him go. Haven't you harmed him enough?" When Haio's expression froze, his eyes filled with agony, but he did not release. "I know. It's all my fault. But I must go in with you. Master Wuxiu will not help the demon clan. However, I once crossed paths with him. Only if I accompany you might he be willing to assist." Jun Ahan snorted coldly. "If he refuses, well, kill him, and see if he still refuses." Wen Hao replied, "Healing is not something you can force with threats. If he is unwilling, killing him won't make him save anyone." "What about Zhao Zhao then?" Exploiting Lan Zhao meant exploiting Jun Ahan's weakness. Nothing mattered more than saving Lan Zhao's life now, so Jun Ahan did not want to argue with Wen Hao here. "Fine, follow us. But keep your hands to yourself." Wen Hao did not want to let go. Lan Zhao coughed twice, blood seeping through his fingers and accidentally staining Wen Hao's pristine white robes. The man seemed scalded, his heart trembling violently. He released his hold, every breath a pain. "Zhao Zhao." Lan Zhao seized the moment to run into Jun Ahan's arms. Looking at Wen Hao, he apologized. "I'm sorry for soiling your immortal robes." Wen Hao was stunned. Zhao Zhao. Why was he speaking to him in such a distant tone? Why was there nothing but estrangement in his brows and eyes, as if all love and hate had vanished? Wen Hao was at a loss, his body turning cold, his heart seemingly crushed by an invisible giant hand. At this moment, Jun Ahan felt no joy at all, nor any schadenfreude. He gently wiped away the bloodstains at the corner of Lan Zhao's mouth. "Tired? Want me to carry you?" "No, I'm fine." Lan Zhao shook his head. Jun Ahan took his hand and said coldly to Wen Hiao, "Aren't you supposed to lead the way? Let on. Don't waste time." Wen Hiao composed himself, knowing that Lan Zhao's health was the priority now. Without another word, he silently walked ahead. On the way to find Master Wushu, Long Heiyuan and Shu Yin appeared from somewhere and joined the group behind Lan Zhao. Jun Ahan couldn't be bothered to spare them a glance. These people always put on a pained expression, but if not for them, how could his Lan have ended up like this? Jun Ahan never considered that Lan Zhao had insisted on this path himself. He only blamed others. This made him loathe the people of Tianshui's sect to the extreme. On this Penlai island stood an exquisite and magnificent palace. But before they could step onto the stairs, they were repelled by a barrier. An aged but powerful voice echoed in the air. "What a commotion you've made. I've watched a grand drama unfold from afar." Wen Hiao, knowing that everything on Penlai Island was within Master Wux's perception, said sincerely, "Qingqin begs the Master to save a life. Please do your utmost. I do not treat those of the demon clan. He is not of the demon clan, he is my disciple. Do you think I am deaf to the word Qingqin?" Wen Hiao was silent for a moment. Jun Ahan had already run out of patience and was ready to attack directly. Just then Wen Hiao's voice rang out again. "Even if Zhao Zhao has left the sect and no longer acknowledges me as his master, he will always be my disciple, not a member of the demon clan. It is my failure in teaching that has caused him such pain. Master Qingqin begs you to save his life." Wen Hiao knelt down. Lan Zhao watched his back as if the pain had materialized upon him. The master said nothing more, but the barrier vanished. The group continued upward. They met two young attendants at the palace gate, who guided them inside. Entering a pill refining chamber, they saw a white-bearded old Taoist fanning the flames before a furnace. Seeing them enter, he first glanced at Wen Hiao and sighed. Then he looked at Lan Zhao, and his eyes widened instantly. He handed the fan to the attendant and rose to greet the guests. Standing before Lan Zhao, he studied his complexion. He reached out to take Lan Zhao's pulse. His expression grew increasingly grave. Everyone held their breath, their hearts, and their... Master Wushu took the pulse for a long time, finally shaking his head with regret. The Shantian art has already invaded his lungs and hollowed out his body. There is no turning back. Jun Ahan grabbed his beard. "I told you to do your utmost not to take a pulse and declare it hopeless." Lan Zhao tugged at his sleeve. "Life and death are fated. Why trouble the master? I don't believe in fate. I want you to live." Master Wushu, ignoring his beard, heard Lan Zhao's words and took another look at him. He had completely changed his view of Lan Zhao. This man was nothing like the rumors. On the contrary, he had never seen such a pure soul. Not external purity, but the cleanliness of the spirit. Would such a person love Wen Hiao so deeply that love turned to hate? Master Wushu found it hard. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Chu Yun quickly said, "If you have any method, please speak without hesitation. We are willing to try anything." Master Wushu freed his beard from Jun Ahan's grip and sighed. "I do have one method that might save this young friend. If there's a way, why not use it quickly?" Jun Lingshu urged. "In my Penlai pavilion, I have 9 heavens mystic ice, which can freeze a person's bodily state. I also have life-saving elixirs. But if administered directly to this young friend, they would not be able to save his rapidly deteriorating body." Long Heiyuan said, "So we need to use the 9 heavens mystic ice." "Exactly. Then use it quickly." Master Wushu stated plainly. This method requires sealing this young friend in an ice coffin, allowing the elixir to take effect slowly. If successful in 10 or 20 years, or even longer, he will eventually awaken. If not, he will never wake up. Upon hearing this, Lan Zhao's eyes lit up. What a perfect way to fake his death. He could leave this world without truly dying and destroying Jun Ahan's hope forever. At Master Wu's words, everyone fell silent. Their faces were grim except for Lan Zhao. What did the method of ice coffin sealing mean? It meant that if this method failed, Lan Zhao would lie in the ice coffin, never to awaken again. And now without this method, they could still spend a little more time with Lan Zhao. After a long pause, Wen Hiao asked, "Is there truly no other way besides this?" Master Wu Su affirmed none. Wen Hiao looked at Lan Zhao. "Zhao, what do you think?" "I am willing to try." As soon as he said this, he felt Jun Ahan tighten his grip on his hand. But they were all gamblers. A glimmer of hope was better than rushing toward a dead end. So Lan Zhao lay down in the ice coffin. "I will wait for you." Lan Zhao curved his lips slightly. "I hope we meet again." That was the most beautiful promise he could make. Cultivation World Mission complete. Overall score 92. Grade S. Plot completion rate 83. World satisfaction 95. Mission reward 700 points. Host, keep up the good work. The data showed slight changes, nothing major. The score and grade matching the previous world. Lan Zhao had indeed followed the plot diligently, except for some deviations beyond his control. The key plot points remained intact. He might only achieve this rating, never expecting the plot to stay on track. Lan Zhao rested for a while in the system space, then directly entered the next world. Before him was darkness. Lan Zhao waited, still darkness. But outside it seemed to be raining. The damp rain mixed with the smell of mud, humid air, and the crackling sound of raindrops. Lan Zhao could also hear car horns and the distant noise of a crowd. This seemed to be a modern world. But had his soul not been transmitted? Why had it been so long, and he still couldn't see this world? Host. The system's weak voice echoed in his mind. Your soul has been transmitted, but in this world your divine nature deficiency is concentrated in your eyes So in this world, he was blind. Lan Zhao felt a surge of despair. Being blind made missions difficult, but more importantly, in this entertainment-driven modern society, he couldn't use the internet without sight. Forget it. Take things as they come. Send me the plot. Alright. This time Lan Zhao was in a wealthy family's true son versus fake son story. He was the true son, and the protagonist show was the fake son. To sum up the plot in one sentence, a green tea pseudo-marries Su true son, enters the wealthy family, gets exposed, and the little white lotus fake son is doted on by everyone. Lan Zhao continued reading from the beginning. Shen family's eldest brother Shen Yubai accidentally got into a car accident. The protagonist Shou Shen Yinza rushed to save him in a panic only to discover he wasn't the Shun family's biological son. He didn't make it public. Instead, with a pale face, he went to find his secret crush, the eldest in their social circle, Lu family's patriarch Lu Yizhou. He asked Lu Yizhou to help find the true son, while he himself maneuvered within the Shun family to make it easier for the parents to accept the true son, planning to reveal the truth at the right time and bring the true son home. Lu Yizhou, for the sake of the Shen family, agreed to help. He found the original host who was working as an extra, explained everything, and arranged a place for him to stay. The original host, having grown up in an orphanage, struggled to climb the ranks in the entertainment industry, scheming to make a name for himself. Now, with a wealthy family identity falling from the sky, he naturally wanted to become the real Shen family son. He flirted with the only person he could contact, Lu Yizhou, while trying to replace Shen Yinza. Once at the Shun residence, his green tea tactics were frequent, disappointing the Shun parents, who initially felt guilty. The original host gradually shifted from being a pseudo-Mary Sue cherished by everyone to a true annoyance. Meanwhile, Shen Yinza, through this incident, slowly got together with his secret crush Lu Yizhou, turning his hidden love into reality, sweet and perfect. Since this book was a sweet romance, it didn't mention how tragically the original host ended up. He was just a tool to push the plot bouncing around a little. Key plot points: 1. Act as a green tea, seduce Lu Yizhou. 2. Successfully return to the Shun family as the true son. 3. Be exposed as a green tea by Shen Yinza. Mandatory requirements: 1. Character OOC level must not exceed 32. Key plot points must be completed. After reading all the plot and missions, Lan Zhao thought these key plot points are getting more and more absurd. But the original host wasn't blind. Now that I can't see, will it affect my missions? Where am I supposed to go now? How can I make Lu Yizhou find me? He'll be here soon. Being blind shouldn't affect the missions. Lan Zhao chose to trust the system. Behind him seemed to be a wall. He leaned against it, wrapped his arms around his knees, and closed his eyes, waiting for the protagonist gong to arrive. Perhaps because of the rain, it got dark unusually early today. But the streetlights here hadn't turned on yet. A low-key black business car drove through the narrow alley and stopped by the roadside. The door opened, and first came a black, knuckles distinct fingers gripping the umbrella handle, leather shoes, stepping on the waterlogged pavement, straight suit pants rising to the black shirt, tucked and outlining a beautiful waistline. Lu Yizhou spotted the person sitting at the convenience store entrance at a glance. According to the data, Lan Zhao grew up in an orphanage, graduated from university, joined a film company, and now works as an extra in various crews. He had no money and could only rent a room in an old residential area. Lu Yizhou knew his financial situation was poor, but he couldn't tolerate him sitting on the ground by the roadside. It was raining outside, and even though the convenience store's awning blocked the rain, the ground must have splashed rainwater, possibly mud. Through the rain curtain, Lan Zhao buried his head in his knees, so Lu Yizhou couldn't see his face clearly. The man frowned and walked toward Lan Zhao. The sound of leather shoes on the waterlogged ground grew clearer through the rain. Lan Zhao's ears perked up. Finally, here he comes. He lifted his head, but since he couldn't see anyway, he looked straight ahead. The footsteps stopped before him, and water droplets from the edge of the black umbrella fell onto Lan Zhao's hand. Lu Yizhou moved the umbrella slightly outward, sharing the shelter under the awning with Lan Zhao. He looked at that beautiful face, and suddenly words failed him. So were the standards for extras this high now? To be honest, this young man didn't look like a Shun family member at all. The Shen family wasn't bad-looking, but they didn't have such outstanding genes. The young man was extremely handsome, with a sharp edge to his beauty. His slightly long bangs covered his forehead, hiding his eyebrows. His eyelashes were thick and curly like small fans, and his eyes were large with distinct black and white pupils, but they wore a blank, listless expression. Under his straight nose bridge were pale pink lips, neither thin nor thick, just the right plumpness for kissing, with a full lip peak and faint lip lines. His features were cold and beautiful with a bewildered and helpless expression. The man's Adam's apple moved. An official yet polite voice sounded, his voice low and melodious like a cello. Mr. Lon, hello. I am Louis Zhou. I have some matters to discuss with you privately. Would that be convenient? Lon Zhao couldn't see his face, only hear his voice, which came from directly in front of him. His eyelashes fluttered, a layer of mist formed in his eyes, and the corners of his eyes reddened instantly. His panicked voice carried a thick sob. Sir, I suddenly can't see. Just now when I stepped out my vision went dark, so I sat down right there thinking it would pass, but I never expected. I really can't see anymore. A normal person would be panicked to death by sudden blindness. Of course, Lon Zhao had to find an excuse to make his blindness seem reasonable. Moreover, based on Lon Zhao's understanding of green tea types from his previous world, such a persona should appear weak and innocent, highly dependent on others with many romantic interests, but in reality, everything is done for self-benefit. He couldn't appear too calm. Louis Zhou's eyes darkened. He reached out and waved his hand in front of Lon Zhao's eyes. No reaction. He made a swift decision, said, "Forgive my intrusion," and picked Lon Zhao up with one arm. "I need to hold the umbrella. You can hold on to my neck for balance." Without his words, the sensation of weightlessness had already made Lon Zhao instinctively look for something to hold on to. His hand clumsily touched the man's face, brushing over the high nose bridge in panic, then his fingers touched the soft lips. Louis Zhou pressed his lips tight. Fortunately, Lon Zhao soon found his neck. Holding the umbrella with one hand and carrying Lon Zhao with the other, the mud from Lon Zhao's backside smeared onto his shirt, but he no longer cared. The driver, quick to read the situation, saw his boss struggling and rushed over to hold the umbrella and open the car door. Placed on the soft back seat, the rain and wind outside were suddenly cut off, and the cool air was replaced by a warm, fragrant scent. Lon Zhao clutched his own clothes tightly, not daring to move, extremely nervous and frightened. Louis Zhou looked at him like a frightened little deer. "To the hospital," he instructed the driver succinctly. Normally a man of few words, he uncharacteristically comforted the person beside him. "Don't be afraid. They'll take you to the best hospital right now." The car started. After a long while, Lon Zhao seemed to suddenly come to his senses and asked softly, "Sir, you said you wanted to talk to me about something." "No rush. We can talk about it later." Lon Zhao nodded and fell silent. The car grew quiet. Only the sound of rain tapping on the car window echoed in the silent space. Along the way, Louis Zhou glanced at Lon Zhao countless times. After running all possible tests, the doctor still couldn't determine the specific cause. He only said it might be temporary blindness caused by insufficient blood supply to the brain or a nerve problem. Because Lon Zhao's eyes themselves had no issues. Temporary blindness would recover soon, but if it were a nerve problem with the medical level of this world, there was no cure. Louis Zhou instinctively looked at Lon Zhao, who was sitting obediently on the hospital bed. His face was pale and his eyes were redrimmed, but he held back his tears. After the doctor left, Louis Zhou walked over to Lon Zhao. Unable to resist, he pulled him into his arms and comforted. "It's okay, maybe it's temporary blindness. If not, I'll find a way to cure your eyes." His chest became wet as he heard the man's soft sobbing. When he first got the information, Lon Zhao was a healthy minor actor playing extras. Though he couldn't get important roles, he could still live on his own efforts. Why did he suddenly go blind? If he hadn't come, what would Lon Zhao have faced? He dared not think. When his emotions settled, Lon Zhao wiped his face in embarrassment and pushed Louis Zhou away. "Sir, thank you for covering my medical expenses. My phone is here, you can transfer the cost yourself. And I'd appreciate it if you could take me home. The fare can also be deducted from my phone." A person who suddenly lost sight would be too panicked to even call an ambulance, not knowing how to handle the emergency. Now that he came to, he realized he shouldn't trouble others. First, he had to find a way to live. He briefly explained the matter of the Shin family, then said, "I have an apartment in the city center." You can stay there temporarily, and I'll arrange for a caregiver to look after you. Once the Shin family is ready, you can return to your own home. You're not in a good state now, so don't work. I'll inform the crew and the company for you. Just rest at home, and I'll visit you." Lon Zhao was completely dazed, his eyes wide open. At that moment, he didn't look like a blind person. The corner of Louis Zhou's mouth lifted in an almost imperceptible curve, giving him time to react. After a long while, Lon Zhao gave a bitter smile. "Is this a blessing in disguise? Lost my sight, but gained." Though still sad, he at least had some comfort. He no longer had to worry about being alone, unable to support himself, or adapting to a life in darkness. Louis Zhou saw Lon Zhao's anticipation for the Shin family. Thinking of the Shun family's affection for Shun Yinza, a strange feeling passed through his heart. Louis Zhou was very busy with work, and taking the time to personally handle this matter was already a great favor to the Shin. After sending Lon Zhao to his penthouse in the city center, he called his assistant Lu to arrange for an experienced caregiver for the blind to start tomorrow. After hanging up, he originally planned to leave. But seeing Lon Zhao sitting alone on the sofa, he couldn't bring himself to take a seat. He thought bringing a person who had suddenly lost his sight to an unfamiliar environment and then leaving him unattended was too. Lan Zhao was pondering how to ask Lu Yizhou to stay. His first key plot point required interaction. He could subtly say some ambiguous words and make some ambiguous gestures, and that should do it without needing to invest too much. Unexpectedly, the man himself said, "The caregiver won't arrive until tomorrow. Tonight I'll stay here with you. Have you had dinner?" "No." Lan Zhao shook his head honestly. Lu Yizhou didn't say much either. He went to the bedroom to change into casual clothes, rolled up his sleeves, tied on an apron, and began busying himself in the kitchen. Lan Zhao heard the sound of the stove being lit. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the CEO cooking. Lu Yizhou was very handsome with a pair of narrow, sharp phoenix eyes, a high nose, and thin lips, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Though he spoke little, he never made mistakes in decision-making. Under his leadership, the Lu Group reached new heights within 3 years. Almost all the elders of wealthy families taught their children to emulate Lu Yizhou rather than idling away their days causing trouble. Young, steady, capable, handsome, wealthy, and proficient in all aspects of life. No wonder Xinyanze had a seat, but Lan Zhao couldn't see his appearance, nor did he understand his career achievements, so he felt nothing special about Lu Yizhou personally cooking for him. For speed and convenience, Lu Yizhou made 2 bowls of noodles, adding greens and eggs. He placed the chopsticks in Lan Zhao's hands and guided his hand to touch the bowl. "Can you eat by yourself?" "Yes." Lu Yizhou let go, sat opposite Lan Zhao, watched him take small bites of noodles without any issues, and then began to eat himself. After the meal, Lu Yizhou washed the dishes himself, then led Lan Zhao to the bedroom to familiarize him with the environment. "Here is the bathroom. After getting out of bed, take 5 steps forward, then 3 steps left, and you'll be there. Let me guide you to touch the main items. This is the faucet, this is the toilet, this is the shower head." Lan Zhao, guided by his hand, touched each one, memorized them, and nodded. But his expression still looked dazed. Although Lu Yizhou was uneasy, he couldn't stay here forever and do everything himself, so Lan Zhao had to get used to the environment on his own. After finishing all the instructions, it was already 11 at night. Seeing that Lan Zhao had successfully washed up and gotten into bed, Lu Yizhou finally turned off the light with relief and left. Assistant Lu had already sent a message the housekeeper had been found and would start work the next morning. Lu Yizhou's mind conjured an image of a hard-working, simple, and warm-hearted aunt taking care of Lan Zhao, and he breathed a sigh of relief. On the way home driving, he received a call from Xinyanze. "Brother Yizhou, did you pick him up?" Lu Yizhou kept his eyes on the road, focusing. "Yes." "Ah, good. What kind of person is he? Has he been doing well all these years?" Lu Yizhou could hear the nervousness, anxiety, and fear in the voice on the other end of the line. These emotions were all normal, but when the image of that pair of bewildered, yet beautiful eyes surfaced before him, Xinyanze's call, this performance stirred a different feeling in his heart. A man who could dominate the business world and tear a chunk of flesh from his enemies was never a fool. Sometimes being unable to see through the tricks of so-called green tea or white lotus types was simply because he hadn't bothered to focus on them or wasn't willing to waste his energy. The man's voice turned a few degrees colder with a light, airy tone. "He's a good person, but he hasn't been doing well. You need to explain the situation to your parents and make it up to him properly." There was a long silence on the other end before the young man's flustered voice came through. "Okay, Brother Yizhou, don't worry. He'll definitely talk to Mom and Dad properly. When he comes back, he'll move out immediately, so he won't overthink anything. Then, he'll hang up now." He hung up in a panic as if he hadn't expected Lu Yizhou to say that. Lu Yizhou didn't have time to mention that Lan Zhao had suddenly gone blind. But judging by Xinyanze's reaction, it seemed he wasn't genuinely concerned. Moreover, the Shen family couldn't help Lan Zhao with anything. Adding the task of finding the best ophthalmologist to his plan, Lu Yizhou decided to assign it to his assistant the next day. The next morning, when Lan Zhao opened his eyes and found the world still dark, he closed them again. Sleep, child, sleep. Otherwise, each day would be unbearably boring. But just as he closed his eyes, he heard the sound of the door lock being opened. A soft beep. Lan Zhao opened his eyes. The bedroom door was knocked on, and a clear, polite male voice sounded from behind it. "Hello, I'm the housekeeper hired by Assistant Lu to take care of your daily needs. Are you up?" A housekeeper. Lu Yizhou did mention that a housekeeper would arrive today, but he hadn't expected it to be such a young man. Not wanting to sleep anyway, merely bored, Lan Zhao said, "Please come in." Wei Qingyuan pushed the door open and walked in. He was a certified male housekeeper with experience in caring for the blind. In the current sluggish job market, he was quite satisfied with this position and intended to serve his employer diligently and responsibly. When Assistant Lu was recruiting, he found Wei Qingyuan's qualifications suitable, and considering that the person being cared for was male, he hired him to look after Lan Zhao and gave him the temporary passcode to the apartment. When he saw the young man sitting on the bed, Wei Qingyuan felt as if he had seen an angel. Despite his high professionalism, he was momentarily stunned by the employer's face. The young man possessed a beauty that surpassed all celebrities, yet his eyes were vacant and expressionless. A pang of pity crossed Wei Qingyuan's heart. Lan Zhao, sitting on the bed, asked curiously, "Hello? How should I address you?" "You can call me Xiao Wei." Lan Zhao nodded. "My name is Lan Zhao." Wei Qingyuan suppressed the flutter in his heart and said dutifully, "Mr. Lan, Assistant Lu has chosen a 24-hour service. Do you mind if I take the room next to yours? From now on you can ask me for anything you need." Although this apartment was under Lu Yizhou's name, he had never lived here. The place was fully equipped with the master bedroom given to Lan Zhao and several guest rooms still vacant. Because Assistant Lu knew Lan Zhao's identity, apart from Lu Yizhou, he was the only one who knew the full story. As a matter of routine, the CEO providing a residence was already fulfilling his duty, but Lan Zhao's sudden blindness necessitated a caregiver. Assistant Lu naturally arranged for 24-hour full-time service to ensure the CEO had no worries. Lan Zhao understood and didn't hesitate. "I don't mind. I want to get up and wash up now. Can you help me?" "Of course." Wei Qingyuan half-crouched to take out Lan Zhao's slippers and supported him to the bathroom. "Watch your head." He reached out to shield the doorframe. Standing in front of the sink, he thoughtfully filled the water for Lan Zhao and squeezed out toothpaste. Seeing Lan Zhao's bewildered expression, he blushed slightly, but still asked, "Would you like me to help you brush your teeth?" "Help me brush my teeth?" "Yes, I mean. You just need to open your mouth like this, and you won't have to do anything yourself." Lan Zhao, "No need. Just hand me the toothbrush and I'll do it myself." He was blind, not paralyzed. "All right." Wei Qingyuan handed the toothbrush to Lan Zhao and looked at the reflection of him and himself in the mirror. Dressed in the company's housekeeping uniform, a white shirt and vest, he looked like a prince's butler standing beside Lan Zhao. Wei Qingyuan handed the rinsing cup to Lan Zhao. After Lan Zhao rinsed his mouth, a trace of toothpaste foam remained on his lips. Since he could not see, Wei Qingyuan naturally would not instruct him to wipe it himself. He directly picked up a nearby wet wipe and gently and meticulously cleaned the toothpaste foam from Lan Zhao's lips. Lan Zhao, of course, said nothing. He washed his face, and while he took care of his physiological needs, Wei Qingyuan stepped out. Lan Zhao was wearing a black silk pajama which was very comfortable and made him look as pale as a snowdrift. Originally, he did not want to change clothes at home, but to his surprise, when he went out, Wei Qingyuan had already prepared casual wear. The young man supported him and asked meticulously, "Do you need me to help you change clothes?" "No need, just hand me the clothes facing me, I can put them on myself." "All right, sir." Wei Qingyuan then asked, "What would you like for breakfast?" "He'll go prepare it now." "A sandwich will do." "Got it." Wei Qingyuan left. After changing clothes, Lan Zhao, feeling bored, asked the system to play a cartoon in his sea of consciousness. After finishing one episode, Wei Qingyuan's breakfast was also ready. The sandwich was convenient to hold and eat. Watching Lan Zhao nibble at the food, Wei Qingyuan felt a bit regretful that he had no use for his skills. But there would always be moments when he could be useful. This job was simply the best, mainly because the person he served was so agreeable. Lu Yizhou was in his office buried in paperwork. It was nearly noon when he remembered to ask, "Did the caretaker I arranged for go over?" Assistant Lu, holding a folder, replied, "He went this morning, rest assured, President Lu." Lu Yizhou's mind conjured up that beautiful face. Having someone to take care of him at all times, he could indeed feel more at ease. "Send me the afternoon meeting agenda for a look." "All right, President Lu." Another busy afternoon. Working overtime in the evening was routine for Lu Yizhou, but today at 6:30, he felt a desire to leave. All day he felt as if something was on his mind. Lu Yizhou wanted to go check on Lan Zhao, but he felt that since the caretaker had already been hired, there was no reason for him to go. He sat in the back seat of the car pondering for a long time. The driver waited patiently in the driver's seat, watching from the rearview mirror, seeing a rare look of solemnity on the CEO's face. Lu Yizhou suddenly remembered that Lan Zhao's ID documents and some important belongings had not yet been retrieved from his former residence. He could go ask Lan Zhao for the keys, help him pack his luggage, and have it delivered. Finally thinking of an excuse, he immediately said to the driver, "To Jin Mao Fu." The car soon drove into the residential complex. Lu Yizhou got out and walked into the elevator. Here each floor had only one apartment. Lu Yizhou entered the password, opened the door, imagining Lan Zhao would be sitting on the sofa waiting for him with a heavy heart. Or perhaps he would be restless day and night about his eyes and his origins, like a pitiful little dog urgently needing his comfort. But he never expected to see such a sight in the spacious and bright dining room. A tall and handsome young man was sitting beside Lan Zhao, patiently feeding him with chopsticks. The table was filled with exquisite dishes that looked and smelled delicious. The young man would ask from time to time, "Do you want more sweet and sour pork?" Then another piece of meat along with a spoonful of rice. Wei Qingyuan had basically mastered Lan Zhao's eating rhythm. When feeding him, he didn't need to ask every time, only paying attention to whether Lan Zhao had a particular preference. The two were focused, one eating, one feeding, so neither heard the sound of the door opening. It wasn't until Lu Yizhou was standing in the dining room that Wei Qingyuan saw him put down his chopsticks and stood up. Hello, may I ask who you are? Only Assistant Lu had been in contact with Wei Qingyuan. He did not know Lu Yizhou. I am the owner of this apartment. Lu Yizhou stated his identity calmly. Wei Qingyuan was taken aback and looked at Lan Zhao. Mr. Lu, you're here. Lan Zhao did not stand up, but turned toward the direction of the voice. Would you like to sit down and have something to eat? Xiao Wei's cooking is really delicious. There was no sadness, no unease, nor any particular need for his arrival. Lu Yizhou's mood unexpectedly soured. He looked at Wei Qingyuan. So you're the caretaker assistant Lu hired? Seeing a stranger in his own home, he was startled for a moment, but a glance at the young man's clothes made him understand. Yes, Mr. Lu. Wei Qingyuan gradually seemed to realize that the man before him might be his true employer. Go ahead and eat. Wei Qingyuan still asked politely, would you like to join us? They'll serve you some rice. Lu Yizhou hadn't had dinner. Wei Qingyuan served him rice-fetched chopsticks, and then sat back down beside Lan Zhao. He continued feeding him according to the rhythm the two had already adapted to. The dining room, which had been lively with conversation and laughter, grew quiet. After Lan Zhao finished his last bite, Wei Qingyuan thoughtfully handed him a wet wipe. Thank you, Xiao Wei. Wei Qingyuan smiled. You're welcome. It's my duty. Lan Zhao said to Lu Yizhou, Mr. Lu, I finished eating. If you have anything to discuss with me, please wait until after you've finished your meal. Let Xiao Wei eat with you. He was just busy taking care of me. Lu Yizhou naturally would not make things difficult for others without reason. He uttered a soft which counted. Without Lan Zhao having to say anything, Wei Qingyuan proactively helped him to the living room, seated him on the clean and warm carpet. Leaning on the coffee table was a tablet. Wei Qingyuan opened a political intrigue drama, then placed a fruit plate within Lan Zhao's reach, saying softly, he'll be back in a moment. Lan Zhao nodded obediently. Although it was more convenient for him to watch dramas in his sea of consciousness through the day's interactions, he had already built a friendship with Wei Qingyuan. The other took care of him in every detail, read to him for fear he might be bored, chatted with him, and asked if he had any favorite shows. Lan Zhao remembered that the original owner had been an extra and had played minor roles in 1 or 2 TV dramas, so he mentioned the dramas the original owner had acted in. As a result, Wei Qingyuan specifically found the episodes where the original owner appeared, and after watching said, the makeup and styling in this crew are not great at all. They completely fail to highlight your handsomeness. With the system's help, Lan Zhao knew which drama he was referring to and was speechless. I played a vagrant. What handsomeness would I need? The system, when transforming the original owner's appearance into his own, would alter all remaining traces, including photos, footage from various shows, ID cards, so there was no risk of inconsistency. In this drama, he simply didn't need handsomeness or beauty. As for other dramas, his screen time was minimal, so it wouldn't cause any issues. Lan Zhao on one side was eating fruit while listening to the drama. On the other side, the two men eating were utterly silent. After Wei Qingyuan waited for Lu Yizhou to finish, he dutifully cleared the tableware and took it to the kitchen to wash. Lu Yizhou came to the living room and saw Lan Zhao's leisurely and comfortable demeanor. He suddenly realized how inadequate he had been last night. Although his role was not to be a caretaker. Last night, Lu Yizhou merely prepared a bowl of plain watery noodles for Lan Zhao and left him to eat alone. Without considering the possibility of boredom, he didn't even tell Lan Zhao where electronic devices like the television, computer, or tablet were located. He would never bother to meticulously prepare everything for Lan Zhao. Instead, he would only teach him to adapt to. Lu Yizhou didn't think he had done anything wrong, but after seeing someone else provide more attentive and considerate care, a faint sense of loss settled in his heart. Yet wasn't hiring a nanny precisely to ensure Lan Zhao received more proper care. Only when no nanny was around would Lan Zhao need to learn to adapt to life here on his own, understand the layout of everything in the house, and grope in the dark to use every piece of furniture. So Lan Zhao was not at fault, nor was the nanny. Then who was wrong? Lan Zhao heard footsteps approaching, but they paused not far from him, lingering for a long time. He couldn't help but turn off the tablet and tentatively asked, Mr. Lu. If it were Xiao Wei, he would have come straight over. Lu Yizhou set aside his tangled thoughts and walked over to Lan Zhao. Seeing that Lan Zhao easily turned off the tablet, he felt a flicker of surprise. It's me. How are you feeling today? Have you adapted a bit? Lu Yizhou spoke polite words, but his eyes remained fixed on Lan Zhao's face. Taking advantage of the fact that the other couldn't see, he stared at him unabashedly. I've adapted a lot. I'm truly grateful, Mr. Lu, for giving me a place to stay and for hiring Xiao Wei for me. Lan Zhao curved his lips into a gentle smile, as if he wouldn't be defeated by the sudden misfortune. Lu Yizhou couldn't help asking, Is Xiao Wei? Is his work performance to your satisfaction? Of course. He is professional, attentive, responsible, and an excellent cook. Lan Zhao was genuinely satisfied with Wei Qingyuan. He was considerate in helping with everything Lan Zhao couldn't do alone, maintain proper boundaries, and sometimes even anticipated his needs, offering relevant suggestions proactively. With someone like that around, Lan Zhao never felt the awkwardness of being unable to take care of himself, nor did he feel bored or helpless. After saying this, he waited for a long time without hearing Lu Yizhou's response. But there were no footsteps of departure. He was still listening. Mr. Lu. Lu Yizhou snapped back to reality, suppressing the uneasy feeling in his chest knowing neither of them had done anything wrong. He couldn't fire a hard-working and responsible nanny for personal reasons. Recalling the purpose of his visit, he asked Lan Zhao, "Is there anything in your old place you need me to bring back for you? You can give me the keys and address, and I'll have someone fetch them." Lan Zhao thought hard. He did remember something. "Mr. Lu, could you help me retrieve my important documents later? I'll give you the address and keys. And some live streaming equipment." Lu Yizhou was startled. "You want to stream?" Lan Zhao nodded. The original owner was short on money. Besides being a bit actor, he also did live streams showing his abs, or singing a couple of songs. Yes, Lan Zhao now had abdominal muscles. Of course, his original body, now shattered into fragments, had also had them with beautiful slender lines. Fortunately, the original owner never showed his face, so Lan Zhao was willing to continue his unfinished career. One reason was that life was too boring, and the other was that he couldn't simply let Lu Yizhou support him without doing anything. Lu Yizhou seemed to want to speak, but held back repeatedly. One reason was that life was too boring, and the other was that he couldn't simply let Lu Yizhou support him without doing anything. Lu Yizhou then agreed readily. "All right, give me the address and the specific locations of those items, and I'll have if the streaming equipment was poor, he could even have someone buy better ones and deliver them." Wei Qingyuan had finished cleaning the kitchen and was standing by on standby. Lan Zhao heard him and asked him to fetch the keys from the bedroom. Lu Yizhou took the keys and, seeing that Wei Qingyuan wasn't leaving, said, "You can go back now." Wei Qingyuan was taken aback, but quickly explained, "Mr. Lu, your assistant chose the 24-hour service, so I am a live-in nanny. My work isn't finished yet." Assistant Lu, truly his thoughtful and helpful assistant. Lu Yizhou's mood inexplicably worsened, but his face remained cold and indifferent, revealing nothing. "Then go ahead with your work." But he simply wasn't satisfied with this outcome. As for why he was dissatisfied, he wasn't sure either. Lu Yizhou went to make a phone call delegating Lan Zhao's matters to his subordinate. The nanny was the best choice. He wasn't sure, but he simply wasn't satisfied with this outcome. As for why he was dissatisfied, he wasn't sure either. Lu Yizhou went to make a phone call delegating Lan Zhao's matters to his subordinate. When he returned, he saw the two young men huddled together again. Lan Zhao wiggled his finger, and Wei Qingyuan inserted a piece of fruit into Lan Zhao's mouth. "Let's not watch this anymore. Do you have any good dramas or movies? Recommend some to me." Wei Qingyuan began listing. While gossiping about celebrities with Lan Zhao, he even made him laugh. Then Wei Qingyuan stared at him dazed. Lu Yizhou witnessed with his own eyes that this time Wei Qingyuan didn't use a tissue or a wet wipe, but his hand to wipe away the fruit juice accidentally spilled at the corner of Lan Zhao's mouth. A simple lick would have sufficed. Why did he have to use his hand? The man's eyes turned completely cold. He walked out, cast a single glance at Wei Qingyuan, then deliberately softened his voice and said to Lan Zhao, "They'll be going now. Someone will bring your things tomorrow." Lan Zhao also softened his voice, replying obediently, "Goodbye, Mr. Lu." He had been having so much fun with Wei Qingyuan that he forgot the first key plot point was related to Lu, so he could only act obediently and play the innocent now. Wei Qingyuan, however, was frozen in place by that glance. Lu Yizhou's eyes held no hostility, no emotion whatsoever. But that indifferent look inexplicably gave him a premonition that this job might not last. Lu Yizhou returned to his car. His fingers tapped lightly against the side of his phone, then he pressed the screen to light it up. The fluorescent glow illuminated his cold profile. Assistant Lu answered the call. "Mr. Lu, the nanny you found is unsuitable. Find a hard-working plain woman over 40 to replace her." "Understood, Mr. Lu." Assistant Lu remained calm on the surface, but was already swallowing nervously. Mr. Lu's voice was cold enough to freeze ice chips. He was clearly dissatisfied with his work. "Also move the everyday items from my apartment near the company to Jinfu Mansion. They'll be living there from now on." Lu Yizhou pondered. He was the employer, why should he endure it? If he hired someone who harbored ill intentions toward the person under his care, why couldn't he dismiss them? Dissatisfied, then replace them with someone satisfactory. If Lan Zhao found it boring, he would personally accompany him. After all, he was a young master of the Shin family, so it was only reasonable for him to lend a hand. On the other end of the phone, Assistant Lu acknowledged the order, but didn't hang up, holding his breath and waiting for the CEO's next. Lu Yizhou said, "The housekeeper doesn't need to provide full-time service or live in 9 to 5 is fine, mainly responsible for meals and cleaning." "Understood, President Lu. He'll handle it right away." Lu Yizhou hung up. The driver, having received the order, started the car. The man's nonchalant gaze fell upon the night scenery outside the window, yet in his mind the image of the boy obediently opening his mouth to be fed flashed across. So this was how to take care of him. Lan Zhao woke up a bit later the next day. After sitting up in bed, he dazed for a moment, then called out instinctively, Xiao Wei. The door opened, and someone walked in. Lan Zhao smiled. Good morning. He'll have to trouble you again today. Morning. The deep magnetic voice was clearly not the bright male voice from yesterday. Lan Zhao was startled. Mr. Lu. He still remembered Lu Yizhou's voice. It's me. Lu Yizhou looked at the stray hair sticking up on the boy's head just after waking up and felt unexpectedly pleased. He placed his hand on Lan Zhao's head and smoothed down the rebellious strand. Lan Zhao felt the warmth of his palm and tilted his head to look at him following his movement. Mr. Lu, you're here so early. Where's Xiao Wei? He had something to attend to and resigned. A new housekeeper will arrive shortly. So sudden. Lu Yizhou saw a flash of disappointment on the boy's face. He asked casually, did you like his service very much? After spending a day together we became friends. Lan Zhao felt a bit regretful, but the emotion quickly dissipated for he could still build a friendship with the new housekeeper. Lu Yizhou savored the word friends. Knowing full well that Lan Zhao couldn't see, he still revealed a gentle smile. Then are we also friends? Lan Zhao remembered his task, swallowed the simple word that rose in his throat, and reorganized his words. If Mr. Lu is willing, I would certainly love to be Mr. Lu's friend. Of course I am willing. Lu Yizhou added, friends shouldn't address each other so formally. Just call me by my name. Name? Lan Zhao repeated unconsciously. Yes. The man softened his voice, his tone carrying a coaxing flavor. Lu Yizhou. I am Lu Yizhou. It was like a ritual coaxing those three characters into being engraved in the mind. But Lan Zhao only found it a bit strange. He wasn't a child, how could he forget Lu Yizhou's name after just 2 days? Since he said so, Lan Zhao called him by his full name. Lu Yizhou. The man curved his lips into a smile. Zhao Zhao. Does Zhao Zhao want to get out of bed and wash up? Let me help you. As if knowing what Lan Zhao wanted to say, Lu Yizhou added, the housekeeper won't arrive for a while, and she's a hard-working simple auntie. Lan Zhao hadn't expected Lu Yizhou to use sentence final particles, although his tone hadn't changed much. But what about an auntie? That was indeed a bit embarrassing. Lan Zhao silently felt his way out of bed, and Lu Yizhou took the initiative to hold his hand. Lan Zhao didn't push him away but smiled, and said in a relaxed tone, Mr. Lu wanted to see how I'm adapting, didn't you? How about letting me walk on my own? Lu Yizhou pressed his lips together, released his hand, but corrected, call me by my name. If you're not used to it, you can call me a Zhou. When did this first critical plot point ever require any effort from him? Wasn't Lu Yizhou just giving it away for free? Under his watch, an escort Lan Zhao slowly but steadily walked to the bathroom, pushed open the door, and stood before the sink. The items in front of him were simple, so Lan Zhao found it easy to navigate without knocking anything over. Lu Yizhou watched his practiced movements, feeling an indescribable melancholy. Lan Zhao didn't want to need help with everything. He had practiced with Wei Qingyuan yesterday, and now he could manage daily activities on his own. But sensing that Lu Yizhou was still standing nearby, Lan Zhao thought for a moment, and gave him a task. Zhou, could you take out a set of everyday clothes from the wardrobe for me? Place them face up on the bed. I can change myself. Okay. Lu Yizhou quickly walked out. The corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. From the many expensive clothes he had ordered prepared, he picked out a white shirt with soft fabric and a pair of black trousers. After a moment's thought, he decided not to wait for the housekeeper and went to prepare breakfast. When Lan Zhao changed and came out, he heard Lu Yizhou say, I've made a simple breakfast. Come and eat first. He took Lan Zhao's hand and led him to the dining room. Lan Zhao asked curiously, doesn't Zhou need to go to work today? He had woken up quite late, hadn't he? It must be nearly 9. I'm working from home today. I've moved my things here. They'll be living with you from now on to make it easier to take care of you during this time. Lu Yizhou finished speaking and watched Lan Zhao's reaction. Lan Zhao felt a sense of inevitability, but still put on an act. Is that okay? Your work is more important. They'll be fine on my own. It's fine. I've had your things brought over. They'll be put in the study later, decorated a bit to make it convenient for your live stream. Toast bacon, fried eggs, sausages, and milk. Have a bite of fried egg first. Lan Zhao opened his mouth. Toast bacon, fried eggs, sausages, and milk. Have a bite of fried egg first. Lan Zhao opened his mouth and silently swallowed the fried egg he was offered. Actually, Lu Yizhou's cooking was pretty good too. It was just that when he talked to him, he sounded too much like coaxing a child. But Lan Zhao ate whatever he was fed, which made Lu Yizhou's lips curl up high, his heart repeatedly exclaiming, so obedient, so obedient. Since no one could see his expression now, he didn't even bother to pretend. When the housekeeper Aunt Wang arrived, they had just finished eating, so they left the dishes for her. Let me first take you to see the live stream setup, then I'll go back to my room to work. Okay. Lu Yizhou had the items placed on the desk behind, which was an ergonomic, comfortable swivel chair with a bookshelf as the background. On the bookshelf, besides books, there were decorative items like potted plants and ornaments. Lan Zhao directed Lu Yizhou to turn on the camera. The frame probably only showed the lower half of his face. Since he was going to sing this way, the audience could see he was singing live without showing his face. Lan Zhao was live streaming on his computer with a specially configured camera along with a fill light microphone sound card, and so on. His phone was placed nearby, allowing an AI to read the comments aloud and also to search for accompaniment by voice. Quite convenient. However, if there were many viewers, it would be a bit difficult to keep up. But in the past, when the original host had streamed, very few people came. Only about 100 online, and even he asked Lu Yizhou to set up the computer screen so that with a single mouse click the stream would start. Lu Yizhou deliberately adjusted the camera a bit lower so that only the young man's beautifully shaped lips and the tip of his nose were visible in the frame. Still, the elegant collarbone above the collar and the slender fair neck could also be seen. Lu Yizhou frowned, puzzled as to why he felt such possessiveness over someone else's skin. But if he were to ask Lan Zhao to button the top button of his shirt now, that would be too strange. Lu Yizhou averted his gaze and saw Lan Zhao click the mouse. "Zhou, how is it? Is it streaming?" "It's on, everything's normal." With the good equipment, Lan Zhao's voice became gentle and enchanting. "Good, then you go ahead and do your thing." "Thanks, Zhou." "Okay." Lu Yizhou guessed that he might feel uncomfortable with him around, so he noted down Lan Zhao's account and left. Back in his own room, ignoring the meeting link sent by his subordinates, he first opened Douyin and entered Lan Zhao's live. The number of online viewers in the live stream was pitifully small because it had been a long time since the original host's last stream. Even though the account had over 1,000 followers, few were active. Lan Zhao responded to every comment posted. Lu Yizhou pursed his lips, feeling a mix of contradictory emotions. He was both inexplicably relieved and thinking Zhao Zhao is so outstanding, how could he not become popular? He added some money to his account and with a few taps of his fingers casually tipped some gifts. L donated Carnival X1, L donated Carnival X5. L donated Carnival X10. Let's warm up the atmosphere for Zhao Zhao first. It's fine if there's no odd. Thank you, big brother L, for the carnival. The boss is generous. Zhao Zhao seemed delighted and kept expressing gratitude. After listening, Lu Yizhou sent a message saying the streamer deserves it, then went offline for his meeting. He no longer paid attention to Lan Zhao's live stream. In Lu Yizhou's eyes, this was just a trivial amount of money, but to the general netizens, it was anything but. The big brother immediately threw out 10 Huazi carnivals, spending 30,000 yuan to tip a small streamer, which attracted many people to come and watch the excitement. Seeing that the streamer didn't show his face, but clearly hadn't used beauty filters with the exposed lower half of his face looking natural and attractive, they all lingered for a while. The streamer's voice is so nice, how can I request a song? The streamer's lips are so pretty, perfect for kissing, why not show your face? I'm sure he's a super handsome guy. What handsome guy? He's clearly my wife. Lan Zhao listened to the AI reading out each comment. Even though he was used to the netizen style, he couldn't help covering his face. But at least he had made his first sale. Thank you, Sister Wang, for the hot air balloon. He'll send a confession balloon to everyone. Lan Zhao used voice commands to start the accompaniment and began to sing. The viewers who had been attracted by the wealthy big brother were instantly captivated by his voice. Meanwhile, at the hospital, even though Shun Yinza quickly turned down the volume, Shin Yubai still heard it. His brother glanced at him indifferently. Since when did you start liking live streams? Just bored, accidentally swiped into it. Shin Yinza smiled and directly turned off the phone screen. Shin Yubai couldn't be bothered to pursue it, but the voice he had just heard was indeed quite pleasant. You've been looking troubled these past few days. If something's wrong, tell me. Don't keep it from me. Shin Yinza hesitated for a few seconds, then still showed a gentle smile. Nothing, what could I have? Bro, you stay in the hospital and recuperate well. Don't rush to work. He'll be going now, and he'll come see you tomorrow. The man looked him up and down, said no more, and nodded, go ahead. After leaving the ward, Shin Yinza walked into the fire escape stairwell and opened that live stream. He followed all of Lu Yizhou's social media accounts, including Douyin, of course. Seeing him unusually showering a small streamer with gifts, Shin Yinza immediately sensed something was off. Lu Yizhou was a man of clean living, no streamers or celebrities had ever appeared around him, so naturally, this couldn't have come out of nowhere. The background of this live stream was clearly the study of a luxurious penthouse, and the person didn't show his face. Recalling that the real young master had once been a bit player, Shin Yinza immediately searched for the real young master's social media account. Through the nickname and posts, he finally confirmed the streamer's identity. It was really him, the real young master whose place he had usurped. Was Lu Yizhou's tipping a form of help out of consideration for the Shin family? Or was it at his request? Or perhaps he actively wanted to help this. His gaze fell on the half-face exposed on the screen, and the gentle, ethereal voice echoed in the stairwell. Unconsciously, Shin Yinza had been staring at the live stream for half an hour. He suddenly snapped back to reality, his expression turning extremely grim. Yet he couldn't help himself from searching for the dramas Lan Zhao had acted in before painstakingly looking for the original host's scarce scenes. The original host never posted photos on Weibo, and there was no Baidu Baiki entry for him. Shen Yinze wanted to see Lan Zhao's full face, and even more he wanted to see him in motion. After searching through a few dramas, all he found were either faraway blurry shots or no clear front-facing views or roles like a homeless person. Impossible to tell what the person actually looked like. Shen Yinze felt deflated. He put on his earphones, returned to Lan Zhao's live stream, and as he walked out of the hospital, he listened to Lan Zhao chatting idly with the netizens. After Shen Yinze left, Shen Yubai took out his phone. Thinking of the nickname he had inadvertently glimpsed, he searched for Lan Zhao's live stream. The young man in the stream had stopped singing and was sitting obediently in front of the camera interacting with the audience. Only the lower half of his face was visible, so Shen Yubai's gaze unconsciously fell on those lips. The netizens were all mischievous, coaxing the small streamer to look down. "Streamer, there's something dirty on your clothes." "Yeah, right there at the hem." Although Lan Zhao couldn't see, he instinctively looked down and reached out to touch. Then he quickly realized he couldn't see right now and lifted his head again. The movement was quick. "Did any sisters see the streamer's face?" "Only saw dark hair, though I didn't get a clear look. I have a feeling the streamer is an incredibly gorgeous." Lan Zhao finally realized the netizens' trickery and was both amused and exasperated. "You people are really..." The low, breathy sound he made after being annoyed was somewhat like, "The streamer's breathing sounds so good." Lan Zhao finally realized the netizens' trickery and was both amused and exasperated. "You people are really..." The low, breathy sound he made after being annoyed was somewhat like, Shen Yubai hadn't blinked a moment ago, his eyes fixed on the phone screen. So he thought he glimpsed a blurry, beautiful face flash by. After watching the live stream for a while, he remembered why he had clicked in. He checked the viewer count, over 500. He glanced at the leaderboard and noticed a familiar account at the top. For a moment, Shen Yubai couldn't recall where he had seen it, but he moved his finger and followed Lan Zhao. He noticed Shen Yanz's unusual behavior. Intuition told him that something beyond his control might have happened, and this matter could be important. After following Shen Yubai, didn't leave the live stream. Instead, he continued listening to the small streamer chat and sing until it ended. Lan Zhao's streaming career was progressing smoothly, with followers steadily increasing each day. He didn't know that members of the Shen family were also watching his stream, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. He simply maintained the image of a quiet, dedicated streamer every day. A true green tea. Someone who feigns innocence. Knows how to disguise themselves, he was certain. His mission progress was also advancing steadily. Lu Yizhou chose to stay in the room next to Lan Zhao, claiming it was close to the company and convenient for taking care of him. The CEO, who was supposedly always busy, suddenly seemed to have all the time in the world. Every day, he stayed with Lan Zhao for breakfast before going to the company, and then returned on time for dinner with him. Then he would watch variety shows with Lan Zhao, read to him, chat with him, blow-dry his hair. Lan Zhao would also take the opportunity to say some ambiguous words to advance the mission. For instance, Lu Yizhou sat by the bed drying Lan Zhao's hair and casually mentioned, "The Shun family hasn't made any moves yet, but don't worry, they're probably just busy." Lan Zhao, who had been drowsy from the gentle motions, immediately opened his eyes at these words and replied with feigned innocence, "I'm not worried. It's fine here too." Lu Yizhou curled his lips. He could remind the Shun family of their busyness or expose Shun Yanz's little schemes, but he chose not to. Wasn't it better for Lan Zhao to be by his side? If the Shun family didn't want this true young master, he could keep him himself, give him family friendship love. With this thought, he deliberately said, "I know you've always longed for family. He'll go check on the situation and make sure the Shun family takes you back soon." He was so pretentious. With him saying that, how could Lan Zhao, who was supposed to play the role of a seductive green tea, not react? Lan Zhao leaned back directly, his damp hair ends mischievously slipping into the man's collar. His chest was broad and firm, radiating warmth, a clear sign of robust vitality. The young man, obviously shy, rubbed his forehead against Lu Yizhou's chin with reddened ears like a little kitten. "I do long for family, but having Yizhou by my side already makes me content. No one has ever treated me so well, especially when I was at my most helpless. You reached out." Burying his face in Lu Yizhou's neck, Lan Zhao said, "What makes me happy isn't being a young master of the Shen family, but that because of this I met you." System 006 watched Lan Zhao's natural performance and felt that its host was getting better and better at this. Saying such things without a blush or a racing heart. Wouldn't that drive the man crazy? The system suddenly felt a little choked up. Lu Yizhou, feeling Lan Zhao's dependent movements, couldn't suppress the smile on his lips, nor did he want to. His hands trembled with excitement, his heart pounding like a drum. Afraid of scaring Lan Zhao, he forcibly restrained his physiological reactions. He raised his hand and hugged Lan Zhao back with restraint. Slowly he tightened his embrace. "Baby, I'm also very happy that this event allowed me to know you. The man's hoarse voice was muffled and Lan Zhao suspected his ears were playing tricks. Had he just called him Zhao Zhao not baby? I'm willing to take care of you like this forever. I, like you. Can you give me a case closed? He had probably called him baby after all. Congratulations, host. Key plot point 1 completed. The system prompt sounded like heavenly music. Lan Zhao was a bit surprised so fast. He said it in his mind. The male lead already confessed. Doesn't that mean the seduction mission is easily accomplished? The system's reasoning made sense, but should he accept? In the original plot, Lu Yizhou was paired with Shen Yinze. Although Lan Zhao liked Lu Yizhou's affection, if he didn't agree the man would still give him love. Lan Zhao had enough self-awareness. But it felt a bit unethical. Like a real green tea, stringing someone along. Real green tea. Host can accept or refuse as he wishes. After all, the protagonist Gong probably won't get together with the protagonist show anymore. We just need to follow our own key plot points. 006 had great confidence in its host's charm. Lan Zhao hadn't answered for so long and Lu Yizhou was already panicking. The flush of excitement on his face slowly faded, turning pale. His heart sank bit by bit. He thought it's okay, even if he doesn't agree it's fine. After all, the person was already in his arms. In this lifetime, baby could only be with him. Darkness flickered in his eyes, rising and falling. Finally, he heard Lan Zhao's low voice. I'm sorry. His hand clenched Lan Zhao's shirt. I am too happy. I didn't expect. You would like someone like me. I like you too. The man's eyes instantly, but I can't just agree like this. Lan Zhao's voice carried a hint of loss. I know my situation very well. I have nothing, and I might be blind for the rest of my life. I'm not worthy of you. You are just acting on impulse. You'll soon realize it. Lu Yizhou couldn't tolerate Lan Zhao doubting his feelings. I'm not acting on impulse, baby. I love you. You are wonderful. You just need to answer whether you like me or not. You said you like me just now. Mutual affection means we should be together. Lan Zhao. How did Lu Yizhou explain everything on his own? But. No buts. You said you like me. Lan Zhao took a deep breath and said it all in one go. I can't agree to you now. Let's spend more time together, okay? Not agreeing, not refusing. That was the way of the green tea. Although disappointed, Lu Yizhou knew he couldn't push too hard. After all, baby had already said he liked him. It was only a matter of time before they got to. Okay, whatever you say. Lan Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. The first key plot point was completed, and now he had to find a way back to the. Once back at the Shen family, Lu Yizhou certainly couldn't come and grab him every day, and this matter would probably fizzle out. But since his current situation was special, and he couldn't go out, returning to the Shen family could only rely on the protagonist's show. He hoped Shen Yinze would get ready soon. Shen Yinze was making preparations. He watched Lan Zhao's live stream every day. Although he couldn't see Lan Zhao's face, he knew the young man was very handsome, with a pleasant voice and high emotional intelligence. This gave him a sense of crisis. He would feel more at ease if he could keep the person under his nose. However, for such a matter, he couldn't find an opportunity to bring it up with Shen's parents just yet. He decided to tell Shen Yubai first. That day happened to be Shen Yubai's discharge from the hospital. The young masters of their circle celebrated together, and after dinner, they went to a karaoke bar. Shen Yinze curled up on the sofa in the private room, wearing earphones, determined not to miss Lan Zhao's live stream. After all, now wasn't the time to talk. He would discuss it with Shen Yubai on the way home. Shen Yinze had become a top-tier longtime fan. He didn't tip as much as Lu Yizhou, but he was second on the leaderboard, mainly because he feared being too flashy would cause unnecessary trouble. Lan Zhao heard him enter and greeted him. Good evening, Ace. Shen Yinze, using an anime avatar, had changed his nickname to Ace. Hearing Lan Zhao's voice, he typed with full concentration, Zhao Bao, good evening. Lan Zhao's nickname was Zhao Zhao Zhao, which was also why Shen Yinze quickly guessed his true identity. What song would you like to hear, Ace? The amount Shen Yinze tipped was enough for him to request a song each time. Fading dialogue. Just as Shen Yinze sent these 4 characters, a low male voice suddenly sounded in his ear. What are you looking at so intently? He thought it was Lu Yizhou, and his heart nearly stopped from fright. The sudden surge of guilt left Shen Yinze stunned. He didn't know why he felt guilty. But when he looked up and saw those beautiful peach blossom eyes, he inexplicably felt relief. Shen Yinze took off his earphones. Just casually watching a live stream. Why aren't you singing with them, brother? Yu glanced at his phone screen, saw it was a live stream page, and withdrew his gaze without interest. He had something more interesting now. Finished singing. Saw you sitting alone here, wanted to chat with you. Shen Yinze was always good-tempered. Even coming to a place like this, he wore a light-colored shirt and pants, clean and neat like a fresh graduate. He was completely out of place in this chaotic and noisy environment. Yu simply sat down beside him, tugged at his tie, and asked with a gossipy expression, I haven't seen you following Lu Yizhou lately. What's up? Suffered a broken heart. When a man gets gossipy, his nonchalant tone takes on a mischievous excitement, and his voice no longer sounds like Lu Yizhou's at all. No, brother, you don't talk nonsense. Shen Yinze used to enjoy chatting with people like Gu Yue, who was Lu Yizhou's close friend and childhood friend. But now he just wanted to put on his earphones and continue listening to Lan Zhao sing. If they kept chatting, Lan Zhao would finish singing. Gu Yu said in amazement, "You two have been acting strangely these days." Lu Yizhou moved to Jinmafu, changed his usual style of squeezing employees, and leaves work on time every day. I suspect he has a lover. I came to tip you off, but you're not even grateful or concerned. How strange. Shen Yinze caught the key information. Did you say Brother Yizhou moved to Jinmafu? So Lan Zhao is there too, right? Yeah, by the way, I stayed there once before. I even know the passcode. Hearing this, Shen Yinze, maybe he should go see Lan Zhao first and find out what the real young master was like. But he wasn't prepared yet. What excuse could he use to meet Lan Zhao? Forget it. He should tell Shen Yubai the truth first, and then directly take Lan Zhao away. That's not a lover, it's probably just a temporary stay. Shen Yinze instantly lost interest, which made Gu Yu even more curious. He didn't ask why Shen Yinze was so sure, but instead thought since he was so curious, why not pay a visit himself? Go take a look and find out if Lu Yizhou really was keeping a hidden lover. Lu Yizhou was on a business trip these days, and Lan Zhao felt very much at ease. He had already gotten used to life without sight. During the day Aunt Wang was there, at night, he would take a shower, curl up under the covers, and watch variety shows or cartoons that the system played for him. This world was just too boring, and unfortunately, he couldn't contribute anything to the mission progress. Since that was the case, he might as well just give up and take it easy. He was immersed in his spiritual sea and didn't hear the knock on the door. Gu Yu was a man of strong action. After leaving the karaoke bar, seeing that it was still early, he decided to visit his good friend. He didn't know Lu Yizhou was on a business trip. He knocked, but got no answer. Thinking about their close relationship, he figured Lu Yizhou wouldn't mind if he just opened the door. So Gu Yu directly entered the passcode. Since he had lived in this apartment before, he changed shoes with practiced ease, went to the living room, saw no one, and then went to the study. No one there. Could he be in the bedroom? How could he be so bold as to enter directly? What if it was inconvenient? Despite these thoughts, Gu Yu's legs honestly carried him toward the master bedroom. This time Lan Zhao heard the sound of the passcode lock opening. He had the system turn off the variety show, and then he heard footsteps. At this hour, Aunt Wang definitely wouldn't come. The only one who could come was Lu Yizhou. Had he come back early from the business trip? Lan Zhao felt the footsteps stop at the master bedroom door. He tentatively called out, "Zhou, are you back from the business trip, eh? You're saying you're not the biological child of the Shen family. Not my real brother." Shen Yubai sat in the driver's seat, staring incredulously at Shen Yinze beside him. Shen Yinze hadn't let him start the car immediately. He intended to explain everything here. "Yes, I only found out on the day of your car accident. I didn't dare tell Mom and Dad. I just asked Brother Yizhou to secretly find the real Shen family young master. Only after he was found did I dare tell you." "Really found him?" Shen Yubai felt an indescribable emotion. He never expected that such a thing as babies being switched at birth could happen to the Shen family. To be fair, emotionally, he was naturally more inclined toward Shen Yinze. After all, they had been family living together for so many years. But Shen Yubai was not unreasonable. If this was true, then his real brother had been wandering outside for so many years. He definitely wanted to bring him back. Shen Yinze said softly. "He's staying at Brother Yizhou's place. From what Brother Yizhou said, he's been living a very hard life. I feel very... It's not your fault." After a moment of silence, Shen Yubai said, "He'll find an opportunity to tell Mom and Dad. Then, well, but you don't need to worry. Mom, Dad, and I won't kick you out. We're just gaining one more family member." Shen Yubai looked at Shen Yinze's pale face, thinking he had been suffering over this for a long time and must be afraid of being abandoned, so he tried his best to comfort him. Unexpectedly, Shen Yinze looked at him and said, "Then we must do it as soon as possible." Shen Yubai looked bewildered. "Why? Is there something wrong with him?" Shen Yinze realized what he had said and showed a gentle smile. "I was thinking, wouldn't it be better to bring my brother back quickly so he can feel at ease? Otherwise, if he keeps staying at Brother Yizhou's place, he'll start overthinking and think we don't like him. I'd feel guilty." In the dim car, the clean-cut boy in light-colored clothes seemed to radiate a holy light. Shen Yubai's expression instantly softened, and his heart felt immensely comforted. He knew that his brother was definitely not a narrow-minded person. When he brought his biological brother back, he would treat Shen Yinze just as before, never neglecting him and causing such a good brother to overthink. Shen Yinze did not mention that he had already kept Lan Zhao waiting for a long time. That was exactly his plan: delay, make the real young master flustered, and then when he returns he will surely target him, earning everyone's disgust. Why did he now want to bring him back quickly? Not wanting him to stay at Lu Yizhou's place was one thing, and wanting to see what kind of person he was another. Jinmao Mansion. Gu Yu was now completely stunned. He stood at the bedroom door, seeing Lan Zhao sitting on the bed talking to him, as if he saw an angel waving at him. Oh no, it seemed he had fallen in love at first sight with his good buddy's little lover. How did Lu Yizhou manage to get such a good one? Gu Yu tried hard to calm himself down, not wanting to scare the person. He approached, and only then realized that the boy's eyes, though large and beautiful with distinct black and white, were vacant and lifeless. He waved his hand in front of Lan Zhao's eyes. He truly couldn't see. Along with the regret, there arose an indescribable restlessness. When he looked at him with such vacant, sightless eyes, it really seemed. Gu Yu's body grew increasingly stiff. He shook those unhealthy thoughts out of his mind. Zhao. Lan Zhao had already become suspicious. Could it be that this wasn't Lu Yizhou? Just as he was about to check the affection value to determine if this person was really Lu Yizhou spoke. Baby. The voice was low and hoarse, unmistakably Lu Yizhou's. Besides, no outsider would call him baby. Lan Zhao gave up checking and said, your business trip must have been tiring, right? In fact, Gu Yu had just blurted it out involuntarily. He was notorious in his circle for being a playboy who never got attached. Calling someone baby was as common as calling. With a pair of flirtatious peach blossom eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a dashing wealthy aura, the people outside dared not approach someone like Lu Yizhou, but for the approachable Gu Yue, they would eagerly throw themselves at him. Although Gu Yu was a player, he never messed around recklessly. He found outsiders dirty and always talked a big game, but actually avoided them. But this also gave him a less than stellar reputation. When Lan Zhao sat there, it was as if he held Cupid's arrow and pierced his little heart in one shot. He no longer cared about anything. His eyes were glued to the person, and the word baby slipped out involuntarily. To his surprise, Lan Zhao actually responded. Gu Yu reacted for a moment and immediately understood. His voice was very similar to Lu Yizhou's. When speaking normally, it was low and hoarse like the sound of a cello. Unfortunately, he never spoke normally. He usually had a sloppy Beijing accent. Today he called baby normally for the first time, and it led to a misunderstanding. But was Lu Yizhou such a secret flirt? Could a seemingly proper person actually call someone baby in private? Gu Yu didn't care about taking advantage of the situation or entering uninvited. He leaned in directly, his gaze fixed on Lan Zhao, and carefully pulled him into his arms. Baby, baby, baby. He deliberately made his voice even lower and more ambiguous. Lan Zhao found it amusing. What's wrong? Why are you so clingy today? Been away too long. Missed you. He seamlessly slipped into the role. Gu Yu and Lu Yizhou had similar builds, and he never wore any messy perfume, so pretending to be Lu Yizhou was the first key plot point had been completed, and Lan Zhao no longer needed to coax Lu Yizhou. So he just smiled and pushed him away. Haven't we been video calling these past few days? What's there to miss? You must be tired after coming back. Go take a shower and rest. I need to sleep too. Gu Yu was taken aback, then asked innocently and pitifully, can I sleep with baby tonight? Lan Zhao showed a conflicted expression. No, Zhao. We agreed to get to know each other for a while longer. Gu Yu was amused, so they weren't even a couple yet. Not even lovers. Now he had no psychological burden about stealing his good buddy's potential. It's okay. I just missed you too much. You rest well. I still need to go back to the company for a bit. Gu Yu thought for a moment and added, baby, he'll have to go on a business trip to another city for the next few days. How about I ask my childhood friend to come take care of you? He's a good person, trustworthy. Huh, isn't there, Aunt Wong? I can manage on my own when she's not here. Gu Yu's tone didn't change. I'm still uneasy when Aunt Wong is not around. My childhood friend is named Gu Yu. He's very nice and attentive. Let me have him come keep you company, okay? Lan Zhao now truly sensed something was off. Not to be narcissistic, but in the live stream, if someone tipped more gifts and chatted with him intimately, Lu Yizhou would get jealous. As long as Lu Yizhou wasn't stupid, he wouldn't invite a wolf into the house, would he? He sensed the affection from the man. It was a lot, but not as much as Lu Yizhou's. This man wasn't Lu Yizhou. 80% likely it was the Gu Yu he mentioned. Was Gu Yu Lu Yizhou's childhood friend? How did he have the house code? During Lan Zhao's silence, Gu Yu was also uncertain. He wondered if he was being too obvious. So he relented. If baby isn't used to having an outsider around, he'll come back as soon as possible to accompany baby. It's fine. Moreover, if Gu Yu came over every day, he could also ask about the Shun family situation and advance the mission progress. Gu Yu heard his words and couldn't suppress the smile. Moreover, if Gu Yu came over every day, he could also ask about the Shun family situation and advance the mission progress. Gu Yu heard his words and couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. His peach blossom eyes curved, looking deeply affectionate. Coming over openly in his own identity and making Lan Zhao fall for him was far better than secretly pretending to be his childhood friend. So what time should I have him come over tomorrow? Lan Zhao knew that Gu Yu was fishing for information, so he naively revealed that Aunt Wong is here from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. It depends on when your friend is free. Actually, there's nothing much here. Gu Yu looked at him. They'll have him make time to come over. When Gu Yu arrived, Lan Zhao was live streaming. Aunt Wong, seeing a man entering the password, dutifully asked, "Hello, may I ask who you are?" The man smiled flawlessly. "Oh, I'm a friend of Lu Yizhou. My surname is Gu. He asked me to come and take care of." Gu Yu suddenly remembered that he didn't know the baby's name yet. Calling him baby in front of Aunt Wong was definitely inappropriate. So he just tilted his chin toward the bedroom, omitting the object. Aunt Wong didn't suspect anything mainly because the man acted so naturally and also knew the password. All right, then dinner will be ready soon, Mr. Gu. Guyu was dressed in a suit and tie, but his collar was unbuttoned and his tie loosened, giving him a dashing and unrestrained look. He had left the company early just to see the baby sooner. Before returning to the kitchen, Aunt Wong informed Guyu, Mr. Lon is live streaming in the study. You can wait a moment, Mr. Gu. Live streaming. His surname is Lon. A glint of interest surfaced in Guyu's eyes. He waved his hand and walked toward the study. Lon Zhao was in a PK with someone. He thought PK was just a simple matter of sending gifts where winning or losing didn't matter. The barrage kept urging him to accept, so he accepted. Who would have thought that as soon as he accepted, another livestream appeared on the screen with a young male streamer greeting him. From the streamer's words and the comments, Lon Zhao realized this was also a singing streamer and the loser of the PK had to accept a punishment. However, it was a friendly PK and the other party didn't want to make things difficult for Lon Zhao, so the punishment was set to sing a song specified by the winner. Lon Zhao followed suit and set the same punishment. The barrage clamored that it was boring. If Xiao Zhao loses, it would be great if he showed his. In that case, do our big brothers and sisters want Xiao Bao to win or lose? Oh, so hard to guess. It's like they're saying he'll really show his face if he loses. Anyway, the big brothers and sisters won't let our Xiao Bao lose. The opposing streamer was already canvassing for votes, his rhetoric smooth and practiced, clearly a veteran. In comparison, Lon Zhao seemed much more inexperienced. He listened to the other side's pitch, then used voice commands to turn off the sound from both sides, so he could clearly hear the barrage and avoid disturbing the others. Everyone, if you have tickets, feel free to send them. If not, that's fine too. Do what you can. Lon Zhao didn't expect to make money from the PK. After all, the usual stream of tips, big and small, added up to a lot, not to mention the 3 or 4 big brothers and sisters who kept sending him large gifts. After all, the punishment was just singing, which Lon Zhao could accept. The streamer has a great attitude. By the way, have you noticed that the streamer uses voice commands for some operations? Is it just laziness to press the buttons? Really? He's not a gaming streamer, but Xiao Bao still lets AI read the comments. Lon Zhao had long expected someone to notice his abnormality, but he didn't care. If many people really asked him, he would tell the truth. For now, he would remain silent. In some office, Shin Yubai looked at the comments and unconsciously formed some guesses in his mind. Was it inconvenient, or, while thinking, he sent gifts? By Ri Yanhui gifted the streamer Carnival X1. By Ri Yanhui gifted the streamer Carnival X5. With a flick of his fingers, he spent 15,000. Shin Yubai's first move was a carnival. Over these days, he had already given Lon Zhao a lot, and was currently ranked 3rd. He had previously found the top-ranked account very familiar, only to later realize that its avatar and name were the same as Lu Yizhou's social media account. He guessed it was Lu Yizhou, but wasn't sure. Because Shin Yinza had already confessed to him about the true young master matter, he subconsciously didn't connect the two things. After all, his biological brother living at Lu Yizhou's place, and Lu Yizhou tipping a small streamer, these two things seemed unrelated on this. As for the second-ranked account, its nickname looked a bit like Shin Yinza, but Shin Yubai wasn't sure and didn't ask. Sending gifts was just that. Who he gave to was his freedom, and likewise it was his own freedom. Azay gifted the streamer Carnival X1. Azay gifted the streamer Carnival X5. Azay gifted the streamer Carnival X10. Thank you, Brother Flame, for the carnival. Boss is generous. Thank you, Azay, for the carnival. Thank you very much. When Lon Zhao laughed, his voice became light and lively with a rising tone that made people happy just hearing it. Shin Yubai couldn't resist and added 5 more. Thank you, Brother Flame. You're too powerful. Even the streamer on the other side, who had over 100,000 followers, didn't have any big spenders who could drop that many gifts at once. When the time ended, they conceded defeat sincerely. Lon Zhao chose a song he could sing as the punishment. Lu Yizhou was clearly still busy, otherwise he would definitely be hanging around in his livestream. As soon as the stream started, someone sent a Huazi carnival, and Lon Zhao had already guessed it was him. Lu Yizhou didn't hide it, saying he would come to support him every day, treating it as an investment. Over these days, he had sent a lot of gifts, topping the leaderboard. Hearing footsteps, Lon Zhao subconsciously looked toward the door. Guyu knew he couldn't see, but still foolishly waved at Lon Zhao. Hi, hello. A lazy, casual voice with a nonchalant tone. It was quite different from the voice last night. Just then the alarm went off. It was time for dinner. Lon Zhao heard many comments asking who this man was. He replied, a friend. Time's up, everyone. Today's live stream ends here. I won't be streaming tonight. See you tomorrow. He decisively turned off the stream. The constant sound of the barrage finally stopped, and the study fell silent. Lon Zhao took the initiative to ask, are you a friend of a Zhou? Yeah. Guyu approached him step by step, his eyes filled with a smile. Guyu. You as in crossing boundaries. Baby, what's your name? Lon Zhao ignored his slip of the tongue. Hearing the voice close to his ear, he turned his head toward it. Lan Zhao Lan as in orchid Zhao as in sun calling. So it was this Lan. Guyu said with a smile, your name is really nice. His affectionate peach blossom eyes instinctively sent a flirtatious glance toward Lan Zhao, but realizing Lan Zhao couldn't see, he couldn't help laughing at himself. Did Luizhou video call you today? No. Lan Zhao shook his head. He usually calls me after dinner. He might be, Guyu said in a pleading tone. Then when he video calls you, can you not mention that I'm here? Why, oi? Because I sneaked out of the company early. He doesn't like this kind of irresponsible behavior. Just don't mention my matter at all. Lan Zhao didn't even bother to call him out. Okay, Guyu said happily. Then shall I carry you to dinner? Lan Zhao stood up. No need, I can walk by myself. Guyu's face could not hide his disappointment, but he still followed close to Lan Zhao, ready to protect him at any moment. Aunt Wang saw Guyu sitting beside Lan Zhao and smiled with relief. Then I won't disturb your meal. Mr. Lan, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Aunt Wang. When Luizhou was not around, Aunt Wang usually made food that was easy for one person to eat. Sometimes she would cook a few dishes, and it was always Lan Zhao who said what he wanted to eat, and then she would put it in his bowl. Seeing that someone else had come to accompany Lan Zhao, Aunt Wang cooked her specialty dishes, intending to let Lan Zhao have a good meal. After Aunt Wang left, only Lan Zhao and Guyu remained at the dining table. Guyu's eyes were attentive and his voice could not hide the smile. Let me feed you. Today Aunt Wang made stir-fried shrimp garlic cabbage braised pork with potatoes crab roe tofu. It smells so good. Lan Zhao wanted to eat, so he didn't care about strangers or acquaintances or embarrassment. I want to try them all with rice. Guyu chuckled, okay. He first picked up a shrimp and watched Lan Zhao obediently eat it. The satisfaction in his heart was beyond words. With one chopstick of food accompanied by a spoonful of rice, Guyu seemed to know how to take care of someone without learning. Lan Zhao ate quite happily. Mister, Guyu should eat too, don't just focus on taking care of me. Lan Zhao belatedly felt embarrassed. It's okay. Guyu's gaze was glued to his face. Don't be so formal. Just call me Yaya. His tone was relaxed, carefree, and very familiar. Yet his expression was very serious, almost intently staring at Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao could not see his face. From his voice one would think this person was very outgoing and cheery. It was just a form of address. Yaya. Guyu laughed, baby. Not even pretending. I like to call people I like baby. Isn't everyone on the internet calling each other Bauer or Bebe these days? I think we hit it off. Guyu added a line to avoid appearing too weird. The key point was that when he said such an embarrassing term, it wasn't awkward at all. How strange. Could this be a playboy, a womanizer? Lan Zhao expressed his reluctance. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Well, if you think it's unfair, you can call me baby too. I don't mind. I mean, we just met. If baby feels shy, I'll call you Zhao Zhao for now. Guyu readily followed. It made Lan Zhao feel that he was very introverted. Whatever, let him call whatever he wants. After dinner, Guyu put the dishes into the dishwasher, cleared the table, and washed his hands. He was even more diligent than the most dedicated cleaner. He was after all a CEO, but he did the housework without any impatience, humming a song in a good mood. Lan Zhao was sitting on the sofa having a video call with Luizhou. Guyu carefully avoided the camera. Baby, have you had MHM just finished? And you? Luizhou on the other side of the video pinched his brow tiredly. Just finished a meeting, haven't eaten yet. Missed baby's live stream, I'll catch up tonight. Lan Zhao could hear the fatigue in his tone and said considerately, no need, you should rest well. I'm not going to live stream tonight. Luizhou felt something was off. Why not live stream? I'm a bit tired today, don't want to broadcast. Lan Zhao heard footsteps approaching, but he knew Guyu would not actively appear in the camera, so he was not flustered at all. Guyu indeed did not. He sat down just outside the camera frame, right next to Lan Zhao. With a reach of his hand, he could touch Lan Zhao's calf. Luizhou did not suspect anything, thinking it was normal for Lan Zhao to suddenly not want to broadcast. He gazed at the boy sitting obediently in the camera and coaxed softly, "He'll be back soon. After the contract is finalized the day after tomorrow, he'll be home that same evening." Guyu had been smilingly touching Lan Zhao's ankles, squeezing his feet so that they kept shrinking back. Hearing this, he suddenly couldn't smile anymore. But he didn't let go. Lan Zhao felt a little ticklish and didn't understand why Guyu was so blatant. Wasn't he afraid of being exposed? He couldn't take it anymore and lifted his foot to kick the person beside him. As he lifted his foot, his slipper naturally fell off, and he kicked with his bare foot, intending to make Guyu restrain himself. Unexpectedly, the man directly held his foot in his arms. Lan Zhao's calf was forced to straighten, he lost his balance, and his body swayed. "What's wrong?" A puzzled male voice came from the phone. Lan Zhao smiled naturally. "My foot fell asleep, I lost my balance." "Then I'll wait for you to come back. Hang up now, get some rest." Lan Zhao directly ended the video call with voice command. After making sure the call was disconnected, he questioned Guyu, "What exactly do you want? Why don't you let me go?" Guyu coaxed in a gentle voice. "I originally wanted to come over and cut some fruit for baby, but I happened to find that baby's ankle had some fluff from the carpet. I have OCD, I couldn't help it. Lan Zhao would believe him only if he was a ghost. Lu Yizhou's childhood friend was not as honest as him at all. And now, Lan Zhao was expressionless. Sorry. Gu Yu let go, then grinned and leaned in. I already cut the fruit just now. Let me feed you. Lan Zhao was rendered somewhat speechless. You should go wash your hands first. Gu Yu didn't expect that even he was being rejected get made him seem not at all reluctant and even want to. Very perverted. Alright. The man went to wash his hands again. Over here, Lu Yizhou couldn't help frowning after Lan Zhao hung up. Reviewing the entire video call, he felt something was off. Although it was also Lan Zhao who hung up first in the past, because if possible Lu Yizhou would even want to watch Lan Zhao sleep today. Lan Zhao hung up too quickly, too decisively. Lu Yizhou always trusted his instincts. He would sign the contract as soon as possible and rush back. Maybe he could give his baby a surprise. Lan Zhao and Gu Yu were chatting side by side. He still remembered why he allowed Gu Yu to come and accompany him. At first Gu Yu was still trying to get close to baby hold hands. Seeing Lan Zhao ask about his information, he was eager to tell him even the color of his underwear. I am Gu Yu, the sole heir of the Gu group. I've been lively, cheerful, and clean since childhood. I'm 24 years old, 180 centimeters, 18 centimeters. Lu Yizhou is my childhood friend. I'm 2 years younger than him. The Shen family you mentioned has business dealings with my family, and Shen Yubai is my business partner. But if you don't like him, I won't cooperate with his family in the future. Gu Yu rambled on and was about to continue, but Lan Zhao stopped him. Because he said that I am the young master of the Shen family, not Shen Yinza. Gu Yu, who had accidentally stumbled upon a because he said that I am the young master of the Shen family, not Shen Yinza. Gu Yu, who had accidentally stumbled upon a big secret, was shocked. Gu Yu quickly reviewed the anomalous behaviors of Shen Yinza in his mind. He recalled the live stream Shen Yinza had watched the previous night. At that time he was still certain that Lan Zhao was not Lu Yizhou's paramour. Could it be that Shen Yinza knew that the live stream belonged to Lan Zhao? Lu Yizhou said it was Shen Yinza who asked him to find me. I happened to have an accident that day and lost my sight, so I've been staying here. Once Shen Yinza explains the situation to the Shen family, they'll come to take me back. Lan Zhao lowered his eyes, revealing a hint of disappointment. But it's been so long, and they still haven't come for me. Gu Yu, being a person of great social tact, quickly grasped the key point upon hearing this. Shen Yinza was the fake young master. Having accidentally learned that Lan Zhao was the true heir, he knew the truth couldn't be concealed, so he took the initiative to have Lu Yizhou find Lan Zhao, positioning himself as the facilitator. This way he could gain a good reputation while seizing the initiative, manipulating the situation to make Lan Zhao anxious and uncertain. Gu Yu was merely gossipy, which was why he had struck up a conversation with Shen Yinza. In his heart he knew that the pristine and pure second young master of the Shen family was anything but genuine. His precious one asked him pitifully, "Can you go to the Shen family and see what's going on? I want to meet my family." Gu Yu's mind heated up and he was about to agree. The words were on the tip of his tongue when they suddenly took a different turn. "So you're just staying at Lu Yizhou's place temporarily?" "Yes." Gu Yu exclaimed excitedly. "I also have an apartment nearby, a 500 square meter penthouse that's cleaned every day. You can stay at my place. I'm not busy, so I can come keep you company every day." Lan Zhao felt several black lines sliding down his forehead. He struggled to steer the narrative back, "But I want to go home." Seeing this, Gu Yu felt a pang of distress, yet he still sensed that the Shen family was a den of wolves and tigers. The bond nurtured over so many years was surely deep, and Shen Yinza was a schemer. The Shen family was bound to be biased, and he feared his precious one would suffer. Though his precious one was universally adored, what if the Shen family took him back and forbade him from seeing him anytime? That was entirely possible. Gu Yu mused. "Tell you what'll go ask Shen Yinza about the situation tomorrow and arrange for the Shen family to meet you. But after the meeting, could you come stay at my place? If you feel estranged from the Shen family." The second critical plot point was successfully returning to the Shen family as the true young master. Did that mean he had to live in the Shen residence? Lan Zhao answered honestly, "If they are willing to accept me, I will definitely live with my family." Gu Yu stared at him for a little. Finally, helpless against him, he let out a sigh. He reached out and ruffled Lan Zhao's hair, pulling him into his embrace. Patting his back soothingly, he said, "All right, but with me here you don't need to be afraid. Even if they don't appreciate you, we'll take you home and take good care of you. I will never let you end up on the streets." Gu Yu's affection was freely. Lan Zhao remained in his arms, accepting his kindness. "Thank you. I'm not afraid." That night, Gu Yu didn't leave. He stayed in the guest room he had used before. When he saw Lan Zhao heading for a bath, he asked with a blush, "Do you need my help?" Lan Zhao's lips twitched. "No thanks." Gu Yu felt a great sense of, "Could you get me the new pajamas and underwear?" Gu Yu's eyes lit up. "Sure." He guided Lan Zhao into the bathroom. Hearing the sound of water, he went back to the wardrobe to fetch the clothes. The pajamas were long-sleeved and long-legged, made of silk. He picked a black, set his fingers lingering on the smooth fabric. The underwear was also of fine material. Red-faced, he took out a pair and placed them on the bed alongside the pajamas. He sat on the sofa and waited. When the water stopped after a moment, Lan Zhao emerged wrapped in a bath towel. The large towel enveloped his body, revealing only his collarbones and calves. His black hair was half dry and half wet, his eyes glistening, and even his toes were pink. Guyu stared unblinkingly. Lan Zhao, now sensitive to sounds, heard the breathing and knew Guyu hadn't left. "Yeah, could you step out for a moment?" He was resigned. Guyu rose stiffly, walked over to Lan Zhao, and took his hand to guide it to the clothes on the bed. The fresh scent of shower gel assailed his nostrils, mingling with the warmth radiating from the bathroom. "I've left the clothes here. Make sure to change into them." His voice was hoarse, stripped of its usual frivolity. "Okay." Guyu saw a droplet of water trace a winding path down Lan Zhao's pale collarbone before disappearing into his chest. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. As he passed the bathroom, a thought struck him, and he paused. "They'll take your dirty clothes to wash." Lan Zhao, who was just loosening his bathrobe to change clothes, replied, "Okay, thank you." Guyu scooped up the clothes, but glanced back before leaving. Then he hurried away, his face flushed. He tossed the clothes into the washing machine, leaving only a small piece of black fabric. After a moment's hesitation, he filled a basin with water and decided to wash it by hand. As if he hadn't noticed the washing machine for underwear. He blushed as he scrubbed, but anyone familiar with him would have detected the enjoyment and rapture hidden beneath his embarrassment and shyness. The next day, Guyu decided not to go to work. He would accompany Lan Zhao through lunch and then go find Shinyinza in the afternoon. He figured that the kid would still try to stall, giving him a reasonable excuse to persuade his precious one to stay at his place. After lunch, when he contacted Shinyinza, he received an unexpected reply. "Brother Yue, are you at Brother Ijo's place?" "Yes. We're coming over right now, so you don't need to make a special trip." "Coming over?" Guyu's brow twitched. "Who else? What are you coming for?" Shinyinza sat in the car, suppressing an inexplicable excitement as he typed carefully. "My brother is also here. We've already told Mom and Dad about our younger brother. Today we're coming to take him home." It was like a bolt from the blue. Guyu now felt like he wanted to carry Lan Zhao away on his back. But he could only think it as Zhao Zhao wanted to see his so-called family. What could he do? Shin Yubai sat at the other end of the back seat, his gaze casually sweeping over Shun Yan's phone. "What is it?" "Oh, Brother Guyu is at our younger brother's place. He wanted to ask me about him. I told him we're on our way. It seems our younger brother is eager to come home too." Shun Yinza smiled, and there was a hint of sincerity in it. Shin Yubai didn't show any particular emotion. Shin Yinza had shown him the paternity test, so he knew he had a biological younger brother out there. Hearing that he used to be a small-time extra actor, Shin Yubai had been busy these days and hadn't looked into his younger brother's details. After all, they were about to meet, weren't they? The car entered Jinmao Mansion. Shin Yinza and Shin Yubai got out of the car, walking one after another toward the elevator. "Should we tell Ijo?" Shin Yinza asked. "No need, isn't Guyu there? Maybe Lu Ijo is around too." The Lu group's confidentiality was impeccable. Those not involved in this business deal had no idea that Lu Ijo was on a business trip. Shin Yinza thought that made sense, so he put down his phone. They hadn't known the exact address initially, but when Guyu came to ask, Shin Yinza inquired about the specific apartment number. After exiting the elevator, Shin Yinza pressed the doorbell. His heart inexplicably raced, and the smile he had prepared in advance stiffened, appearing somewhat unnatural. Shin Yubai stood behind him, noticing his tense posture and understanding his worries. He patted his shoulder in comfort. As for himself, he stood upright, impeccably dressed in a suit, even his tie clipped neat and refined. He exuded an innate aura of authority, aloof and restrained, making others hesitant to approach. If the real young master were to see the two of them like this, he would probably find it hard to stay calm. After all, one was protected and pure, the other exuded nobility in every gesture. The position that should have been his was replaced by a substitute, and his biological brother treated the impostor with such kindness while treating him like an outsider, cold, polite, and oppressive. It made someone who had struggled through the mud feel even more unworthy, out of place with the so-called family, leading to imbalance, then distortion and jealousy. For someone stubborn, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible to do something extreme. Unfortunately, Lan Zhao now couldn't see them, nor would he waste any emotion on so-called family bonds. He would only return love if someone gave him love. If they didn't offer sincerity, they shouldn't expect mercy from a god. Guyu opened the door. His usually carefree smile was now tightly set, clearly not wanting to see them. Shin Yinza absent-mindedly called out, "Brother Yue," and peered inside. Guyu snorted coldly. "Come in." He had already told Lan Zhao that the Shin family would be coming today. The baby was sitting upright on the living room sofa waiting for them, which annoyed Guyu. He just felt they weren't worthy. Shin Yubai and Shun Yinza changed their shoes at the entrance. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. After changing his shoes, Shun Yinza hesitated to step further inside. It was Shin Yubai who took the first step. He planned to quickly bring the person back and return to the company. The moment he saw the young man sitting on the sofa, Shun Yubai felt his mind go blank. Empty. Lan Zhao was sitting on a single sofa to the side. Though blind, he turned his body toward the door to show respect and politeness. He was waiting with lowered eyes, lifting his head upon hearing the approaching footsteps. What Shin Yubai noticed first were his thick curled lashes like little fans. The young man was almost unnaturally pale, with slightly long black hair falling messily but naturally over his forehead and behind his ears. The only vivid color on his face was his lips. An extraordinarily striking face. The first impression was that he was exceedingly beautiful. Shin Yubai felt almost, was this his brother? How could this be his biological brother? Shin Yinza stood beside Shin Yubai, also silent. The heart in his chest pounded loudly, drowning out the sounds around him. From the moment he saw the lower half of Lan Zhao's face in the live stream, he knew the real young master might not be someone easy to deal with. Leaving aside his methods, just his appearance and voice were enough to easily win people over. Now it seemed he had underestimated him. A long silence. Lan Zhao even wondered if anyone had actually arrived. He called out tentatively to the familiar person. Gu Yu was standing with his arms crossed, watching the stunned Shin family with displeasure. Hearing the baby call him, he quickly walked over, answering, "I'm here, what's wrong? Is my brother here?" At the term, Gu Yu's face twisted with jealousy. His voice came through gritted teeth, "Yes. What are you two standing there for?" Gu Yu looked at the two Shans. Shin Yubai finally snapped back to attention, noticing Lan Zhao's vacant eyes. His heart sank as he strode over. "What happened to your eyes?" "An accident caused blindness." Lan Zhao stood up. All of Shun Yan's calculations were thrown into disarray. He now moved instinctively, asking worriedly, "How could this happen? Why didn't Brother Ijo tell me? Have you been to the hospital?" "Brother, I remember you know a famous ophthalmologist abroad. Why not invite him to take a look at our brother?" Shin Yubai nodded. Lan Zhao turned toward the direction of the voices, knowing that the protagonist's love interest and his eldest brother had arrived. It was time to put on his acting skills. He wore a light, forgiving smile, his face showing curiosity, attachment, nervousness, and other emotions. His voice was cautious. "Are you all my family? Who is my brother?" Shin Yubai suddenly felt nervous. Even though he knew Lan Zhao couldn't see, he straightened his back and forced an unfamiliar, gentle smile onto his face. "Yes, Zhao Zhao, I am your brother Shin Yubai." He suddenly remembered the name of his biological brother that Shin Yinza had mentioned. Before, that name was just a vague symbol. Now it effortlessly rolled off his tongue as an endearing address. He didn't say he was the eldest brother. He said he... A shadow flickered in Shun Yan's eyes, but he still forced a smile and said in the gentlest tone he had ever used, "Zhao Zhao, can I call you that too? I am Shin Yinza. I'm sorry for taking the life that should have been yours. If you mind, I can leave the Shun family today and return everything that belonged." Lan Zhao knew it was time to start the act. He shook his head, his tone sincere. "No, you've lived in the Shin family for so many years. My relatives have become your relatives. As an outsider, how could I drive you away? I just hope you can accept me and give me a little bit of affection." It was clearly a green tea remark, subtly mocking Shin Yinza. But Gu Yue, listening from the side, felt his heart ache. Shin Yubai's heart also began to contract abnormally. He even remembered his earlier thoughts and wanted to slap himself. This was his biological brother. He had wandered outside for so many years, enduring untold hardships. How could he not feel a shred of pity or concern, but instead worry about Shun Yinza, who had lived in the Shin family for so long? Even Shin Yinza was stunned for a moment. His rational mind told him that the words seemed to be mocking him, but emotionally, he felt that Lan Zhao truly meant everything he said. He couldn't help but feel a surge of pity for him. "Of course I accept you. Your family is my family. If you say that again, I'll truly be embarrassed." Shin Yinza replied, "We'll discuss this when we go back. If Zhao Zhao doesn't mind, then Zhe doesn't have to leave. But for now, Zhao Zhao, your brother, is here." As Shin Yubai spoke, his trembling hand finally landed on Lan Zhao's shoulder. Gu Yue, afraid that Lan Zhao would really leave, quickly interjected, "Baby, are you really going back to the Shin family? My place is also nice, quiet and spacious. I can accompany you anytime." He spoke rapidly, and hearing his address for Lan Zhao, Shin Yubai's eyelid twitched. His expression turned cold. "Pay attention to your words, President Gu." Shin Yubai said coldly, "Zhao Zhao is my younger brother, of course he will return with me." Gu Yu's mind raced. Lu Ijo hasn't come back yet. At least Zhao Zhao should tell him before leaving, right? Shin Yinza stepped between Gu Yu and Lan Zhao, smiling at Gu Yue. "Brother Yue, I was the one who asked Brother Ijo to take Zhao Zhao in. They'll just let him know on the phone. He definitely won't disagree." On the matter of bringing Lan Zhao back to the Shin family, Shin Yinza and Shin Yubai were united. Gu Yu had no real reason to stop someone from going home. He was pacing anxiously when he suddenly heard the smart lock beep. Then came the sound of wheels rolling. Gu Yu's eyes lit up. He had never looked forward to his childhood friend's arrival so much. Everyone turned to look. Lu Yizhou entered carrying a suitcase, placed it by the entrance, changed his shoes, and walked in. Seeing so many people in the living room, he was visibly stunned. His dark eyes swept over the 3 uninvited guests and finally landed on Lan Zhao. "Baby." He softened his voice as usual and back, completely ignoring the others. Lan Zhao turned toward the sound. Lu Yizhou responded softly, walking over naturally and taking Lan Zhao's hand. Only then did he spare a glance at Shen Yinza. "Why are you here? And you?" He looked at Gu Yue, frowning. "How did you end up here?" All 3 men present were displeased with the intimate atmosphere between Lu Yizhou and Lan Zhao, especially Gu Yue. The man tugged at his tie, smiling as usual with a hint of mockery. "Did you forget that I once stayed here? I just wanted to come by and hang out." Lu Yizhou's eyes were dark as he stared at his former childhood friend. Gu Yue met his gaze without flinching. Shen Yinza snapped back to reality and quickly tried to mediate. "Brother Yizhou, you're just in time. We were about to take Zhao Zhao away, and we're going to inform you on the phone." Lu Yizhou looked at Shen Yinza, his voice unreadable. "Take him away." The man had just signed the contract and rushed to catch the plane, still in his formal attire, weary from the journey. The oppressive aura from the negotiation hadn't faded. His eyes dark. Shen Yinza actually dared not meet his eyes. But Shen Yubai was not afraid of him. Instead, he moved his hand from Lan Zhao's shoulder down to take his other hand. "I am very grateful for President Lu's care for our Zhao Zhao. We have troubled you for many days. Another day, I will surely come with gifts to thank you personally. But today my parents are waiting for Zhao Zhao to return, so we won't disturb you any longer." That was a well-spoken speech. Lu Yizhou chuckled softly. He pulled Lan Zhao into his embrace, encircling him completely. Lan Zhao blinked, the familiar cold scent filling his nostrils. If you care so much about him, why didn't his parents come themselves, eh? Shen Yubai was about to flare up, but froze at those words. Lu Yizhou held the man close, his heart aching and sore, yet his expression grew even colder and more red. Their biological son has been wandering outside for so many years, and now he's accidentally blind. He swallowed all his grievances. Your Shen family didn't come for so long, and now you're here to pick him up, but where are his parents? Would any parents not care about their own child? If that's the case, let Zhao Zhao stay with me. I will treasure him like a pearl. No need to trouble the Shen family." Shen Yubai's face turned very ugly. Shen Yinza knew he was subtly blaming him for the delay, and his smile also faltered. Gu Yu could only silently applaud his childhood friend. How had he never known that this taciturn Lu Yizhou could be so eloquent? At this moment, Lan Zhao didn't want to undermine his own people. Lu Yizhou was sincere with him, so he could put off his mission for now. Shen Yubai was determined to take Lan Zhao away today. He went straight to the balcony and called his parents, who were waiting at home. "Dad, Mom, please come and pick up your brother yourself. He's had a very hard time over the years." His mother, already anxious, felt her heart sink. She took the phone. What happened to him? Is something wrong? Come and see for yourself. If Zhao Zhao feels the love from his family, he will come back with us. Don't you want to see your brother soon, eh? The Shen parents, hesitant due to their recent proximity, exchanged a glance. Shen's father finally sighed and ordered the car to be prepared. Shen Yubai hung up. Lu Yizhou had taken Lan Zhao back to the bedroom, and they didn't follow. Lan Zhao sat on the bed as Lu Yizhou closed the door. He couldn't bring himself to be angry at Lan Zhao, but his voice was noticeably heavier. "Baby, why did the Shen family suddenly show up?" "I don't know. Maybe they were finally ready." Lan Zhao was telling the truth. Although he had asked Gu Yu to inquire, the Shen family had decided to come before Gu Yu's urging. That was a fact. Lu Yizhou asked again, "Then why did Gu Yu suddenly come?" "He has nothing to do with the Shen family." Lan Zhao was silent, realizing he couldn't fabricate another excuse, and following the principle of saving himself rather than others, Lan Zhao countered with what he ostensibly knew. "Didn't you ask him to take care of me?" "Me?" Lu Yizhou frowned deeply. "You came back from a business trip in between and said you had to go to another city, so you asked your childhood friend Gu Yu to take care of me." Lan Zhao widened his innocent eyes. "I refused, but you insisted on him coming." With that said, how could Lu Yizhou not understand what was happening? "So this was what it meant to be so angry that you suddenly laughed." Lan Zhao heard the man's laughter, and his heart trembled, sensing the approach of danger. Sure enough, the next second a hoarse and low voice came close to his ear, very near. The airflow of his words brushed against Lan Zhao's ear, making him shiver involuntarily. "After all this time together, my baby still can't recognize my voice. I'm so heartbroken." The warm, moist breath drilled into his ear, and Lan Zhao's entire body went stiff. "Do I have to keep talking to you like this, keep holding you like this, so that you can remember my voice, my embrace, my warmth?" His voice, his embrace, his body heat. Lan Zhao felt them all up close. At the same time, there was also the heartbeat. He wanted to dodge, but there was no escape. "Let me go, what do you want to do?" Lan Zhao lowered his voice. There were still people outside. Lu Yizhou truly didn't know what to do with him. He had never liked anyone before, much less knew how to express the love in his heart. He yearned to draw near him, to embrace him, to share intimate contact, never to be parted. But he was afraid of scaring him off, pushing him further away. The Shun family members were just outside. He knew that Zhao Zhao longed for his family, and he had no reason to stop him from going home. Holding him in his arms, his lips pressed against his cheek, the man's voice was full of tenderness and helplessness. I'm not doing anything. Baby, do you really want to go back to the Shen family? Lan Zhao answered firmly, yes. Alright, I understand. Lu Yizhou brushed aside the stray hair on the boy's forehead, his gaze tender, yet obsessive, falling upon the boy's brows and eyes, as if he wanted to imprint every curve of his eyelashes, every tremor of his eyelids into his memory, every authentic detail. Tightening his embrace, Lu Yizhou said, although I know no one could dislike my baby, I will still visit you often at the Shun residence to have your back. If you're unhappy or being bullied, you must tell me. Even if you're happy living there, don't stay too long. Once you're familiar with your family, come back. They'll wait for you. Lan Zhao's eyes curved into crescents. Okay. Thank you, Yizhou. You are the courage that allows me to face the unknown. Lu Yizhou felt as if his heart was soaked in water. He had just left the beginner's village and encountered a top-tier seductress. He was utterly defenseless and could only surrender. What to do when the person you like is so beautiful and adorable and always says things that make your heart melt? Shen's parents arrived soon. Seeing their child so beautiful and well-behaved, his eyes blank and dazed, timidly asking if they were his mom and dad. Shen's mother burst into tears on the spot. Shen's father's stern expression also softened. The sense of distance and unfamiliarity that comes with strangers meeting dissolved completely. Shen's mother tenderly pulled Lan Zhao into her arms. Sweetheart, I'm your mother. I'm sorry I came too late. Before she arrived, she had been hesitating and worrying. Would she meet a stranger's gaze? Would he refuse to acknowledge her? Would the situation be awkward? But after seeing Lan Zhao, all those concerns were thrown to the winds. This was her child. Before coming, Shen's father had heard that Lan Zhao was a minor actor playing extras, and he worried that his biological son might have gone astray after wandering for so long, that the reunion would be a chaotic and embarrassing scene. Now it turned out he had been overthinking. Their Shen family's child was bound to be outstanding. The 5 members of the Shun family stood together, outwardly appearing utterly harmonious. In the original storyline, it was the same. At first, Shen's parents felt guilty and indebted, treating the original well, and the original pretended to be good on the surface, so after returning to the Shen family, everyone revolved around him. But feelings cannot be cultivated overnight. The original, jealous of the care the Shun family showed toward Shen Yinza in daily life, was determined to replace him and drive the fake young master out. Using petty tricks, setting traps, framing, and slandering, even harming himself. In the end, he was exposed by Shen Yinza as a green tea bitch and became utterly despised by everyone. Lan Zhao sighed deeply in his heart. There was still a long way to go in the plot. Shen Yubai and Shen Yinza walked behind to escort Lan Zhao and Shen's parents into the car. After watching Lan Zhao get into the car, Shen Yubai turned back to Lu Yizhou, who had a cold expression, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for taking care of my brother during this time. I will definitely visit to express my gratitude another day." Lu Yizhou curled his lips. "No need. I might be visiting the Shun residence quite often in the future." Gu Yu also said, "Me too, will come often to play with Zhao Zhao." Shen Yubai fell silent, turned around, and got into the car. Lan Zhao rode with Shen's parents while Shen Yubai took Shen Yinza in the following car. Watching the 2 cars drive away, Gu Yu felt a hollow emptiness in his heart, quite unpleasant. He was about to comfort Lu Yizhou when he suddenly saw the man turn around and stare at him with a strange look. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gu Yu felt a chill run down his spine under his gaze. "Nothing. I've known you for so many years, but I didn't know you had a hobby of being the third party while knowing you are." Lu Yizhou's face was expressionless, but his words were chilling. "I knew your moral standards were low, but I still overestimated your bottom line. Truly, my good brother." The first few words were said lightly, but the last 3 words, "good brother," were gritted out one by one, heavily accented. Gu Yu knew he had been exposed and laughed carelessly. "Stop talking nonsense. I asked baby, and you're not his boyfriend. You're just a temporary resident, and you're putting on airs. Baby. You trash, how dare you call him baby." Lu Yizhou's fists clenched. "Let's go, brother. Let's practice at the underground boxing ring. Let's go. Who's afraid of a poser like you?" Little did Lan Zhao know that the men had chosen the most primitive form of competition, punching each other until they were black and blue, dignified adults clawing at each other's faces. He arrived at the new home amid the solicitous care of his newly recognized family. Shen's father was already contacting renowned ophthalmologists. Lan Zhao said the problem wasn't with his eyes, but Shen's father just waved his hand, insisting on a thorough and comprehensive examination. Lan Zhao said no more. At the Shun residence, there were no awkward or cliched scenes. The servants all respectfully addressed him as young master, secretly scanning his stunning beauty with admiring glances. While they had thought young master Yinza was as noble and beautiful as the moon in the sky, but it turned out that the real young master was like this. One glance, and people couldn't help but want to offer him everything. Just for him to cast a single glance at you. But those eyes. What a pity. When choosing a room, there were no conflicts. Shun's mother had already ordered the room to be cleaned. A spacious, comfortable master bedroom, with good lighting, a private bathroom, and a walk-in closet. As they said, the kind of arguments over rooms in novels was unreasonable. Did a truly wealthy family not even have a few? It's just that the first floor is all functional rooms and servants' quarters not suitable at all. Otherwise, I'd have arranged for Sweetheart to stay on the first floor. Looking at the long double staircase, Shun's mother was worried. I'm here. I can carry my brother up. It's no trouble, Shin Yubai said calmly. You're so busy with the company. Can you carry your brother every day? Shin's mother looked at him doubtfully. The company has secretaries. I don't need to watch over it every month. And even if Big Brother isn't home, I'm here. I've been painting at home lately, so I can carry my brother anytime, Shin Yinza said with a smile. Shun Yinza graduated as an art major and held a solo exhibition right after college, earning him a reputation as one of the most prominent realist painters of the new generation in China. He usually worked at his studio, but now that Zhao Zhao was back, he could paint at home. His freelance career made it perfect for him to stay by Zhao Zhao's side. Mrs. Shin stole a glance at Lan Zhao's expression. Seeing that the young man still wore a gentle smile and showed no resentment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she had raised both children with years of affection. Both were dear to her heart. She had feared that Zhao Zhao might target Yanzhe. But if Zhao Zhao truly disliked Yanzhe, she could simply have Yanzhe move out. In any case, she would never allow her own biological son to suffer again. Mrs. Shin mused absently. Zhao Zhao, are you tired? Want to go to your room and rest? Shin Yubai asked gently. Lan Zhao nodded. The stairs are troublesome. Let your brother carry you upstairs. Shin Yubai demonstrated his impressive arm strength. Shin Yinza followed behind while Mrs. Shun watched with satisfaction. Once in the bedroom, Shun Yubai patiently guided Lan Zhao around the room, helping him become familiar with the layout of daily necessities. Lan Zhao said gratefully, "Thank you. It's nothing. No need to thank family." "Do you want me to help unpack your luggage?" asked Shin Yubai. Though reluctant, Lu Yizhou had helped Lan Zhao pack his belongings, placing his identification and clothes into the suitcase. The streaming equipment would be delivered later by someone. "No need, but could you help me set up the streaming equipment in my bedroom when it arrives?" Of course. Shin Yubai wouldn't easily interfere with his brother's entertainment choices, though he frowned instinctively upon hearing the word streaming. Thinking of a small streamer he often watched recently. "You should rest now? Well, leave you alone. They'll call you for dinner." "Okay." Shin Yubai hurried away. Shin Yinza reluctantly closed the door for Lan Zhao. "Congratulations, host. Key plot point 2 completed." The system notification chimed, and Lan Zhao threw himself onto the bed. The soft, large mattress smelled of sunlight. He squinted comfortably and began pondering his next course of self-sabotage. To complete key plot point 3, making Shin Yinza expose his true manipulative nature, he first needed to constantly provoke the protagonist and display green tea behavior. Recalling the petty tricks the original character had used in the story, Lan Zhao's toes curled with embarrassment. But there was no choice, he had to steel himself and go through with it. Sighing, Lan Zhao lay on the bed deep in thought, just as Shun Yinza knocked on the door. "Zhao Zhao, Annie has cut some fruit. May I come in?" Lan Zhao cleared his throat. The moment Shin Yinza arrived, it was time for his performance. Let's see what moves the protagonist will make. He'll adapt accordingly. Shin Yinza pushed open the door and walked straight toward Lan Zhao. He was always polite, never staring directly at others to make them uncomfortable. But when facing Lan Zhao, he couldn't help but fix him with his most candid, shadowy gaze. After all, Zhao Zhao couldn't see it. "Zhao Zhao, are you allergic to any fruit?" "No." "That's good," Shin Yinza said, his voice carrying a hint of laughter. "Annie has cut mango, watermelon, and here are strawberries and blueberries. Do you want me to feed you?" Why did everyone insist on feeding him fruit? He could easily eat them himself, except for the mango, which was a bit messy. But after a moment's thought, Lan Zhao agreed. Shin Yinza speared a piece of mango and brought it to Lan Zhao's lips. After eating it, Lan Zhao said seemingly offhand, "I really appreciate you letting a Zhou take me in. He takes such meticulous care of me, feeds me fruit, even washes my clothes. I'm truly grateful to you both." Shin Yinza froze. An image flashed in his mind of the man feeding Zhao Zhao fruit, slyly sliding his fingers forward. Then another image, the man's cold face as he washed underwear, shamelessly committing mischief. Shin Yinza froze. An image flashed in his mind of the man feeding Zhao Zhao fruit, slyly sliding his fingers forward. Then another image, the man. Shin Yinza must hate him to death, right? The aloof, unattainable CO you've secretly admired for so long, yet he serves me like a servant. Lan Zhao continued, feigning surprise. "Brother A's, you're not angry, are you?" "I'm just a disabled person. A Zhou only takes care of me out of pity." "I'm not angry at all," Shin Yinza replied, continuing to feed him. Then he tempted, "Yes, Brother Zhou is just too kind. He always does things out of pity that lead to misunderstandings." Was Shin Yinza trying to comfort himself? So Zhao Zhao, after all, he's an outsider. It's not appropriate to trouble him with such matters. Now that you're home, I can take care of you. Let's not think about him, okay? Huh, that didn't sound right. Brother A's, are you unhappy that I came back? I can't do anything, and I can't even see. I feel so guilty for making mom, dad, and brother worry so much about me. Shen Yinza watched her lips part and close, unable to focus on what Lan Zhao was saying. He only caught the phrase feel guilty. His Adam's apple bobbed. Don't feel guilty. You deserve it. Lan Zhao thought, what? The protagonist is answering randomly. Zhao Zhao, when you're free, would you like to visit my studio? I'd like to paint a few portraits of you. Studio? Is it far? Not far. There's a studio at home on the 3rd floor. I can carry you up. Oh. Lan Zhao thought for a moment, then agreed readily, sure. It's too late today. Let's leave it for now. After dinner, get some rest early. Shen Yinza spoke in a calm, unhurried tone, his refined voice like a spring breeze, each word and intonation soothing and agreeable like gentle moonlight. Lan Zhao lost interest in acting. He nodded. Okay, brother Ace. Zhao Zhao. Shen Yinza suddenly spoke. Moi, you could just call me brother directly? Is it because I haven't earned your approval, so you don't want to call me that? Of course not. Lan Zhao was puzzled. Why didn't Shen Yinza respond to his provocations? Now that he didn't want to act anymore, Shen Yinza started saying strange things. If I call everyone brother, I won't know who I'm talking to. Shen Yinza coaxed, you can call me brother when we're alone. When big brother is around, call me brother Ace. Is that okay? Lan Zhao refused to comply with his wish. How do you know you're my brother? We were probably born on the same day, right? I asked the doctor who attended your birth when I looked into your background. I was born a few minutes earlier. That was a lie, of course. Shen Yinza just wanted to hear Lan Zhao call him brother. Lan Zhao frowned. Shen Yubai, standing at the door, could no longer bear it. He walked and glanced at Shen Yinza, then said to Lan Zhao, don't call him if you don't want to. You already have me as your real brother. Come Zhao Zhao, let your big brother carry you downstairs for dinner. Lan Zhao obediently reached out his arms to be carried. As the two went downstairs, Shen Yinza remained half-crouched and placed his back to them, a flicker of gloom in his eyes. At the dinner table, an outpouring of care and concern ensued. Everyone fussed over him, coddled him, and wore expressions of guilt. Mother Shen personally fed Lan Zhao, her eyes glistening with tears. Lan Zhao felt quite helpless. He could sense that father and mother Shen were genuinely remorseful, longing to draw close to him and make amends. But why was the original host so insecure, still plotting to drive Shen Yinza away? That meal left Lan Zhao feeling very uncomfortable. As Shen Yubai escorted him upstairs, he whispered in his ear, Zhao Zhao, if you're not used to eating with us, you can call the housekeeper and tell her what you want. She'll bring it up. You don't have to follow our schedule either. Do whatever makes you comfortable. If you need anything, call me or the housekeeper. Don't feel. Lan Zhao hadn't expected his cheap big brother to be so considerate. He whispered back, thank you, brother. After putting Lan Zhao on the bed and closing the door, Shen Yubai came back and sat beside him, gazing at him intently. Zhao Zhao, tell me honestly. If you don't like Shen Yinza, I'll have him move out so he won't bother you. The man cut straight to the chase. Could Lan Zhao really say he didn't like him? His persona certainly didn't like him. If he said so, he wouldn't have to go through that cringy green tea act, but then he couldn't complete key plot point 3. He was certain that if Shen Yinza left the Shen family, it would be difficult for him and Shen Yinza to meet again. Lan Zhao asked in his mind system, in this situation, can I answer according to my persona, let Shen Yinza leave and skip key plot point 3? No. The protagonist is still Shen Yinza, he cannot leave. Besides, in the original plot, Shen Yubai would never say something like that. Lan Zhao let out a silent sigh. How ironic. Then he could only answer in a way that avoided the trap. No, I can tell that mom, dad, and big brother all have feelings for brother Ace. If I drive him away as soon as I arrive, it will surely break your hearts. I'm not the kind of person who would do something that makes my brother worry. After Shen Yubai regained his composure, he caught the hidden meaning in Lan Zhao's words. He still didn't like him, huh? It's all right. Moving out doesn't mean the Shen family will mistreat him. We have you now, and that's enough. Mom, dad, and I. How is he supposed to answer that? Really, there's no need. Having brother A's means one more family member. I truly don't want to be the villain who drives away a relative. Lan Zhao emphasized his tone, wearing a sincere expression. Shen Yubai still detected the evasiveness in his words. But he could understand. The brother he had finally found, like a timid little animal, lacked a sense of security and dared not misbehave. So he resorted to subtle hints and playful complaints to the people who cared for him, maybe even bearing his claws someday. It was adorable. Shen Yubai chose to indulge him. After returning home that day, he didn't go back to the office and even postponed his plans for the next day, just to spend more time with Lan Zhao, help him acclimate, and make him truly feel at home. Though Shen Yubai was a man of few words and always spoke in a cold tone, as a brother, he was impeccable. He patiently accompanied Lan Zhao as he adjusted to his surroundings. When he saw Lan Zhao memorize the positions of objects and knock nothing over, he would awkwardly praise him, well done, Zhao Zhao. The phone on the table rang. Lan Zhao happened to be standing nearby, so he picked it up by feel and answered the call via voice. Baby. A familiar male voice came through the line. Shin Yubai's gently curved lips slowly flattened. Lan Zhao slowly walked toward the balcony. Zhou, it's me, baby. How are you? Settling in. Is anyone giving you trouble? No, everyone's been very kind. That's good. Lan Zhao sensed something off in Lu Yizhou's voice. Though the man tried to maintain a normal tone, he caught a faint gasp that slipped out. Are you hurt? Yeah, baby. I beat up Gu Yue, but I got banged up myself. Lu Yizhou didn't hide it. He dared to impersonate me and get close to you. I wish I could kill him. That bastard's been a rotten egg since childhood. Don't let his sweet talk fool you. Lan Zhao had already reached the balcony, catching the faint scent of jasmine flowers. He replied, okay. And the Shin family. If you're uncomfortable with them, tell me immediately. I'll come get you right away. Lu Yizhou rambled on. The phone in his hand was snatched away. Shin Yubai smiled. Rest assured, President Lu. No one in the Shin family would dare bully my brother. My family and I will treasure Zhao Zhao like a precious jewel. Matters of the Shin family need not concern you, President Lu. And please mind your words. I hear your mother is already scouting suitable marriage partners, isn't she? I suggest you remain chaste and proper. Shin Yubai hung up the phone directly. Come get you home. Every time he heard that, he couldn't stand it. As if Lu Yizhou's place was home, the man had no idea his place. Zhao Zhao, it's very late. Your brother wants to help you with your bath, so I took the liberty of hanging up. You won't blame me, will you? Lan Zhao was a little speechless. He felt that the Shun family's talent for acting innocent surpassed his own. No. Then he suddenly realized what Shin Yubai had just said. I don't need you to help. I can do it myself. Then I'll stay until you successfully turn on the shower. Fine. Lan Zhao's life at the Shun residence was actually quite pleasant. Shin Yubai had breakfast and dinner with him every day. Mother Shin sometimes came upstairs to chat and eat with him. Father Shun was very busy, attending social engagements or going to auctions, and rarely came home. Most of the time Lan Zhao was alone and he enjoyed the solitude. But sometimes during the day when Shin Yubai was at the office and Mother Shun was at the beauty salon, only Shin Yinza and Lan Zhao were left in the house. Shin Yinza would always take the initiative to come over and listen to Lan Zhao's tea-flavored complaints.